Get ready for the world's greatest adventure. The FFP World Tour 2026. A year-long journey to 36 destinations packed with fitness, sports, wellness, and unforgettable adventures. Each destination will be under the spotlight. 10 days of activations, events, challenges, and your chance to connect with like-minded people. The tour is led by the Chief Adventure Officer, who will travel the world for 12 months, discovering, exploring, and sharing the best experiences along the way. The CAO will be joined by 100 ambassadors throughout the world to connect with the people and inspire their city. Want to get involved? Simply register as a user or a member on our website or tag FFP Travels when posting content of the places you visit and the people you meet. It's that easy. This is more than just a tour. This is the world's greatest adventure.
Why is nutrition so important?
Okay. Well, big question.
Got to start with a bang.
I think, I'm trying. Okay. So nutrition is, food is the closest we can get to nature in terms of what we put inside our body. And it all starts with food, in my opinion, because if you think about it, if you're going to fuel a higher performance sports car, you're not going to want to use, rubbish, poor, dirty fuel to power that. So if you look at yourself as, a sports car, you're going to want to fuel that body with the best type of food. And I just notice it in my own life. If I have a weekend where I don't eat as well, I don't feel great. My mood is low. I don't feel energized. And then when I eat a normal, healthy, balanced diet, I feel great and I perform and I show up. And yeah, that's what it's all about. And then I do want to add as well, why nutrition? Because I think food brings people together as well. And I'm like a big family girl.
Yeah. Okay. So now you've said that, food, what was kind of that relationship you had with food in the early days, through your teens, going through there?
Not good.
Not good?
No.
Okay.
I've been delving into a lot of this right now through hypnotherapy. And I grew up quite a chubby child, like always loved chocolate and just probably was a little bit on the chubby side. And
white, milk, dark, all?
Galaxy. It was always Galaxy cookie crumble. Loved it. And I always loved food growing up. My parents always encouraged me to finish my plate of food and everything like that. But then certain things happened as you grow up, childhood, people might say things or family members might comment. And that has actually left a lasting imprint on me. And it's not since I've gone back into hypnotherapy and getting to the root cause of some of my behaviors, I've realized that some of those comments over the years really did make a lasting imprint. And then moving on to my teenage years, hitting puberty, I lost weight. I got sort of quite obsessed with being skinny and I got really quite thin. I didn't have an eating disorder, but I was very thin sort of in my 16, 17 years. It was the age of Tumblr. I don't know if you remember Tumblr.
Oh, 2 years.
It was kind of like Pinterest.
Showing my age, but yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but less. It was and it was just all skinny women. And so I got really quite obsessed. And then I got into fitness. And then I sort of I made the direct impact of, eating well and getting strong and having energy to be fit. And I got into making healthy snacks. And that's when that was my first initiation into healthy cooking, healthy eating. And I wouldn't say my relationship with food is perfect. I would be lying if I think women have so much pressure. I know men do as well, but more so I think we have so much pressure to be small and be slim. But I've definitely got to such a more positive place with that. But it's been a journey.
It's definitely a journey, right? And I'd like to touch on this if you don't mind, on that side, because I think you're right. Women do have a more complex relationship with food because of the stigma of society where they place people you have to be beautiful, you have to be pretty, and there's a lot of not necessarily for men, but I know a lot of women does for other women as well, for judgment of the peers type of thing. Yeah. So what is it then when it comes to the food? What are the kind of battles that women feel are going through? Essentially, you went through yourself. That is about how do I change away from the emotional side of, I know eating well is good for me. I feel the difference when I'm eating well, but when something's not going by the breakup or stress at work or just something, but not working out, then you, most people, they turn to the cream, the whipped cream, the cookies, they don't go, what is that battle, I suppose, for females?
We're very emotionally charged, women especially, and we are more attuned to reaching for food in those times of emotional stress, especially when you think of like across the menstrual cycle as well, like where our hormones are fluctuating so much. And there is a period during that time where you're actually burning 300 calories more a day. So women are like berating themselves of like, I want to eat well, but I'm so hungry. It's because your body is working so hard. You actually need those extra calories.
Yeah.
And then we crave things like carbohydrates because there's like a drop in serotonin, and carbohydrates make us feel happy.
Yeah.
And then also we have a magnesium dip, and funnily enough, chocolate contains magnesium. So it's our body actually like telling us what we need. And yeah, it's hard with women, but we just have to try and listen to our bodies and make sure what we have in our home is going to serve us. So for example, if I know I'm going through a hormonal dip, in general, I don't buy really unhealthy things. I'll have like 90% dark chocolate in. I'll have like, for the carbohydrates, I'll have
Galaxy?
no, it'd be Lindt. It'd be like 90% dark chocolate.
Yeah.
And then like some fresh berries, maybe some yogurt. And then I'd also have like some good complex carbohydrates, so sweet potato, bread. I'm not going to be having like pastries, white chocolate, things like that, because they're so easy to overconsume. So I hope that answers your question.
It does. Yeah. Are there common ones that you find other women, like when it comes to like go-tos, like chocolate you've just mentioned, but is it usually like, is it chocolate or is it ice cream? Or pasta's another one.
Yeah, pasta. But pasta's not bad. Yeah, ice cream. Ice cream I feel like I've got like memory from films when like the girl breaks
that's
up
what I
with
was
the
thinking
guy
of, to be honest.
and they're like out like eating like a Ben and Jerry's, crying. Yeah, I guess that is probably quite a common one as well. Yeah.
When it comes to healthy food then, obviously, because I know it's harder said than done, but the aim is to eat healthier because it puts you in a better state of mind. I mean, the short fix is the sweet stuff.
Yeah,
obviously, the long-term fix is the healthier stuff.
Yeah.
Is there a go-to for you? Like, is it like I've got to have watery, like tomatoes and cucumber, for example, or I've got to have avocado?
On
or
like
I've got
a
to have
day-to-day?
nuts? No, just when you're feeling down with.
Right, okay.
So, you know, you've got a choice of, you can reach for the ice cream or the chocolate, or you can reach for my go-to meal, which is, it's like, as a male for me, to be honest, if I'm ever going through something mentally like that, I know I've got to go have chicken and rice.
Okay.
Just because I love the taste of it to start with, and I know it's healthy. So like, or if I'm going to go something a little bit different, don't get me wrong, I've gone for chocolate and stuff like that as well. Yeah. But acai is another one. My go-to. You know, because I just whip around to that. I love the taste of it, but also forces me to go for a run too before I have it. I mean, is there anything?
For me, I do feel like it's been such a long time now that I've been in this world that I don't look for food as like, unless it's like, you know, having a bit of chocolate, but like in terms of a meal, I would much rather have like a really wholesome feeling homemade meal as a comfort over ordering a takeaway. Like that just is, and I would rather create like a fake away if anything. But
homemade
when it
burgers?
Sorry?
Homemade burgers?
Yeah, or like even like fish and chips and like curries, things like that, like healthy versions.
Yeah.
But I do love a good pizza. Like if it was to come and like if it was a moment where I was like, oh, I just want to like have a night off, like probably a pizza and a glass of wine.
That's the way it goes.
Yeah.
I've seen like all the stories and stuff like that. You've posted things like that. You've hosted your pizzas.
I'm very balanced. Yeah.
What is it that I mean, obviously now it's a habit for you because like it's happened over time. But then how would you recommend for people to break old habits to get into the habits when they're potentially in their 20s or in their 30s?
Really, really baby steps and habit stacking I find to be so powerful. So for example, like when you're making your coffee in the morning, like the kettle's boiling or like it's, you know, burning away or like on the hob or whatever, like take that moment to down a glass of water and, you know, make sure you're hydrating like before your coffee. So like just pair that. And then in terms of breaking habits, in terms of sweet things, so like say if my client, for example, really struggles with just like overeating on indulgent sweets, I say, okay, so say if it's chocolate, get it out the fridge or the cupboard, add it to a bowl or a plate, add some yogurt, maybe some berries, add some nuts. So it's like a big bowl of food, kind of like a dessert or a snack.
Yeah.
Sit down, put your phone away and mindfully eat and enjoy that. and have that as a moment, as a ritual,
Yeah.
as opposed to, just grabbing out the fridge, eating it without even thinking. And then before you know it, you need more. You haven't hit the craving. So I try to teach my clients to just be as mindful as possible, and always before they reach something, take a beat, like take a moment, be like, do I actually need this? Or can I go for a walk, just get some fresh air? And then if I come back and I still want it, I'll have it. But you've had time to sort of process.
Make better decisions, kind of
Yeah.
thing, like stepping back, stepping away. I did hear there's something to do with the brain. I can't remember what part of it is. I've forgotten that, you just need this 10 or 15 minutes because your brain gets stuck in this pattern, and this 10 or 15 minute window just gives this ability for this part of your brain to start functioning again.
Right.
That gives you actually
Is it
clarity.
the hippocampus?
Geez, I
No.
have to ask my friend who's a brain,
Yeah,
brain
yeah.
doctor, but I've heard this like a few years ago. So it's something that I learned, again, I can't remember, a few years ago anyway.
Yeah.
That was like literally if you get to the place where you're angry or uncertain,
Yeah.
just change your environment.
Yeah.
Take that 10 to 15 minutes, or like 20 just to be sure that you can think clearer. So instead of hitting it straight on.
Yeah,
and then
like
getting-
have a cold shower, like move rooms, like just switch up your environment. It
Massively.
can be so powerful.
I do love talking about these kind of things when it comes to the psychology for food as well, because a lot of people have this battle always, and women, face it differently than men as well. When it comes to, okay, you're eating healthy, that's great, and having a stressful day at work, what kind of your go-tos is there particular foods that you have that okay, this is going to help reduce the stress, or this is going to help give you more energy? Do you have your like primary three that you'd say, okay, make sure this is the morning, this is the lunchtime, this is the evening?
So ideally, I always include protein and fats with your breakfast, and more often than not, try to have a savory breakfast. This is going to really balance your blood sugar. So most people, they have maybe cereal. I think cereal in the UK is the most popular thing to have. And like I love a bowl of overnight oats, and but I will always make sure I add nuts to that, or have protein powder in it and yogurt to balance the blood sugar spike.
Yeah.
But what I find is that when you start your day sweet, you're more likely to then crave sweetness as the day goes on. Even if that is,
Massively.
honey, natural sweetness, is still sugar.
Yeah.
So I'd always say start savory. So things like eggs are great. And then throughout the day, having set meal times, I find this helps with cravings as well.
To create the routine, or just for the...
Create the routine, but your body learns when to expect food.
Yeah.
So it digests food better. You're more in tune with your hunger cues and signals. And knowing that, for example, for me, I have breakfast at 8, I have lunch at 12, I have snack at 3, and then I have dinner at 6. Like
Okay, well, yeah.
most days, the weekends obviously I'm a bit more flexible, but that's how I work, and my body works really well. I don't eat anything after dinner. I'm always dinner and done. And yeah, just making sure that they're balanced meals. They all contain protein. So if we're going to do like breakfast, lunch, might have some like eggs, avocado, toast, and I always put like loads of different veg and salad on. Like you've probably seen from my Instagram.
You got like 10 or different
Yeah,
types
I
of
will
things
just
on there.
whatever. I will just look at my
Like, how do you have
plate.
the time?
I'll just chuck it in. Like it doesn't even
Really?
require cooking most of the time. It's just like random bits. And then lunch might be, I don't know, like a fillet of salmon with some sweet potato and some more veg. Like really balanced protein, good carbohydrates. And then in the afternoon, that's like my sweet time. So that's when I might have some natural yogurt with some peanut butter and some
Oh,
berries.
yum. Oh,
Yeah.
mouth started to water
Yeah.
there.
And then dinner, it's either, I might have like a chili, or like I might have like organic beef, like a chili or a bolognese or pasta or a curry. I love just like a one pot dish. So yeah, I'm very plant forward. Like I actually used to be a vegetarian. I started eating good quality meat again in the last sort of 6 months. But I would say my diet is very much made up of plants predominantly, with the addition of like some fish and meat.
Okay.
In there.
So I was actually wanting to ask about that, because there is obviously the big debate between have meat, don't have meat, vegan, vegetarian, paleo is another thing. Where does your opinion lie on this?
Yeah.
This?
So I first went vegetarian it would have been about four years ago. And it was purely an ethical thing, because I'm a massive animal lover. I love dogs. I've always felt quite connected to animals. And my sister has been a vegan for as long as I can remember. So I always had her sort of influence. She never like put it on us, but I always had her influence, and I always kind of thought, oh, like I would love to do that. So just one day I just like, right, I'm going to be a vegetarian. I ate a bit of fish, so I was pescatarian for a while. And then it's not until, so I'm a certified nutrition coach, but I'm currently doing a degree in nutritional therapy. And the more I'm learning about nutritional therapy and how supportive, good quality, organic grass-fed meat can be for female hormones and things like that, I then started to introduce a little bit of meat here and there. So I don't eat it every day.
Like beef or lamb or chicken?
Beef and chicken mainly. If I eat out, I might have some lamb, but I don't tend to buy pork or lamb. I don't really tend to eat pork. But I just think I try to have a Mediterranean style diet, which is what the most science has got back behind it. So it's predominantly plants, lots of fresh vegetables, a little bit of dairy, and then like a little bit of meat and fish. Healthy fats. Sorry, I should have mentioned that. It's a big one.
Yeah. So, there's also a lot of information out there too with people and stuff like that. I mean, it's like, okay, everyone's different and everyone can be unique and they have their own bits and pieces. Where in your mind is, like you just kind of mentioned, the Mediterranean lifestyle, and there's like the Japanese, the Asian, there's the Western side. Do you have like a favour that you say people should go towards? I mean, Mediterranean obviously is up there in your list, but obviously you're English, so it's like you're used to these foods as well. So.
I would say go back to your roots. Like I was speaking to another nutritionist the other week, and she said that she just really can't tolerate wheat very well. I think she's from Bahrain, whereas like rice and lentils and things like that, like absolutely no problem. But like wheat and starchier things like that, she can't handle. So I do think it's very much genetics in our roots, but like Mediterranean, I would say is so flexible. Like it's even, I don't even know if you can call it like country specific, because well, one, it's a region, but it is literally fresh fish, a good quality meat, lots of vegetables and healthy fats.
The olive oils. It's so nice. I mean, just outside here, actually, there's like olives, gherkins, cucumbers, tomatoes, and then the meat. I'm like, perfect. Thank you very much. I take that in literally every single time. What is it then to help people understand, like avoiding sugars, avoiding the spikes? Why are we avoiding these spikes?
So this is something that I've explored. I did a testing about 3 years ago where I wore the glucose monitor and I ate the muffins, and then I had this device on my phone where I tracked my blood sugar, and it come back with a report. And I got really into it, and I did really think, oh God, there's so much in this of, we should be avoiding these blood sugar spikes. But as the years have come along, and as a professional in the wellness industry, like your opinion does change, and you learn and you grow.
Yeah, totally.
And now I don't think it's necessary for people unless they have diabetes or they're pre-diabetic. Our blood sugar should be like rising and falling throughout the day. It's when you're eating, highly processed foods, highly sugary foods, lots of like processed carbohydrates, and it's constantly like that. That's when there's a problem, because you will develop insulin resistance. But for the average person like you and I, that's eating a good balanced diet, good protein, and combining your foods, so not just having porridge oats on their own, making sure you're having some yogurt with it or some nuts or some protein powder to balance that spike. There's a big craze about it. I don't personally think it's totally necessary in my opinion.
Any particular nuts you recommend when you're mixing with your breakfast?
No, just get a variety in, although there has been a lot of science recently out about how walnuts are linked to improved cognitive function.
I did hear that. I heard the same thing.
Yeah.
I do like walnuts anyway. I mean, back in New Zealand, I used to always find a walnut tree, crack them, open them.
Wow,
just
I
for
love
ages,
that.
like, I just loved eating them, to be honest. Loved more the fun of actually finding the nuts, cracking the nuts, and then
that's so
taking out the
wholesome. I love
it was very, very cool. What I'll mix this in too, because there's a different mindset, obviously, with females and a stigma in the world, society, of something like that, when it comes to food. So is most women having trouble with... Actually, sorry, let me take this back, because there's one point where society says skinny is beautiful. Now, there's a culture that's coming out where lifting is priority, because strength training, good development, longevity, and obviously there's a different diet when it comes to that as well. What are your thoughts on this, when one woman trying to break out of that? Because you're saying yourself, you went through the skinny phase to go a fit phase, right? So thoughts on that, how to break out of that space of being too skinny, and then being okay to eat the foods,
Yeah.
because it is about eating more. It's not about eating less.
Yeah, and I think with the whole Ozempic craze now, and like I think there's been a lot of news around like the Hollywood celebrities nowadays are, you know, like promoting this like unrealistic thinness, and it's like now we're bringing back the heroin chic, they're calling it, which is just so sad, especially for our younger generation that just have these like aspiring people and they're just unrealistically thin.
But under the knife, a lot of them too. Like
Pardon?
they go to surgery, they get cosmetic surgery.
Yeah,
I mean,
and it's just impossible to like sustain for the average person. But if I was to give advice to someone that was sort of focused on, you know, being skinny and trying like focusing more on gaining strength, I would tell them to, you know, try and do something they enjoy first of all. So if they don't want to lift weights in the gym, like could you go to a group class? Could you go to CrossFit? Could you, I don't know, do like body pump? Could you do Pilates? Find something you enjoy and work hard, like push yourself and notice that you'll start to feel hungrier. So you need to feel your body and getting stronger and noticing how you feel as a result of that, how empowering it is. And just trying to get out of like that mindset of like, you know, smaller is better, because it's not. Your body is so amazing and what it does for us every day, and putting it into semi-starvation mode, it won't be able to perform those things. It won't be able to eventually carry children, but like also show up and have and work and do all those things that you feel passionate. So I would try to speak to this client and say like what makes you, what lights you up, what you're passionate about, and then relate that back to like how your body can help you get there.
It's got kind of lean towards where I want to take this in the way, but like on, because you saying or have this very different, unique point of difference, is why I wanted to connect with you, because there's manifestation, nutrition side of things. You're bringing these two worlds together. Explain more about that.
Yes. So manifestation is something I've been passionate about for a long time, and I've invested personally around maybe £20,000 over the last few years in mentoring, coaching, manifestation coaching. So, and then plus my nutritional studies. So like I am all in on personal development. I am so passionate about it. And in terms of manifestation, of course, when I first heard about it, I was like, okay, like I didn't really believe it.
I think most people are at the start, right?
People are skeptical, and fair enough. But what I say to people that are skeptical when they don't believe in like a greater force than us, like the universe, I'm like, I say, right, okay. So the moon, the energy from the moon alone is controlling the tides of our seas. Yeah. We're 70% water. So how can you expect us to not be affected by the changes in the moon?
Literally, I'm with you on that.
Yeah. And then also when you think of like Wi-Fi, you can't see Wi-Fi, but it works. Well, you can't see the energy around you, but it works. And I just, why we're spinning around on this giant ball of fire in the middle of the universe, yet people won't believe in, you know, like greater forces, universe, and like
vibrations,
frequencies and things like that. And why it's a positive thing. Why not believe in something? What, like instead of just being that person that just feels like it's not realistic. Like what even is realistic?
Yeah, literally, yeah.
So anyway, sorry, to get back to your question.
I love the passion.
Yeah,
yes.
I am.
Bring it.
So I guess I'll share like a personal story of how manifestation worked for me. So I was probably doing it subconsciously, you know, growing up and achieving certain things. But the one that sticks in my mind is when I moved to Dubai. So I've lived in Dubai now for 2 years. And my partner at the time, we come on holiday here and we met some people, and they were like, you've got to move here. Like you get this, you get that. Like it's lots of good perks for the job that my partner had. And we come back home to the UK, and we was like, right, I said, I want to be self-employed before we move there. And he would need to find a job. So we needed maybe 6 to 8 months for me to like leave my job and then him like find the job. So that happened. I managed to go self-employed. And then he was applying for lots of different jobs. It did not look like it was going to happen. It was so saturated. He wasn't getting accepted for all these roles, despite being hugely talented, but it's just really, really saturated. I had meetings about my visa, and it just wasn't like all these different companies. I felt like I was being, what's the word? Just like fooled. Like they weren't taking me seriously. And I was like, well, I'm not going to be able to get a visa.
Just another number in the system.
Yeah. So it wasn't going to happen basically. And then every single night leading up to that, I would sit in bed and I'd make me and my partner do it. I'd like, right, close our eyes. We're there. We're in our apartment. Like we were visualizing Dubai. And then every morning in the shower, I would visualize myself walking onto the beach with my yoga mat and doing yoga in Dubai. Like that was always my vision. And I had to feel it. Like I'm getting goosebumps now because I had to feel that physiological response of me being in Dubai before I got there.
Their belief?
Yeah. The belief, and also like waiting for reality to catch up with you if your body believes it. So anyway, it wasn't going to happen. It got down to like the last 2 weeks before my partner could technically give his notice in. So we're like, it's not going to happen this year. It's fine. We'll try again next year. And then by a stroke of luck, he had like he got down to the final 2 in 1 week for 2 roles, and then got offered one, and we were leaving in 9 weeks. And we had to rent out our flat. We had to sell our cars. We had to sort out my visa. I had to sadly give my dog to my mum and dad. So all of this happened, and I honestly believe it was my commitment to manifestation and visualization, and also taking that action step. Right, we were doing all the things. I went self-employed. He was applying for jobs. Like that's a common misconception about manifestation, that you just sit there and you wish for it. It doesn't happen like that.
Because that's the sorry, when you think about, when people think of manifestation, because there's no belief behind it in the first place, that's why they struggle in the first place, because like, I don't know. Like that thought process in there.
Yeah.
And to be honest, I was like, the story you've told was like, it took me 10 plus years, 15 plus years, maybe 20 plus years. Even now I still struggle with it. But when I know I believe in it, if it hasn't happened, and it's not that I'm trying to manifest it, but like I've been in positions where I'm just like, I am this.
Yeah.
Like, and when I've thought like that, for me personally, it just works.
Yeah.
Like for me personally, like I was fitness instructor for, I don't know, 20 years. And then, for the first year, I felt like, what's the word? An imposter syndrome going into the AV world. And sometimes I've had that before as well with this space. But then as soon as the belief was there, because I just look back and go, well, I've done it once.
Yeah. You've got evidence.
Some part of evidence, yeah. And it's like that would take as in, well, there's another step. And I'm just like, well, if I can do that one, obviously I can do that one.
Yeah.
So I was like, well, believe it, I know I can do it. I don't have to think about it.
Yeah.
But it wasn't until I started believing and thinking that then things starts to happen. It was like, so when you talk like this and like that belief or the goosebumps, goosebumps, that's where I'm 100% with you on that, because that is something that I think you need to commit to it. It's like when you, like religion, if you don't believe, then you don't believe.
Yeah.
If you do believe, then you do believe, and you're fully invested, and you're there, and you've created the way, I suppose.
Yeah. And your mind, 95% of your mind is subconscious. Only 5% of it is actually like the physical, like what me and you were talking about now. But like you having that belief subconsciously is what got you there.
Yeah.
That's 95%. It's not always about, what we're thinking in our mind. So like rewiring the mind and, unblocking things. Maybe this is a separate conversation. But
we can take it there.
but what I wanted to touch on with you as well is like you having that belief, and like sometimes we take the aligned action and we think this is the right thing for us, and then we overcome these tests where it's like, actually it's not going to happen. Or I always know that when something doesn't go my way, even though I've manifested it or tried to manifest it, I know that there's something else better for me. So that feels very comforting, because I know that whenever you look back at your life, anyone listening to this, they'll know if they've ever like tried to get somewhere with something and they haven't got it, it all worked out for them in the best way possible. So it feels hard and you want to grip on and you want to try, but sometimes letting go and just letting the universe do its thing, you will be surprised that it will show up for you. It
does. Like it's can't explain it sometimes, but then and it's a great topic. I want to stay around this realm, this space, because I find that's the difference between people. I find when someone fully commits, and there's a lot of things when it comes to small business and like entrepreneurs, like it's a big trend, fad, what do you want to call it? It's the in thing to do these days. Ones that are not making it. There's a very small amount of people that do make it. But I think the difference is the ones that have the belief they can make it, like the ones that like in a way they've manifested this as well. Like,
Yeah.
I believe this is going to work. I know I'm just going to, what am I going to do? I've got confidence in just going to do what if I'm learning, I'm just going to learn it.
Yeah.
And I keep learning, keep evolving, keep
Yeah.
developing. And it's just, they just have this drive to keep going. And hopefully, you consistent enough for long enough, you will be successful. What is it then for people that, when you're talking with people about these kind of things, they want to make you've got a life decision as well to make as well. So whether when you talk with people about the challenge they have to make these changes, because it does come a commitment to sometimes cut the rope, take the leap of faith, and then move forward in that direction, whether it be a career, whether it be weight or new partnership or something like that, So is there discussions you're having with people that...
Yeah, and I'm always great at giving advice, and I'm not always...
I think we're all good at that.
I'm not always as good as, taking my own. But I remember... years ago when I was working in a job really unfulfilled, but like the money was good, but I knew I wanted to do something more in nutrition, and I had a couple of freelance jobs, and I was so miserable in this 9 to 5 or 9 to 8 really. It was like long hours. I was so miserable, but I didn't have another job, and I just ended up going in one day and I just quit. Like I was like, I was fortunate enough that I was still living at home with my parents, didn't have a mortgage at the time, so I could do that. But I was like, I need to make space for new opportunities to come in, because if I don't, like, where are they going to find me? So I quit that day, and within 2-3 weeks, I got a really like aligned role for a wellness company. I was still supporting them in nutrition, but also a bit of marketing, so I still had a bit of my background in there. And worked with them for years, and it was incredible. And I remember telling my sister the same, like when she's been unhappy, like make space. And it's hard to like cut that cord, but the universe is going to support you. If you kind of do those steps, like if you do what your intuition's telling you, like my intuition was telling me, you need to leave this job, like for ages. But I was like, well, I can't. Like the non-subconscious mind was like overpowering, like, no, you need to pay your bills, you need to do this.
The sensible side of things.
Yeah. And ultimately, like you've got to create a life you love, like, and waking up every day and being miserable in a job. I would hate to look back at my life and think that, and I would love to think that I, took the risks and I left the job, I followed my heart, because it will 100% be worth it. And it has been worth it. It's definitely been worth it.
So now you just talked about like it's easier to give advice than it is to take your own advice. What are some of the advice you do give, like as far as all the first steps when you're looking at this path? Because I think you're including manifestation and nutrition side of things. Yeah. What's kind of the first couple of steps you take with someone?
For manifestation?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so the first piece of advice would be get completely clear on your goals. So what is it that you're, and don't just write down 10 or 20 goals because like you feel like you need to. Like I would say if you're going to write a list of goals, half them initially, because you don't want to feel overwhelmed by it, and also you don't want to feel like you've let yourself down if you don't achieve them. So
that's exactly what happens. I've gone through that before.
It's every January rolls around, we're like, right, I want to,
that one,
earn £1 million. I want to buy 10 houses. Like it's just, I don't like the word like realistic, but like sometimes you have to be a little bit realistic.
Sensible,
okay. Yeah. Responsible, maybe.
Responsible.
So I would say get really, really clear on that. So, like I'll be completely honest, one of the things right now for me, I'm running my first manifestation program. It's blending nutrition and wellness. And I want to fill out all those spots for that. I want to have 10 aligned women in that circle. And I have calls with all these women before they sign up. Like I want to make sure it's a group where I feel like we're all going to, connective like group and like have a connected group and just support each other. So that's one of my goals right now is to fill that out. And then I have another goal of getting to 10,000 followers on Instagram. Like these are quite like vanity things. And then I have another goal of eventually
direction.
Yeah,
well, so.
yeah. And then I have another goal. I'll be really personal of like eventually meeting my soulmate. So like I have a few in there. And then I'd like to like support my membership and things like that. So like get clear, get the numbers down, and also like if it is meeting your soulmate or your person, like. What does that person look like? Like not so much aesthetically, but look like what are they like?
The life
like,
you're living.
How are they treating you? Yeah, like what do they do for work? Maybe what industry are they in? Like get clear on it. Even trips, like what does the hotel look like? What does the bedding feel like? Get really, really clear on it. So that's the first step. And then I would take my clients through a visualization, and this wouldn't just be a one-off thing. Like I would want them to like listen to this visualization every day if they can, every morning, every night. And one thing that I always say, and I mentioned it at the start, feeling how it feels. So if I get these 10 women sign up, I've already got 2.
Okay, very cool.
If I get 10, I know that will make me feel so proud, so successful, so strong. I'll feel like my parents will be proud of me. I feel like my coaches, my mentors will be proud of me. And I'll just feel like, you know what, I can do this. And like, not that I doubt that anyway, but it's just that extra boost of like, I'm now going into manifestation, because I've never actually done anything like this before. It is quite new. And I think I would then, you know, assert myself in the manifestation world. So it's feeling those feelings and then taking action. So for me, for this example, I would, you know, be putting out social media content at least 3-5 posts a week. I'd be connecting with maybe old clients that I feel like would really benefit from this. I would send out email campaigns. I would maybe chat to the people that are engaging with my content a lot and say, hey, have you seen this? Taking those steps, sometimes it can be cringy. Sometimes you have to get your face on camera and you just have to show up for yourself. But you know, talking to camera, you have to do it. Like at the end of the day, what I say to people that
I love it.
worry about you being cringy, they're not paying your bills. Like the people sat there, they're probably in the same job, you know, like not pushing themselves at the limits. And I worry that like my family think I'm cringy, and they've said that they do in the past, but I just have to get over it because it's my work. And if I can't be front facing, people aren't going to trust me. And that is what I want to build. I want to ensure that I always provide the highest level of service I can to serve my clients, but also know that they can fully trust in me and that they are investing in someone that completely has their back and is not going to do them over, which there are obviously a lot of that out there.
Yeah, I think I love it because as far as I'm concerned when it comes to that side of things is that I think you build your world and the people that are supposed to be in your world will come into your world.
Yeah.
Like it's just you be you. And like I don't think anyone can be truly happy unless they are themselves.
Yeah.
They think if you're a geek, own it. If you're a nerd, if you're whatever you're into, a jock or not, or you are vain or whatever, then like just own it.
Yeah.
Because then you're you, and what you do is instead of trying to chase something, you attract something. And I think, and that's also something I've learned probably in the last 3 years only, to be very fair. Just as I find a lot of people you're not going to believe in someone else's dreams or goals, but you can easily believe in your own. And when you believe in your own, you focus on you building your world, then you're not worried about what other people are doing and what other people think. So when it comes to like cameras and stuff like that, that's the first thing I would take, you know, and that's why I think it's the easiest way to burn the boats. Yeah. To cut the ties. And I told you earlier before, I've quite well practiced that now. So it's something I've always, that I strongly believe in when it comes to people and looking for change, because it's the hardest thing to do. To change is change. And change means not going backwards. It means leaving the old life behind and creating this new life yourself. And the only way to do this is to let go of the old one to create this new one. So,
and it feels hard, like
totally, you're letting go is comfort. It's comfort at the end of the day.
And a real person story is like when I broke up with my partner last year, like the loveliest man ever. We're still friends, and I was leaving a healthy relationship that was great, but it wasn't enough. And like I knew he wasn't my soulmate, and I wasn't prepared to like have an average relationship, or I'm not prepared to have an average life. And it took me months to leave that relationship because I was leaving something that was so good, but I knew that my intuition was telling me, you need to leave this. Like this isn't your path. And that was the hardest, most excruciating thing I've probably been through. But I've come out the other side, and I'm still single now, and like I'm just focusing on myself. And I think you just, please, like anyone listening, like listen to your intuition. It is never wrong. And if you're getting that knock, it's going to be hard. Rip the Band-Aid off, but you will be a so much more stronger, resilient person for it. I know I've gone slightly off topic, but I do feel like, it's very much interlinked.
Well, first of all, thank you for sharing. That's amazing. It's very cool. I want to go into that manifestation when you talk about affirmation, visualization, a little more specifically, a little more deeper, just with people, because I love to give the audience something practical, applicable that they can put towards their daily life. Because what you touched on was, it's not just about thinking, it's about action points that happen on a regular, consistent, daily. I'm about daily. If it's not part of your 24 hours, then it's not part of your life at all. It's like if you're not working out, if you're not eating healthy, it's all those little habit stacking you referred to, that's the key to a happy day equals a happy month, a happy year, a happy life. That's how I see it.
I love that.
So it's all like
every day you can make every day beautiful.
Every day beautiful. And there's going to be ups and downs in a day, and some days will lean a little more towards the dark, and some days will lean a little more towards the light. So if you work on building those habits to lean towards the light or to deal with the darkness, then you create more light. And I'm always about choice as well. So what are sorry, let's go back to the actual question. Sorry, let's talk about the actual habits that you would like you maybe personally instill, or you like to help instill within others. Yeah.
So I think I saw somewhere like someone ask about manifestation to like a big, expert in the industry, and they were like, "Is 20 minutes a day enough to dedicate?" It has to be a light. It has to be built in you. Like, for example, every morning I wake up, and even like the 2 feet I put down on the bed, I'm like, I'm grateful. Like, I'm grateful for my bed. Like, I'm grateful for like a good night's sleep. I'm grateful for my body. And then like going in, brushing my teeth, and like always grounding in gratitude, and just being I might have had an awful day the day before, but a new day is a fresh start and new energy. Like, I'm all about like that new energy. Come on, like I can turn this around. So I always like love to like move and shake my body, like move out any stagnant energy. I'll then probably go and do a workout or go for a walk. And I'm always listening to like, inspiring podcasts. Sometimes I'm not. Sometimes I'm listening to a comedy podcast if like I feel like I've got too much in my brain and I just want to switch off.
Totally.
Which I think is needed. I also journal. More recently, I've had my journal by my laptop whilst working, and just been writing down like every little win. Like even if it's something so small, like I get so many lovely comments and people DM me like, "I love your content. Like, I love that recipe." Just they're not paying me. Like, they're not my clients, but just people reaching out, and like, I think that's so kind and so lovely. And I'm like, that person reached out and told me they really liked, or even like, I like your top, like just little things like that. And little wins, they can be really big wins, like just sign a new client, or, like just signed a brand deal, or just got this. But most of the time it's just those little things, like my first coffee in the morning was amazing. And then by the end of the day, I've got this beautiful list of like little things that I'm so grateful for. And what you'll find is most days have more good in them than bad. And yeah, totally. so I'd say journaling, movement, obviously eating well, and rest, which is something I definitely am grappling with at the moment, because I do struggle to switch off. But yeah, I'm in a bit of a growth spurt at the moment. I'm in like a sprint season, and I know that I'll have my calming season as well. Yeah, I think it's seasonal, but I think just embodying that gratitude is number one. Being grateful for what you are while striving for more.
What's that? What you said, because you talked about and you touched on, like, you're looking at the positives, where probably everyone, let's say, negative is so easy to, like, you ask someone 5 negative things about yourself, bang, 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 bang.
Yeah.
Ask one good thing, and they're like, But the truth is, like, and I struggle as well, but the as soon as you open your eyes, the opportunity already that you've opened your eyes that presents the opportunity for the day, we all, and I, myself included, go through the moments of just like, I loved how their passion where you expressed it there, because that's what it should be like in the mornings. It's like, whoa, but should I'm actually alive. I get another chance to live this day, and those days create my life. And that's what I think people miss out on. Like, your day is your life. And like, I loved how you said, like, laugh. Like, it's actually one of my 5 values, like a daily, like I've got 5 daily values, and one of them's laugh. And so I was like, what's the point of living my day if I don't laugh? Like, laugh at myself, laugh with someone, laugh at somebody, laugh online or podcasts and things like that. But what is it then I want to ask about the other side of it. How can we, or what advice do you give to snap out of, to break out of? Because when you're trying to stack these habits, there's always going to be maybe the mind devils, or the one trying to change or pull you away from that positivity. Do you have a go-to to snap you out of that?
What if I'm feeling like I'm in a bit of a funk?
Yeah, the days you don't wake up, you're like,
and I felt like that. I felt like that recently, like, for sure. Like, I'm missing my family a lot, and there are moments that I do have that. But I would say I try to, I shake out energy. Like I listen to
Physically shake?
Yeah, like physically shake my body, like or dance around my kitchen or something like that. Go for a walk. We're so grateful, like lucky to live in Dubai and like the sun and most of the time is shining. So get outside, get into the sunshine and avoid having your notifications first thing. I try to keep my phone on Do Not Disturb until like 8 a.m. after I've, got up at 6, worked out, maybe journaled, maybe even meditated, maybe had my breakfast, and then I will then be available to the world. But until that point, I'm not letting anyone else get in my energy. So I would 100% recommend that. But when I am in a funk, I would just, I would write a gratitude list, shake up my body, or like phone my sister or my mum and, just like tell them my problems and
Release, get it off.
Yeah.
I got a funny, I don't mind sharing this, but a funny one, if I get that funk, it's a cold shower. It's a dance in front of the mirror quickly, like afterwards, just a dance. Because literally just because it doesn't matter. It's the silliest, stupidest thing. It's always going to make me laugh. Always laugh at myself because there's that bit of embarrassment or something like that. And it's like, who cares?
Like we take life too serious. I take life far too seriously, and I'm really trying not to. But like to give you another bad example, another example, it's like I have my own membership, right? And like I had someone cancelled their membership the other day. That's still, I'm still at this point where it's still.
Hurts.
It's still a
the
sting.
Comes out,
And you usually
personally take it personally.
Take it so personal, but it's not personal. And I know I'm doing an amazing job on there, and I have so many active members. But just even that, it happened this week, and I was like you, I was in front of the mirror, and I was like, it's fine, and I was just like shaking my body. I was like, one door closes.
Good, right?
Yeah. If that member doesn't want to be in my membership, I'm just making space for another person that's going to really absolutely love and appreciate everything I'm putting out.
100%.
So yeah, that was a recent example that just made me remind me of that in the mirror. Yeah.
The other thing too, and this took me a little while to learn, is you don't know what's going on in other people's lives. Like there's so many other reasons. And what I've got really good, especially in the last year, is rejection. Like I love rejection. I chase rejection. I chase it.
Teach me.
That's just so, well, it took me a little while to learn because it's that practice.
Yeah.
And it wasn't, how do you put it? It's kind of like off the Hulk, actually, if you watch Marvel. It's like the Hulk doesn't turn into Hulk because he remains angry all the time. All right. So for me, I put before the doing something, I expect rejection.
Okay.
When you expect it, you either get it, you go, cool. Or you don't, and like, oh, that's look okay. Like, so I'll give you a very good example in the last couple of weeks. Start with these podcasts. Just put it out there, like if someone wants to come and jump on, because my whole game here is to do 100 and before September 1st, and just variations and stuff like that. Yeah. That's a massive, like people do once a week normally. They do like 52 in a year podcasts. So I'm going to do 100 in like 4 months, 5 months, something like that. But one, I love it. And then two, so it's just, I know the value it's going to give to so many people or the opportunity it's going to provide. And in order for me to do that, I have to take steps of going through rejection. Now, we've all been through rejection. So it's not the first time I'm going to be rejected. It's not the last time I'm ever going to be rejected. And that's how I just think about it now. It's like I can quite easily pick up the phone and just go, I would like to come on. No, you wouldn't. Or, hi, I've got this or that.
Yeah.
Because I deal with it now as like, what's the worst thing that's going to happen? So that's how that's my triggers for me to get in the right space. Because sometimes, obviously, I will before I'll have a moment of, should I be calling? Yeah. But then I just go like, hold up. You know what you want at the end game, and you know to get there, it's going to take rejection. To build a business or to build knowledge, it's going to take failures. It's going to take mistakes. That's a part of life. Yeah. And as soon as we accept that, and that's what I finally did, this is just over a year ago, was I would rather die trying. Yeah. And it's not going to mean anything. Yeah. Like, so because someone hates me or someone rejects me, and
as long as you've got good intentions and you can go to bed at night knowing that you did a good thing, like you're working towards something positive and good, you've got nothing to worry about. Totally.
But the other side of it too is that, like, why does their opinion matter? I don't know their world either. Like, just because maybe they don't like me, or maybe it's just the moment, or there's just so many other things. Like, it's not actually personal. Yeah. It's like actually driving in the car. I've had this discussion quite a lot of times. When you drive in a car, something happens, and you get angry at someone for cutting you off, and you get super, super angry. But they don't care.
No.
They'll forget about it 2 seconds later, and you're still the one going, "Oh, I can't believe it did this." Blah, 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 blah. You know, it's a choice the way we react to something. There's an action, there's a reaction. Same with the rejection. It's just, well, you got two choices. One is you'll never know, or two is you'll do and you'll find out.
Yeah.
I'd rather find out, because then you'll know, and that's the true. I think that's the true journey of life, is to be open to development. And then where you're going to grow, is to find out.
Yeah.
So you don't know if you're going to be able to do it, or you don't know if it's going to work. So you go and find out. You ask the question to start with. So,
and also just like swallowing your ego sometimes, and just, you know, being like, right, I'm just gonna, even if I do get rejected, like, you'll learn from it, you'll grow, but yeah, you've got to try, because otherwise you will never know. You will never know. And that's why people stay stuck.
Literally, that's the worst place to stay, I reckon. Like, there's no happiness in that. Let's come back to this, because I want to kind of, there's more. Actually, I had this conversation a little bit earlier, yesterday or the day before, and it was just with females love to talk to each other. They can usually be more open where males don't. And then I think females are more open, though, to manifestation where not as many males are. I think it's trying to get there, and it's trying to push on there. But like, when it comes to dealing with women, do you have to deal with men at all? Have you had to like change your tactic at all to?
Yeah, it's funny actually, because I've historically predominantly only worked with women up until the last few months, where I now have about 3 male clients. And I've really enjoyed it. And I wouldn't say I'm working with them on the manifestation side. It's mainly around nutrition at the moment. But I have brought in a lot about the visualization of, like, you know, if their goal is weight loss, it's like actually visualizing that version of themselves, like that slimmer, more active, fitter person. How does that feel in your body? Like, how would it change your life? How will it change your social life, your relationships? So I'm definitely weaving a lot of that in. And then I also would...
Is it well received? Because I know a lot of men like going, oh...
I hope so.
Yeah, totally, yeah.
I mean, no, yeah, I think it probably can come across a little bit like, oh, like they are probably not as open to it. And I do always have to like... what's the word? Like filter I'm going to try and stop doing this, where I'm like, I know this sounds a bit woo-woo, or I know this sounds a little bit kooky.
Oh, you try to set yourself up at the start,
and I want to
it.
stop saying that, because I believe in it. And by me saying that, it's showing them that I sort of don't. So literally. I'm putting that out into the universe that I'm going to stop doing that.
Yeah, literally. But that's part of the whole belief too, right?
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. But yeah, I would agree with you. I would say that men probably aren't as open to it. But I think we're living in a world now where it's like, you're open to it, like you're seeing it's the way we are moving. Like, we are moving into a more aware society, I think.
Especially, I mean, for me personally, I've like gone, if I think about it, and I don't like to think about it, but I do, just be open with myself about the amount of years or the amount of things, amount of years I wasted, and the things I could have done if I had just done it before. And there was no difference between now and then. It was just the mindset. It was just a choice of, okay, do it or don't, reject and end. Like, because I was taking it personally, like the judgment, society, social media, yada, yada, yada. But as soon as you switch that off, for me, the entire world changes. Like, literally, there's nothing to be scared of. It's like, it's scared of missing out. And it's missing out. It's like, man, I want to go into this. I suppose there's the mixture, because there's kind of a bit where you're doing the manifestation, where you're doing the nutrition side of things. You're obviously mostly dealing with females as well. Yeah. Do you find the difference with a space like Dubai or a space like UK? Is it changing? Is there differences culturally between people that you're discovering?
Yes.
Especially when it comes to manifestation.
I don't want to offend my Dubai clients, but I would say that convenience out here is so much higher in terms of, like, you know, people drive or taxi everywhere. There's not much public transport. So they're less likely to walk. You can order what you want and like it's there within 5-10 minutes.
Yeah,
like,
literally.
So I would say that it's kind of, Dubai is set up for lazy people. I'm not saying that they are, but I feel like it kind
of agree.
Yeah, it fits that. Yeah, rightly or wrongly. So I'd find that with Dubai, but then I'd find with the UK, sadly, with the cost of living crisis and the pressure from like although the pressures from the government and things like that going on in the UK, it's in such a sorry state. I feel for my clients in that sense, where I'm like, oh, buy organic and, you know, get this fish and get that. Like, I have to check myself and be like, you know, like they're going through a cost of living crisis. So it's different. I'd say like we have amazing things in Dubai, but that's also a negative.
Yeah.
But then in the UK, they're also struggling, but then maybe they can get out for walks more, and I don't know. So
Pros and cons from
yeah,
both ways, pluses and minuses.
pros and cons. But I would say Dubai in general, and why I do love living here, is the vibe, and people in general are happier and more receptive to things. The wellness space is big, whereas in the UK, you do have a lot of like, I have a classic example of when I went to the supermarket back in Christmas in the UK, and I just went over the counter. I was like, "Is this grass fed?"
Oh, really? Yeah.
And
Corn-fed,
she
grass-fed, what's going
looked at
on?
me. She was like this East End woman, and she looked at me as if to say, "Sorry, love."
What do you mean?
Like, yeah.
Is
just
this Evian or Voss?
yeah.
What kind of water is this?
And I was like, oh, I shouldn't have even done. What? Who do I think I am? But I ended up just walking out empty-handed.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that sums it up.
Kind of want to go back into a little bit of the nutrition side of this, because then we're going to mix the wellness, because when it comes to healthy snacks, or you mentioned earlier about like being more creative, like but you can create or make or learn how to bake your own things as well. What are some options for people that would be like, okay, look, you're not feeling the best, maybe you want something sweet, but let's make it healthy. Yeah.
So are you thinking like grab and go stuff like from the supermarket? Or both?
But both, actually, to be honest. Like one's from some. I mean, I personally was thinking like I've actually got into this. Like I don't like to cook. Be very straight on, and I'm very bland. Chicken rice, done. I'll have banana protein shake, water, done. Maybe put some oats. Maybe put some oats in it.
Yeah.
If I get fancy, I'll put some strawberry and blueberries in there. Like,
you're pushing the boat out.
So I mean, I see your Instagram. I was like, geez. So, but I did try, like making some energy balls or some coconut stuff like that, and which was a nice discovery for me. And it was a learning. The air fryer, same thing with the chips and stuff like that. That's what I was trying. But I'm going to pick your brain for my own benefit.
Yeah, I would say for you, like, look, you obviously stick to what you know, but like trying to add in a little bit of diversity if you can. Like, if you're having rice, could you have wild rice, for example? Like, could you just add in, instead of having normal carrots, have like a purple carrot? Like, just trying to be a bit more colourful is going to really help your gut health, making sure you're getting that diversity. But in terms of
all right, good.
but in terms of snacking, so my go-to like grab and go things would be naked bars, or they do them in the UAE, or Deliciously Ella is also good, but I think that's only UK. But then in the UAE, I actually work with a brand called Freaking Healthy, which you've probably heard of. Yes. They're really natural ingredients, like peanut butter, chocolate. But I would always say to like, make it more of a filling snack, because that's probably not going to go too far if you're just going to have a small bar. Yeah. So add some fruit with it, get some nuts, maybe a little pot of yogurt, or a lot of places now, it's not very economical, but they'll do like some boiled eggs, so like having things like that on the go, a tub of hummus, edamame beans.
I had hummus this morning.
These are like handy things you can just grab. But I would say, basically all of the above: fruit and nuts, yogurt.
Anything like as far as baking or cooking?
Yeah, so I used
meal prepping's a big thing.
Yeah, I used to love making healthy snacks. I don't so much anymore, but like I love making like healthy banana bread muffins. Things like
with
that.
With walnuts.
Yeah. And I'll also put in like turmeric or something as well, which you can't really taste, but like it's really good for anti-inflammatory. So
can I ask about, I don't know much about turmeric, because like I do have it nearly every second day at least, the old Baccarat shots, turmeric or turmeric cinnamon and honey.
Great.
Just because I just like it, to be honest.
Yeah.
So I'll just... Yeah, but what's the benefits behind it?
I'll have to check that product and actually see if it's, you can send it to me after and I can see if it's like got natural ingredients. But turmeric is really it's an anti-inflammatory. It also supports our joints. It can support our immune health as well. You want to make sure you're getting a good potent source of it. But just lots of herbs and spices in general, like cayenne pepper is also a good one. So when you are cooking your chicken and rice,
I don't cook, I just go get it.
Oh.
I burn boiled eggs, okay? It's out there now.
Right,
okay. Literally, I'll put boiled eggs on, I'll leave it, I'll forget it, and be like,
oh no!
What's that smell?
How can you forget about food? I literally cannot. I'm
all
like...
All the time. I'm really good at eating it, but when it comes to cooking it, I forget all the time. And literally, I've nearly a dozen times would have burnt the pot when it comes to boiled eggs. Yes, I mean, that's what I'm I'm a male. There we go.
But even if you bring that chicken and rice back, like if you can get some herbs and spices, just like putting a few like different spices on it, just to like up that diversity. Also, fresh herbs.
So this is for gut health.
Yeah, for gut health and also detoxification. Like coriander, for example, can really help detoxify heavy metals from the body. And like in a place like Dubai, especially when we're exposed to heavy metals and pollution, adding just, a handful of fresh herbs a day, it doesn't feel like a lot, but over time it will help you detoxify.
I had this mentality at one point of, what's the point of eating salad? It's just so tiny. It's going to take forever to get there, thing. But I do. It's kind of changed over time. I'm not a person to eat for pleasure. It's just literally I just eat because I have to.
Right.
The same with sleep because I have to. Like I understand the importance of it, so I do it. But I hate sleeping and I actually hate eating. I mean, I'm very good at it, but like I literally
can't relate at all.
It's just so weird because I want to go do other things. And I was like, man, sometimes eating gets in the way. It was like, it's weird. But as a male, it's also like, I want to eat because I don't want to be skinny either. I want to be athletic. I want to be performance-based. And so I do that. And same with sleep. I know if I want to perform better mentally, physically, then I need to sleep as well. So it's just forcing myself to sleep. But sorry, I've gone.
No, I always find people like you really fascinating because I honestly
Weirdo, what are you doing?
I feel like sleep and food are probably like my top two things other than my dog.
Love it. Well, look, when I see your plate in the morning, I can understand that completely. It's like everything's on there. Sorry, going back to that, because you talk about, what about when it comes to fasting? Because that's a massive trend as well. People are always like, let's fast, let's have coffee, let's not have coffee with it, drink water, no drink water. Your thoughts on that?
I would say for the general population, for women, for female hormones, to avoid it. And I went through a phase when I was a few years ago now, maybe 4 years ago, I'd be getting up at 5, I'd be going straight to CrossFit on an empty stomach, doing a killer workout, then like having black coffee, fasting until 10, 11 a.m. And I honestly feel like I really disrupted my hormones over that period. And it then showed up in ways where I had really bad IBS. I was in quite an unfulfilled job as well, but I was like running on adrenaline and it was not good for me. And in general, our cortisol in the morning is at its highest. So pairing that with, not eating for a long time, like until lunchtime and coffee, it's just a disaster. Fasting can work for a lot of people. I would say it can be more successful for women post-menopause because they're out of that like cycling stage. And I've got a business partner who's a female fitness expert, and like fasting absolutely like works perfectly for her. She's pregnant now. She's got another one. It's fine. But I would say with my experience in my clients, I wouldn't recommend it from a hormonal perspective.
Well, with like gluten-free, lactose-free, these always come things being thrown out to people, and people are like, am I lactose-free or should I go gluten-free? Why would I go gluten-free? Why would I not have dairy? Those sort of things. I mean, for me, I didn't recognize it till late because it was like I kind of ate for the sake of eating. Yeah. And then the last couple of years is like, or even this last year, gluten-free and then lactose-free, I kind of pushed that anyway because it was just easier to mix things with water than it was to get milk, and if you want to get off, for me to get off, say, sweet drinks or alcohol was sparkling water. And so I just got addicted to sparkling water or water.
Yeah, I love sparkling water.
Oh, so good. I could have a whole podcast on that. But yes, that's something that I've kind of gone down. So just kind of getting your thoughts on the gluten-free side of things, lactose-free, getting checked.
It's a very, very common intolerance to be intolerant to gluten. Like my flatmate is gluten-free, and like I know a lot of people that they just do not tolerate wheat very well. But if you can tolerate it, it can be a great source of complex carbohydrate if you're getting a good quality one that's not ultra processed. So just see how you respond to it, and maybe just have it in smaller portions if you do feel like you're having bloating. But I wouldn't say it should be,
have the wheat.
Like I wouldn't say cut it out for no need. And what I do find is a lot of the time with people that go keto, for example, who are completely cutting out carbohydrates, when they then fall off the keto wagon because it's so unsustainable, they then really struggle to tolerate and digest carbs. So I would say, look, each to their own, but I personally eat it. And then in terms of lactose, dairy, as if you're getting good, like organic, like good quality dairy, I think it can be a great source of protein, healthy fats, nutrients, calcium. But again, a lot of people can't tolerate it, and some people might not have it for ethical reasons. Some people, it might affect their skin. But overall, I more or less eat everything, like as long as I'm buying it from like a good produce.
Yeah. So with the lactose thing was like, I've grown up on a farm too, so I was like, milk was just part of life.
Yeah,
You just milk butter was right there. It's like great, fantastic. And again, like for me, because I was so active growing up, I would just have anything anyway.
Yeah.
So I mean, obviously, I tended towards more healthier foods, but I've had a bit of a sweet tooth.
Get ready for the world's greatest adventure. The FFP World Tour 2026. A year-long journey to 36 destinations packed with fitness, sport, wellness, and unforgettable adventures. Each destination will be under the spotlight. 10 days of activations, events, challenges, and your chance to connect with like-minded people. The tour is led by the Chief Adventure Officer, who will travel the world for 12 months, discovering, exploring, and sharing the best experiences along the way. The CAO will be joined by 100 ambassadors throughout the world to connect with the people and inspire their city. Want to get involved? Simply register as a user or a member on our website or tag FFP Travels when posting content of the places you visit and the people you meet. It's that easy. This is more than just a tour. This is the world's greatest adventure.
Wheat. Absolutely had
Yeah,
to be.
like I wouldn't say cut it out for no need. And what I do find is a lot of the time with people that go keto, for example, who are completely cutting out carbohydrates, when they then fall off the keto wagon because it's so unsustainable, they then really struggle to tolerate and digest carbs. So I would say, look, each to their own, but I personally eat it. And then in terms of lactose, dairy, as if you're getting good, like organic, like good quality dairy, I think it can be a great source of protein, healthy fats, nutrients, calcium. But again, a lot of people can't tolerate it, and some people might not have it for ethical reasons. Some people, it might affect their skin. But overall, I more or less eat everything, like as long as I'm buying it from like a good produce.
Yeah. So with the lactose thing was like, I've grown up on a farm too, so I was like, milk was just part of life.
Yeah,
You just milk butter was right there. It's like great, fantastic. And again, like for me, because I was so active growing up, I would just have anything anyway.
Yeah,
So I
yeah.
mean, obviously I tended towards more healthier foods, but I've had a bit of a sweet tooth. I still got a bit of a sweet tooth, and so it'd be like, oh, I was going to grab an ice cream or grab something else like that, bag of chips, whatever like that.
Yeah.
But like when it comes to so many different, because there are so many of a trend fad. People come out with healthy ice cream, healthy butter, healthy chips, healthy pancakes, healthy da 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 da. That there's a learning process for the world and the general public to get into. Where do we start? Where do you start with people that, you know, you have to go gluten free, or these chips or these cookies that are, or ice creams that are protein based, you know, because they've got 8 grams of protein, and now it's a protein ice cream. So people go, thank you very much. How do you deal with that with people?
In so many different ways. What I would firstly say is, if you see a label in a shop or on a product and it's saying high fiber, high protein, low fat, it's probably not good for you.
Yeah.
Well, it's not. If it needs a health claim, it's not good for you. Like you've got a pack of bananas over there, I bet that doesn't say high in potassium, good source of carbohydrates.
I'll have to have a look, actually.
And it doesn't need it. A bag of spinach doesn't need it. So like eradicate that. That's usually like the ultra processed foods. And then just listen to your body and become more in tune. Like for example, if you do eat pasta or bread and you do feel really bloated after and it's preventing you from concentrating at work or sleeping, then you might need to find some healthier alternatives to that.
Well, I had to go from that to gluten-free pasta.
Yeah.
I saw the pasta, and actually
Yeah.
I didn't realize it, and I was like, oh, that's way better for me. So I was like,
Yeah.
for me personally, that's how it works.
Yeah, it is just, it comes down to personal approach. And I've fallen into the trap over the years of, you know, trying things and wanting to jump onto trends, and being like, oh, maybe I shouldn't eat that, or maybe I should eat. But I know that my body performs well on, I can tolerate wheat, I can tolerate dairy, and it's fine. But most of my diet is coming from whole foods. And I think you can't go far wrong if most of your food is coming in its natural source.
I want to do kind of one more question about this because time, but I asked you about the importance of good nutrition, the importance of whole foods. Like, how do you get that across to somebody?
How do I get it across?
Do you have a particular approach? Because like there's so much information out there, and there's a lot of people just sometimes aren't willing to accept it or willing to open
what
up
I
to
will
it.
do is when I work with a client, I will look at what they're already eating, and then I will pick that apart throughout the day. And I say, okay, so you're having cornflakes for breakfast, right? How can we improve this? Can we either go for Weetabix or oats? Or can you even, if you're not even willing to give up the cornflakes, can you add some natural yogurt and some nuts and some berries to that to make it a little bit? So I will.
And my mouth's watering, by the way, just talking about this.
But
I'm hungry.
I'll support them in like trying to improve what they're already doing. So if lunch is a ham sandwich, I'll say, right, can we put that on a good quality brown bread? Can you get not the processed ham? Can you get some chicken breast maybe? And add some lettuce with it and have some salad. So like people are making these simple swaps, but it's actually so much further. And plus what I also think when I work with clients is like when they're buying food out all the time, buying lunches out, buying like on the go all the time, they might have invested money to work with me, but I end up saving them money because I'm teaching them ways to either make things quickly at home or get those healthier convenience foods on the go that they can put together as opposed to buying something packaged, sorry.
Actually, I do have one more question for you before you have this, because I think I saw on your post was talking about body confidence.
Yeah.
How do you develop body confidence? Or what's the journey, the process, the idea from your perspective of doing that? Because social media is a massive thing out there. You know, sometimes there's the debate of too much skin showing, or why are you doing this? Or, you know, if you're going to dress that way, then expect the attention type of thing. So it's obviously a hard thing for everybody to get to a point. And even for me, I was like, I wasn't one end of the spectrum where it was like fit shamed, not fat shamed, but fit shamed. Oh, showing off, because you muscle or whatever. Like just when I've been comfortable with the shirt off, and people are like, well, put a shirt on. Why put a shirt off for? It's like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I'm proud.
That's all jealousy and like a reflection
Totally,
of other people.
nothing to do with me. Totally. It took a little while to learn that.
Of course.
But like for you, you're going.
Yeah, I would
Did I say this correctly, by the way? I think you talked about body confidence.
Yeah, it's something that I really help clients with as well, and it's something that I'm definitely on a journey with myself. But if I am having a bit of a bad body image day, I will just remind myself that like my body is doing so much for me. It's working for me. It's like working out. It's moving. It's capable of so much. And recently, with a client struggling with this, I've suggested that like when they get out of the shower and they're like moisturizing their body, so like don't just like rush and put all your moisturizer on and like go on to the next thing. Like take your time, like slowly massage your body and like talk to your body. Like words are so powerful, and just say like, I'm so grateful for you. Thank you so much for looking after me. Like, thank you for waking up for me every day. And like looking at yourself in the mirror and talking to yourself kindly can go so far. And then in terms of like more superficial thing, like wear clothes you enjoy, like have a bit of a clear out, like things that you're not wearing anymore that you don't feel comfortable in, like get rid, and actually wear things day to day that make you feel confident and sexy and happy in your skin, no matter what size you are. And that's very easy for someone who is white, like relatively slim, fit and healthy. I know that I have a privilege, and there are other people out there that, you know, like don't have like
Working
fitting the
towards it.
beauty standard.
Yeah.
Like I get it, and like it's easy for me to say. But your body is like, if you can treat your body with kindness and nourish it well, you can't go too far on. You just need to, develop a relationship with it by journaling, affirmations, and just thinking of what your body does for you outside of how it looks.
Mm-hmm. You actually made me think of another question I really want to ask, because I was thinking about this the other day. The kind of, I need to touch on that actually. The whole, not fit shaming, but like,
I keep thinking you're saying foot shaming, but you mean fit.
Sorry,
fit shaming.
Fit shaming.
Fit shaming.
Foot shaming could happen as well. People have that kind of fetish. No, like, so there's a lot of girls that kind of portray and show themselves on social media. They don't do it until once they're there, or they'll start portraying a lot more once they've got there. Then they'll start going, oh, look, now I'm confident. But like, you weren't showing the journey between when you were out of shape, overweight, and stuff like that. And again, it's that, I don't know, I just don't think, what's your thoughts on it when girls are doing that, like when they're putting things on social media for whatever reason, like if they look good, then they should be doing it, right? Because in the way that it is confidence in yourself, it's just who you are. And just because you're in the space, whether you had the advantage to start with or not, I mean, at the end of the day, you're still there. So just, do you have thoughts on that? Because we're dealing with body confidence, right?
Yeah.
And there's so much of just young girls these days, they just put too much. It's just
that external validation, isn't it? Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's what I mean. They're looking for validation, but then
there's
also, well, you've also done well if you are there because it's your lifestyle as well, type of thing.
Yeah.
Is that part of the body confidence thing that you've kind of had to deal with or dealing with?
In terms
of
what, like for myself, like posting.
You're dealing with,
I would say for like a client that maybe has got a certain aesthetic goal, and I would say like to unfollow people on Instagram that maybe are like, putting in their face about like being really fit and healthy, those people you're explaining. So they're not constantly like feeding into the comparison trap. But for those people that are doing it and like they feel more confident now, I just think good for them. Like you do you, like own it. If that's what you want to do, like you'll find your way and you'll realize over time that maybe that wasn't the best way to sell yourself. But yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, it's been a difficult one to answer, to be honest. It's just like, because you see so many people that go like what blows me away a lot of times is men and women, that there's a lot of people trying to give advice on how to get fit, but they're in a very advantageous place. I mean, they're either very well built to start off with, and it's just kind of their lifestyle, and like, you can do it too. It's like, well, have you gone through when you were 30% overweight as a male or 40% overweight male to get to that point?
That have actually been through it.
There's two type of people, but then it's, I was like, well, you are there. Like, 'cause I got this thing about life too, and I think a lot of people, they play the victim game, and it's like I saw this analogy of like the 100-meter sprint, and it's like, well, yeah, some people do start on the start line, and other people do start at the 90-meter mark to get to that 100 meters, and that's just, everyone can get to the end of it, can get the race, and the race of life isn't you win or lose. It's just you trying to get to that end of it, type of thing. And I think a lot of people, because of the judgment, because of social media, because of body types and stuff like that, with so much more fitness being promoted and pushed out there, and healthy lifestyles becoming the norm as well. So it's like there's going to be more and more people that are going to look great, be fit, be healthy. And I suppose in a little small way, maybe I'll be around to see it or not, majority of the world may be fit. And the normal is that most people are active or making healthier choices, or the bad foods are actually taken off, or most of the bad foods are taken off, and they're put in the corner instead of when you go out to the grocery store, they're the last things you see, and it's like pick that chocolate bar type of thing, because that's the easy grab for everybody. And I've seen a few more now. There's protein bars there, but it's just kind of something I'm always thinking of, like when I'm going out with friends and I don't want to have the drink, or I don't want to have the chips or all these,
or the dessert,
or the dessert, and like for me, I'm still going through a process of normalizing that, and they make me feel like it's not normal. I mean, I don't care anymore. But you know what I mean? So it's the same thing.
Or like, you're so boring, or like
literally always those come back out at you and stuff like that. And so it's that's one of those things that come around when it comes to nutrition, when it comes to manifestation, that it's like it's something you've consistently got to work on. That it's never, there's not an end goal. Like if it's one thing, you got achieve that, then it's the next step.
Yeah.
Be more confident in yourself, and you see yourself confident, you believe in yourself being confident.
Yeah.
Not only just kind of achieving it, that kind of makes sense. I don't know what a rant.
Yeah, no. That does resonate. No.
Go well after the side of that. Before we finish up, let them know where they can find you. Check down this camera here.
So you can find me mainly on Instagram. So it's HarrietHills_nutrition. Everything's on there. My membership. Reach out about my one-to-one coaching, and if you're interested in the Manifesting Wellness Program as well.
8 spots.
Yeah. Thank you so much for having me.
No, awesome. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you for sharing. It's been really cool, and obviously the bouncing the conversation has been fantastic with you as well. So I'll be thinking about those 8. 8's my lucky number too, by the way.
Amazing.
It literally is. So I'm like, yeah, go get it.
Thank you.
Get ready for the world's greatest adventure. The FFP World Tour 2026. A year-long journey to 36 destinations packed with fitness, sports, wellness, and unforgettable adventures. Each destination will be under the spotlight. 10 days of activations, events, challenges, and your chance to connect with like-minded people. The tour is led by the Chief Adventure Officer, who will travel the world for 12 months, discovering, exploring, and sharing the best experiences along the way. The CAO will be joined by 100 ambassadors throughout the world to connect with the people and inspire their city. Want to get involved? Simply register as a user or a member on our website, or tag FFP Travels when posting content of the places you visit and the people you meet. It's that easy. This is more than just a tour. This is the world's greatest adventure.
All right, let's get into this. Hi guys, welcome along to FFP Travels. Today we're going to talk about wellness. We're going to talk about why it's trending, what's in the market, what things you can do to look after your wellness, and first of all, what actually wellness means. I brought in a mate of mine that I thought was around Dubai, but he's actually traveling around the world. He's doing his things, massive expert in the field, and he's been, I don't want to say too many years, bro, but he's been around for a while, so he's very well clued up, very well knowledgeable. So thanks, bro, for joining me for this podcast and giving value to people.
My pleasure, mate. Good to be here.
Like I was saying just before we started this one, we're going to jump straight into it and go into like wellness and the trends you're seeing, or why it's becoming much more to the front of mind for a lot of people, in your opinion.
Yeah. I think first of all, kind of define the term, right? There's wellness, there's longevity, there's health span, all that kind of stuff. And I think it means different things to different people. You know, for some people, having wellness means they can kind of get up in the morning and they're not full of aches and pains, and they can spend time with their grandkids or something. For someone else, it might be able to do a marathon or a run or that kind of stuff. But I think generally the accepted kind of definition will be, you know, absence of disease, or not in a situation where you can't perform at a high level, or, you know, you have to have medication, or you've got to see the doctor all the time kind of stuff. So I think generally it's that kind of thing where you can do what you want to do during the day. You know, you've got the energy to do that, and you're probably not getting worse week to week. Whereas, you know, some people look back to what they were last year and they're feeling way different. You know, their aches and pains have gone up. They're not moving as well, all that kind of stuff. So I think that wellness thing is really, can I operate at a certain level that I want to operate at, that I'm happy at, and am I looking to be able to do that for a long period of time, and not kind of decrease my energy output or decrease my ability or my functional ability, that kind of stuff.
when it comes to that, because now you're saying like this, there is that discrepancy or that difference when people talk about fitness and wellness, and then the fitness is more that short-term, more current change, where wellness is longevity. It's over a period of years. It's not a 6-week training program. It's not a 12-week training program type of thing. Wellness. There's this thing that I've heard about: the world's getting older, which means there's more people. The average age in the world is higher, and so they say that's one reason why there's more awareness or people front of mind when it comes to wellness. Would you agree with that, or?
Yeah, 100%, mate. Like you said, the general population. When I was growing up, someone that was like 50 or 60, you're like, man, they're over the hill. Like, they're just about gone. They can't do anything. And each decade, kind of, 40 is the new 30, and now 50 is the new 40, and 60 is the new, that kind of thing. So I think what happens now is that people are, like my grandparents, they didn't exercise. There's no concept of wellness for them. There's no concept of, looking after yourself. It's just like, well, I get sick, I go to the doctor, and that's all you do kind of stuff. Where I think now, as people are getting older, they're realizing that they've got a lot of potential to look after themselves. There's some self-responsibility on being proactive in your health and looking for the future, like say 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. No longer is it you kind of retire, you're 17, you just go, well, I go sit in a retirement village. Now people are going, shit, I want to be active into my 70s and 80s. And how do I do that? I start investing in myself now. And that kind of wellness concept, like you say, is fitness is a part of wellness, but wellness is more than just being fit. It's your metabolic health, it's your blood work, it's your cerebral health, your brain function, it's your mobility, it's your ability to still interact socially with people. It's, not having to go to the doctors every month to make sure you're still okay and take medicine. I think that's a lot more than just fitness. Yeah.
100%. And then the other side of this is when it comes to, like there's a lot of listeners on this side of things will be fitness enthusiasts and sports athletes. And the longevity to keep playing the sport or to be involved in activities, weekend events, time with the family. I think more so from like a hiking or being a cycle or being to go for runs or to play the sport they want to play, not necessarily as a representative level, but to simply go down, play football with their friends, play some rugby. I like to play touch rugby myself, so me personally, I want to do all this stuff that's fitness related or even health related or wellness related in order to be able to keep playing the sport. That's the thing I'm seeing globally as well. What role, like, how do you place it on people with a priority list? Like, yes, you should go to the gym, you should do your weights. Yes, you should look at your nutrition. Yeah, where's wellness in your mind coming into everything here?
There's really, really compelling and really robust research on like 3 big components. Your cardiovascular endurance, like your cardiovascular levels. So we know that VO2 max is a massive predictor for all-cause mortality, which means any way that people can die, if you have a better VO2, you're less likely to die, which is pretty crazy. Like, from cancer to cardiovascular disease to getting hit by a bus to whatever, like all those things. If your VO2 max is better, then you've got less risk of dying from all those. The second thing is muscle mass. We know that sarcopenia, as you age, you lose muscle mass. So maintaining strength and muscle mass is super, super important. And then nowadays, we're really thinking a lot about the Alzheimer's dementia, that kind of brain function and cerebral function as well. So those 3 things, I mean, they're pretty much free. Like you can go for a jog. You can go and, if you don't belong to a gym, you can get some resistance tubing or push-ups or sit-ups or squats. Those kind of things are pretty free. And they're the kind of, and doing puzzles or learning languages or just keeping socially active or keep learning or those kind of things. Even playing computer games and stuff can engage the, brain function a bit. And then good nutrition, right? Those are the cornerstones. And I think those ones, if you're looking at the basics of longevity, they're pretty much it. You've got all the red light therapy and hyperbaric and hydrate, all that other stuff is like icing on the cake. But get your movement really good, mobility, your resistance training, keeping your muscle mass is super important, because as you get older, you lose muscle mass. You think of your parents, and when you grew up, they were kind of tall and straight, and then they get kind of shrink and they lose muscle mass and they lose their frame and their spine and all that kind of stuff. So the VO2 max is really important. Your cardiovascular, your resistance training, your brain function. And nowadays it's so much easier to eat good food as well, right? Like it's not hard to just to get really good quality food, and it's not hard to jump online and get an app and find out what's good and bad food and that kind of stuff. So I think for the average person who wants to stay fit and active their whole lives, invest in stuff now, right? Invest in your VO2 max, invest in your muscle mass, invest in your mobility, invest in your brain, keeping that all active, playing sports and tactical stuff is really good for the brain.
Yeah.
And just stop eating junk food and drinking alcohol or all that kind of stuff. Like the sooner you start, the better advantage you're going to have.
There's really good points you brought up there, because we've been in the industry for how long we have been in there. We understand the importance behind it. You know what I mean? But there's the majority. Sorry, I'll change this, because more and more awareness is out in the general public. I mean, but still the majority of the world are not fit, or they're not health aware. It's it's strange for people when I say something like that, especially listeners on this side, but like, oh no, everyone's into fitness, everyone's into sports. Like, actually, no, it's under 20% of people, like 80% plus of people actually don't have any understanding or very awareness about health and fitness. Anyway, so when I talk about this, and there's some key fundamentals of it when it comes to how do I bring in this wellness or this fitness, how do I bring it into my lifestyle, or how do I get that awareness of importance of the effect it's going to have, especially when let's say I'm one of those people that is 40, I've worked on my career, I've been around family, fitness hasn't been a priority, but now you're saying, oh, look, if I want to live longer, if I want to spend time with my kids, I have to go do this. How do you continue, or how do you get that awareness or show how important it is for people to focus on wellness? Because like that's the next stage. People have been focused on fitness, said, okay, 6-week training program, 12-week training program.
Yeah.
Next step is actually there's wellness included in here as well. It is about, like you said, daily function. It is about brain stimulation. It is about looking at the cellular level of your wellness.
Yeah, I think if you've been into fitness, and like I said, we've been doing it a number of years, right? And kind of the older you get and the more you've been in the journey, the more you tend to focus on the long-term wellness. Because like, well, I don't want to really keep working on my deadlift, or who cares what I bench press now kind of stuff, or, all this kind of short-term metrics, like you say, a short-term kind of training goal. And you realize as you get older, you've got to spend more time maintaining those things. But people that have never done it, I think if they get into that fitness side first and they feel better, people lose a couple of kilos, they get more energy, and then they kind of go, what's next? Like, I'm feeling good, I've changed my diet a bit, and I'm noticing the changes. And that's when you can have that kind of introductory talk about, well, long term, there's strategies we can do long term, and it's not just about doing this for 4 to 6 weeks and, losing a bit of fat for the summer, but how can we do this so you feel this kind of way for the next 30 years?
Yeah.
What kind of approaches and stuff we can do it. And I think the general, like you said at the beginning, the general population, Peter Attia and Brian Johnson and Tim Ferriss and, all those kind of guys, they're all got that slant on fitness and wellness and longevity, and it's becoming a lot more mainstream. Andrew Huberman, I mean, these guys speak to millions of people every day in their podcasts and their social media stuff. And what used to be, I mean, bro, you remember being in the gym and talk to someone about protein, they'll go, well, what's protein? And now people come back and quote you how many grams of protein in this and that, and the conversation level is a lot higher. Yeah, it's a lot higher than it used to be, right?
The old conversation, now it's about,
BCAAs, amino acids and peptides.
You know what I mean?
Yep. And your average person would just start spouting facts and figures where you go, I used to take 3 weeks to get my clients to understand this, and they know it straight away.
Yeah.
And I've read some interesting facts on alcohol consumption is dropping lower and lower, and people are not so keen to kind of do the big party thing. They'd rather do more social stuff and events and stuff. So I think there's a general trend around that idea, and it becomes more socially acceptable to be doing wellness things and physically active things and looking after yourself. So I think baby steps, get people into some kind of routine, and the more exposure they get through social media and friends and family about the importance of this, I think the easier it is for them to make that decision and kind of jump on board.
Yeah, I have to agree there. There's an evolution, I suppose, more than anything else. The more people that get involved in, you see, like it was about protein. Now it's about everything else. Like it's about chemicals in the brain, dopamine, adenosine, testosterone, and everything like that. So that's where it's now looking at. I want to go back because there's actually a whole lot of stuff just kind of open up right there. One is I've just saw something about
maybe it's last night or the night before, and it was Simon Sinek. He was talking about the 3 most vital organs in the body. And I don't know if you heard this one or what you consider. What do you consider to be your top 3? And then I'll go into what he thinks.
But your brain's pretty important, eh? And anybody doesn't think they just take your brain out for a while and see what happens. Like,
yeah, that's true too. Yeah.
Your heart's pretty important too. You know, like when you go into an ICU, they check your brain function, they check your heart. You know, the basic blood pressure, heart and stuff, and liver's pretty important. That seems to detoxify a lot of stuff. You know, lungs, but they're all pretty important. If it's hard to narrow it down to 3. If you take your lungs out, you're not going to last long either. You know, so.
Totally. He talked about like we're talking about here, wellness, longevity. Those are all very important, and you got 2 of the 3 that he was talking about. So if he talked about the heart, so longevity, have a strong heart so that you could be active. You got the cardiovascular side, have strong lungs. That was the second one he talked about.
Yep.
Again, moving oxygen around the body. The third one I actually said was the thighs, and I was like, okay, but again, it's based around movement. So. Mm-hmm. Which I always thought as well, and had a thought of it like, I want to be able to walk, I want to be able to stand up. You know, I'm talking about 80s, 90s. You know, it's about everyday living. It is about being able to be out, be social, and be active. And so for long life, having a strong heart, having strong lungs was the more obvious one, but having strong thighs was more about that. Like you go out to be social, you go out and have catch-ups with people, or you go and explore the world, which leads to longevity as well. So it's just quite an interesting one, I thought, when it comes to wellness. And then you talked about the importance of strength, muscle. And that's becoming a talking point for a lot of people as well. So just kind of, there's a what is it for you, the strength side of things? Obviously, we lose muscle mass.
Yeah. Well, first of all, thighs aren't an organ, right? So that's why I didn't pick thighs. So you might need to go to his anatomy book and kind of rerun that one. Like the sarcopenia is the technical term for it, and that's the age-related loss of muscle mass. And I first kind of picked up on that term about 20 years ago, and that they first started to really study it for people returning from space, astronauts and stuff. Essentially, when you don't have gravity acting upon the body, there's no need for your body to kind of maintain muscle mass and bone density and stuff, but because you don't need it, right? The body's pretty efficient. Why waste calories maintaining your biceps and your glutes and your thigh and stuff if you don't need it? And so people have massive atrophy when they're in space, and that's why NASA spent a whole lot of money developing exercise equipment in space, and astronauts spend, I think it's 2 to 3 hours a day exercising just to maintain muscle mass and function. Yeah, when they come back down to Earth, that's one of the hardest things. If they don't exercise a lot, it just wrecks them. And the age-related kind of loss of muscle mass, there's a whole bunch of things. The first thing, obviously, you're more frail, you're more likely to get injured. If you fall, you're more likely to break stuff or damage stuff. You're not as mobile, so you're less independent, all that kind of stuff. But a lot of research now coming on about diabetes, and your muscles essentially a massive disposal unit for glucose, right? So you take carbohydrates in, you process sugar, and where do you burn that? Generally in the muscles, right? So we know the more muscles you have, the better you are at dealing with blood sugar and that kind of stuff. So it's really important for glucose and blood sugar. And also the ability to move and kind of function in 3D space is a massive part of the brain. So a huge part of the brain is developed to being able to move and locomotion and be able to know where you are in time and space, and am I orientated upright or sideways, all that kind of stuff. That's massive amounts of brain power going there. And when you become sedentary and you don't use all that kind of stuff, there's a huge risk to basically cerebral function. And if your muscles aren't strong and you can't do that kind of stuff, there's an impact on the glucose, there's an impact on metabolic health, there's an impact on frailty, there's an impact on brain function, all that kind of stuff. So it's super, super important, like people exercise and maintain their muscle mass. Like I said before, you see your grandparents and they just shrink, they lose hormonal status and there's muscle mass. And we know the fitter and stronger you are, that it's just so much more robust for the person, for their longevity and wellness.
So where is that point of this is enough, or is there such thing?
Yeah, like you don't have to be Mr. Olympia, right? But you can do some real basic BMI kind of stuff. But generally the kind of thought is you want to, anything you build above kind of average baseline if say for example 50 is the average baseline, and then when you're in 20s 30s you build up to 50 60. Well, when you lose 10 units of that when you get older, you're still above baseline. You're still doing well. So the more you can build, the more reserves you have. If you had 20 kilos of extra muscle, that's a lot, but just for a number, and you lost 10 kilos during your last 20 years of life, well, you still got 10 kilos of muscle. If you only had 10 kilos of muscle and you lost that 10 kilos, you've got nothing, so the more the better. You don't have to be like, say, Mr. Olympia or anything, but if you focus a little bit on building some muscle and maintaining that, that's the important step. If you've added a couple of kilos of muscle in your life, well, that's a couple of kilos of a buffer zone you've got for when you get older. So that's really important.
Mm-hmm. So then the question being is because there's more and more studies, or there's more and more push or marketing or advertising advice about women putting on muscle mass. There's that that fear of, I don't want to put on muscle, I don't like lifting heavy weights. Does it become more important for women over men?
It's the same. I don't know if there's a difference if one's more important than the other. But when I first started training people like 30 years ago, mate, I had women deadlifting, and I had their partners and husbands come to me and say, "What are you doing, mate? You're going to damage them." What are you kidding me? Like I'd have women deadlifting 100 kilos. And they were robust and strong, and they were stronger than their husbands. Maybe that's why they were coming to complain to me. But I think that generally they've got lower androgen status, so they have less testosterone, they have less anabolic potential, so they're not going to get massive. Some women can. They've got a bit of hormonal potential or genetic potential, but the average female is not going to get huge on weights. And it's the same thing. If they add a little bit of weight, and generally that's better for their metabolism, it's better for their body fat, it's better for composition, and as they get on later in life, that's just a buffer zone for wellness and for maintaining your strength and anti-fragileness, so it's important for everybody. I think it really is.
And then what's the difference between size and strength when it comes to muscle? Because people are like, they've got the definition of huge is more. But there's huge people that aren't very strong, or vice versa. That aren't very big but are pretty strong.
So strength really is a function of your nervous system. So say for example you've got your bicep and you've got 100 muscle fibers there. You've got more than that, but just to make it easy, you've got 100 muscle fibers there. And if you lift a 10 kilo weight, you use 5 fibers. And if you lift a 20 kilo weight, you use 10 fibers. The muscle doesn't have to get bigger. You just have to use more fibers to get stronger. In essence, it's a bit more complex than that, but in essence, and that's driven by your brain, that's driven by your nervous system. So if I can get more muscle fibers and more motor units, more muscle fibers working, I can lift heavier weights. So you don't have to have a bigger muscle, you just have to have more efficient and get more of your muscle working. So that's important. You want to have strength. The advantage of doing resistance training and adding a bit of muscle is generally if you have a bigger muscle, it's going to be a bit stronger just because you've got a larger cross-section of muscle. And they're both important. For the glucose disposal and maintaining muscle mass, you want to have a bigger muscle, but also resistance against falls and injuries, you want to have a strong muscle. So resistance training is that nice sweet spot where you add a bit of muscle and you still get some strength in there as well. But you can absolutely train for strength and not put on much muscle at all. It's a function of the nervous system, not the muscular system, to be honest.
Before we move into more that wellness side, what's the recommendation for you when it comes to strength? Like, where should that strength be? Because there's a lot of studies out at the moment about grip strength. Like, your health is related to your grip strength. But anyway, from your perspective, what is those movements or those areas in the body that should be strong?
The body moves in movements, not muscles, right? So it's probably not. It's probably a matter of kind of keeping some full range of motion, like the old basics, mate. Some bench press, some lat pull downs, some squats, some deadlifts, if you can achieve those, because they actively get you through a full range of motion as well. So you're getting some mobility there as well. You want to have a balance to the whole body. You don't probably want to just sit and do bicep curls by themselves. It doesn't really target a lot of muscle. So for efficiency and if people don't have a lot of time, squeeze hard on the biceps. It's if you haven't got much time, just focus on the big lifts, kind of 8 to 12 repetitions, 2 to 3 sets, and hit the basics. And honestly, mate, just go and see a professional, hire someone who's got some knowledge and, got some skill in there, and just get a good program and get some advice that way. But I think generally you can't go wrong. Even if you just went into the gym and went through and did all the machines, leg press and pull down and chest press and shoulder press, and it's better than nothing, right? Anything's kind of better than nothing in that regard. But if you really want to focus on it, go and get some professional advice and get an assessment, see where you're deficient, and take that advice and follow the program.
It's funny because more and more people you hear online, especially the ones that get from 35 onwards, they always talk about the basics, the basic movements. To your squats, to your pull-ups, to your press, to your pull.
Yeah.
That's repeat. And it's just, I feel like it's the whole parent telling the children, the mum and dad always said, like, you should do this, you should do this. And then when they get to the same age, they're like, oh, yeah.
They tell them exactly the same. Yeah, it's so true.
Circle of life.
No Swiss ball curls and stuff. And single leg bicep curls on a Swiss ball with the Instagram post on the end. Like, yeah, exactly. Just hit the basics hard. Yeah, it's true.
So then, obviously, we looked at the first woman strength and stuff like that, balance coordination. So we're going to start looking a bit more, because there's a lot more retreats being offered to people to go away. So there's that combination of, exercise, nutrition, mind and body.
Yep.
When you've just talked before and earlier, you're talking about the micro things that you can do throughout the day. Now, I know a lot of people have these put on these retreats that I think are good for a taster or maybe a teaser or a small snapshot. But reality is longevity comes from daily habits and characteristics. What do you put into your day? So what are some of these things that you be recommending to people without having to go to cold plunges, without having to go to red light or hydrogen, which I want to get into with you, but what are the things they could be doing as far as working on their wellness?
Yeah, I think, like we just said, the basics, right? Get some kind of cardiovascular. If that means you're going for a brisk walk, or you're going for a jog, or you're going for a cycle or something, 2 to 3 sessions of that around 30 to 45 minutes is good. You can start at 5 minutes, right? But just some kind of cardiovascular exercise, and it can literally be as easy as just going for a 10-minute walk every day to start you off. Resistance training again, it could just be some squats and some push-ups, something real basic. But I think you need that resistance training, you need that cardiovascular exercise. They both will help the brain. Then you need to look at your basic kind of nutrition. Try to get as healthy and as basic and as natural as you can. If it's in a packet, it's probably not as good as if it's just comes off a tree or from a farm or something, right? Yeah. Yeah, and then sleep's super, super important. Prioritize that. There's so much more research coming out now on sleep and how that's just so important. And just hit your basics with your good food, good drink. Just start something, and if you did that, if you just walked every day for 20, 30 minutes and lifted weights or did some body weight stuff at home a couple times a week, and then you got to bed on time and you ate good food, you're probably 80% there. You really are. If you're just consistent with that.
Massively.
Yeah, and you feel the difference. You do that for 4 weeks, you feel great. You really do.
Can we go deeper into that when it comes to, there's two things. One is breathing, that's something you do every single day, and sleeping, you do every single day. The importance, because there's more and more people, like I said, more and more people talking about it. And from your opinion, what are these benefits and why, or how long would you recommend as far as sleep and the importance of getting a good night's sleep?
Yeah, I mean, the basics of sleep are still the basics, right? Kind of 7 to 9 hours, somewhere in there. We know some people that just need 9 hours no matter what happens. We know some people that do pretty good on kind of 7 hours and stuff. There is a genotype that does pretty good on 5 hours. That's around 10, I think 15% of the population do well on that. But the basics of sleep is try not to eat just before bed, try to avoid, screen time and bright lights if you can, and try and sleep in a nice dark room. But the most important thing I think is just focus on sleep. Just make it one of those things you're going to try and do, as opposed to it's bedtime now, I'll just go to bed or I'll watch TV or whatever. If you don't put thought behind the sleep, it's never going to get better. And you find people that do focus on sleep. I mean, there's little hacks. Magnesium before bed seems to work really, really well for about 80% of people. I find that it's a good thing. The dark room seems to work really, really well. No screen time seems to work really, really well for people. But just being consciously aware of, I need to be a good sleeper. I need to, be habitual. I need to get to bed around the same time every night. And even just getting a good consistent sleep time is really, really important.
Yeah, massively. I don't think people realize, and I still don't think they realize the importance of sleep or recovery for the
Yeah.
body and then the brain. You know,
Yep.
most people talk about it, and I have limited knowledge on it, but from my perspective, it's always been like you sleep more for the brain. The body can do it on less,
Yeah.
but actually it's about the brain, the recovery you get, the functionality of your brain. So, which is funny when people still, in this day and age, working as hard as they can to make the money to survive sometimes, never mind thrive.
Yeah.
Sleep's the
Yeah.
first thing people cut out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which
And it really
is-
affects, you just go and have 2 bad nights of sleep and see how you function.
Yeah, exactly, literally. And then people still have this thing of, no. Even I'll be admitted,
Yeah.
I'm some of those ones that like, I'll sleep but I'm dead. I want to
Yeah.
live, but the
Yeah.
more, I suppose.
But there was a crazy study, I still remember it, where they had a group of people and they said, hey, can we put you in a hotel for the night? And we're going to just see how your brain responds with a maths test at different times. People went, oh, okay, cool. So they had the 2 groups of people, and one group of people, they went up at like 1 o'clock in the morning, knocked on the door and said, fill out this maths test. And the people were like, oh, God, and they filled out the test. Another group of people, they did it like 8 o'clock in the morning or something. And they got downstairs and they said, hey, really interesting. We did the experiment. And guess what? The people that woke up at like 1 in the morning, did the maths test, they didn't do as well. People went, oh, well, that makes sense. But the real test was actually what happened afterwards. And then they said, look, thanks so much for doing the test for us. Buffet is there, eat what you want on the house, saying thanks for doing that. And what they actually measured was how much consumption of carbohydrates and different foods they had.
Oh, yeah.
And the people that had that broken sleep had around 30% more calories,
Wow.
20 to 30% more calories on average, and around 80% of those calories are from carbohydrates. So what it showed is the brain we know burns most of your calories, and that what they showed is 1 bad night's sleep, the brain was so desperate for more fuel and energy to be able to process stuff that it caused sugar cravings and it caused overconsumption of food just from 1 bad night's sleep, which is pretty crazy. So like that, that's super
awesome.
important, right? So yeah.
It is funny because people still will be listening now going like, is it really that important? Is it really?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Like just stay awake all night and see how you feel.
Yeah, exactly. Let's go further into this because there's other things that are trending at the moment. The ice plunge or the cryotherapy. What's your take and thoughts on this as far as how important is it for your well-being to do things like this?
Look, if you've got your basics in alignment, like we said before, you got your cardiovascular, your resistance training, your nutrition, they're all good. You got your sleep, all that stuff, that's all good. Then all that other stuff is a bit of icing on the cake, right? That can definitely help. And cold plunge definitely has really measurable benefits. We get a massive decrease in inflammation. I actually had a friend of mine who had myocarditis, which is like inflammation of the heart, and he had all kind of medication and nothing was working. He got a cold plunge, so he spent 5 minutes at 5 degrees 3 times a day for a week, and they remeasured his myocarditis, and he fixed it, which is pretty cool.
Wow.
And he's he's a very smart guy. He's got a bit of money, and he's got all the doctors and all the medicine and all that kind of stuff. So he actually owned a longevity clinic in Australia. And they did all the measurements, and he was like, yep, that really did an amazing job. So, and we see it a lot, we see people training hard and they use the cold plunge. So really good to bring down inflammation. It actually is a really good cure for depression as well. You get a big boost of dopamine and epinephrine, and after that you get serotonin. And it's a real good vagal nerve stimulator as well. So the vagal nerve is one of the cranial nerves that helps kind of regulate your gas pedal and your brake pedal. So your sympathetic and parasympathetic. And your vagal nerve helps you kind of relax and calm down. And when you first jump in that ice bath, it's pretty cold and you get a boost of epinephrine and adrenaline and dopamine. But if you submerge up to the neckline, you'll get some of that cold exposure on the vagal nerve. And then you start to condition the vagal nerve. And as you start to relax and slow down your breathing and kind of, you get to condition that vagal nerve to be able to come from a heightened, oversensitized kind of response and to be able to calm quite quickly. And so that's a really good way. And that kind of ability to control and relax and kind of wind down has got really good kind of crossover function for sleep, for like say depressive symptoms, for concentration, all that kind of stuff. So it's a really good modality. I don't know if you need to do it every day, if you're just the average person, but a couple of times a week if it's there. And like say, you got your basics right. There's no point doing a cold plunge if you're going to bed at 2 a.m. and having a cigarette and drinking a bit, like that's not going to do anything for you. It's just more stress on the body. It's probably going to do you more harm than good.
Yeah, literally. Which is the lack of, or maybe it's the evolution or the development of education for people at the moment when it comes around. Because it's a trend at the moment. It's a fad. There's so many different companies now creating these ice baths, all these portable systems, the chiller systems.
Yeah. And some people shouldn't do it, mate. I know there's a bit of a bias towards females. Some females don't do as well in cold plunge. I've seen some of the research and speaking to people. And people that are just generally tired and knackered and not doing well, you don't want to chuck them in cold water and freak them out. And it's a massive shock to the body, right? They don't need that. So you need to be a little bit careful and start slow. Like I know it's a bit of a macho thing to go as cold as you can, but the research is pretty good that kind of 10 to 15 degrees is the kind of sweet spot to get most of the benefits. Now, if you've been doing it for a couple of months, you can go colder because you become adapted, but there's no need to jump straight in at like 6 degrees. Like that's just no point. You'll get a shock at like 20 degrees. If you jump in water, you haven't been cold before, 20 degrees will feel cold and 18 degrees and 15 will feel cold. You don't need to go overboard. So I think there's a bit of a trend to try and be hardcore and when there's no need, mate, like just nice and easy, get the benefit and go from there.
So then who and why or what, because it's not just about who, it's about the situation as well. So who do you think it benefits most? Or who if you could maybe come up with a couple of different types of people that these people should look into?
Yeah, look, again, if you're pretty robust and you've got pretty good health and you're hitting all the basics well and you're thinking, I need to do a bit more, I'm a bit achy, I'm inflamed, definitely brings in inflammation. If you're training hard and you're getting quite sore and you're not recovering, definitely can help there. If you have got some kind of low energy or maybe depressive symptoms, I'm not talking clinical, but you're just a little bit down, low energy, can definitely help there. But you got to be careful with that one because if you're low energy because your body's not doing well, because you're not metabolically fit or you got some issues there, then putting someone in cold water is just another stress to an already stressed system, so a little bit careful there. But if you're exercising well and you need to recover a bit more, if you feel like I'm just a little bit low in mood sometimes, you can try the cold plunge, but just go nice and easy, like 30 seconds at 15 degrees, and if you feel good, great. I had a friend of mine that went this first time, they put in there for 6 minutes at 8 degrees, and I was like, what are you doing? Like, he was wrecked for 2 days. It just wrecked him. It was such a stress on his body. No need at all.
People coming out of the water, you come out with red.
Yeah.
And that's like you said before, like the ego kind of takes over some people, and they're like, it's about trying to mentally beat the other. I'm not like that at all, but
no need, mate.
Just I don't know your depth in this area, but like the difference between cold plunging and cryotherapy.
Yeah, cryotherapy just blows cold air on the skin, and so the surface of the skin has temperature receptors, and they'll sense that super cold, and your body will go, shit, it's cold outside, and you'll get that cold response. But it doesn't actually drop the core temperature that much. When you lie in the water, water's a very good conductor of heat. So when you lie in the water, you dissipate heat 10 times faster than you do in the air. So that's why when you jump in water, you get hot really fast and get cold really fast, because that heat just gets pulled out 10 times faster than if you stand in the air. So if you're standing in 10 degrees on the beach in the air, you don't get as cold, but you stand in 10 degree water, you get cold real fast. So the first one, cryotherapy, is kind of tricking the body into feeling cold, and the second one is cold. You're in 10 degrees water, your body temperature drops. So
that's the key.
There's a big difference systemically on what happens to the body. They both feel cold, but the plunge generally is a more kind of deep kind of cold, the systemic cold.
Can we go one step further with the cold plunge then? Because there's a lot of hot and cold is now becoming popular. Well, in Dubai, people are going like, okay, it's not just about the ice plunge. They jump. Obviously, Dubai's a hot space as well, so they jump in the cold plunge. They stand outside. They run around for a little bit, then they jump back in the ice plunge, and then they come back out. Why?
Yeah. So that's you can do like a similar thing with hot and cold baths. It's where I'm at the moment in Australia. They're everywhere, mate. I've seen a whole bunch of those. Contrast therapy, you go from hot water to cold water, which is really cool. Or you can, like you say, go from cold to run around and get warm again, or you can go from cold to a sauna. the benefits of those is you get vasoconstriction, vasodilation. So you get the closing of the capillaries and the arteries and the blood flow constricts, and then it opens up and dilates. So that's a really good way to kind of exercise the vascular system, which doesn't get exercised a lot, especially if you don't go for a run or anything, or if you're not really that active. You can literally get cardiovascular benefits from going in the hot in the sauna, and then you get the constriction benefits. So when you have that kind of vasoconstriction dilation, you get a lot of blood pumping, you get a lot of waste products, removal of waste products from the system, general increase in circulation, and you get some of those smaller areas and capillaries that don't get a lot of circulation. They tend to get an increased blood flow and circulation, which is really useful. You get heat shock proteins and cold shock proteins, which are special proteins which kind of activate some survival mechanism in the body, and have to do with protein folding, and they have to do with removal of kind of junk from the body. So they're all good to get those working. And that the basic premise is to go from hot to cold like that, vasoconstriction, vasodilation. It also allows you to do more of each. So instead of spending 20 minutes in the sauna and you can overheat, you jump in the cold plunge, you get cold again, you can go back in the sauna. So it allows you to kind of extend that whole process as well.
Yeah, awesome. The further, because there's more trends, a few more trends I want to hit on with you, because that's the kind of thing that's happening in the world today, and I think it's quite important for people to understand along these trends. Red light's another one. It's kind of the latest craze trend in the last 3 to 5 years. What are your thoughts on it?
Red light therapy is really interesting. It was first thought to be a really negative thing, and one of the first studies that came out, if you look in the literature, you can look for red light. You don't really see much in PubMed, but you can search for low-level laser therapy, LLT, or photobiomodulation. They're the kind of technical terms, and there's thousands and thousands of studies proving the effects of it. And the first study was done by scientists who thought that red light stuff's pretty bad. So they got a mouse and they shaved the skin of the fur of the mouse. They did a small cut on the mouse and they shined a red light on one cut and nothing on the other cut. And they said, look, we know what's going to happen. Shining that red light on that cut is going to make it worse and cancerous and all that stuff. And what they actually found is it healed faster. So they went, oh, okay, red light's maybe good. So that started the whole study on that. Does a lot of things. Good for collagen, like aesthetically, it's good for collagen repair. It's good for increased blood flow and circulation. There's two types. There's lasers and LEDs. So what most people do is they'll go to a clinic and lie under a red light bed or a red light, and that'll be an LED light. So that will penetrate maybe kind of 2 to 3 to 4 millimeters in the skin, depending how close the light is to the skin. And then there's true LED lasers, true red light lasers, which are medical grade. They're really expensive, and they can penetrate several centimeters into the body. So you put a laser on someone, you've got to wear the proper goggles and stuff. You can't look at laser light, and they can go centimeters into the body with the red light. But aesthetically, collagen production, increased blood flow, faster wound healing, great for the skin. It does some pretty cool stuff with your ability to generate ATP and your mitochondrial health. So mitochondria are like the little batteries in the cell that help us produce energy. You've got a thing called the electron transport chain, and it's got 4 kind of steps. On the 4th step, red light, if it can hit that, the COX receptor there, if it can hit that, it can actually kind of kick out a thing called nitric oxide that sits on that door. It can kick out that nitric oxide. It can open that door for more oxygen. So essentially your cells can respirate a bit better. You can get more oxygen to the cells. And when you have more oxygen, you can produce more ATP. And that nitric oxide that comes out on the body is actually really good for vasodilation. So red light can increase nitric oxide production and can increase vasodilation and open capillaries and stuff. So it can get kind of complex, and there's guys that just study it for years and years and years, and I listen to some lectures, and that's crazy how complex it gets. But there's definitely very provable health benefits. The average person's probably going to feel increased blood flow, circulation. If they've got some wounds or some aches and pains, it can really help. If you've got a sore back or a sore shoulder and something like that, it can really help. And look, if you're not outside and you don't get your skin exposed to natural light, or you don't get any of that kind of stimulation from that light, getting under a red light bed once a week or something, great, why not? Like your body's designed to have natural light on it, right? We're all born, go back a couple 100 years, we'll spend all the time outside. There was, we were exposed to light, and it had a certain effect on the body. So if you're in that situation where you don't get natural light on the body, you can't do that. Red light therapy is probably going to get some kind of benefit.
Yeah, I mean, when I was doing it with you, geez, literally the difference was night and day. for me, like
Yeah, for pain levels and for healing and stuff. Yep. Yeah, increased blood flow and circulation, the warmth there, capillaries, removal of waste products, better energy production, ATP in the site. Yeah.
Awesome. One more thing I want to touch on with you, because I went through it with you, was that the hydrogen treatment. It seems to be again another trend that's coming out. I mean, there's more and more of these things, and more places are looking to have not necessarily the latest trend, but looking at options that are better for our mind and body. Hydrogen. I want to go through this one with you.
Well, yeah, super interesting, right?
Yeah.
So hydrogen is the smallest molecule in the universe, and it just passes through everything, right? So it goes everywhere. It can get everywhere. The hydrogen administration, basically, you probably would have heard of hydrogen water, and those hydrogen tablets you put in, or the little bottles where you push a button, you get hydrogen. So they produce this tiny amount of hydrogen. Hydrogen really used to be thought of as an antioxidant, which it is, but it's not it's what they call a selective antioxidant, which isn't quite true, but it kind of acts as an antioxidant in the circumstances where you need it, and it doesn't act like an antioxidant when you don't need it. So we all know, like, antioxidants like fruit and vegetables are antioxidants, and they counteract oxidative stress. So you can have a molecule that doesn't have a paired electron, and that basically, if you've got a molecule that should have 2 electrons and it's only got 1, it's going to spin around until it hits another molecule. It's going to grab that electron. Now it's going to have 2 and it's stable. But the one it just took the electron from is going to spin around and look for another one. So that's that kind of oxidative stress that happens. An antioxidant will have an extra electron, and it can give that electron and make it stable. So we want some antioxidant capability. We also want some oxidant capability, because if we don't have enough oxidation, some oxidative events actually trigger some really important things in the body. And if we don't have those, it can be negative for us. So there's some studies came out about 15, 20 years ago of people taking vitamin C and antioxidants to a high level, and it actually was worse for their health because they just wiped out all the kind of oxidative stress, and they didn't get any of the benefits of some of the oxidative damage, which you can get benefits from. Hydrogen is really clever because it can help regulate your body's own production of antioxidants like glutathione, etc. But it won't necessarily wipe out all the oxidative kind of damage and stuff. It's more selective on how it helps the body. So it can trigger your body's own internal production of antioxidants, which is super important, and it won't overdo it. So it's a really amazing molecule, and for recovery, it's a vasodilator. It helps. It can get into, like I say, because it's so small, it can get into the cellular matrix and get inside the cell. It can get into the mitochondria, and it can do its magic there. It can trigger a whole lot of cascades of really important reactions in the body. And there's tons of research coming out on it now. Every month there's more research showing the benefits. It's incredible stuff.
So I suppose the question here is, like, who's going to be the biggest benefit from it initially? Is it for the athlete? Is it for the general population? Is it for someone who's unhealthy potentially? Or
So a lot of studies are done with people going through chemotherapy and cancer and people with disease, because when you have disease, I mean, you've got toxins in the body, and the disease process can create toxins. One of the way your body gets rid of toxins is through the liver. This phase 2 detoxification, and it creates a molecule. It changes those toxins into a water-based molecule, and then it can kind of remove them from the system. But it's very dependent on antioxidants. And where we did the hydrogen therapy together, we had a guy, we tested him, we did a finger prick test, and he was just an average guy, pretty stressed, not good diet, not good sleep, and we measured his oxidative stress, and it came out at 950. And on a scale of kind of 0 to 1,000, you want to be around 250, 300. He was 950, which is really, really bad. So really oxidative stress, hugely toxic to the body. We put him on hydrogen inhalation, so just inhaling hydrogen gas with a mix of oxygen, for 90 minutes. Then we tested him again about 10, 15 minutes after the treatment. And we dropped him down from 950 to like 320 or something. So he got back down to normal range. And I spoke to him the next day. How did you feel? Because he's in to see us a few days in a row. And he said, well, I can't believe how much better I feel. I slept well. My aches have gone away, that kind of stuff. So people with high levels of oxidative stress, hydrogen's incredible for them. People that work out a lot, people that train a lot, you don't realize when you're training, you're burning oxygen, right? Like you're breathing and you're getting that oxidative damage from training. If you do a lot of training, you're doing a lot of oxidative damage, and you're not offsetting that with your ability to counteract that oxidative stress. Then hydrogen's an amazing way to fix that. I mean, it's almost instantaneous. Like I say, we measured people's blood tests before and after. I mean, a huge response. So everybody respond to it. Everybody will have a good, the healthier you are, the fitter and healthier you are, probably the less likely you are to need it. But if you're training really hard, if you are sick, if you're not full of energy, if you're not eating well and you're smoking or you're flying and all that kind of stuff, you're getting oxidative stress, then it's amazing. It's an amazing intervention. It really is.
Because of such a fast impact it has on the body, like you talk about with red light, if you're already kind of healthy, then maybe once a week as a top up type of thing. Is it the same kind of thing here with this hydrogen? Like, how often should someone be having it? Obviously there's different user scenarios, but I mean, let's go back to just general public for now, because that's kind of where a lot of people need to understand about longevity.
First of all, you've got to think about the delivery mechanism. So if you're just drinking hydrogen water, that's a whole different ballgame than hydrogen inhalation. So around a 20-minute session of hydrogen inhalation is equivalent to around about 20,000 liters of hydrogen water. So there's no comparison. You're going to spend all year drinking water. You might have an electrolyte imbalance after that. So if we're talking about hydrogen inhalation, I mean, the hydrogen water you can take every day if you want to do that. If you've got one of those, you get in those tablets, or you've got that hydrogen bottle thing, whatever they are, you could drink that every day, a couple of times a day, no problem at all. If you're taking the hydrogen gas, again, if you're in a real tired and real disease state, the rule of thumb for us is just try it. If you feel better, come back 3 or 4 days later and do it again. And if you get to the stage where you come in and, if you did 20 minutes on hydrogen inhalation and you didn't feel anything, well, you probably don't need to do it. Maybe come in and do it once every 2 weeks or once a month or something. Yeah.
Okay, because there's so many trends, there's so many different fads, or there's so many different stories out there when it comes to health. In fact, the whole thing of longevity now is becoming a talking point. What people should look to as far as first when it comes to their wellness or longevity, because I think it's more about that. It is about the whole how to be active for longer in life. Not necessarily just see it about the length of life, but the activity. So I think, like say, we talk about it again, hit those basics, your cardiovascular, your resistance training, your food, your sleep, and then just try a few things, like you can go to clinics, maybe they'll do an assessment on you, or go and try some red light therapy or some cold plunge or hydrogen or something, and see, if you get a really good effect and you feel good, then keep doing it until you don't notice the effect anymore. And going to retreats and going to, like a couple of days away and stuff. Like anytime you do that and you focus on yourself and you kind of get away from all the hustle bustle and you just have some kind of time to look after it, that's going to be a great impact as well. And if you go to a retreat or a clinic and you try 3 or 4 different things and one of the things really resonates with you, it's probably a good thing to keep doing for a while, I think. Yeah. That's a huge thing though, isn't it? Because so many people talk about like, oh, you should do this or you should do that. The reality is we're all unique. We're all Homo sapiens, but I mean, we still have differences of so many different things, from a mental to physical state. And so different things will work or have different effects on different people. So that trial and error.
And what tends to happen is people, they try something and they like it, so they think it's going to work for everybody. Oh, I did cold plunge, I love it. You have to do it.
Literally,
okay.
Which is such a common expression from never mind professionals, but just enthusiasts. This is going to change your life. Maybe it will, maybe it won't.
Maybe it won't. So like you say, but I think like you say, everybody's different. Everybody responds differently, and it's really hard to do a blood test to find out how well you're going to respond to cold plunge or red light therapy and stuff. So I think, like I say, hit your basics, do it well, and then just try some stuff. How your budget is, how your time is. If you want to go and try it with some friends and give it a go. And if it feels great and your body responds well and you wake up the next day and you go, wow, I feel much better, or straight after the treatment you feel fantastic, it's probably addressing a deficit or some kind of issue that your body's responded well to it. And if you try it and you don't like it, then you don't need to go back. But I think just the idea of being mindful and focused on trying to do something for longevity and trying to improve your wellness and try to improve how you feel, that's a massive step in the right direction, you know.
Yeah, hugely. I think we've covered so much in today's chat.
Hope so.
There's a lot of value there for people. In saying that, like when you're watching those guys, chuck comments in the comment section, because there is, I think, we've actually literally only had a surface level. There is a deep ocean out there. There are so many different things, and within these different spaces we've talked about alone. I mean, you go into sleep, you go to red light, you can go into hydrogen so much deeper, and so many different applications for people as well. What's I suppose the one word of advice, the one last piece of advice from yourself, mate, when it comes to either looking into their wellness or their longevity? Obviously, variety is a way key, but what's the one thing you'd say? Is you got something you want people to try? You say you want people.
Look, I think just do something, right? Like, just don't be afraid to start something and try something. Just the idea of being conscious of your well-being and longevity, you know, that's a huge part of it. Don't put it off till tomorrow. And if you're not sure what to do, you know, there's plenty of resources online. There's, you know, if you don't have the budget to spend some money, just go out and start walking and doing a bit of exercise. And, you know, there's plenty of free resources online. But I think that first step is just take a step, you know, like if you're worried about it. If you're an experienced person who's got the basics nailed, you know, go to one of those clinics, try a red light, try a cold plunge, try whatever thing that you kind of think will be kind of cool to try, and just give it a go. But just that basic fact of doing something and wanting to look after yourself and wanting to kind of get better every day, I think that's a massive start. It's really important.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's probably now you've said it, the biggest mistake people make is they wait too long. They procrastinate.
Yeah.
And it's like,
yeah. The sooner you do it, you know, the sooner you get a good base level, and the sooner you look after your health, the better. You know, it's harder to do it when you're 85 than when you're like 35. You know, like you can do it when you're 85. I've seen people do that, but it's much better. The sooner you do it, the better it is.
Yeah, 100%, man. Can people get a hold of you anywhere? I mean, I know you're flying around the world. You're off anywhere.
Yeah.
Or they just leave comments and we get a hold of you later.
Yeah, look, leave comments. Yeah, leave comments, and no worries, mate. Leave comments. If someone gets hold of you and wants to get hold of me, you can connect this kind of stuff. Brilliant. I'll sooner or later I'll get an Instagram thing. I haven't really done that yet, but I must do that. It's one of those
in Aussie, isn't it? At the moment,
I don't know what it is, mate. I don't do anything of that, so
TikTok
I really
or something like
that. Yeah, probably TikTok. I don't know, but I'll get an Instagram account or something, and if I get that sorted, I'll fling it through to you. But yeah, anybody has comments and stuff, just message you and
put on a pigeon with a little bit of a wrap paper around it. I'll send it to you. Rob's pigeon. Just that way.
Put it on a bat, mate. There's plenty of those in Australia, I tell you.
Awesome. Appreciate that, man. Really appreciate your time, and always
my pleasure.
It's really interesting to just dive into your mind and to get that knowledge. So it's amazing, mate. Awesome.
Cool, mate. My pleasure. Hope it's been useful, huh?
Hey guys, welcome along to another episode on FFP Travels. Today we're going to talk about the empowerment of women and lifting, and I suppose the topic has come around when people think about women lifting or women exercising, the society stigma that's put on, the pressure that's put on, and we brought in a lady who's started off an initiative, a community, a brand, a company, and an empire. Girls Lift Girls. So welcome on, Gemma. Thanks for joining me.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I'm really excited to be here.
It's going to be a very exciting topic to talk about, something that's in some ways a little bit taboo, or some people are scared to talk about. Where I want to kind of lift this off is like the Girls Lift Girls. Just give people a quick intro to what is Girls Lift Girls and why you started it.
So Girls Lift Girls is a community for women in fitness. Our tagline is building strength in community. What we want to try and do is get women involved in fitness as much as possible, surround women with people who are involved in fitness, not only to grow the strength of the individual, but to continue to grow the strength of the community within it. So what that looks like is we have communities not only in Dubai, but in Sydney, in Brisbane, and in Hong Kong. So it's really exciting that we're sort of growing this movement across the world as much as possible, and showcasing women lifting across different cultures as well. So we're really excited about how much it's grown in such a short period of time. And myself and my friend Sophie co-founded it only in May last year.
Why? So the question is, why start? What was the purpose behind it when you first idea flicked into your mind?
So it started initially when myself, Sophie, and Noor, we were all training at CrossFit Alive together we decided to take a reel of us doing our Saturday sweat. And we wanted an Instagram caption, to be honest. And we said, what should we caption it? And we said, oh, girls lift girls, because that kind of works. We're lifting each other, we're empowering each other, we're lifting, and it all sort of works. And the following weekend, we went to a women's fitness competition in Dubai, and we sort of looked around. We knew some people, but we actually realized that we didn't know many of the girls who were there. When you're involved in a team sport, like all of us have been involved in rugby, netball, etc., you're all there working towards a common goal. You're meeting the people around you, and you're all working towards something that you all want to achieve to win. Sometimes in the gym, you don't have that. You go to the gym, you put your headphones in, you work, and you do stuff yourself, which is great. And it also works for some people as well. But we wanted a platform that those women could get together and share their stories, share their experiences, and also have that ability to challenge each other, push each other, say, maybe just put an extra 2.5 kilograms on the bar. Why not? So we kind of wanted it from there. And between the three of us, when we first started speaking about it, we've had very different journeys within sport. I won't go into telling theirs, but I can tell you a little bit about mine. So I was brought up as very athletic, wanted to be an elite netballer, but I also loved dancing. I was involved in theatre schools, was always on the stage, but I struggled a little bit with what the performance versus aesthetic was like between dance and trying to be an elite athlete. So it seems weird now looking back at photos of myself thinking I was so much more athletic and bigger than these other girls around me, because at the time I actually wasn't. But in my head, I felt so much bigger than these other girls. I felt way more muscular, and I wasn't that petite figure that a lot of people were trying to be. And sort of as I've grown up, being involved in netball and then touch rugby and then rugby sevens, I then recently found CrossFit. And I think being in an environment where you're surrounded by really strong women who love being powerful and want to be powerful and enjoy that part of it and enjoy the process, it's been a massive shift for me to understand actually how important my body, how important the function of my body is rather than what it looks like, especially as I had a surgery on my knee recently. I think that really put into perspective that importance of how my body works rather than what it looks like. So between myself, Sophie and Noor, we were having these conversations about our own individual experiences of that performance versus aesthetic mindset and what that looks like now, and some of the stories that we've all experienced looking certain ways and comments that people have made. But at the end of the day, Girls If Girls was for the women who have had those experiences or even not had those experiences and want to understand more about how that might impact them or how it has impacted them in a different way.
Hey there, if you're finding this episode inspiring, you're finding it useful, applicable, we would love you to be part of the community. There's power in community, there's power in numbers. And by subscribing to the channel that you're watching this on or listening to this on, or sharing it with people that you know that may help benefit them, will only help us find more people within the community to help it grow, to support people to live an active and adventurous lifestyle. So if you don't mind, it would mean a lot if you just push subscribe, push like, and share it with someone that is going to help today. That's where I want to definitely go down first, like obviously with you and your experiences.
Yeah.
And it's still a space that's evolving, changing, and there needs to be more initiatives and communities out there to support this. The stigma, first of all, the first main stigma is that aesthetic is skinny. Like beautiful is skinny. That's what the whole world tries to throw out there, magazines trying to throw out there. Yeah. There was movements about plus models that was coming 5 years ago kind of thing. But still the muscular side of woman. And just recently actually, Michaela Blythe from she was talking about like her shoulders, like massive. She's got great shoulders, like amazing. But like for her, she was ashamed to wear certain clothes because of her muscularity. But then she's an unbelievable, incredible, like looks fantastic anyway. But I mean, her performance side is unbelievable. What she can do on the rugby field is just nearly second to none, type of thing. When it comes back to you and your personal experiences, because this is what we're going to touch on, is like that understanding of this is how I felt. What is it that you were feeling like you were so much bigger than these girls? So what was it? Wasn't just that you're feeling bigger, right? What was it? What comes along with that? It's not like okay, like Michaela, she's got big shoulders. She wasn't just thinking, I've got big shoulders.
Yeah.
It was underlying things that she was, minds or thoughts that were going through herself.
Yeah, absolutely. I think especially when I was like going through that phase of like dancing, but also wanting to be an elite athlete, I'm comparing myself to other girls in leotards who are very petite, very graceful. And for me, when you're trying to buy clothes or leotards or costumes and you're getting fitted all the time, and you know that you're bigger than those other girls, it just eats at you. You just think that you're big, and therefore you take up so much space, and therefore you're an eyesore on the stage. Sometimes I felt like especially with some of the costumes that we had to wear, it's like, oh, I have to get a slightly different costume because I need to, for example, cover my boobs, or I have to get a slightly different jacket because my shoulders are that little bit bigger. And even now, I think that getting sizes in clothes, a lot of the gym wear brands here, they have extra small, small, medium, large, extra large. No one wants to be called large. No one wants to be called extra large. But actually, that doesn't necessarily mean you're big. That doesn't mean that you are. I think it has that connotation of being fat and overweight.
Yeah.
And it needs to change, and it has to stop because it's making women feel like they're not worthy, that they're not in that ideal space of beauty and that femininity that makes women feel the way they feel. And I think for me, being in an athletic figure and having those muscles that other girls around me I didn't feel had at the time, it made me feel like people were looking at me in a different way. And sometimes different is scary. And I think that's probably how that has affected me.
What I mean, how it was different in your mind? When you say different, they're looking at you different. Like how different?
Like you're looking at all these ballerinas who are size 0 with no chest, and they're the model figure. And then you get to myself, who was more of an athletic figure, who had boobs, who had shoulders. And when you're there trying to be graceful and balletic, I ended up not doing ballet because I was much better at doing the hip hop, musical theatre, tap, because I was kind of afraid to do ballet and be in that situation where I was compared to being dainty and small and petite.
Yeah.
So I just avoided it. I didn't do it because I actually didn't feel like I fit in that environment, which is actually probably the first time I've reflected and thought about that's probably the reason why I didn't do ballet at the time. Because
what got you into there? Because obviously parents, environment, peer groups, like what made you go into want to go into dance or ballet? To get there in the first place, like what got you there in the first place? And then
to be honest, I love performing. I love performing. It wasn't necessarily about just dance. It was about the whole process of being on the stage and showcasing like what I could do and having that sense of freedom on the stage. And I really, really enjoyed it. But that's also the same reason why I love sport, is being out there, showing what I can do, trying to figure out, like trying to showcase the best version of myself as well. But my parents were very, very supportive of me growing up. I think I was one of those kids that you can ask me now, have you learnt this? Have you done this? And I was like, yeah, my parents took me to quite a lot of things and gave me exposure to all these different sports. I did cricket, swimming, athletics. They took me to netball. I played hockey. I went to dance. I went to theatre school. And I went horse riding. I did all these random sports, and they gave me a really, really amazing opportunity to figure out what suited me best. And I think that's one thing that girls, as you get older, you get worried about doing. I think it's really interesting at the moment. There's this big push of this girls in their running era. And so many girls come to me and they say, oh, I hate running. I'm like, well, then don't do
Why
running.
Are you running? Yeah.
Don't run. There is a million sports out there that you can go and do and try. And I think that's also what we are trying to do with Girls If Girls, is we're putting on all of these different opportunities for women to go and try CrossFit. We've had paddle boarding. We're going to eventually do some like paddle tennis. We've done some yoga. We're going to do some Pilates. Like, we're trying to find strength in every single woman, whatever that looks like to them.
Yeah.
Obviously, building an environment where you don't feel scared to go and do those things, that's the process that we're trying to push.
Okay, so then it's like passion for anyone is what motivates people to do stuff. So if you enjoy it, you love it, it's great. But when you're in an environment, and environments can either build you up or pull you down. You found an environment that, in this case, pulled you down, or do you think it was the environment, or do you think it was the the outlook or the perception you put on that environment, because other people are looking at you like, what are you talking about? You're crazy.
Yeah.
Like, why are you saying this?
Yeah.
No. So
I don't necessarily think it was an environmental thing that girls were looking at me like having that opinion, but I feel like because of social media that maybe came in, well, social media became a big thing when I was 14, in the peak of that whole time where you're trying to figure out who you are, what you're supposed to look like, what you're supposed to like, who you're supposed to hang out
how
with.
to fit into the world type of thing.
Yeah. So I think for me, it was the perception of people looking in. As I said, I think I did a post about this recently, and I was trying to find images of myself dancing, and I was thinking, oh, people must think I'm so arrogant, or people must think I'm like, I have no idea what that looks like, because you look back at the photos and I really know there's not much difference between me and the other girls around me. But at the time, I just felt like I was just big and I took up space. But I think it is just the perception that I put on myself. And but that's also what we're trying to change, is we're trying to get girls to be supportive of each other so that they don't have that perception that people are judging them. I think often girls are very quick to compare themselves to others. I think they pit themselves against each other quite a lot of the time because of outside social variables and hierarchy and things like that. And so that's exactly why we're trying to like build strength in the community so that the women around are there to support each other. That's our main goal.
Do you find it differently in a space like Dubai, known for the quickest, the tallest, the largest, the biggest, the flashiest and stuff like that? Do you find it's harder for women here, or?
I think women are scared to be embarrassed. I know I'm scared to be embarrassed. I try and be impressive in a lot of things that I do. And sometimes if I'm not, I get a bit into my shell, because I'm not used to not being good at things. I always, if I want to be good at something, I will lock in and I will try and be really good at things. And I think sometimes gym environments don't often allow you the space to fail. And sometimes that's what you need. You need to figure out how to do things in order to get better. Sometimes I think if you're not failing, then you're not really trying hard enough.
100%.
And sometimes I see that in the gym, and sometimes girls can go in and they can do their session and they look like they've not done anything. And I think also women can be like sexualized often, especially in a gym space. And some people can feel uncomfortable with that. But likewise, some people will be like, oh, well, I don't want to look too sweaty or be like grunting or dying on the floor, because that's not something that is perceived as a sexy thing or a attractive thing. But I almost think that ambition and having that drive and that raw power to go that 1% extra is incredibly attractive. And I think that's what the narrative needs to change, is it shouldn't just be about going in and cruising. I think it should be a real exploration of, wow, what can my body do? And how can I find a space where I can explore that without feeling like I have this external judgment on me?
It's the word about to say was hilarious, but it's not, because for me personally, I think it's the sexiest thing in the world. So when women say like things like this, like want to be petite, it's like, like obviously I'm a performance athlete, and I'm the same. Like I've got the mentality of I want to do the best that I absolutely can, not just on the sports field, but in life. That's just me, right? And I know, and maybe it's just my environment, but every guy I talk to is the same kind of thing. So why I say this is because when women put this stigma, perception, judgment on themselves, and there's the whole thought of the world says this, but this is because of, again, you can just talk from your experience or what you've other woman. Is it coming from because I want to look good in front of males, I want to go in front of females, I want to go in front of my friends? Where's that block or that judgment facing? Like you're saying, like they don't want to sweat in front of someone. Is it because, obviously it's judgment. Is it just judgment from anybody? Is it judgment from the opposite sex? Is it judgment from myself? Is it judgment from other women?
I honestly don't know who you could pin it on, apart from like your own perception of who matters to you in that environment, I guess. I think you've also got to understand across different cultures, that's also judgment from parents and judgment from peers as well, and family members. Like I remember, and like my dad knows this, and I've spoken to him about this before. Even when I was growing up, my dad was like, "Oh, don't lift too many weights, or you might get a look a little bit muscular or a bit masculine." And to me, that I don't really know if that actually impacted me at the time, but I remember him speaking to me about that before. And I know that from Sophie, with her like background in Chinese culture, and even with our community growing across Hong Kong, the spectrum from Hong Kong to Australia, with probably Dubai is somewhere in the middle, is incredible, because the cultural differences between our communities is actually quite vast. And the events that we're putting on in different places is very different because of the clientele we have in those places. Trying to get women in Australia to lift barbells is a lot easier than getting women in Hong Kong to lift barbells, just because of the environment that they were brought up in. So I think that judgment can come from anything depending on what you care about massively.
What are some of the stories then you're hearing? And again, it's only, May 24?
Yeah.
May 24. Since then to hear, I mean, obviously in some of these places already, like different nations already, what are some of the stories you hear from around this topic that women, what freedom are they feeling? What understanding are they getting from the same perceptions they've obviously put on themselves? Like this is why people are coming together, right? Because it's obviously, I don't want to say a problem, but it's obviously an issue in their minds, because if you didn't feel like this way, if you felt confident, you wouldn't be looking for that support. You wouldn't be looking for that community. But obviously, it's very obvious that this community is growing very fast because they want the support, because they want to either support themselves or supporting others. So what are some of the stories that you're hearing?
Yeah, so we've been really, really lucky that we've had some incredible athletes that have been part of our panels. A lot of what our workouts and community events involve is a workout where we get the girls together to support each other and do a workout or be part of a session in different forms. And then we often have a panel or a speaker or multiple different women who converse and talk about their own experience. Our most recent one was with Gymshark here in Dubai.
Oh, yes,
and we had 6 different women. Oh yeah, it was incredible. We sold it out.
Wicked, very cool.
It was amazing. But the theme was strength in every chapter, and I was really proud of this sort of campaign because we had a female doctor, we had a lady who was practicing Ramadan, we had 2 women who've recently had children within like the last year or to 6 months, as well as a young female athlete as well. And so hearing their perceptions of how their mindset of strength has changed over time, from puberty to pre-pregnancy to pregnancy to post-pregnancy to menopause, as well as like young athletes who are fully invested in wanting to get stronger. It's incredible hearing how that has changed. From the other side of the world, when I went to Australia to run an event at LSKD for International Women's Day, we had this girl called Xanthi, and she is a Red Bull cliff diver. And obviously she was talking about her experience going from initially was swimming into diving. Well, she was a gymnast into diving, and her experience was her parents forced her into doing diving, and she was terrified of heights.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And she still is terrified of heights, which I think is incredible. And one of the things that she said that has literally stuck with me is just to do what scares you. And it's one of my favorite things, because I think it massively is a really important thing that we can push at Girls If Girls. If you're just like, if you're worried about trying something, just try it, because afterwards it'll probably be one of the proudest moments. And the last one that I'd like to just bring up is Sarah Sig. She trains at our gym. She is Icelandic, and she is an incredible CrossFit athlete. She's been to the games. And me and her have had some very, very funny exchanges about our experience at airports.
Okay, yeah.
For some reason, airport seems to be the place where we get comments about our body. I say we, but like I have personally, as have her. From my own personal story, even when I just came back from Australia, I was putting my bag onto the carousel for the guy to check it in, and he asked me how much I benched. And I was like, I said, probably more than you. But honestly, like these comments and these things, like Sarah has spoken to me about the fact that someone thought she was Hulk Hogan because she has bright blonde hair and is muscular. I've been mistaken for Ronda Rousey here in Dubai.
Oh, really?
And it's just crazy some of the things that different people have experienced. But I genuinely just think it showcases that being muscular isn't normal, and it needs to be normalized in society for people to ask you. I've been asked, could you beat me up when I was walking to the beach? I've been asked how much I benched. I was asked if I was going to compete, if I've done bodybuilding before. And I look at myself and think, do I have body dysmorphia? Because I don't see myself as this ridiculously, outrageously muscular girl. But for people to come and approach me and make those comments, it's like, is that something on me? But I would say probably a couple of years ago, I've been kind of offended by it. But now I feel really proud of it because I'm like, yeah, I work really hard.
Yeah.
And I love what my body can do. Maybe I could beat you up, but I'm not going to. And yeah, maybe I could outbench
maybe
you.
like it.
Yeah. Maybe I could bench more than you, and how impressive would that be? So I think of it as a positive thing, but I think it also depends on who you are. But yeah, those are some quite funny stories about different women's experiences and like views on it, and especially hearing that from some elite athletes, it does give you peace of mind as well.
Because what is it that, I suppose, let's say young girls or even women, what are they seeing in the world that's giving them this thought process, this perception to first go like, I need to be skinny if I want to be beautiful?
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like the social media was the start of it. I think Instagram caused a massive ruck in what beauty looks like. And you look back at,
sorry, can I ask him what should beauty look like? I mean,
I feel it's like size 0 US models, girls growing up on watching America's Next Top Model, thinking this is what beauty looks like. And especially those programs identifying plus size models as girls who are size 8 and above. Like that puts a real like seed in your brain about, okay, well, if I'm a size 8, I'm plus sized. So women.
Well, it means you're overweight. I mean, is that what you're thinking?
Well, I don't know. I guess that's up for perception. But when they're explaining that plus size models are women who are size 8 and over, it definitely puts that into your brain, being like, well, if I want to be a model, if I want to be showcased on a magazine, I need to be this size. So I think that could also be a potential thing. But I also feel as I do think it is changing. And I think that especially on social media, a lot of influencers are using their platform to promote healthy living. But I almost think that it's going a little bit far in that it's forcing women to count calories and lose weight. And the idea of a healthy body still is to make sure you're in a calorie deficit. And especially for us women, they're like, oh yeah, intermittent fasting. Actually, if you look at research, there's so many problems with women doing intermittent fasting and having a low calorie diet because it massively impacts the female athlete triad, and it can impact your hormones and it can impact your bone density. And I feel like this whole idea that you need to be skinny to be beautiful is actually probably having some health like detriments on women as well.
Yeah, massively.
And I think that's really important for women to know and understand how to train in a way that's healthy, which is also why we want to educate women on different ways that you can train and have a healthy, balanced diet and a healthy, balanced lifestyle.
So my next question for you is what's beautiful in your mind when it comes to a female? What was and what is? Because obviously this is a change now for you.
I mean, what was definitely to be as tiny as I could be. I felt like there was a point of time.
You mean thin or less fat or just
I think to be thin.
No
I
muscle
think that sort of idea of being thin, being able to wear anything. I remember being like, you could wear anything from Zara and you would still look amazing. And in my head, I was like, I could never just wear anything because it will make my shoulders look big, it will make my chest look big, it will make my legs look big. For ages, I couldn't wear jeans because my quads were bigger than my hips. So I'd either have jeans that were too big on my waist or were too small. And so I felt like I didn't fit in anything because my legs were so strong. But in my head at the time, it was like, oh, my legs are so big and I don't have a curve like other girls do. Like I had to wear leggings for a lot of the time because I couldn't find jeans that fit my body type. But I think now I think beauty for me is having confidence in whatever you have. I think being able to show that you have confidence in your own body is one of the most beautiful things possible. And I think whether that is you finding a really healthy balance of training and eating, and I think it's really hard to define beauty because it comes in all shapes, sizes, and colors. And I think the fact that we are now showcasing that on a much broader level, it gives every girl who's growing up the opportunity to find what their beautiful is.
Well, that's where I find this, I suppose it's nearly hard to believe, because beautiful is in the eye of the beholder.
Oh, absolutely.
You know what I mean? So then when people put this massive judgment on themselves, and females in this case, and they talk about, oh, my shoulders, my back, my chest, my legs are too big. And it's funny what you just said there, because like in some ways, I suppose, okay, so before being an athlete, and if you talk about females, and I know I've got a lot of friends that talk about their breast size, and they're like saying whether they're an athlete or non-athlete, it seems like non-athletes want to have bigger breasts and athletes want to have smaller breasts. Yeah. It's like, we're never happy. Well, you know, what's going on?
I think that is it. Like, you look even across, I spoke about the cultural differences across our communities. Like, I remember I lived in Thailand for a year. I worked at a sports academy over there, and you could buy whitening cream for your skin. And women over there, they want to be as pale as possible. Girls over here, they want to be as tanned as possible. Yeah. Like, I was even thinking the other day, I was like, oh, maybe I would try and get my hair curly. And one of the girls was complaining that her hair doesn't dry quick enough and would like my hair. And it's just, I think everyone wants
males go through the same thing as well. But no,
I think there is, I think, as you said, beauty is massively in the eye of the beholder. And I think it's just learning to, you as the beholder, to find the beauty that you have in yourself and run with it. I think you look in the mirror and you look and find things you don't like about yourself. And I remember having those.
Super easy to do.
Yeah, very easy to do, because actually it's a lot easier to find flaws. If I was to ask myself, what are my 3 weaknesses, I could probably tell them. But if you to say,
what are they?
No, let's not do that now. Let's not do that now. But if you were to ask me my strengths, I would probably find it a bit harder to find like positivity in myself. Now, probably more so than a couple of years back, don't get me wrong, but it's a lot easier to pick flaws in yourself than it is to find the beauty that you have with yourself as well.
There lays the problem as far as like the ability to be able to share, the ability to be able to talk about it openly.
Yeah.
And that's where people put themselves into this unbelievable world of, if I say this, I'm going to get judged.
Yeah.
I've got big shoulders and I don't want to tell anybody. I don't want to speak about it.
Yeah.
But as soon as they do, oh, wow, you have the same thought? You think you got big shoulders too? And it allows people to open up, which is like what you're doing with the Girls Love Curls is the massive reason behind it. It's a safe space to open up. Where is that, in your opinion, where is that block for people to be able to open up? Like, and I've got this whole thing about if you want to truly be yourself, you need to be true to yourself by first just saying what you feel. Yeah. Just be honest. Like, otherwise you're living with this mask on until you lift that mask off, you won't have true freedom in your life, right? And so with females, obviously, and males too, but I mean, with the female side of it, how do you lift the mask off? How do you build the confidence to be strong enough as a woman to share? Because women share more than men do. I mean, men don't talk to each other about open the thing. With women, it's quite common. I'm not a woman, but I mean, you know, I go through the battles as a male to be able to openly share. And over in probably the last 2 years, it's like, just I don't even care. Like I'll just share. Yeah. Makes them feel uncomfortable sometimes, but you know, for women it's different because it's so much easier to share. So why is there still that issue or that struggle to open up about themselves or to judge themselves so much harder? Yeah, because they have the support groups.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think that, as you said, women are much better at sharing, and I feel like I think women are now more aware of the fact that women have gone through the same thing and have experienced the same feelings. And I do feel like it is changing and women can speak more about how they feel. But being vulnerable is really difficult because it showcases part of you that you don't often showcase to the world. I know I'm a big oversharer. I tell people a lot of stuff about myself and my thoughts and my feelings,
Mm-hmm.
and just experiences. But also sometimes, for example, I wrote down this big paragraph about one of the reasons, kind of like one of my origin stories for Girls If Girls, about the fact it's like, I know I have big boobs, and that unfortunately for me at the time made me feel big and not very athletic. And then like my friends like Sophie was like, oh, well, yeah, but you have big boobs. Like every girl wants big boobs. And I'm like, but for me, that was a really big trigger.
Mm-hmm.
And so finding that balance of like, oh, I feel like I'm complaining to you about something that actually you like or you want. I remember when I was traveling with one of my friends, she asked to borrow a top from me, and she put it on and was like, oh, I can't wear this. This is too big.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, and then she put on her own top and went, oh, I feel so big in this. And it's like, okay, I understand you feel big in this. And in that moment, I was like, do you understand that by you wearing something of mine and saying it was too big, and then you putting on your own clothes that are 3 sizes too small, like smaller than me, and then saying you're big, that actually makes me feel even worse. But like being able to have that conversation and trying not to cause problems with girls, I think especially, it is difficult. But I think if we can just normalize the fact of having those difficult conversations, girls don't want to be judged. Girls sometimes keep their cards a bit close to their chest because they said they don't want to say the wrong thing or hurt people's feelings. I think it's just normalizing and having conversation where you can just be like, I understand, and this is how I feel. And I think that is something that we can really promote.
So how honest are these conversations? Like when women do openly talk to each other, how honest are the conversations then? Because from what you're saying, it feels like the conversation probably is. I know when a guy talks to a guy, it's ridiculously honest.
Mm-hmm.
It's just pure raw.
Yeah.
Like there's no about hiding feelings. Once he opens up, he'll open up.
Yeah.
But then like you're saying here is that sometimes what it feels like you're saying is that women don't open up. They talk more, but they don't actually open up truly about how they're feeling. Is that correct to say? Or
I think it depends. Like obviously with the Girls If Girls community, we are trying to encourage women to talk more about how they feel and their experience in the fitness space. Now, we're not expecting women who are strangers to start opening up about all their childhood trauma immediately, but like girls have their close friends, and you can air that with your close friends. But it's almost having that environment at Girls If Girls where one of the things we did a Valentine's Day pizza night, and with all of our pizzas, there was a little question that asked you something that maybe you wouldn't have even thought to question or thought about asking, and we just asked the girls to have those conversations with someone they felt comfortable with. We don't necessarily need them to talk to every single girl in the community about it, but there's girls who were there who turned up alone. There was girls who were there who were in a partner, and whether they're having that conversation with someone super close to them, or they've actually met a girl as part of this community and they've actually bonded over the fact that they actually had a similar experience, that's what we're trying to push. And so obviously finding someone or finding a space where you're comfortable to share openly and have those deeper conversations, I think is really important. And that's why we don't just want to do a workout. Well done, you've improved your confidence in lifting. See you later. We want it to be
there's lots of underlying issues actually that you need to get into.
Strength in every single aspect. Having the strength to have the conversation, having the strength to lift a barbell, having the strength to actually say, I found that really hard, and actually I don't really know if I have the confidence to do this, and being able to then go and speak to someone about it. Like we want to build strength in the ability to have those conversations as well as the physical strength and the physical side of it as well.
In the world, I suppose you want to say, no, put it like this, women have this, I don't want to lift heavy because I'm going to get big muscles.
Oh, yep.
It's a very common, very, very common.
Yeah.
It's the battle that everyone kind of goes through. What is it that, what's the why? What's the whole thing with the big muscles? Is it because it get beauty? Is it judgment? Is it not being able to find a partner? Is it hair? What is that one?
I think I honestly can't put my finger on it. But if I was to sort of make a guess, or based on experiences and conversations that I've had with women, It's I don't want to look too muscular because it's associated with being masculine. And it's also associated, I think, with physical sports, and it's associated with being aggressive and associated with being maybe angry, being in a wrestling, boxing situation that shows a different side of strength. I've had a conversation with a girl before and I said, oh, I've not seen you at the gym in ages. And she was like, yeah, I don't do upper body sessions anymore because I've got my wedding in 6 weeks and I don't want my arms to get too muscular. And in my head, I was like,
cringing
what?
right now. Cringing.
What? I was like, I want my arms to be muscular, but women have different ideas of what beauty is, and we're not here expecting that we're going to change that overnight. But we want our platform to be a space where you look at someone else who is muscular and be like, that's normal, and that's beautiful, and that's okay. And I'd like to look like that. And having inspirational people in our community who look like that, who break that idea that being muscular is masculine. We want to redefine what strength looks like. Especially for me, I'm very much a girly girl. I know I have muscles, but I love getting dressed up and I love showcasing what I can do being in the gym, lifting heavy, but also getting dressed up and having a nice dress on and heels and being that ultra feminine side of it as well. But I think I think it's the fact that muscles are associated with masculinity, muscles are associated with being big and taking up space. And we spoke about Michaela before, but like the Ilona Maher effect, I think has had a massive impact on girls, especially across the US, about what that looks like. So I think we're on a really positive trajectory of changing it. I think there is so much work that we still can do. And as I said, the spectrum between different cultures is crazy big. So it's just going to be really exciting to see how we can make a positive impact to women across all of our communities.
When it comes to the fitness, lifting, this is, I suppose, the kind of center point because the world's becoming more aware about fitness, health, and they're more conscious about their health as well because they want longevity. I mean, the world's changing, people living longer. Fitness becomes a big part of that. There's a lot of education out there about how strength improves your way of life as you become older as well. There's also going to be a balance in people's minds. I don't think there does, but people want to have this balance of, okay, I need to be healthy, I need to be fit. You're saying I need to be stronger in order to have a better way of life. But then I don't want to lift because I'm going to look too big. So they're under this wall,
Seems like it's catch-22.
literally but like you get into the gym environment and you lift, but still within a gym environment, there's still the same stigma of I don't want to lift too heavy, I don't want to go too hard, I don't want to sweat, because it's improper. I don't want to, like you just mentioned earlier about falling onto the floor, doesn't look feminine as a way. Numbers create change because numbers bring power to people. Is it the only way to do that to get more numbers? Or is there other ways that people can feel more comfortable with themselves, to be themselves, to perform better, and not to have to worry about, oh, look, I want to be a lady, I want to be so feminine, Is there something else that they can do besides that, away from the gym, to build their confidence in your mind?
I just think being everyone's biggest cheerleader and being there to support every woman on whatever journey they're on in fitness. I think it's so important that we are supporting the women around us and the men around us on whatever journey they're taking. Because it's not, it's a positive movement. We want it to be the fact that girls see other girls in the gym and you go, that's amazing. You're doing so well. And having that ability to give someone a compliment, which is sometimes quite difficult. And as I said, I think the best way to do it is to support each other. I think numbers helps because you feel like you're part of something. And I think that's why Girls of Girls is growing, because you feel like you're part of some of like-minded women who have all experienced same thing. They're all going towards a common goal, which is to be the best version of themselves in whatever that looks like. So I think strength in numbers is always going to be beneficial, because if you have women all singing from the same hymn sheet about the positivity of the women around you, it's going to make you feel positive about yourself.
100%. what is it for you that you've got to do daily, or you've got to talk to people, read certain things? What are you trying to do to get to that space of freedom, I suppose it is, and the mental freedom?
I definitely don't think I'm there yet. I don't know if anyone ever is there.
Totally. We never will be.
But I think for me, it's just embodying everything that I stand for. And I try and treat myself like my own best friend. That's something that I read in a book called The Kindness Method a while ago. And I try and apply it to myself if I'm having a bad day. If I was my own best friend and I'm telling myself, oh my God, I look so bad in that photo that they took of me at the gym. Would I say that to my friend? No. I'd say, it's like, it might not be your best photo, but look how much you've improved, or look how much weight you are lifting, or look, actually, it doesn't matter the way you look. That's a moment in time. So practicing what I preach is difficult sometimes. But as I said,
sometimes or all the time?
Sometimes.
I'd
say sometimes, because I notice my behaviors more, I feel, especially in the last couple of years. I've noticed there's like that negative talk. And sometimes if I'm having that sort of negative feeling, I've recognized it a bit quicker and I can revert back to a positive mindset. But yeah, I'd say the way in which I try and promote it is to treat myself like my own best friend, really.
Where do you feel women have the biggest weakness when it comes to sharing or being open about these privileges they have? Like, my legs are too big, I don't want to get strong.
I think the biggest thing is the judgment, is the fear of someone not feeling the same way and you feeling like you've come across an emotion that someone can't empathize with. Sometimes having those thoughts builds a bit of a barrier between you and the person you want to have a conversation with. Sometimes I find it a lot easier to have conversations with girls who I maybe would assume have had similar thought processes to those who have nothing to do with health and fitness. I have friends who aren't involved in fitness space at all. They don't go to the gym, haven't probably done anything to do with sports since we left school. And if I was to have a conversation about the way that I feel like my body looks and maybe ways in which that I have different problems with how I look, if I'm telling them about it, they might not have that same thought process. Me being like, oh, I feel like I'm too muscular. And there's a girl my friend who I'm speaking to, she never had that thought process in her mind at all. It's very hard to have that kind of conversation with people like that. Not that that's a negative thing, but then that's why we have spaces like Girls If Girls where you can have those kind of conversations. Maybe girls who have had those sort of experiences.
Obviously, the groups do help people give the freedom to speak. But like, majority of the time, we're not around these groups, right? No. That's the hardest part of it.
Yeah.
So confidence, I think, the confidence within themselves. So there's a bit of a catch-22 here as well, because they say better you are as far as your fitness. If you're more fitter you are, the healthier you are, usually the more confidence you can have. Now, for me, confidence comes from just a repetition in knowing something in anything. Like, you can be a confident speaker, but they'd be very unconfident talking one-to-one. Or you could be very confident doing lifting, but they're very unconfident doing cardio. Yeah. For another example there.
Absolutely.
So for me, like, the practice of repetition is what builds confidence in each space. But how do you get to the point of trying to build repetition when you're trying to free yourself from the judgment of, like, not big is beautiful, but athletic is beautiful, performance is beautiful as a female? Like,
yeah, I think it kind of goes back to that positive self-talk, trying to repeat that positive self-talk to yourself, saying, this is how I feel and this is a good thing. Trying to change your own mindset. Instead of, if I repeated to myself, I don't look good in the mirror, I don't look good in the mirror every single day, your confidence will diminish.
Sure, yeah.
And if you're looking at yourself in the mirror and every single day trying to find one thing that's positive about yourself, and you're repeating different things that you like about yourself, you're developing confidence in the fact that you are owning who you are and you're finding beauty in who you are, for example. And as I said, I think having that opportunity to practice skills and practice fitness and within an environment where you don't feel judged as well, and having developed the confidence almost behind closed doors, so that when you are in a space, maybe you're in a busier gym, you have that confidence. You go, actually, I can go to the squat rack and I am going to squat because I know what I'm doing and I don't feel like I need to prove myself to anyone else.
Do you think healthier women or stronger women have better relationships?
I honestly don't know if I could answer that question. I honestly don't know. I don't know.
Because like if fitness, from the parody of if fitness is supposed to improve confidence, you know, then the ability to be yourself should kind of, well, in some ways spill over into a potentially a better relationship. If the brain functions better, if the body functions better, could it deal with stresses or freedoms? Do you personally think it may help or?
I honestly, I wouldn't be able to like give you an actual scientific answer, but I feel
it's never going to be scientific.
No, I know, but I feel like having health and fitness and having something that you love and you develop your own confidence in, as said, can create confidence in yourself, and maybe that means that you have deeper connections with people because you're more confident in opening up. But as I said, I think it's finding your people and finding the people around you that you can have those connections with, developing whether it's a personal relationship or romantic relationship. You can also find that like-minded idea and develop a relationship over those sort of ideas. But I think you could have that across different aspects of your life as well.
I mean, for me, totally 100%. Fitness brings better relationships because it allows you to be fitter, to be more active, to be able to do things, be inclusive in movement with people. And usually when people are moving, they're usually more positive because there's a chemical change in the body for that. So not that it means into romantic relationships or anything like that, but I mean, as far as the relationships, I think it definitely has a better impact to deal with. If you know, even with a friendship, if you're arguing with each other, you're not feeling as confident because you're feeling down or you're lower on energy. The impact, I think, there's a massive impact from that point of view.
I didn't think of it like that, but also I guess when you're talking about like team sports as well, from coming from like a rugby background and that my experience in netball, like being able to be part of a team and understanding different people have different good days and bad days.
Massively.
I guess having a healthy, I didn't even think of it like that. That's
and
very
even
true.
the other side of it too is like the ability to be involved in the first place.
Yeah.
And be able to and it happens in sports, you know, the better you are at the sport, the more attention you'll grab from people. Like people want to talk to you because they want to either find out about how you do it, how you evolve and stuff like that. I think the reason I'm asking this is because there's more fitness competitions now available for people to get involved in.
Absolutely.
So it's not just about doing it for sport, it's about doing for fitness itself. You can compete and get involved with people and meet other people within this environment. There's opportunities to travel, not just do it locally within your gym, but maybe around your country or overseas as well. So then with women, because I think there's I suppose it's been like that with a lot of sports, and with fitness, women getting into fitness, there's less women doing the fitness, obviously, but the space of how women are growing in that fitness space, like, because the game is so competitive and there's so many more people, I think, in fitness in a ratio to men, if that makes sense. Like there's less men playing, there's more men playing most sports than there are women. But in fitness, I feel that their ratio is far closer together because it's so much more inclusive. Like the more the running events, there's more females than there is males as far as running, or cycling is the same kind of thing. Fitness events particularly, it helps. How much does that support the community for Girls Lift Girls? Like getting involved with fitness events, does all the girls, is that their kind of goals to compete or at least be involved socially?
Yeah, so I think that's a really interesting point, but what we're trying to do isn't necessarily, we don't need to force women to compete if they don't want to. We want women to do it for themselves at the end of the day. But we'd also, one thing we're really, really excited about in October is we have the Butterfly Effect coming over to Dubai. And that is a women's only CrossFit functional fitness style event that we're hosting here.
Very cool.
In collaboration with them. And Butterfly Effect really align with all of our values. And we're really excited that that's happening in October 3rd, Saturday, first weekend of Breast Cancer Awareness Month as well, which is very close to my heart too. And one thing that we're trying to do in sort of the lead up to that is monthly we're putting on workouts and activations where we are working towards that event. It's teams of 3 women. There's beginners, intermediate, and RX standard. RX is like elite in CrossFit, I guess. And we are monthly putting on these workshops for women to improve their confidence so that if they want to be involved in the competition, then they can, and they have something to work towards. So we've almost, in our community environment here in Dubai, we've given the girls that exact thing. We've given them an opportunity to be involved in a women's only competition where they're competing behind, not necessarily completely behind closed doors, but they're in a women's only environment where they're learning what competition can look like, and then it's not supposed to be crazy scary, and you can compete for fun, and it's going to be an incredibly fun, liberating, exciting event with so many women who are going to, I think, absolutely love it. So that's one thing that we are trying to do, is we're exposing those women to competing. But as I said, I think you can find joy in whatever you do within fitness. And if that does mean that you and your little group of friends go to the gym and you train and you don't compete, then that's also fine too. But we just want to normalize the fact that you can, and there's opportunity to do that, which is awesome.
Is there a point that it gets normalized?
I hope so.
Yeah.
I hope so. I feel like it is. I feel like it is shifting, but culturally it is different across. But I definitely feel like in Dubai, in the expat community, it is very normal for girls too. But we are also in Dubai, and there is a local community who are involved in the fitness space as well.
Yeah.
And there is also expat women who have different views about fitness and what beauty standards and stuff look like. So we're just trying to be a community where girls can see what we're doing and try it and see if it's something that they want to be involved with, right?
If it fits with them or doesn't fit with them, type of thing goes on there. How much of the nutrition then is it a focus for you guys on nutrition? Because obviously there's a lot of things out in the media that talk about nutrition. That's what you should eat if you want to be lean, if you want to be muscular, if you want to be whatever you want to be, particularly. Yeah. How much of it do you find, or how many? First of all, like, is nutrition a big talking point for people that want to get stronger, for females?
It is definitely a huge talking point. And as I said, I think in an environment where you're constantly told, oh, you need to count your calories and make sure you're in a deficit, it's really important that we are teaching women that if you are strength training, that you are eating properly and you're eating enough. I know, and I hold my hands up, that I am not a good eater. I really have to think about when I'm going to eat and how much I'm going to eat, because I don't eat enough food for how much I train. So again, that's one thing that I am trying to get better at myself personally. And I think that comes from my own upbringing of just not wanting to be big. But I know that actually if I want to train to get stronger, then I need to eat the amount of calories and the amount of macros in order to get stronger. For us at Girls If Girls, in the last couple of months, our main aim hasn't necessarily been nutrition, because we've been focusing on just the idea of strength training, but it is something that we are looking to push more. We have an event in a week or so's time, depending on when this comes out, which we've got different women in the community coming to speak about supplements and what creatine, the benefits of creatine, benefits of whey, BCAAs, etc., and when to take them, what to take, what to look for, even on labels. Even things like almond milk, oat milk, the fact that that's a huge fad, and actually you look at all the ingredients and is it better for you? Probably not, depending on what you buy. So it is something that we really want to push and look into, and we definitely want to do some more nutrition talks. And we have spoken to a few meal plans and different different companies in Dubai about what that looks like. But we also want to find something that really aligns with us. And so we do want to push it, because it is really important. Can
I ask about the side of when it comes to getting stronger, lifting, there's a massive talk about protein. Make sure you have enough, like a pound per kilo. Yeah. Right. And so females have this thing about a lot of salads. That's the stigma before. You want to eat salads, you want to look good, you eat salads. You don't eat meat. Yeah. So a lot of women turn to, like, there's a lot of, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of protein sources in plant foods, but, you know, a lot of people go back to the chicken, the fish, the steak. What's the kind of the talking point for females when it comes to having meat? Is there, because I'm sure that's a space where, you know, have a steak, it's fine. But then a lot of women that I know in the space don't want to have steak, which is fine. That's not the point. But I mean, the protein talk.
Yeah.
I suppose.
Honestly, it's interesting you say that because I was brought up on meat and veg and carbs. It's like, what are we having for dinner? Lamb mash veg. What are we having for dinner? Chicken, rice, veg. I was
Good hearty meals.
Yeah, I had a very bland diet as a kid, probably, but it was all just based around a protein and a carb and a veg. And sometimes I do think that the fitness space can be really overwhelming with so much research. One minute they tell you to ice bath, then they tell you, oh, don't do it too cold though. And then one minute they tell you, or too long, or too short, or make sure the bath is the right size for your body. And it's like, sometimes being basic and just doing the basics right is important. I don't necessarily feel, especially I guess in my circle of friends, that like having salads and that kind of thing is our like go-to. I think having friends who are in the rugby scene, we eat a lot of food. Yeah, like we eat a lot of food. But I think it's just doing the basics well and making sure that you're eating enough. I reckon most women who are involved in fitness probably don't eat enough. And I think that is probably one thing that I would just, if I was to encourage anyone to do anything from their nutrition, is make sure you're eating enough. Because if you're trying to lose weight and you're not eating enough, you probably won't lose weight. If you're trying to get stronger and you're not eating enough, you probably won't get stronger either. So I don't want to encourage people to count their calories and be super, super on it. But I just think be mindful of what you're eating and make sure you're doing yourself justice, whatever you're doing.
So funny you say that, because I'm like, no, you need to count. And in some ways, or at least know what's going into your body in order to be dropping, lifting,
I just think it can be triggering for some people.
Massively.
That's sort of the...
But that's the learning though, that people have to go through, and it's not going to be for everyone. People need to find their way to get to that point. Yeah. But it's like normalized. There's a lot of things you need normalized in fitness. Yeah. Lifting is one of them. I think understanding the amount of calories you put into your body, or the foods you put into your body, because the world has become from a place of, it's okay to have your chips, it's okay to have sweets, it's, have your cheat meals, have your crappy meals, or you're feeling bad, don't worry, have an ice cream, that's, we're talking about decades of habitual stuff put into people in all cultures, and to break that in a decade is, that's not going to happen. So it's going to take longer. So then females can go into that space of away from, like, it's easy for you because you've been in that space.
Yeah, absolutely.
Athletic. It's the change of, it's the people that aren't in that 1% to coming into that are used to, if I want to be beautiful, like social media, then I've got to have salads and I can't have too much. And so, a lot. Because what I want to kind of go with this is just quickly down the lines of, there is still a big battle against beauty is skinny, and that will take time. But with those small wins, need to come think about food. Yeah, they're still out. I mean, there's a big female issue of being bulimic, or going through bulimia is like that's still present in today's world. And even it comes. I know athletes that still do this. They don't want to eat too much because of exactly the same issue, or they have to feel light. Yeah, stuff like. Have you encountered people, or have you yourself gone through that, where you just like you don't want to eat something because?
Yeah, well, I definitely have friends who have experienced eating disorders. Myself personally, I haven't necessarily experienced an eating disorder, but I know when, for example, I had my knee surgery in July, I was incredibly worried about putting on weight because I wasn't training as much. I probably went to the extreme that I was training 2 hours a day, doing upper body, my right leg, anything that I possibly could to make sure that didn't happen. And I definitely got to a point where I found training very addictive. And I, again, probably wasn't eating enough at that time. But I wouldn't necessarily go down the sense it was an eating disorder, because I was still eating, but I know I was just massively overtraining for probably my body needing to recover. But as I said, eating disorders are incredibly complex, and as I said, it is incredibly frequent that girls, especially younger girls, are experiencing it. And I used to be a teacher, and I've experienced firsthand dealing with children who are currently going through that. But I think that also goes down the route of being a role model for those girls, and being being in that space with women, saying like, you don't have to be a stick thin to be beautiful. But I think that comes from, again, the support system around them as well.
You're doing some incredible things like as a community. Like it seems to be like regular events which is happening. You got some big plans for the future, like the butterfly effect's one of them. What's another couple of things? Like that's what I'm kind of leave people with here now.
Yeah.
What's how they get involved, because I'm sure people want to free themselves and get involved with the community.
Absolutely. So the best way to get involved with Girls If Girls is initially to follow us on Instagram at Girls If Girls. On the link in the bio, you can join our WhatsApp group. And on the WhatsApp group, we have a lot of girls on there. Don't worry, there's not going to be pinging messages all the time. It's only for announcements. We know that's everyone has WhatsApp and no one wants to be bombarded with messages. But if you're on the WhatsApp group, you get the first opportunity to join the events, especially when they're capped. They often sell out when they're on the WhatsApp group. So the best place to be is on the WhatsApp group that you can join with the link in the bio. We also do have a website, Girls If Girls, and we are going to be girlsifgirls.com, girls-lift-girls.com. We missed the one without the dashes, annoyingly, but so we are going to be posting more and stuff on there as well. So we are looking to do, as I said, monthly events in Dubai. We also, if you're based in Hong Kong or have friends in Hong Kong or in Australia, we have grown our communities out there, and we are looking to do them in the UK. They're massively growing on a volunteer basis. So girls who want to be involved and want to help us grow the communities across the world, that's what we're looking to do and achieve. So we're really excited about Butterfly Effect. That's probably our biggest thing that's happening this year. And we're really excited about everything to come.
That is. You got this massive smile on your face. You can see the buzz, the energy. So I'm loving that.
Honestly, it's
brilliant.
I didn't realize how important it was to me until we started it. I didn't realize how much of an impact this whole journey would have actually had on my own self-reflection. So the fact that we've grown it to a point where we have so many girls across the world being involved in this conversation, in this movement, and what we're trying to do, it's just incredible. And it takes a lot for me to be proud of what I'm doing, but I'm really proud of what I'm doing, because it is an incredible platform for women to learn and grow and be supported, and that's what we're just trying to do. The
impact is massive. Like probably the big thing is you won't even realize most of the impact you have been having.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. So because a lot of people they don't go, oh yeah, it changed my life. I mean, some will obviously, but there's other people that the unheard of stories that are out there.
Yeah, absolutely. I moved to Dubai 5 years ago and I was a teacher, and then I left teaching just to pursue a different job and to do graphic design and social media. And this was probably one of my projects of me trying to make a brand and figure out how it works. So I do feel like we've grown it in such an organic, incredible way. And so I left a job to try and pursue a dream of doing something completely different. And so the fact that this has taken off, and we are growing in different communities and working with some global brands, like we have a partnership with Whoop, and we worked with Gymshark here, and it's just incredible. It's incredible that also these big entities are understanding the importance of what we do, and they're trying to showcase that, because they obviously understand that it is a really important thing. So that's what we're trying to look to do this year, is to grow that understanding across those platforms and get those governments, those big brands to be involved in what we're doing, so that we can grow it even more. So cool. I would say a massive thank you for just sharing the passion, sharing the knowledge and the insights behind it. And everyone itself is there's problems in the world, but that's life. But then the more support we can have with people, then the better. So get involved with the communities and just reach out, because you need to get that support out there. So thank you, Jim. Really appreciate your time. Absolutely. Pleasure. Awesome.
Hey everybody, welcome along to FFP Travels. Today we're going to find out more about female and youth rugby here in the UAE. I invited a couple of guests along to give their insights, their opinion, their thoughts, and the passion they share about the game of rugby. Welcome to FFP Travels, Kylie and Jess. Hello ladies.
Hello.
Hey! We're just talking off camera, trying to make each other nervous before we get started, so it's really cool to get rid of those nerves. It's really exciting for me to chat with you guys about youth rugby because female rugby has really taken off in the last 3 years. There's more opportunities for girls here with representatives, squads being announced, and there's more rugby as far as the clubs themselves. They're really promoting it and getting more involved. And you see there's such a bigger involvement. So thank you for coming along and joining in our space.
No, thank you.
Let's find out quickly more about you guys yourselves, though, to start with. Same with you, Jess, just kind of background, what brought you here kind of into the UAE and with that passion of rugby.
So I'm from England initially. I grew up there on a farm with my parents and family. And I started playing rugby. I was originally a gymnast, and I started playing rugby when I was about 11 years old, and I've kind of been involved ever since. But
do you remember your first experience of why you loved rugby? Was it the bash or was it the...
I don't know. What does make you love rugby? Sometimes I question it. I don't know. I think the team camaraderie, I think coming from a individual sport like gymnastics, and, you know, me and my sister trained hard through gymnastics when we were growing up. Like, Mum used to take us sort of 5 times a week. She'd be there for like 4 hours on a Saturday. So it was so intense. And, you know, gymnastics is like a brutal sport. Same with rugby. And I think I just earned for that, like, team environment. So I think I ended up stopping for various reasons, and I actually saw in the local newspaper, weirdly, a girl that also stopped at the same time as me. There was just like 4 girls at the local Newark Rugby Club, and she was in the paper, and 4 girls on the photo, and she was just promoting the girls' team that just started out there, and they were all muddy and everything. And Dad was like, "Oh, it's Fiona from gymnastics. Like, why don't you come down and like try it out?" Because Dad's always been like so obsessed with rugby, like he's rugby mad. So I seen that, and I think I just was like, I went down, tried it out, and it's the
dirt. It was the dirt that attracted you to
I
rugby.
had that through growing up on a farm, so I'm well used to that. But I think just like, being in a team sport is what I personally love. I think, you know, having your teammates around you no matter what, and the girls behind you, I think that was what probably drew me in. And
what brought you to the UAE then with rugby?
So I trained to be a teacher in the UK at the Loughborough Schools Foundation, absolutely amazing school, and they taught me everything I knew. But I was just ready I'd been in Loughborough since I was 16, so I boarded at Loughborough College, and I did college and uni there, and post-grad, and then my first year in ECT as a teacher. So I'm a Loughborough local, basically. I'm not actually, I don't classify myself from Nottingham, but no, I do. But
Still got the accent, so it's all right.
I was like, I need to get out. I want to see the world. And I actually played in the Dubai Sevens in 2021 with Scimitar Storm, an invitational team. And I absolutely loved it. Like, when I came out here, I was like, oh, I could live here. Like, it's
Another one caught.
It's just so amazing. I'm such a warm weather girl. So I was like, that's what kind of attracted me. And the rugby, like the passion for girls rugby out here, even though it's not huge, like there is such a passion for girls rugby. So I was like, I want to go to somewhere where I know that it's going to be, you know, pushing that. So
development and growth, right? It's awesome.
For sure,
Very cool, very cool. Kylie, are you a local as well?
I'm basically a local to Dubai now. I've lived in the UAE for 12 years. Oh, wow. Originally from Canada. Not originally a rugby player.
Not originally, no.
Ice hockey is my sport. But
ice hockey?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Jeez, that's a rough one, isn't it?
Not much of that out here. So I had to switch my tune there. And I started rugby when I was 29.
Okay, wow, awesome.
Yeah, I made the UAE team about 3 years after that, and
nice.
Really took to the sport.
Yeah. What was it about rugby that attracted you to the sport? I mean, coming from ice hockey, I mean, obviously that's completely different to the ice rink to the grass fields.
I played Gaelic football for 12 years. I still play it as well. I mean, maybe 14 years now.
Mm-hmm.
But I needed something a little more physical and just something to challenge me a little bit.
Yeah. So you like the aggression?
Yeah, exactly. And I really loved how big and how frequently the girls played rugby here compared to the Gaelic football. The football is only a couple tournaments a year.
Yeah.
Love it. Was still able to.
There was one
both.
just recently too, wasn't there?
Yeah, there was. Yeah.
Awesome, yeah.
But the rugby happened a little more often. So it was great. We started a girls team up in Ras Al Khaimah.
Oh, wow.
And,
Were they at the sand field at one point? Was it?
Yes. Yeah, we were. But when we got in, we were able to get some Astro and then some grass. And Apollo came up and taught us one of our first sessions.
Oh, brilliant.
That's it was awesome. Took off from there. And then we kind of all dissipated and moved down to Dubai where there was a bit stronger of a rugby hold.
What happens more regularly as well, isn't it? Too.
Exactly.
So it's amazing. And then so now you guys are into this Empire Academy. So tell us a little bit more about that.
Where do we start? Yeah, so I think.
Thank you, Mum. Thank you, Dad.
Well, since moving out here, I've been I say this a lot, but I've been so amazed by the standard of girls rugby out here. It really is. A different level. Obviously, I've seen it a lot back home in England where women's rugby is really thriving. And I just I'm the head coach of the Exiles under 18s team at the moment, and they're amazing. And there's a lot of club rugby and there's a lot of school rugby, but it's almost limited with the amount of teams that they play within that. So I was like, where is the alternative provision as well? There's definitely other academies out there, which is absolutely amazing, and there's obviously representative rugby through UAE, but I wanted to really build a girls only academy and a performance academy as well, and I wanted to expose them to these performance environments, which I felt maybe they weren't getting all year round, and that's where I've sort of built the idea around the academy being, girls only, led by a female only team. I think that's so important for girls to see that.
Role models and mentors.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
I mean, growing up predominantly, I was, mainly coached by men, which is, still amazing, but it's super cool for girls to see young girls. In my opinion, and I would have loved this growing up, but seeing people that have been through, the ranks and played representative rugby and know what it's actually like to play in performance sport and maybe face some of the issues you do face in female sports. And I just wanted to create a bit more of a exposure to a performance environment that's supported.
That's really interesting because based on that, and you've been here for 12 years and you went through this rack development, kickstart and going through that. And I do want to touch on that because in the last 3 years, the female game has really, for me, it's just gone, taken off, and it's been fantastic. What are things for you that, what things have been put in place, or why do you feel more females are getting into the sport, the oval ball?
I think sevens has definitely helped, the exposure of sevens, and it's kind of inclusive to a lot of other athletes. We can pull from sprinters and gymnasts and stuff, CrossFitters. That's, some of the teams here are purely gym girls. They're like, come on, play rugby. It's a good team thing. There's more exposure on TV, and probably social media has really pushed the girls' game forward because girls are getting recognized. In my opinion, rugby is the only sport where the rules don't change between men and women. Yeah. In every other sport, you see differences. No contact. Like Gaelic football, you can't shoulder. Ice hockey, you couldn't hit. Now that there's a professional league in ice hockey, they're allowing women to hit, but it's something that's kind of growing into the game. It's not natural, but rugby, I mean, you ruck, you tackle, you compete at the breakdown. Those things are same and level all across the sport, male or female. So those are definitely things that I think have leveled off between male and female. And it's an exciting electric game, regardless of the gender.
What would been that, because now there's obviously it's developing, there's more mentors in the game. What would be some of the initial attributes? You talk about gym girls, wanting to get into this stuff because they got muscle strong and stuff like that. Or what is it that, what would be the 3 key attributes you would think to start off as a female?
I think the first one's got to be mindset / attitude. You've got to have a bit of, confidence with contact sport is brutal. So you've got to be, you're either all in or you're all out. And I think in rugby, if you're not all in, you kind of get found out, don't you? You know, you slip off tackles and you've got to buy in. You might, if you don't, you maybe, you know, you can result in an injury. So I think the girls are amazing at that out here. You know, as soon as they put their boots on, they cross the white line, they're like, they're in and they're for it and they're all for one another. I think for me, it's, the mindset of going for it.
The mindset's one.
Yeah, for sure.
What's another attribute?
It's a really like positive sport. You play better when you're positive. So kind of being able to go into those dark places with your teammates and get out of them. And having that positive mindset, especially in sevens, which is the primary kind of form that we see here. If you get scored on, you can't hang your head.
Yeah.
You have, 5 minutes left to score on them, and then they might score again. So you really just have to pick up where you left off. I find that the teams that kind of keep that upbeat, it's okay, let's go again attitude. I know these are all mental, but those are the good ones.
Is there like, do you need to be, because like with rugby, there's so many different positions to play and different skill sets required for different positions.
Yeah.
That's, when you talk about rugby and why you want to get into it, for me, because there's a variety of skills that people or different positions people can play, it opens up for more people to get involved, because like it's not about just being fit and nimble or being big and strong. You know,
it's your work ethic though as well. So like as from my side of performance, the work ethic, I can't teach you that.
Yeah,
you need to be willing to put in the grind, the effort. And you can notice those people on the pitch, the ones that are willing to throw their bodies on the line, support their teammates, support the play. If you have a good work ethic, we can teach you the skills.
Yeah. And I think it's not subjective, you know, like you alluded to a second ago, like rugby is for everyone, no matter where you come from, you know, what shape or size you are, height. You know, I'm 5'1" 3/4, but you know,
three quarters.
Exactly, remember. Make sure. But like I still, you know, punched it well above my weight. Yeah, I would
such a short thing to say, isn't it? I do the same. Now I'm 50.
Not 5'1.5", 1 3/4. But yeah, like it's for everyone, and like it doesn't matter where you've come from, what sport you transferred from. There's a lot of talent transfers these days, aren't there? Who maybe like sprinters or like I said, like gymnasts and ice hockey players into rugby players. So there's so many transferable skills that you can have within rugby, and
I think gymnastics is a huge one. Like, if anything, I don't have kids, but I mean, if having kids, I'd be like, the first thing to do, I'd throw them in gymnastics. Yeah. Get this well-rounded space of mobility, strength, coordination. And I
had my 1.5-year-old in gymnastics.
Oh, there we go. Straight off the bat.
Smashing it.
Amazing. You're a strength and conditioning coach. This is kind of the role you kind of play in the academy as well. What are some of the things when it comes to the strength and conditioning that you look to embark or put onto these newer players that start off with?
A lot of these girls maybe haven't been exposed to the gym. It depends on what school you go to here. Some of the rugby schools really...
Oh, their facilities
their facilities are amazing, and the emphasis on S&C is amazing. And those girls kind of have that platform and that foundation. But some of the newer girls, really trying to get explosive movement into them. Their strength, just trying to develop that because it's so important for them.
Is it leg strength, core strength, inner strength, stability strength, upper body strength?
Yeah, full body explosiveness is super important to me. Getting those hang cleans in and kind of powering through the broad jumps, and their core strength needs to be imperative with all the contact situations that they're put in. So just developing that through a variety of movements that are relevant to rugby.
Let's jump into that, because I think it's really important, because I think you're probably going to find there's obviously backs, forwards. There's a big story no matter what you talk about it, but what would be some of the key strength attributes for a forward, and then what about then for a back?
Yeah. Oh, testing you.
With the forwards, like obviously the scrum is huge, especially in 15s. So really trying to make sure that they're able to stabilize their core and drive some strength through their legs. So we would do a lot of kind of bear crawl, plank positions in that form and driving forward. So that's where we can use the sleds. The sleds are super important to drive through that.
Those glutes firing.
Yeah, get them going. Hip thrusters, even kettlebell swings, just things that can provide power from the hips. Did you ask about the backs as well?
Oh, I might as well. Are you back, by the way?
I am back.
Stereotype.
Yeah.
The backs. She's 5'1 3/4.
Probably a halfback too. Are you a halfback?
Yeah. How did you guess?
Yeah. She was confusing me with her height a bit there. So
Thought she was a lock, right?
yeah, our backs, what I look for is more explosive power. So them being able to just break that tackle in the first few steps and explode through that. So that's
Awesome.
a lot of your fast twitch muscle fibers that we're looking at. So our box jumps, I still think hang cleans are hands down the best explosive power move.
Yeah.
I would agree.
I love them. But yeah, combining then our squats with our box jumps, that's
Amazing.
probably my favorite combo because they get that strength endurance and then they have to explode out of it. And our broad jumps are huge.
You focus on power, like what kind of I've got a bit of a fitness background myself. That's why I'm quite interested in it. What kind of ratio percentage would you say goes from power to endurance as far as a training plan? And you can be sort of like forwards, backs, or whatever. I mean, just I'm trying to think from the viewers, the listeners' point of view, just to give them some, maybe a starting point to go from.
Yeah, I would look for kind of. I try to do about 60 to 70% of strength and about 30 to 40% of power, and that will change in season. What kind of block of the season we're in? I think when we're in season, I like to focus on kind of power. The strength can take a bit of a toll, and then off season we really try to build, but without losing that explosiveness. So that's why I always try to keep explosive moves within the workouts. I don't want them to get too big and then not lose their fire. And then obviously the S&C. So we need to, the speed that we're doing, make sure that we're able to still obtain those speed levels.
Yeah, very cool. Awesome. That's amazing. Let's check to the other side of it, because there's the strength side and then there's the skill set side of it as well. Let's come back to the academy side of it. When it's skills, I mean, what is it, the fundamental skills that you'd want to instill in a youth player going forward? What should someone focus on as female coming into the game?
Yeah, I think all aspects of the game, catch and pass is like a huge one. Like, if we can't catch and pass, it kind of stints a lot of the game, especially in sevens, which is predominantly what we play out here.
What's more important, the pass or the catch?
Well, you can't pass without catching it. Well, if you don't catch the ball, you can't match it. Right? I don't know. No, I think catch and pass is a really important thing. I'm quite a big believer on that, especially growing up, and introducing the kicking as well at this age is really important. So when they come to different environments, then they're already there. They've already been developing. They've been in their backyard, week in, week out practicing. And I think that's something that I like to try and encourage my players. Practice, practice, practice. You can never practice passing enough. I actually my stronger passing, I always forget which side.
Right to left, left to right.
Yeah, it was always my stronger hand became my weaker hand eventually, because I'd practiced so much. And I think, and then obviously just, your tackling is so important as well, especially in sevens, like I said before. But it's there's so many aspects to the game. And I think that's what I want to try and give the girls more exposure to. Like out here, we play predominantly sevens, and I want to bridge the gap. So when they leave,
15s are starting now.
It's starting now, but it's not a priority out here, is it? And that's just the nature of how it is in the UAE.
It's evolution, right? So it's going to get there, but it's just in that stage of where it is at the moment.
But lots of the girls out here have aspirations to kick on and go to university. And in other environments, 15s is more quite predominantly the leading
especially
format
in the UK,
of the
right?
game, for sure, I always loved seven, so I'm in my element out here.
Typical back,
I know. But I want to bridge the gap of when they enter a university environment and it is intense, and there's been girls playing the format of 15s their whole life mainly. They're not. I don't want them to be a small fish in a big pond. I want them to be prepared, and I think that's my main driver of the academy is preparing them for these next opportunities, and so when they get there, they're confident and they can go on and perform.
Let's talk about that, because that's really important when it comes to it is about the future or that pathway going forward.
Yeah.
Like that's why people get into academies, like because they want to develop themselves, not just about their local sport, but about representative.
Yeah.
And then if not representative, if you are focusing on that 15 to 18-year-old range, it is like, where am I going to next? If it is university, and if you, like England women are the best in the world at the moment.
Oh, yeah.
So I
Hey,
mean,
we're coming.
yeah, sorry. I'm a Kiwi and I like to say we're number one. We're not. We're world champions for now.
Yeah.
but like, there is a pathway. What kind of, like, I know there's been a lot of development in the UAE because there's a lot more opportunities for youth and women's rugby here. What would be the pathway for someone based in the UAE looking to go potentially to Canada, the States, to the UK, to New Zealand, Australia? What would be the pathway for them?
So I think obviously currently at the moment, last year it was you could trial to represent the UAE in the tournament that's just gone in Malaysia, and I think it's potentially maybe changing that. So not fully sure on that, but so what it was under 18s. So obviously that's an opportunity to play representative rugby out here at the moment, which is absolutely amazing. That doesn't fall all year round, which is obviously something that is a little bit more frequent for a country like mine at home, England. You know, the opportunity to play representative rugby or be in camps is a little bit more frequent in other areas, which I think falls again as to why I want to have the girls in the academy, is because it's
More
exposing them.
opportunities,
So
yeah.
when it comes to crunch point and it's trial time, they're ready, and you know, it's not as much of a nerve-wracking thing because they've been exposed to this higher level rugby all year round. And I think it's hard because how it works out here is how it works out here. I know growing up I was exposed to age grade rugby from even when I was in under 15s ages. So I had a really clear pathway. And I think that's up and coming out here. You know, rugby's developing massively out here, the women's game as well.
With opportunities being
yeah.
said that are available, but there's things that people can do as individuals as well, right? Because you can kind of like, someone sees your skill set or you see you play one game, like, whoa, we want you on our team, or come and trial for us.
Yeah.
What would it be that the words of wisdom that you'd pass on to someone right now? Like, you talk about work ethic.
Yeah.
Did I say worth or worth? Oh my gosh. Work ethic. Let me try that again. Work ethic to put into it. When you say work ethic, what is that exactly? What's the daily?
I think
You
for me,
play both play representative, right?
For
So
me, on pitch, there's never a moment to switch off, and I think that's important for girls to learn, especially at the ages that we're teaching. You know, just because you made a tackle, you don't then roll away and get up and then just sort of float back into
That's
the
your job
defensive
done.
chain. You know, I'm really trying to encourage now. You get back up on your feet. What's your next roll? Are you firing through? Are you bouncing out into guard? You know, there's never a time to switch off in rugby, and I think. For me, especially on pitch, that's something that we need to continue honing in on and encouraging is, you know, it's constant work. And if you can, you know, keep performing at that level, then that is what gets you seen. It's the unseen work that gets you almost seen.
Totally, 100%.
And like off the pitch, then the nutrition is so important. A lot of the
What else was it, like, what specifics? Let's say, like, so I'm a young girl and I've come to you and asked you, what can I do today to improve myself?
eat breakfast.
Eat breakfast, okay.
yeah.
A lot of the girls, just from like teaching, you probably have faced it as well. They think skipping breakfast is a good thing. It just
It's about aesthetic look more than it is about performance,
yeah,
right?
and just or they're not hungry, but they don't realize even like a lot of our tournaments are in the morning, or our fixtures are in the morning, and they come to games without anything in their system.
Yeah.
So that's where then their mentality, like their mind just switches off in the games. They don't have the energy to focus physically and mentally. And that's actually when personally I see a lot of dips is midway through the game, their energy sources are depleted. You talk to them, they're feeling faint. It's hot here, you know?
Totally.
Oh, I haven't eaten breakfast. You're like, what?
Yeah.
So their nutrition side of things, that's where it needs some work. And that's another reason and another thing that we're going to focus on in the academy is
Very
just
cool.
kind of give them
Fuel the night before, fuel the day of, stay
exactly.
fueled, stay hydrated
it's-
throughout.
Yeah, it's giving examples of the sort of things you can eat and drink, etc. And I think what's important is it's in a supportive environment, and I think that's why I love the fact that it's coming from two females as well that have been there and done that. And I know for a fact, like growing up, me personally, I was that person that didn't eat before. Like,
Oh,
you
yeah.
know, you didn't, I need to skip breakfast because, you know, there's so many things that young girls are worried about, you know, how girls look, their weight, etc. And that's such a common and normal thing growing up. But if we can sort of
Change that.
yeah, and
Change their mentality. And
Yeah.
yeah.
Because,
Yeah.
you know, like girls will also it'd be like, oh, you ate like that much and that kind
Yeah.
of stuff. And it shouldn't be like that.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, maybe just educating them on properly feeling their body.
educating.
Well, how do you change that stigma? Like, because it's like it's easy enough. It's like saying, you know, someone that smokes, oh, stop smoking.
Yeah.
Okay.
We need to really make them believe it. We need to look at performance indicators and be able to show them how their performance is when they aren't eating and how it is when they are eating and
Data.
eating the right things. You know, here it's so quick and easy to order
Taliban.
Taliban, yeah,
Uber
Deliveroo,
Eats.
whoever it is.
Oh my! What? She just put her hand up.
New,
Those
she's
listening on the
new,
bike.
She's new. She'll get over that.
It said, yeah, Vice Stone beginning.
Yeah,
That's,
no. Avoid that at all costs.
that's awesome. The nutrition, I think it's a massive part of it. What about from the skill set point of view? Like, let's say you talk about off the field. So like the work that you do off the field. What would that look like as far as, okay, what, I go for a 10-minute walk?
So we've
I'm also
developed
being dramatic here, but
we've developed a training program for them as well to do off the pitch,
Mm-hmm.
and we'll be able to see if they have really put that effort in. We have obviously like their measures of their weights that they're pushing and everything, but we'll be able to see it on the pitch if they're kind of doing what we're asking them.
can I
to
ask
do.
what kind of things you'd be asking them to do? Because I think it's really good to know. Like it's like a transparency type of thing, or
Yeah.
like I want you to wake up at 5 a.m. I want you to have a
No.
stretch or sauna.
No.
Da, 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 da.
No, whenever they can, because we're going to see them one day a week. But we've kind of put something together for them for like a push day, a pull day, a power day, and some extra speed and conditioning.
There's some gym terminology for you.
Yeah.
Terminology.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's just kind of like almost, supporting them through it, but also holding them accountable to it. So, like we want them to be able to do it and we want them to go through it so they know what it's like, but also not be afraid to, you know, text you, Kylie, and be like, Kylie, I need help with this. Like, I'm struggled with this one. I didn't manage to complete this full conditioning session. It was too much for me, you know, but then how can we build that over time where by the end of the 10 weeks or however long they're with us in the academy, they are completing it? Because as I said before, when they do go to these performance environments in other, countries or even here, like it is an expectation that you do complete the session and you complete it to the best of your ability and you finish the conditioning session. And I think that's what we want to expose them to, but in a supported environment, because they're still so young, but unless you teach them, and they're never going to know. So I think we feel like it's our duty, don't we, to really expose them to different things that maybe not everyone that's at sort of a high-end school is receiving.
And prime them for what they want. A lot of them have aspirations to play professionally
many
or play
aspirations.
in uni, and we want to give them the tools to help them get there that they may not be getting.
What would be some of those KPIs? Like for me, if someone come and ask me, like, you know, what do I need to do off the field? I was saying, look, do 100 passes left to right, then do another 100 right to left.
Yeah.
If you want to work on your pass every day for the next 100 days,
Yeah.
like that's minimum. What would be like when because you talked about mindset, and there's such a variance between people when they say, oh, mindset, yeah, I do it once a week, or but there's someone else who's so much more successful is because they do it a daily grind and they put long time into it as well. What's your kind of standards when it comes to female athletes? Because like there is a little bit of that. I don't want to say it too loud, but like there is that bit of, you know, there's that social pressure to more look instead of perform. You know, so you want to break them out of that. But I think a lot of youth need to have that understanding of, when I say work hard, this is what I mean.
Yeah.
What does that work hard? What does that work hard
think it's-
standard for you?
I think at this age, it's about almost, with the support of obviously coaches around them and school coaches, it's identifying maybe the areas of their game that they need to work on. I think that's something that you got to sort of identify yourself, and also with the support of others at the ages that the girls that we're sort of tapping into are. And then it's what you take with them work on. You know, if your club coach has told you, or your school coach has told you, you know, you need to get a little bit better at your left-hand passing. Well, it's then down to you whether you go away. We can give you all the provision we want in the academy, and we can give you all the advice of what, you know, go away and practice and practice and practice, and we can give them the drills as well that are easily accessible at home. Because I think that's something we've talked about a lot, is how can, this is for the gym side as well, how can we also give them exercises, etc., that you can also do at home if you don't have a gym. So it's like still allowing them to be able to be doing things that maybe if they don't have access to everything, you know, for the skill side, all they really need is one rugby ball, right? And your dad, or your mum, or your sister, or your brother.
Just throw the ball up and catch it.
Yeah. And I think obviously family support helps that. And for me, a lot of the girls that I've worked with, their parents are so supportive, which helps. So I think the parental buy-in as well is huge, because as you said before, like at that age, it's, you know, it's whether you get out of bed and you do it or not. But I think that is the difference, whether you make it or not. If you want to go out and do it, you'll do it. And if you don't, you don't.
Yeah. Tapping into the why for them is super important. Like, I'm going to do a slight brag here, but our Dubai Warriors girls won the Dubai Sevens this year.
Yes, that was awesome, man. Just so good. Yeah, amazing, right? The Dev defended. They were won by defense too. You know, like, it was great defense. That's what won them the game.
But we did a lot of sessions with the girls, and we found out their why. Why they wanted it, why they wanted to prove themselves, why they felt like an underdog. And all of that drove their determination and their drive to exercise and do the work that we asked them to do. And it proved in the end to
what were they doing? Because what I'd love to, for visitors to understand, is the reality of this is effort. This is what they put in, type of thing.
Well, we threw on an extra training session a week for them. So they had 3 on-field sessions. Awesome. We had the girls over to my house to do gym sessions. We had social events too, you know, like a pizza party, or nice. Let's do a beach session, then meet for breakfast. So just kind of that bonding with them. We were really fortunate that we had the girls, and like you said, parental buy-in. You know, it was their parents wanted it for them, the kids wanted it for them. The positivity around the girls in the club, the pick-me-ups. We didn't hang our heads once.
But they're doing it every day as well. That's the other thing. They're committed. There's a massive commitment there.
Yeah, they were amazing, and they absorbed everything, listened and absorbed everything. So with that, they built a lot of confidence. They were able to follow their structures and systems when we played, and you saw that on the defense line. Like they were in their 22 for 5 minutes and just
blowing, but they're still getting in. They're still committing to the defense. It was amazing.
I think, to be honest, like, good teams are built on a good culture. Like if you have a good culture within your team, like, you know, you go through training blocks of understanding, you know, how each other works and how hard each other can work. So you know that when someone's running at 70%, you know they're running at 70%. So you know you can say to them, you know, come on, I think you can give it, Kylie, I think
pull
you
your
can give
finger
it a
out
more. But that person will then respect you because you've gone through the training that, you know, is hell on earth. But and that builds culture. And then when you're in moments that are the crunch point, like a huge final like you guys were in, you know what everyone's willing to go through to win this game. And I think when you know you've got your person right next to you that's willing to make a shot that's on the try line, then it then gives you encouragement. Okay, I'm going to do it as well. Like, you back each other up. I think the teams that I've been with that have been successful have had a really good culture, and
awesome.
That's lovely to be involved in as well.
Cool. What is the next step? The 18 going, you're representing UAE as well over here. What's kind of a minimum standard that you need to? What's that kind of you need to get to here if you are considering playing for UAE or your local representative county or thing in the UK or something like that? What's the minimum standard? Like, if you can pass the ball 5 meters, great. Or if you could sprint 100 meters in 20 seconds. I mean, is there kind of a minimum?
Standards are much higher. She played for England. But yeah, in the UAE, it's a lot of you like in sevens, you need to be able to pass the ball and get to support.
What does it mean by pass the ball? Hit a
Good,
10-meter pass,
accurate
15-meter pass.
At least 10 meters.
At least 10 meters. Okay,
Yeah,
yeah. As a forward or a back or
Both.
both? Okay.
Yeah, I think the skill set in sevens, it's you're probably expected to pass regardless of your position. Holding your depth, being able to work hard to get back into depth, hard on defense. There's a lot of open space.
Yeah.
Completing your tackles.
You're expected to make your tackles.
Yeah.
Like, you know.
Your one-on-ones are so important.
Yeah, I think that's a huge thing in
9 out of
sevens
10,
is-
8 out of 10 tackles? Or
Always,
10 out of
you got, you know.
ideally 10 out of 10, I know. But we're human. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, black and white, realistically, in sevens, like 9 times out of 10, you miss a tackle, it kind of leads to a try or like a huge line break where maybe your teammate's quick enough to chase that person down. So I think, definitely that's like a key performance indicator. Like you got to be hitting your tackles and you've got to be accurate because there is so much space on the pitch in sevens. The moment someone does make a mistake, again, 9 times out of 10, the other team will capitalize on it and usually, you know, result with a try. So I think you've got to be accurate, but you've got to be cohesive with your team, and I think you've got to be able to work with other people.
That's a big point of view because you talk about teamwork. It's a team sport.
Yeah.
So literally, you can have all the skills in the world, but like we've seen this time and time again over many sports, superstars that just can't elevate a team because they're just about themselves, and then they try and overdo or overplay their role, and then it takes.
Well, I'm so excited because we've had the trial for the academy and now sort of got the girls locked in of who are going to be within the academy, and like the caliber of girls that we've got training together. Oh,
They're amazing.
Yeah, insane. And it's so exciting because there's such a range. Like it's not just from one school or one club. It's all the schools, you know, across Dubai. We've got actually amazingly like quite a few girls coming from Abu Dhabi, which is absolutely insane. So for them to be exposed to training with girls that they've never trained with before, they're going to naturally learn, oh, okay, I've not done that before. I might try what she's been doing. Like, you know, they've been taught by different club coaches and different school coaches. So it's now cool to bring them all together and be in a real learning environment and be pushed and wanting to push one another because essentially they do all want to play for UAE. Like a lot of them, like. And
what about beyond? Like, is it how much? I mean, you guys will know how much people want to go. Okay, I'm 18. I've just left school. Sorry, it's been a while since I've been at school, so I don't know. But you know, whatever age you leave school at these days, where do you go from there? Like, okay, UAE is great. Let's say if you're staying here, awesome. But then let's be honest, a lot of youth now depart. They go offshore. They go somewhere else. This, from the outside looking in, it looks like it's a development step. And yes, you play for UAE, and it's been great growth, but there's another level when you step away from the UAE, right?
Yeah.
As well. So, what is that realistic thing for them? Like, what can they expect to kind of get into? Where could you take this? Could you go play representative in Canada, like for the different?
Sure.
Absolutely. Sorry. I'll go quick and you go. That's kind of
she is
where
from Canada. I mean,
So come to Canada.
that's kind of where we're looking to expose the girls. Because like you said, you know, there is beyond here. It's a great stepping stone, but UAE is so international, and these girls can represent other nations, and that's kind of their aspiration to get to those tier 1 nations. So we're just trying to give them the opportunity, making those connections with Canadian athletes, with British athletes, with Australian athletes, and
so good.
Kiwis, of course. We'll try to get them involved too.
If you want to be.
There's less of you here, but
exactly.
Especially the States right now is taking off. US is
That's
taking
huge, and there's
off
more scholarships being offered
massively.
and available.
Yeah, and like, you know, coming from a place like the UAE where those scholarships may not be offered in your home countries, the US is looking at the talent and taking
massively.
those female rugby players, giving them a full ride and exposing them to high level rugby. So us being able to kind of provide that with them, for them, through speaking with the athletes and universities, colleges. It's
I think what's important as well is ensuring they go to a positive next environment and a next step. Like, I think obviously if they're wanting to be aspirational, which so many of them do, making sure they're going to a rugby university that fits them. They're not just going to one that maybe doesn't really offer rugby and then falling sort of between the cracks. We want them to be going to, you know, universities that really have high performing sort of programs, so then they can again still kick on, because that, you know, there's so many amazing players out here, and I don't want them to finish school here and then dip off and not go on and kick on and achieve.
Which is an unfortunate thing that's happened a lot in the past.
It
right?
has, and that's natural. It happens, but I personally, since coming out here, I've seen the caliber of players, and I'm like, gosh, like some of these girls, they're going to play for their country. Like, and I truly believe that, and I've said that to many parents. Like, I believe, you know, your daughter, if they kick on, they've got the potential. But again, it goes back to the work rate. How much do they want it? But we have so many girls that, you know, we've spoken to that they want to go to England, they want to go to America, which is insane, Australia, South Africans. Yeah, there's girls from all over. So it's just how we ensure that they're going into them, like I said before, performance programs to give them the next step that they deserve and want, really.
Yeah.
And they can dream to play professionally now.
100%. Like,
And,
that's the thing.
like, you know, they're looking at that as a career.
Yeah.
And
And they should do too. Like,
100%.
I think that's one of the biggest things, is to give them the belief and show them that there is the accessibility and the opportunity right now. I mean, you've got 18, 19-year-olds playing in international for the top teams globally. So why not people from here?
If not a player, I mean, there's opportunities to ref.
Yeah.
And female refs are being exposed to male rugby
Yeah,
as well. That's
there's
coming
more.
in, TMOs, pundits. So a lot of, like, you know, Ruby Tui is huge in Super Rugby. That's great, because her opinion is being valued. So your knowledge about the sport and being provided with these opportunities is huge.
Yeah, massively.
Yeah, like the women's Premiership final in England was on yesterday, and completely all female commentary.
Yeah.
Like, it's just so important that they see that. And I think it's important they have
Women's
these.
World Cup, by the way.
Yeah, and exactly.
Hello.
The Women's World Cup is going to be amazing. Like the numbers that they're filling in these seats at the stadiums is like, that wasn't what I had growing up. It was up and coming, and it was coming. And
But you paved the way. You set the standard.
I was a part of the movement. But no, it's so amazing. Like, they can, like you said before, they can dream big, because there's opportunities to go big now. Like, it's so
Massively.
amazing.
Awesome. The future of rugby here then for the year, what would you like to see in the next 2 years? Just for females rugby in general, and potentially those opportunities. I mean, obviously it's connected with if you guys with the academy as well.
Yeah.
What would you like to have set up in the next 2 years, or like to see here in the region the next 2 years?
I'd love to see more girls going on and representing their country. Like, I'd love to see a handful of girls on the World Series as well. Like, I
that'd be
think,
amazing, yeah.
I think there's so much potential.
There's a couple who got close. I know Femke
Yeah.
Sons, she was playing for Belgium at one point.
Yeah.
She was quite close.
Femke,
And there's a couple others as well.
Eloise Hayward.
Luca Blomier.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, man.
No, it's amazing. Like, especially with being the Dubai leg, like here, it's, you know, it's their home place.
Oh,
like,
interesting. We're going to actually film that this year.
You are?
So how they did the VO last year, we're actually going to film every
So
game
good.
with a close up as well. So yeah, the production will be on whatever, the 28th to the 3rd. So all of them, the invitational, women's, everything. So you'll be able to see and get a really close look and insights into it.
So cool.
Yeah.
Shh, see.
It's out now. For me, I'd love to see more girls playing rugby as well. I think we're trying to get there in the UAE. This year they introduced under 14 contact rugby for girls. Until then, you know, the girls have been playing under 13 mixed rugby and then under 16 girls contact. So by introducing the under 14s league, we kind of will reduce that discrepancy between male and female growth at that age. So you do see it still at the under 13 level.
Wow.
So that's like, we have one girl on our team. Some teams have a couple more, but the kids that want to play contact up until that age group may now have the opportunity to play at under 14 next year.
Wow. Start them young, they say, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
And I think if we can get it into schools even more as well, like there's obviously your main top schools that are constantly competing against each other, but yeah, like my school, Kent College, woohoo! Like
Shout out.
Like we're trying to get it up and running, and I think, you know, the more schools that can get behind that and keep pushing it, then obviously then makes it more competitive for the larger schools. So I think that's so important, because club rugby is great, but also like if we can continue pushing school rugby, like it's only going to grow the game out here even more, and then allows more girls to and then that obviously raises the standard. Then more girls, you know, the standards
keep evolving, keep developing, keep growing.
There's an absolute wealth of knowledge here as well, like between the male and female coaches that are in the region, the players, and a lot of people dedicate and give their time back. So kind of doing that in the schools will really, really help the growth of rugby.
And girls are proud to play rugby out here. Like I said this actually within my first game of playing with the Exiles girls. I said, God, like when I was your age, I was so insecure about playing rugby. Like genuinely, like I was so embarrassed. Like I hid it from so many people, despite sort of some of my achievements at the age I was. I was so embarrassed. Like I don't know why, but it was just because it was maybe the time that it was back then. But it's so cool how many girls love and are so proud to say, yeah, I play girls rugby.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I could
It's funny because like when you talk about that, there's a lot more internationals coming out about how they struggled with, like, their shoulders are big, so they were ashamed to show their shoulders or something, like, or their legs are stronger and stuff like that, and they're ashamed of it. And then it's like going, but actually that's what you need to perform. And what they've done is they've paved the way for more females to come through into the game and to knock away that stigma of it's like, why be skinny? Skinny's like,
well, most
people are malnutrition.
Strong is beautiful.
Strong is beautiful, 100%. Athletic is the way to go. Hello.
No, there's so many stereotypes.
From a guy's point of view, it's actually great. So this is silly. As an athlete myself, I'm just saying. Just throw that in there.
No, it's good though. It's good, and it's moving forward, and it's growing fast. It's
massively, and it will continue to grow as well, right? It's been an absolute pleasure, ladies, to find out more and hear your insights about the sport, and I'm definitely looking forward to see what happens, especially in the next 2 years. I mean, it's grown so much in the last 3 to 5 years. I can imagine it's only going to accelerate it further, especially with more exposure and what you ladies are doing. Where can they get a hold of Rugby Academy?
Social media.
Look down that camera right there.
It's all over Instagram and Facebook. We are at Empire Rugby Academy. And check us out. There's some super cool content on there already. So we just want to provide a platform to really showcase these girls. So come be a part of it.
Yeah.
It's going to be cool.
We can't wait to have you.
Awesome. It's been a pleasure. Guys, thank you very much for joining in FFP Travels. Make sure you check out that website, their social medias, and get involved, get in contact with the ladies, because it is a growing sport here within the UAE, and the pathways, the opportunities presented are now bigger than ever before. The game has grown globally. There's more opportunities, and you can, like I was saying, is that there is opportunities to create a career out of this and create a living, not only as far as sports, but further on as far as support around the game as well, refereeing, fitness and health, training, coaching, management and sports, everything else is evolved around the sport to help to grow globally as well. So don't be shy, reach out to ladies, find out more information. Obviously, they know an absolute ton about what's going on within the space, and check out more episodes here on FFB Travels. Until next time, my name's Grant Ghost, and see you then. Your opinions on the importance of keeping that connection between your brain and your body.
Okay. So the brain literally is the CEO of our body. And I think we all know that, but we often forget it in practical application. Every outcome that we want from the body, whether it's better cognition, better performance in the gym, better flexibility, better a smarter IQ, everything that we want has to be granted by the nervous system. We have to convince the brain that it's safe for it to allow that to happen. So the more you learn about the brain and what it wants and what it needs, almost like there's another human inside your skull, like a parent that you have to convince to let you stay out
The
longer.
nagging parent.
Yeah, an overprotective parent.
Overprotective.
Because the brain literally often in today's environment with the stress and everything becomes a little on the overprotective side and puts the brakes on our existence, puts the brakes on our ability to perform, to jump higher, to do the splits, to do everything, every outcome that we want. We have to convince the brain it's safe because that's all it cares about is that survival. Do I trust you enough? Do I trust, because it's like a black box inside your skull. Do I trust you enough to allow you this? And when you start to speak the brain's language and you start to get to know more about the unconscious part of the brain, which is the majority part of the brain, then you start to see those breaks coming off, especially when you're dealing with like clients and you trying to identify what their weaknesses are.
I love it. It's awesome. Okay, so the question for me to you is, if I'm someone listening to this now, what's something that you'd like? What's some of the things that you'd like me to do in order to be successful in this space to make sure that my CEO is talking to my body?
In the survival space, you mean of just like living better, or do you mean in terms of cognition and staying sharp as you are now?
Oh, so super sharp. No, I mean like, just what's kind of, let's say in the next 30 minutes.
Yeah.
What's a few things that you think you'd like to get across that you're like, okay, Grant, you need to be able to do this. I want to give a quick kind of overview of what you think we should go through in the next 30 minutes. We'll probably go back and forth and different stuff, but
I think in general, the main thing I want to bring across in this 30-minute talk is that we have a lot more control than we think, especially once you start to really age. Everybody just says, "Oh, it's just my age. It's just my age," and then the more you get to know,
don't get me started. Oh my gosh!
The more you get to know the brain and the nervous system, you realize there is so much in not just brain and nervous system. Even a health and fitness professional knows this, right? Like who hasn't studied the brain in detail knows how much we have control over the body, and we have a lot more, not full control, but we have a lot more control than we think in our neuronal health and the outcomes of what happened to us and how we age and
Let's go from there, because this is bang on, and this is the thing. So first of all, the reason this is super exciting for me, because I can't stand when people say, and it's become normalized that I'm 30, everything starts to ache. I've got to slow down now. I'm going to put on extra weight. I can't do this. My knees, my hips, my back, my head, blah, blah, blah. And like it's like for me, it's that mindset. It's a horrible mindset. I don't like hanging around people, honestly, that are like that.
Yeah.
And I was like, it's because you don't use it.
Yeah.
You create an excuse to just be lazy. This is my opinion, but anyway. First of all, why do you think people think like that? Because this isn't the case.
There's so much data on super agers now. I don't know if that term has become a buzzword enough to just not explain it. Okay, so I'll explain it. Yeah. A super ager, they're calling, is someone who is got a brain, someone in their 80s who's got the brain of a 40-year-old, and they exist.
Yeah, 100%.
So what is making their brain look like, in the scans, what is making their brain look like a 40-year-old brain? And it 100% comes down to their lifestyle and their movement and their, all the typical stuff choices that we all know, but it's about believing that it is possible. And now all the data is showing that, it's not just this idea that people are pushing out there, you have to take control, you can do it, but it's you can see in the scan, it's just clear. And I think when people see the data like that, it gives them more motivation to actually really believe it rather than just wishful thinking. Like I don't know if you know that counterclockwise study, maybe we talked about it in our last talk, I can't remember, the counterclockwise study by Ellen Langer. They took a group of men in their 70s. They took them on a retreat just north of Harvard University, and they said, in these 5 days, we're going to do a bunch of tests on you before the 5 days, and we're going to do a bunch of same tests on you after the 5 days. And the tests were things like IQ, height, flexibility, strength, blood profile, things like that. And in those 5 days, they told them you're going to pretend to be in 20 years before 1959. So this was in 1979, and they said we've created this. The study was done in 1979, but they said you're going to pretend it's back 1959 again.
20 years earlier.
20 years earlier. So they created this whole environment for them.
Oh, wow.
Where they had sort of Marilyn Monroe posters and the music
The
from the great
jukebox,
bands
whatever it
of the
was.
time.
Yeah.
And all the newspapers with the stories of the time. And they told them, you have to talk about this news as if it's happening now. And you have to talk about your life as if it was happening now. And they got so into it. And the results were incredible. You can check this on Google Scholar. Like their IQ scores, some of them improved by 60%. Some of them
60%?
Yeah, just from 5 days of pretending to be back 20 years before.
I got to show you a way to change my life now.
And they got
Relive my
taller,
youth.
some of them. The researcher Ellen Langer said they were playing touch football by the end of the 5 days. Like even their movement, their speech was faster. And all this just from the belief that obviously they were doing a lot of, I've noticed this with my parents as well. Like when I start to talk to them about the past, their rate of speech speeds up. They start to, their eyes lighten up, they come alive, and I'm asking them questions. I've heard them answer a million times, but I'm asking it just for the sake of activation of these neurons, because that's what we're fighting against, degeneration and death of the neurons of our CEO. And like you said, it's use it or lose it, right? You have to use it. And the more you find excuses for it's just my age, it's just going to degenerate faster. And I mean, no one's immortal, right? But at least we can slow down that degeneration. And when you realize it all comes down to the health of this one neuron and you're picturing it and you want to keep it alive, then you know, okay, I need to feed it through breathing, good nutrition,
Simulation,
etc. And then I need to also do cardio to make sure those nutrients are actually getting there, because a lot of people, for example, who have cold hands and cold feet, chronic cold hands and cold feet, they don't realize they've also got a cold brain, but they do. And that might not mean much to them, but it certainly from a neuronal health is a big deal. And same with people with low blood pressure. They think it's just fine, and I only need to worry if it's high blood pressure. But again, the neurons are not receiving this flow of oxygen and glucose, and it's definitely something you need to take action on. So having low blood pressure, work on your autonomic, see if you can get that higher. And the same with and then that's from the fuel side of things, right? But then also movement, as we were talking before we started this talk, and movement is everything for the brain. Movement is exponentially more important for brain health than it is for heart health. And people always think I need to do cardio for my heart, but actually, no, you need to really do it for your brain, who controls your heart.
All the oxygen that goes through there, how are you going to get...
So,
what you've just... I kind of going to jump back to where you were before, because the environment, to go through the study, then to have the kind of effects, and someone get taller. I mean, I'm going to try the study just to get taller.
Let's go back in teenage time. But that's true. I do listen to music of the 90s just to keep my emotional part of the brain. Because,
I love to get with the 80s sound of music. It just reminds me on the porch, out on the beach, or on the
Because
the
your
lake.
memory lives in the same place as your emotions.
Totally.
So if you can get those emotions up again by listening to music when music really mattered to you, that's also cortical activation. It doesn't need to be just movement and exercise. And I mean, that's the big ones, right? But the other kind of maybe more ignored brain activations that we should be doing is listening to music for when music mattered to us, improving our sense of smell, for example, which is declining with age also. It doesn't have to decline with age. It comes back to use it or lose it. Our eyes don't have to... Like, people train their body, right? But what about training your sense of smell? What about training your vision and your inner ears and all the other senses that also need to be trained? Why are we discriminating and just thinking of the neck down? Sorry, I'm rambling. But going in different directions, going back.
There's like it was a tennis ball machine that's pumping out tennis balls everywhere.
Sorry.
No, it's great. It's fantastic because the environment. So obviously, the environment plays a massive part when people so when people have this stigma, this mentality of I'm too old, because that's where I think, and give us your thoughts on this, because people get to 25, 30, 35, 40, it's every, they kind of 5 years, and they're like, oh, I know, I'm starting to feel my hips, starting to feel my knees. But for me, it literally just comes back down to, because you're not using it.
Yeah.
You're not using your sense, your smell. You're not listening to people. You're isolating yourself. Whatever, something's going on, and it just comes back to environmental situations. It's like, I think again, people think so your social groups, and this is where I think people don't understand. We're going to get into a whole practical things you can do, but I think there's just a massive thing we need to touch on first about the importance of who you hang around with or who you talk with. The stimulation between the conversations that you have. Like, I hate boring shit talk about, oh, how are you? Good.
Yeah.
Like, it just most
that's
people,
why you like podcasts.
That's why I podcast, because I want to go deeper, and I want to understand deeper, and it's just intriguing about something. So that environment. So I get massive stimulation from podcasts from a point of view that it's learning, it's interest, it's diving into the questions that people don't want to ask or they don't want to hear, type of thing, right? So for you, environment, like, what is the environment, or what are signs that people need to change their environment for you in order to keep the brain, the CEO on top?
Well, something that you said, the social side of things is massive for the brain, right? And purpose and feeling like we got my father-in-law over. He's fractured his spine, and you could see the cognitive decline, honestly. But ever since we got him over, and we're giving him more tasks to do with my daughter and asking him to go pick her up, and even though I could pick her up, but I know that he really needs this purpose and to watch her, and we leave him more with her now just for that. So finding that purpose is super, super important for brain health. It's crystal clear on him how massive that's made a change in his body, but also the environment itself. Your brain is a better survivor if it can predict. It's like AI, right? The better it is at predicting, if you're going to rank people as this is a better survivor than this person and that's a better survivor than that person, neurologically, as leaving aside the physiological, it's in the brain's ability to predict. Just like AI, right? You have some that are better at predicting and some that are less. And the way the brain gets good at predicting is often through the data, not often, always through the data that we give it, the predictable data that we give it, and the clear, accurate data that we give it. And one of the things that really matters is not changing your environment that much, because change is a huge threat to the nervous. Changing if it's a bad environment, of course, is good. But study after study show people who live longest are those who stay in one place. Really? They're not moving from country to country, which is bad for us.
I'm stuffed.
But I mean, when you're young, it's fine, right? But as you get older, your brain wants that predictability, and every time you move or you change, it's a threat. For my father-in-law, it worked out in his favor because he wasn't in a good place being alone there, not talking to anyone. In the UK, he was alone. And then we brought him over. It's a good change in environment, but of course, it's still a threat to the nervous system. The new air, but you've got to ask yourself, what's the bigger kind of payoff?
Where's that based around how much stimulus you bring into the brain then? Because obviously, to be functional, better stimulus is better. Yeah. But there's an overstimulus from the point that if there's too much change?
I mean, it's just because your brain's a black box and it's always trying to predict what's coming from a survival perspective. It often doesn't like change. Like when you want to lose weight and it's easy to lose 2 kilos over or 2 kilos under, but anything more than that, there's resistance, right? Because it's trying to keep you always in homeostasis. So you can still make it adapt. The brain's a wonderfully adapting machine, but it has to be done with good change. So we've moved, but now we need to really lead a healthy lifestyle to overcome the negative of the brain having to adapt to this new place.
So where does that balance out then between, because we don't use much of our brain in the first place, right? We use such
Yeah.
a small portion of our brain in the
Yeah.
first place, and then not that it's contradictory, but
I know what you mean.
You know what I mean? So like, shouldn't we be trying to expand and start trying to use more of our brain?
Exactly.
Or
Yeah. So it is finding exactly that balance. It's like the balance of repetition in fitness versus novelty, right? In fitness, you know that repetition is going to make people improve. But at the same time, the brain loves novelty. It also loves repetition, predictability, but it also loves novelty. So finding that 70%, 30% kind of balance between repeating what's good for me and constantly giving my brain that stimulus, but with a 30% sort of sprinkle of difference. Like, I'm going to a new environment, which is great for my brain, but I need to, in that new environment, I need to make my brain used to its habits. I need to do my usual exercise routine. I don't need to stop altogether. I need to do my usual exercise. Try find the foods that my brain is expecting, predicting. Unless it was really poor in the first place, then it's all good. If you were in a bad environment,
get out of there.
all the change is going to be welcomed, right?
Yeah.
It's like older populations. Our students always say, I don't know if I'm qualified enough to work with this age bracket or this person with that condition. And my answer is always, the more messed up people's brains are, the more everything you're doing with them is going to be positive. Like, don't worry. Actually, it's the healthier people that are harder to train.
Yeah, exactly.
That's where you have to really kind of decode a bit. But with the older populations who are just starved for stimulus, like you said, and inputs, the more you're doing with them, the better.
So what are some practical application of change? Like, say, for simplicity side of things, unless you got something simpler as well. When you talk about routine, but adding the 30% change.
Yeah.
So what's the 70%, and then what's that 30% difference or change?
Trying to find out what your weaknesses are and really working on those. For example, I have a huge more than typical difference between my right and left sides. Nobody is symmetric, right? But when you actually have, maybe because I have scoliosis, all my left side is kind of numb compared to my right side. Okay. So, for example, in the morning, I tend to brush my teeth with my left hand, just for novelty's sake. I'm still brushing my teeth as I do all the time, but just with my left hand, I know I'm stimulating that left cerebellum, which needs to stay alive. I already know that it's weak because of my lack of sensation and other things, and my lack of coordination on this side. So I try to do more spiral type activities on this side, not for the purposes of balancing out, but just for the purposes of activating what I know for sure is underactive neurons. So you want to get to know yourself.
So that's the regular, or is that the great change?
Well, that would be the subtle change, the 30% of, say, I'm still brushing my teeth, something I know how to do, but I do it with my left hand. If you notice...
so you normally do it with your right?
Yeah, I always do it with my
that's
right.
so funny.
Oh, I forgot to mention that point. Yeah. So normally I brush my teeth with my right.
I don't think she's left-handed. I was actually
No.
thinking that.
It's just, I just went with the typical, mostly
totally.
right-handed people.
But it's funny because that's exactly what I do. I'm literally twice a week.
Oh, really?
I will use my left hand to brush my teeth just so that
just
my coordination.
instinctively, yeah.
Oh, because I didn't do it for any particular reason besides of like I don't want to be uncoordinated. I don't want my right hand dominant. I want to be able to do on both sides.
Yeah.
I still find myself not controlling my left hand.
Yeah.
So well when I brush my teeth.
It's really,
but it's getting better.
It's really great for your cerebellum.
Okay, well,
and
I
people
wasn't
always
trying
criticize in fitness, stop trying to make the body symmetrical. It's not meant to be symmetrical. I know it isn't, but it's still, as we age, our asymmetries increase. You can see it in stroke survivors. You can see it in older populations, even in their face.
The strong get stronger, the weak gets
And
weaker.
the more, the face is asymmetrical, and the body becomes more asymmetrical as the body gets stressed, tired, and aging is obviously also that, right? So some days you wake up, you look in the mirror and you look more symmetrical than other days. If you're very exhausted, overworked, you look and you see there's a difference, right?
Yeah.
So we are not trying to be symmetrical, but given that we know that asymmetries increase with stress and fatigue, then at least to make myself a better survivor, I'm going to activate what I know to be underactive pathways rather than...
So that's awesome because so the environment makes a massive difference of that. So I mean, just by the simple fact of being around other people like right here, and that's why I love talking. Like Neve just mentioned it. It's like, yeah, you have to. That's exactly what I've done.
Yeah.
But it's an environmental type of thing. What are other things in day life? Now you've talked about brushing teeth.
Yeah. it's endless. It's because once you find out your weaknesses,
What about brushing your hair, combing your hair? Did you do-
yeah, that too. And my sensory deficit, for example, which I dry brush with the left side of my body before I go in the shower. Dry brushing, it costs me nothing, but it's
What is
just,
dry brushing, by the way?
you know those ones you get from the pharmacy, those little brushes with the that you're supposed to use in the shower, but you don't wet it. Basically, you just
it's foliating brush type thing,
Yeah, like one of those things.
I'm not a beautician type of person. So.
But you don't use it for that reason. You use it for, because this is what they do with stroke rehab, right? They always, because the sensory cortex is right next to the motor cortex. And if you when someone goes through a stroke, if they cannot feel that side that's paralyzed, it's very unlikely that they're going to be able to move.
Okay.
Sensory before motor, they always say in neurology. You have to activate the sensory before the motor. Yes, they can't. If the stroke happens, they test the sensory and it's still there. There's way more hope of that person recovering faster from that stroke than not. So if we know the importance of, because everything in the brain's like dominoes. If I activate my sensory cortex, my motor cortex is already active. It's like those martial artists that warm up. Rubbing, tapping, banging.
Yes, yeah.
They're always doing so much sensory warm up by default because you try one of their sensory warm ups, follow it from YouTube and see how warmed up you actually feel. You'll feel very warmed up, ready to move. Sometimes better even than an actual movement warm up.
Well, that's really because that's becoming more popular in fitness warm-up routines when people start doing
Lots
ankle,
of
the
mobility
hips,
is
the
a big
wrists
thing, and I'm
elbows.
glad because mobility actually for the brain is massive. Not in the sense of being more flexible, but definitely, and this is another maybe tip that you can do to improve brain health right now is to really get your joints moving well. Not in the sense of being more flexible, but in the sense of having good motor control. Can my ankle actually do what I'm commanding it to with control without looking choppy? This message needs to be, because if my brain is like AI, like trying to predict what's going to happen to me at every second, the more motor control I have of my ankle, the more, if I'm walking and I roll over my ankle, I could be one of these people that would roll over my ankle and continue walking, no problem, because my brain has good enough data of my ankle and knows every corner of that joint and trusts it.
Okay.
But if I'm not, if I don't have good proprioceptive input from my ankle, that ankle is going to roll, and then there's going to be huge trauma, and there's going to be like swelling maybe, and then there's going to be like breaks on the entire chain, and you have to. Your joints are really important for brain health too.
It's so funny because now you're talking about it, and it is not till someone brings it up. It's like not until someone says like the white car, then you notice all the white cars. But before that, you're like going, I don't see a white car. Oh, there. So it's funny 'cause now you've said this is like going, oh well, because like in the mornings, one of the first things I do is roll my ankles. Like,
really,
literally, it's the first thing I do until like. I suppose it's like the warm up. I don't know what it is. Yeah. Before I get up out of bed, I just kind of wake up and start. Obviously, like everyone has their stretch. I will literally just without even thinking about it.
But you're an athlete, right? When I first moved to Dubai, I watched you win the competition.
That was a while ago.
Yeah, I know that was my first move. So I have a real memory of that, right? And athletes, especially to that very high level, like people might not get. When you tell them that you won that, how big a deal it was until you watch it and see.
You're like, what the heck were you
just
doing?
The torture that you guys had to go through. But I would put it up as like really high level athletes, and that kind of athleticism means you're very instinctive with your body. You have a lot of decisions that you make about your body just by instinct alone because you feel this is needed, and the same with dancers and the same with anybody that has really good proprioceptive input and interoceptive input, like data on your gut. And you get to be very good at knowing when something doesn't sit well with you nutritionally and how you would make changes to that because you can feel there is a difference, So definitely the more you move and exercise and live that healthy lifestyle, the more you know what your weaknesses are without having to have someone else test
Tell
you.
yeah.
I mean, we test people, but that's because they don't have that, right? But most trainers, if they're good at their, they have enough data, they kind of know what their weaknesses are.
Yeah. No. There's more practical things in a daily lifestyle that we can do, right? So what's another one? Brushing teeth was one of them. Combing as another thing.
Yeah.
Let's say if it outside of the home.
Yeah.
Because obviously if we work most work on 9 to 5, so you're either in the car from 8 till 6 or 7, or maybe in Dubai even later or earlier type of thing, and especially if you're a fitness instructor and a coach is like that as well. So what are things like during the daytime that you'd say to keep that connection or to avoid the
Well, I think one of the most obvious things now is regardless of your job, we are all staring at a screen too much, right? So I know you probably have every guest talking about this, but your brain is craving that novelty, but it's also craving inputs that make it a better predictor, right? So your eyes being so still, looking at something so close is obviously creating a mistrust. Your brain actually trusts your eyes more than any other thing. It's the most important sense. It trumps all other senses because of the just sheer amount of data coming in from your eyes and the sheer amount of receptors that the brain's relying on. So if we are constantly looking at our screens so much, then our eyes are quite still in that. And doing just a basic habit of an eye circle to get all these muscles active, just like, sedentariness. Imagine sitting on a chair all day long. We know how bad that is. Same, your eyes all the time still not using these super important muscles that are controlled by the nerves that are coming from the part of your brain that's keeping you alive. So now when I'm doing eye circles in my classes, I tell the people, this is activating the part of you. I don't convince them that the eyes are so important anymore. I just say, this is activating the part of your brain that's keeping you alive, controlling your heart rate, blood pressure. Then they're convinced to do it. Because people don't care about their eyes, but they care about the other stuff, right? And really, eye training is massively important for your autonomic function, your so many other things. And then looking at far away stuff, like because we're looking so close and we know that myopia has increased globally, you need to be... When you're outside, any opportunity you're walking outside, and I know that's becoming more of a rare thing now, but if you are walking outside, look at the furthest thing that you can see and try broaden your peripheral vision also. So as you're staring at that faraway building, are you noticing this red car passing by? Are you noticing whatever's going on here? Because we're also getting quite tunnel vision with the I don't want to call it higher stress because it's like low grade stress, but cumulative. So we are getting more in that tunnel vision from using always.
It's so funny you're talking about this
periphery.
Because like right now, the people are watching on the screen. If it's a single shot, we change the shot every 5 seconds, 6 seconds to stimulate the brain.
Oh, wonderful.
So to keep the interest there.
Yeah.
If it doesn't change.
Was that on purpose for this reason or just to keep them engaged?
To keep them engaged because people start to switch off or they start to just, like you said, they're narrow tunnel vision type of thing. They're just kind of just used to it. It's monogamous. It just happens over and over again. So literally by changing the angles.
Oh, that's a great tip for our online videos on our courses.
Literally, totally.
It's always the same.
So you want to change it so the brain
that's a great idea.
The brain now have to go like, something's different in this shot, even if it's going from slightly wider to slightly closer. It's changed. There's a new image in front of me. My brain's now got to see what's happening and then what's different. So that starts to search around again. What's changed? And that's the same thing as that does.
Well, that's a great example because now we're stuck using the screens, right?
We didn't script this, by the way. Really unscripted.
But this is where life happens, right? So it's important that we try find ways of stimulation through it rather than just everybody saying less screen time. But
what I might start doing with guests too is get the old thumb circles coming out as well and get the eyes going.
On the phone itself, you have. If you Google Troxler effect, Troxler. If you Google Troxler effect, you're going to see a pink dots going around like this. Stare at the green dot. Stare at the green dot for a good while, and you'll notice that pink dot becomes green. And then you've got to move your phone around like this and try keep the green. try keep the green. I know this doesn't make any
This is
sense.
an application, is it?
No, it's
I'm
just
trying
on-
to work it out.
It's literally just on Google. If you Google
Okay.
Troxler effect, you're going to see this pink dot going around with a plus in the middle. Sorry, I forgot to mention that part. Stare at the plus in the middle, the plus sign in the middle, and then that pink sign becomes a green sign. I'm looking at the wrong camera. I was looking at that pink one. So stare at the pink sign. Stare at the plus sign, and that pink dot going around is going to become a green dot. And then that means your eyes are locked in on that target. Now, while your eyes are locked in, without these micro movements, you've got to move your phone around in a circle slowly and try not to get the pink coming back. If the pink is coming back, it means your eyes are doing these micro movements. It means your muscles are not strong enough to hold that in the locked gaze while it's a moving target. You'll know what I mean when you open the picture. But that's if we're gonna use the phone
As a social
anyway,
media, yeah.
we might as well do stuff with it that's gonna help. Yeah.
So how often, because obviously you can do things throughout the day
Yeah.
to keep the connection between the brain and the body, right? So how many times should people be doing?
It
Like
depends.
often as you can, obviously is the
Yeah.
easy way to say it, but like is there a minimum? Like
But that's a great question because, when people are recovering from a stroke, the neurophysios say they need to do these novel drills to wake up that brain pathway 8 to 10 times a day minimum to see results. That's in the severe case of these neurons are at
8
the
to
point of
10
death, right?
for how long?
All day. No, 3-4 reps is enough. So
Okay.
3-4 reps of, for example, this sensory exercise or this eye exercise that's going to wake up that cortex. 3-4 reps, but 8 to 10 times a day because they say it's better to do more frequent for brain activation than a huge chunk in one go.
Yeah.
But now, when you're younger and you're not in that kind of stroke, I'm talking about the extreme case, right? If you're not recovering from a stroke and you're younger, basically just the more the better, but with mindfulness. It can be 3-4 reps of something that you're really thinking about, like brushing your teeth and noticing that you're trying to get every corner, or just like aimless, and then it's not going to be as it's like doing
Effective or something.
exercise.
Yeah, totally.
If you're more mindful of the
all about technique.
exercise, if you're more mindful about what you're doing. When clients tell me how often is it going to take for me to see results from Pilates, it depends on your brain. Some brains once a week is enough, and other brains they need every day.
And how well you're doing it too. I mean,
Exactly,
geez.
how well you're doing it, how bad you were in the first place, how starved those neurons were in the first place. Because if they were really starved, sometimes the effect is very obvious just from a little stimulus. But if they're in,
It's like a heavy person losing weight. Most
Exactly.
weight is lost at the start, and then
Yeah,
afterwards
yeah,
it gets
yeah.
harder and harder to lose weight. I mean,
exactly,
yeah.
and a dancer, for example, that's hard. You need a lot of load to get a change because they're already so proprioceptive and already so their inputs are really good. So you need to add this on top of this, on top of this, and a lot more load to see results.
So then what's the connection then when you talk about brain stimulation or keeping that connection going on between the brain and the body with coordination? Like how much should involve coordination compared to just, walking can be coordination too, but like complexities of juggling, for example. Like what is the task that I should be, like, for example, brushing your teeth?
Is coordination.
It's coordination. Like it's not exactly the easiest thing to do by any
But
means.
it's like you said, everything's coordination. And what is a coordination exercise for one person is very different from another person. For you, because you have good coordination, it would be something like juggling. But for an older person that's not at all coordinated, really walking,
Yeah, literally.
like you said.
Foot placement, the sensories under the feet, I'm thinking balance, standing on one foot, like a little balance, one toe, whatever.
Standing on one leg, all
Yeah.
that. The main part of the brain that controls coordination is your cerebellum. It lives literally right here. And you've got a right half and a left half. And this cerebellum translates in Latin to mini brain and is literally the PA, if you like, of the big boss, which is your frontal cortex, right? Your prefrontal cortex. So there is nothing that happens, nothing that we do without, if I want to pick up a pen, for example, my frontal cortex comes up with the plan of how I'm going to pick it up, but then it has to send that plan to the cerebellum, like an editor, and say, hey, cerebellum, do you approve of the way that we're planning on picking up this pen, or do you want to make some edits to it? and then the cerebellum will make some edits to it to make the movement clean and effective. If we didn't have a cerebellum, we'd be super clumsy and extra. You know those people in the gym that are just, no breaks. They're just extra. Everything looks like there's no control. And these people really need to work on their cerebellum. The best way to improve your coordination, slowing the thing down, breaking it down. I know we all know this instinctively, but slow it down, break it down, and repetition. Now, slow what down? You're probably wondering. Break what down?
Yeah.
The thing that is a challenge for you, so we said is different person to person. If you're a very good mover, if you're already a very coordinated person, spiraling movements that are more stimulating, right? Not your typical just linear gym stuff, right?
Because there's a very point. Like when you were talking about it before, sorry, it's like when you talk about doing something, I think a lot of people think, it's got to be. People think extreme for me when I've got to change. So I've now got to go running if I'm going to lose weight.
Yeah.
Go for a walk and go for a 100-meter walk if that's where you are. You were kind of referring back to.
Yeah.
And so I was kind of just thinking now too is that if I'm going to stimulate the body, let's say it's for example being movement. And I want to refer this back to back pain. People have back pain all the time. So how do you keep that like connection so that you don't have pain, or how can you reduce the risk of back pain by doing daily, or for example, so I will every now and again I'll catch myself out like I was just literally slouching. So I'll sit up just to work on my core, look at my posture. So I'm using it, not losing it, type of thing. Or when I'll go through a movement, it's not about doing the biggest and heaviest weights. Like I'll do a lot of workouts where I'll just do 70%, 80% of intensity, and just so it's comfortable, I can do it on a regular basis. But I'll focus about range, or that's what people think about. But then for me, it's actually if people want to, I don't know if this is just because of my upbringing or whatever, but it's more like I was just thinking, like instead of me trying to go and lift weights, smash weights, what about also just drawing figure eights or coloring in, or writing
with your non-dominant hand. Totally. These things are just
following
massive
lines.
Inputs for your cerebellum.
Yeah.
And actually the way we train in the neuro studies I've done have all been figure eight everything. Figure eight is like the answer to your cerebellum, honestly. Figure eight your shoulder, figure eight your ankle, figure eight your pelvis, figure eight everything in a figure eight, because the figure of eight takes your brain through a lot more coordination than a circle, right? We're used to moving our joints in a circle. But like you said, when it comes to pain, this stuff's really important for reducing pain, because we know, but we forget that pain is an output from the brain. It's not, when you feel pain, it's not necessarily that you have this tissue damage. You could have some form of, tissues grinding on each other or whatever. But at the end of the day, it's the brain that has granted this pain output. It's the decider that this is definitely what is in your interests, to feel pain, to protect you from doing something else. So if I want to reduce pain, I need to convince my brain that I'm safe. And the only way that I can convince my brain that I'm safe is by feeding it more data. And if I'm going to feed it more data, if I can feed my cerebellum, the biggest advisor to the big boss, and this is happy if your coordination is happy, then those messages between these two are going to be a lot better, and the output's going to be a lot less pain because there's more trust. It's like Carl Jung, a neuroscientist, says, in each of us there is another who we do not know. The brain, right? It's in our skull. We don't know it. We're trying to convince it. We're trying to get to know it. But the more you think of it as this external being inside you that controls everything about you, the more you can control it, because you get to know it better and you can
repetition.
Yeah.
Or getting to know the unknown. So where's the connection then between brain, body? Does the brain need the warm up first, or should it be warmed up first before trying to do the physical? Before I'm trying to
as
go
in
do
like
figure rates, or
training?
and obviously it's not. It is a warm up. Is there a mental warm up that would enhance, make it more effective before starting to do is there something you should be saying in your brain, words, voices, do you activate the sensories first before trying to brush your teeth with your other hand? Can you just sit there and sing, hum? I mean, is the other...
Actually, singing is great for the brain. And humming.
Doesn't matter how bad you are.
but really, my husband was training the Chinese basketball team, and basketball in China is like football everywhere else. It's like the biggest sport, right? And when I went to watch, they were doing all these neural warm-ups all the audience would come and watch the warm-up, not just the game. So they would be doing the warm-ups with the eyes, with the balance, with the figure eights, and the whole stadium was following along with their eye exercises, copying. It was amazing to see how open they were, not cynical, just following just because these are...
There's longevity over there too. They have long lifespans.
But I know I didn't answer your question, but basically that reminded me about the warm-up, of doing the things that are going to make your brain calmer for that performance of whether it's the basketball game, whether it's the gym, I need to lift heavier. The more data you feed the brain from its underactive pathways, it says, oh, finally I'm getting data from that knee that I didn't know much about. Finally I'm getting data from that, medial eye muscle. I trust you more now. So here's some the brakes taken off. Yeah. The brakes taken off means you're going into more of a parasympathetic state, and not because I know you need to be in a sympathetic state for performance, right? But
just quick on that, can you explain the difference between sympathetic and parasympathetic?
So our autonomic nervous system is always in this tug of war between the sympathetic, which is your fight or flight state, and your parasympathetic, which is your rest and digest state. So you're even right now, as I'm sitting here, my brain's deciphering, are we in danger? Are we not in danger? Are we in danger? Are we not in danger? And something like these lights could even be making me more sympathetic. Just enough sympathetic is great for performance, but often it's too much. More often than not, it's too much sympathetic that causes shutdown. And that sympathetic comes from fatigue, from overtraining, from maybe adrenaline and too much nervousness about the outcome, all this stuff. You see it in reality shows, right? The most person who wins that you can see from the beginning is the one that's calm under pressure, right? And I think with sport is very similar. The person who's still able to make decisions.
Do or die. It's the difference between a champion and a second place.
Yeah. I mean, if you watch Tested to the Limit, Cristiano Ronaldo's video on YouTube, his brain is unbelievable. Just how he's able to still make these decisions under stress. Under his predictive capabilities are really obvious in that documentary, and maybe what made him a great player, I don't know, his brain, but basically, yeah.
So how many repetitions?
Yeah, just enough to usually depends on what it is you're doing, right? With eye exercises, it's about what they got used to, right? If I go overboard, that might shut down because then they're going into fatigue. But if I do 3 or 4 repetitions, for example, of saccades or eye circles or something, that's enough to wake up the underactive pathways. It's very fast, super fast. You don't have to do so much. But if you're working on the endurance, just like in training, you do need to increase that load over time. And then based on how much you've been doing is how much you put into the warm-up to get the most out of your body. Because if you want to push those boundaries, but not in competition. Yeah. So
how do you recognize fatigue then?
Yeah, that's a great question. When we're training people on neuro, I keep using the eye exercise as an example because fatigue kicks
Your eyes
in
are a great workout.
Yeah, the fatigue is very obvious when people are doing eye training because they're not used to it. So I do it with them. And then when I start to see their eyes blinking too much or watering too much, or I start to see their throat swallowing, they're going too much into sympathetic state, Then, you've pushed yourself too much. But it doesn't have to be the eye exercise. You're doing any training in the gym and you start to feel your body going into too much of a survival mode. You're feeling your breathing get too fast. Let's say you're not doing cardio. Obviously, if you're doing cardio, it's different. But if you're not doing cardio and you notice too much of a shortness of breath, or you're noticing this throat feeling of swallowing, or you're starting to twitch too much in your face or your eyes, you're starting to go into sympathetic, you need to kind of, we do need to go into sympathetic to adapt to that stress, but it's how much you go, you're going to push your limits, and very often people overdo it. So respecting that I need to stress my body so it adapts to it, but I don't need to push my luck either. And I feel like
Which is a skill in itself, learning to
So hard.
where to adapt and how to.
and that's a good trainer from a not great trainer really knows that difference,
massively.
because you know
don't
it.
open that can, jeepers.
You can just see, you know,
Yeah.
when you're pushing that client too much. It's not about what reps you planned, it's what you're looking at in front of you. You know from experience how much reps you need to do to push this, but then now it's looking a little bit too much. Okay, let's ditch the planned number and come down with this
Get educated
weight.
and practice.
Yeah. And read your autonomics and get to know your autonomics, all that stuff. Yeah.
We're going to bring this one to close in a second, because there's a lot of awesome information, and I hope everyone's taken a lot of tips. I got their pen and paper out. Because I want to leave this one on three practical takeaways that, okay, or even if it's one or two, to be honest, you know, the whole thing of, if you don't take anything else, what's that one thing or two, whatever, two things it needs to be that, you know, remember. If you don't remember anything else, please remember this.
If you don't remember anything else, breathe better, eat better, move better. And I know easier said than done, but
just sums
breathe
it all
better,
up.
eat better, move better. If you do these three things, you are really sorting your brain out, your neuronal health. Breathe better in terms of just slowing down the breath. Most of us just need to slow down our breathing rate. And honestly, research shows as little as 3 minutes a day makes a massive difference. I know I'm opening a whole can of worms now, but this is just to summarize.
Tune into the next episode.
Yeah. But 3 minutes in bed, trying to challenge yourself in these next 2 minutes, which will help you fall asleep. In the next 2 minutes, how many breaths can I take? And tomorrow, can I take less breaths than that? So you're just trying to aim for 2 breaths per minute only. See if you can do that as a challenge. 2 slow, super slow breaths per minute. And if you can't, work towards that. And then eat better. I'm no expert in nutrition whatsoever, but I know that nutrition has a massive effect on brain health. And I think the more you can start to become your own nutritionist and learn about what works, the more intuitive you become. And most people do know what works well for the bodies and what doesn't. But just noticing more.
I think it's really simple. If you feel highly energetic throughout the day,
Highly energetic.
if you're energetic throughout the day, not like overbuzzed, but you're focused or you're switched on, when it comes to eating, then you're doing no good. Like as a general rule, like you should be focused and on point.
If you're the type that like a salad causes you to crash, look into it. If
Change
you,
it, like
if you don't know, ask an expert, right? That's going to help you, someone you trust.
Not Hebrew myself.
No, definitely not me. I stay away from nutrition as much as possible.
Yeah.
But then after that, move better, move in more coordinated ways, more novel ways. Like we talked about, brush your teeth tonight with your non-dominant hand. Do more spiral type activities. Balance more on your less balanced leg. We all know what that is. And to make things really happen, you've got to lump it in with a habit that you're already doing. If you are Muslim and you pray 5 times a day, at the end of your prayer, because I love training people who are practicing, because then you know that 5 times a day, that's a good opportunity for anything. And they usually, after prayer, they know what to do, right? So I say, okay, after you finish your prayer, you're going to do this just really short vacuum with your stomach just to get some signaling from your gut, right? Or then we do the teeth brush routine. So if you are brushing your teeth twice a day, turn away from the mirror and do your eye circles with your toothbrush, or while you're brushing your teeth, you make a promise to stand on your left leg because that's your weaker balanced side, or while you're waiting for the kettle to boil. So whatever a novel weakness you want to work on, stack it with an existing habit that you're already doing. And the chances of you actually doing it with enough repetition to make it worth doing is going to stick, rather than just a few weeks of trying something out and then parking it.
Wicked. Hebrew's own business is called Body Hack. You can check it out online. Where can they check this out?
So we have bodyhack.co is our website, bodyhack official is our Instagram, and Neuropilates is my personal Instagram.
Oh,
So.
it's everywhere. It's all over the show. We're going to bring
you.
Heba back on multiple times, talk about multiple things like this. But yeah, guys, make sure you reach out. And the biggest thing is when it comes down to it, knowledge is only good as much as you apply it. So if you're not applying it, then it's a waste of time. So please get out there. Please apply the learnings. Please take us further. Please ask more questions. Please contact Heba and find out more about it. But thank you, Heba.
Thank
Appreciate
you, Greg,
it. It's always
for
a
having
pleasure.
me. Always a pleasure too.
Take it easy, guys. Make it real simple, man. Why should people consider transformations as important?
Cool. Good question. So I think the biggest thing for me and why I would say transformations are important is I think everybody should see their best shape or their best conditioning at least once in their life. It's kind of one of those things that a lot of people might live their whole lifetime and potentially never see their full potential or what their body's physically capable of. And I think if you look past the physicality, which I'm sure we'll touch on today, there's so many other benefits that come with that physical, image that people don't often realize. So I think it's important that everyone should transform themselves at least once into what they perceive as their best shape yet.
Yep.
And then we kind of help them take it from there.
Well, good thing we're going to dive into this. We look at the spiritual, the mental, and the physical side of transformations as well. Yeah. Before we get into that, what I'd love to do is start off with barriers, because there's sometimes in a way a negative stigma behind transformations to begin with when it comes to fitness. I'm sure you'll have heard a lot of excuses and like things that's bad as fads. It's there's intermittent fasting and all these different things, or they just cut diets and then they go back, the yo-yo diet, because they end up going back to what they were in the first place. What's probably the number one barrier you've found when people say, I want to do a transformation? What's the hardest thing they've had to change in order to get there?
Yeah, it's a good one. I think I ask people always, are you prepared to make sacrifices? For a transformation, you have to sacrifice something somewhere.
Yeah, literally.
Simple. So the people just aren't prepared to make the sacrifices. When you do a transformation, it's like, maybe that 5 o'clock beer with the boys has to go.
Yeah.
We're on the transformation run now. It's, half of me loves the lifestyle approach, but when we talk transformation, it's those small details. They need to go.
Yeah.
We need to make sacrifices, get to bed early, get up early, stay consistent with training. So I think when people can start to understand that sacrifices have to be made, all of a sudden they get like this open-minded approach to go, oh, all right, so I'm going to have to feel a little bit of suffering for a little, short-term pain, long-term gain. Once we've unlocked that, it's pretty good.
What about the ones that go for usually it's a 12-week, 24-week kind of period that most transformations are based around.
Yeah.
But the overweight, the fatty, they wants to lose the weight. They're usually going to do the 12 weeks and 24 weeks and then runs back to the old self.
Yes.
Like that must be the most common thing you see all the time.
Yeah.
How do you break it at the start to these guys? Like it is a sacrifice. There is a sacrifice, but you have to sit down and have hard words with these guys that like, don't waste my time, don't waste your money, don't waste your time type of thing. Is there an introduction for you to go into this?
Yeah, like you need to set the ground rules at the start, and you need to be really clear and transparent, because the expectations from me are a certain level. They have expectations coming into it. Most people expect me to do all the work, and it to be mostly me that gets them there. But we know that I see them 3 hours a week, maybe a few texts here and there, which I try to give as much as I can. But so much can happen behind closed doors that can obviously make or break this.
Yeah.
So it's setting the right expectations. I like to let them know that we are looking past 12 weeks or 24 weeks. Like, look, we're going to focus down into our transformation now. And I even bring it back to 4 weeks. I bring it back to 2 weeks. We start with a 2-week diet boot camp first. So I'm like, eyes are on 2 weeks. That's it.
Yeah.
But I'm like, we are going to keep in mind that end game. What's happening at the 20-week mark, at the 36-week mark, at the 52-week mark. But you can't overwhelm them with that sometimes initially. And I think when people come to you, they don't really care about 52 weeks.
Yeah.
They don't care. They don't think about the yo-yo. And I think that's where you've been in the industry a long time. You would have seen people.
Hey, watch the AJ. Watch the AJ.
You've been in Dubai a long time in the fitness industry, but you see people yo-yo.
Yeah, all the time.
And because they haven't been given the right expectations. They want that initial look. They're not really prepared to look past that, and it's a sad story. I think as a trainer, I feel like it's a bit of a fail point for me, honestly.
Yeah. What about the ones that? How do you put this one? The fatties that literally don't want to put in the work. In the first week, they haven't done the work.
Yeah.
You must have these conversations over and over again, right? Because they're not mentally ready. Do you have the hard stance on them, or do you have the nurturing, burn a baby stance on them?
I think what defines a good coach is the person that can pick the mood. We get a range of different clients, and I've worked with a range of different personalities. So I think what defines personal training or coaching is somebody that's able to connect with that individual.
Yeah.
I love getting stuck in to a.
Hey there, if you're finding this episode inspiring, you're finding it useful, applicable, we would love you to be part of the community. There's power in community, there's power in numbers. And by subscribing to the channel that you're watching this on or listening to this on, or sharing it with people that you know that may help benefit them, will only help us find more people within the community to help it grow, to support people to live an active and adventurous lifestyle. So if you don't mind, it would mean a lot if you just push subscribe, push like, and share it with someone that is going to help today.
Buddy, or to someone to a lazy bastard, basically. Like, I love telling somebody who's usually, look, a lot of the people we work with are probably in senior positions in their careers, probably not necessarily a more dominant character, but they're like, they're coming to us with like some good accomplishments. So I'm stripping them right back. And what I love is, I love seeing, let's say, a corporate man or woman who's quite successful in their career enter the gym, park their Rolls Royce out the front in their suit, change, and then come kind of hobbling over to me in their old workout gear, looking really timid. And that's where I think then it's my time to shine. And that's where I'll be, I think I'll try and get either stuck in or not. To answer your question, I've had people contact me, not ask my rates, sign up, see you on Monday. They're half an hour early, nail the first week, and their transformations are incredible. The other hand, haggling price, tiptoeing, canceling the first few consultations, not really adhering to the first week. Generally, I'm pretty quick to say, let's just call it, because we're probably not going to get what you're expecting here. Or should we change the goalpost? You came to me wanting this. We both realized you can't actually do that right now. What can you give me? All right, let's try this. And then maybe I get them 6 weeks down the line. And then it's like, you ready for this now? All right, let's have a crack. So I like that approach. I try to be a little flexible with that.
But you got to be real. And like the stigma of like, okay, if I'm calling someone a fatty or lazy, it's because I think you're fat or you're lazy, or you haven't accepted the fact that you're fat or lazy, or if you want to change it, you haven't prioritized your health yet. Because you prioritize wealth first because you was doing support for the family, whatever it was, career, whatever it was. But I think one of the biggest things personally is that you got to accept where you are. Like, until you do, you're not going to do anything about it. Like, it's a change of lifestyle. It's a change of way of living. So you got to do it right.
It's funny you say that. So I had a client who was just with me now. His name's Gordon. You won't mind me talking about him. So Gordon's from NZ. He runs a massive company down in between NZ and Oz. He flies him out. He's been out here. We've done this our 5th year anniversary. So he flies himself out for what he calls fat camp. He calls it fat camp. And I'm always a bit like, oh, don't say that, mate. Like, it's all right. Like, but I love that he owns it. Like, he's like, no, fat camp. I've basically been a bender for the last 6 months. He comes to me to Dubai. We had a 4-week stint. He lost 10 kilos. So he hopped on the flight, 10 kilos lighter, off to the UK, and straight on the plane, smashing a bit of booze. But like, for him, it's kind of like he gives this time back to himself to kind of set the expectations around, all right, I need to dial back in on my fitness. And every time he comes, we get a little bit closer. He kind of loses a little, and he knows that. He's also like, you know what, Jace, like, when you're not around, I'm kind of going to enjoy myself, but I'll see you in 6 weeks and we'll go again. Or, 6 months and we'll go again. But so I think it's being real, like you're saying, and don't put your head in the sand. That happens so often.
Totally.
And it's not pretty.
Because like you said, it's the 3 hours with you, but then there's the literally, what is it, 163 without you. And that's actually the time that really counts, because those were the big habits. What is it then your first go-tos when it comes to, okay, how do you create these habits? How do you create these, or stack these habits outside of the transformation 3-hour time that you have with them?
So we kind of, I would say a lot of it comes down to setting those targets at the start and keeping them simple. I think a lot of people make the mistake of overcomplicating them. We both know that you don't really need to do too much crazy stuff for your average population client to just move from being a sedentary, inactive, overweight, obese, unhealthy adult to being slightly better in all of those areas. All they have to do is kind of move a little bit more, eat a bit less.
100%.
So that first period is, I'm like, let's keep it simple. So it's just, we set them a basic step target, a lot of hype around steps, but it's just like, just move more basically, and eat a bit less. So we just give them a kind of a little fine guide around their nutrition. And I just initially, like, I literally set goals with the client today, and it was just 10K steps. We said, adhere to the diet plan for 14 days, check the box, and then see me. And there's 3 check boxes on their little app that they have on their phone. Every night, check it, and we'll review it in 14 days. Basically, that will be a reflection of what your scale weight is when you jump in on the scale with me.
Yeah.
So I think sometimes people overcomplicate. Now it's so hard. Hey, like sleep, it's like ice bath, recovery, sauna. I mean, I love a lot of the things that are out there. There's a lot of things that are science backed.
Yeah.
But yeah, don't you think it's a little bit crazy or a bit overwhelming?
Yes, 100% I do, but also understand where it's come from because everyone's trying to get ahead or everyone's trying to be the master or the leader, the expert. I mean, over the space here, looky here, everyone's saying like, oh, the best trainer or the number one space or the number one brand is like, it's in the eye of the beholder, in my opinion. Correct. It's like, and if there's 9 million people here, maybe there's 10 million now, but you're not going to be able to train 10 million people. No. So, I mean, like, just be you, do you, and you're fine, right?
That's right.
Because that's where the next kind of want to go. I want to go into the mental side first.
Okay.
Because I think that's the biggest challenge that trainers have. Yeah. That with people, it's easy to prescribe, like you said, eat a bit less, do a little more.
Yeah.
Boom. That's your first simplicity that you can get to. But then it's the battle that people have got to have to get them inspired or motivated or disciplined, committed, whatever you want to call that. Yeah. So go, okay, how I get this mental change to change the habit? Like, is it George? Sorry, it was
Gordon.
Gordon.
Yeah.
So Gordon, you know, he's at peace that he knows where he's at. At least he mentally he's still in the space. He comes in, he works hard, drops the weight down, goes away, still lives life. There's a lot of other people out there that don't want to sacrifice or they don't want to. So when you come to that push, I know you want to do it individually and you're saying if you're not in the right space right now, that's cool. Yeah. We'll reassess. Maybe it's not right for you right now. What is the biggest psychological thing for males when they're coming into this transformation? Why do they want to be there to start off with? Okay. And then what do they think they're going to get compared to what are they actually going to get from a transformation?
Yeah. So, I mean, a lot of males will come in usually from a confidence perspective or a bit of low self-esteem.
Yeah.
You know, they're not really feeling confident in themselves. Sometimes the missus is giving them a bit of a nudge. Oh, they've gone through a little bit of like relationship, you know, dramas here and there. And I think they've realized that they're kind of falling off the bandwagon a little bit, or, you know, it usually stems from like a confidence-based issue for most of the blokes that I've kind of worked with.
There's a pain sitting there, right?
Yeah. It's just like, you know, I don't fit into my clothes. I look, you know, I love hearing the one where my daughter said, why do the other dads look like Superman and you look fat? You know, that one I can see, you know, old mates almost holding back the tears. And I'm like, yeah, fair enough. Like, you know, you are a representation to your kids. So for a lot of the blokes I work with, it's, you know, they're obviously parents or their dads. Our demographic is from 25 to 45 that I'll kind of usually work with. So, you know, from 30 onwards, you've got a lot of parents who are trying to be role models for their kids. So that's usually a big one. So it's like those pain points around confidence and image. It was the biggest barrier, right? You were asking me?
Yeah, like with these guys, they get to change the sacrifice, right? It's ego.
The biggest barrier I have with them is ego.
Yeah.
Because they think they know
everything,
what they need and they need everything. So I have to come in being obviously a lot more dominant in my knowledge base over the years. I mean, it's over 12 years. So I'm kind of like, no, mate, this is how it's going to work.
Yeah.
And usually when they don't apply what we say, we kind of both just sit there and go, how did that go? Like we can kind of see why it didn't go the way we wanted. But ego is the trick, especially with guys. Ego is the hardest one. Once we kind of break that, or I would say guys need to you need to earn their respect too a little bit. You need to show that you're living that way. Yeah. And that's what I try to do. Like a lot of the time is I'll do a lot of the things I'm prescribing just by naturally over the years, you know, you're in the health industry. We kind of it's easy for us. Right, we don't realize it. But I think
got to be reminded sometimes, right?
Yeah. But from an integrity perspective, there's also a lot of trainers out there who don't do what they say. Or they don't kind of look the part, or they don't live the way they say they tell their clients to live. And I think that sometimes makes it hard for especially guys to actually buy in and then actually dedicate themselves.
Because like mentally, you're going through this stuff, the work is tough. Like, and there's other things too. Like males aren't very good at opening up in the first place, right? That's the hardest thing. Do you find they start to open up, let's say after week 1, week 2, you know, to become that more brother, best friend, or maybe confident that you're like, hey man, like this is actually what I want to do. This is the reason I'm kind of doing it. How deep do you get with these guys? How deep can you get?
I think my skill set and the reason I've gotten to the place that I've gotten with my career is that I've been able to get onto the levels. You have to.
It's the real.
You have to. Like there's just no two ways about it. When you're working with someone in that private capacity, whether it's athletes or just general population, you as like a coach, you need to get to their level. And that's obviously having a bit of empathy, understanding. I've probably learned more from clients telling me things than I have like going out there and living it or reading it online or being taught it. Do you know what I mean? Like it's just their experiences that I've kind of been learning from. And I've heard some crazy things. I've had people go through crazy levels of depression, and I've been their first points of contact, which initially is very uncomfortable. And I've had to obviously then at the right point, try to kind of edge them towards professional. But initially they weren't ready for that. So I was just taking it in. And so, you know, I love when you see somebody actually start to unlock those barriers. Those are the guys that get the good results. You need to break the ice, and you need to make them feel comfortable that it's a safe space. And the hardest one is when you train their misses as well. Like when you've got a couple, guy or girl,
left and right.
I'm getting like the story about old mate from Madam, and then old mate from Sir, like telling me how bad she's been, and it's just like I'm in the middle, like guys, you can just let it out, but it's you know, I'm not obviously there to kind of advise too much, but it's just sometimes they don't need that, and you know what it's like just letting people kind of let their guard down, and then in turn obviously make sure they're still training. Because
like you can easily get caught in the middle. They go like, oh, what did you say? What did you say?
Yeah,
like,
that's risky, especially here. I prefer to avoid that. But yeah, definitely you need to break those barriers, and I just in the past when I haven't been able, there's been times I've not been able to break the barrier down. That person's probably just not been ready to. Maybe I just am not the right personality for them, and that's going to happen. And usually your results will kind of show. Maybe we didn't get where we wanted to get. There was a bit of tension. We kind of didn't gel. And unfortunately, I'm probably not their trainer, and that's normal.
But that's normal. That's what there's different trainers for people.
The next guy or girl will probably be their breakthrough trainer, and I hope that's the case. So
that's a massive thing, and I'm glad you brought that up, because there is that part where I can't train everybody. I'm not going to be able to get the results, so I can't make that connection. Like everyone can prescribe, but it's about how you're connecting, how you're communicating with individuals, and some people you just don't gel with. It's just friends in circles and stuff like that, right? What about from the stigma of transformation's bad for you because you lose weight too fast? You know, that's out in the industry, or that's out in the public marketing. It's all about drop faster. You know, everyone says, all the sales or marketing comes out, lose in 4 weeks, lose 10 kilos in 4 weeks. Like everyone's different, but everything's sold in the faster. You know what is your thoughts on it? How do you deal with it?
It's a tricky one, because I think even if you look back 5 years ago, I felt like there was more trend around quick changes. Let's say Manjaro aside, or Zenpick aside. Let's not open that can of worms yet, because now I think that's brought back the quick results situation. But let's say besides that, before that started to trend again, people were using the word like holistic lifestyle or lifestyle approach. Like I have clients call me and say, I'm looking for that lifestyle change or that lifestyle transformation. Where 5 years back, it was like, I want 8 weeks to abs. You know, it was like those, I felt like those headlines.
7-minute abs. Remember they were back in the day?
Yeah, exactly. So I felt like, I've been in the, I was saying to you before, like I've been in the transformation space where I was working for a company here, quite renowned in what they do. We were doing 12-week drastic transformations, and some of the results that were being churned out by this company in particular were phenomenal from a visual standpoint. Again, no shade there, but we all know what happens when someone goes through such a drastic change. There's a lot of side effects on the back end, and if it's not handled the right way, it literally can make or break someone. Personal experience. I got here, I did a little shred, 5 weeks, I dropped 10 kilos. Now, like I was more muscular. I was 11% when I started. So I didn't really have that much to drop, to the point where I was on like 1,100 calories a day. I was trying to sneak protein bars so my trainer wouldn't see me. I would walk down the aisles of the supermarket just to look at food. Like when I got to that,
sniffing the aisles.
Oh, mate, like when I got to the 5 week mark, I was like, I can't do this. Like this is bullshit. And for weeks afterwards, I had such a negative relationship with food. I'd eat something, I was like, oh fuck, I'd go do 40 minutes cardio. I'd have a few biscuits. And then I just was like, fuck, this is what's happening on the other side. Like when I'm putting these people through this, they just don't know how to
deprivation leads to excessiveness.
And I'd say to people, like, I'm a trainer. I have all the knowledge. I know why this is happening, but it still really affected me. And we know a lot of trainers also have these issues too, because some of us are crazy. Like when it comes to
cheesecake
training.
every now and again.
Yeah, exactly. And look, I'm all for it, but it's just that transformation can give you such a negative relationship with food.
Massively.
It can really unlock some demons. And I think if it's not handled the right way, it can make and break someone's whole perception of fitness.
Yeah. And that's where I don't know if it's all come from there as far as transformations, because like you lost it too fast. And I know and I've gone through myself times where I've gone like, I've had the whole, just drop it. Just stop eating that crap and you'll lose weight, or go harder on your workouts or whatever.
Yeah.
Changing to the point of just take your time. Like if you can't sustain this like comfortably right now, you're not going to be able to sustain it afterwards. Yeah. So it had to be just conversations about, what do you want? Do you want to lose it for your wedding or something like that, and then go back to being lazy and fat? Like that's just how I see it now, and that's just my point of view. And that by no means they're a bad person. It's just you have fat on you,
correct,
or you don't do much. That's just, and that's your choice. That's your life, and that makes you happy. It's not going to affect me, right?
No,
that's what I'm like. So then when it comes to that stigma or that push, like, you and I are both in the space where we go like, man, this is normal. I'm going to go lift weights. I'm going to the gym. I'm going to eat this because I like the taste of it, and that's my day-to-days, right? But then the push for guys, like, because now I want to talk about supplements or steroids to get them there faster because of, there is the mental pain that they're trying to relieve first. Yes. Is it the breakup? Oh, man, like I got lazy, I got fat. My wife left me, or she just doesn't like me anymore, doesn't find me attractive. So there's a massive beat down on the mentality side of things. Yes. And so they want that quick, like a dopamine fix in a way to get to where they want to go to. Have you ever been through cases where they've gone to extremities, had to go, look, mate, you need to stop that, taper back, find help, maybe potentially, because there's other side of it too. And I've actually gone through with a client who was going through massive depression and suicidal. So he got to get into conversations during the session. Mate, I don't think I should be here. You know what? What would be the easiest way to offer myself? And it was like, right. Like we're doing a PT session. Like I'm not a doctor by any means and stuff like that. And how you deal with it. I mean, have you ever to go through that kind of thing yourself? Or
yeah, I've definitely had those levels of conversations. Like I've had a best mate go through that. So I'd kind of dealt with that on a very close basis from a younger age. Back when I was in Oz, when I was like 19, 20. So I was like kind of a bit of a talking, like I was kind of the first point of contact for somebody who was, to the point of writing letters and kind of, I was the first person to be sent the letter, like kind of thing. So it was kind of like real serious. Thankfully, he kind of pulled through that, and he's kind of, taken himself in a great direction now. But I've had people that I've worked with over the years kind of come to that level too. And it's tricky. Like people break down, the messages I've received outside of sessions. I had a client that I was just like, mate, if you're on the edge, just give me a call. And like I'd copped multiple calls. Just say, hey bro, just want to have a chat. And I'd be a stupid hour in the night. I'd label them my contacts important. Like as in like just heads up, like, we're giving them the extra mile. Cause like, I think when you're in this for the passion, you don't really notice that little bit of extra, I wouldn't say service. I would say it's a mandatory, like, human to human interaction. Like you just have to be there. But yeah, I think it gets pretty dark, and it's hard. What's nice and rewarding is when you see those people come out the other side. Usually it correlates with their confidence coming back, and that usually is because they've dropped 10. Their libido's back. They're performing a bit better. On the pitch and off the pitch, should we say? So like,
you got your 7 misses.
Exactly. It's like,
smiling.
You can actually hip thrust now. That's good. Because I don't know what you're doing for the last 20 years. So like little things like that, I think then you kind of go, okay, it was all worth it in the end. And I'm always, though, I think just the fine print would be, I'm always quick to obviously try to get a professional involved if I feel like it's borderline. But thankfully I haven't had too many cases like that.
What about that when it comes to supplements? I mean, like your thoughts, your opinions on that supplements, or would be steroids usage to help you get there faster? Like, what are your thoughts on those?
So we'll start with supplements. From a supplement standpoint, I'm probably the worst trainer when it comes to supplements. Like, is in the sense that I've worked with trainers who've pushed so many supplements. I've tried to follow those protocols and I can't stand it. To the point where I only really prescribe the basic foundational stacks. I work with one or two other key, I would say there's a doctor, a sports doctor. I work with a few different specialists that if I feel like someone needs something in depth, I'll recommend them to get their bloods done and then to go and actually see where they're deficient and what they should be taking. But alternatively, it's like everyone's got their basic stack of like vitamins and whatnot. From a supplement standpoint, I'll throw in, I think protein's always a good way to get your protein up. It's no magic trigger, as we know. Like it was often seen as one, especially in Lebanon. When I go to Lebanon, because I'm half Lebanese, I go to Lebanon, everyone's like, bro, are you on protein? And I'm like, what do you mean protein? Am I on protein? Like proud of the whey. And I was like, yeah, it's just protein, bro. Like it's literally like a meal, not somewhat to a degree, a meal replacement or a quick hit of protein if you can't smash all that chicken in. I was like, what are you guys on about? Like, I think it had a bit of a perception around, it was like your mum would, when you were growing up being like, Jace, get off the protein again. I'm like, Mum, like, relax. This is not why I've gotten jacked overnight. That's the trend or whatever it is, whatever it is. We won't joke about that, but I'll touch on the gear in a second. But it's like creatine was another one I'll throw in there. Protein. So literally protein powder, creatine, and your basic sups, an electrolyte of some kind, some form of hydration. And that's kind of my own real go-to for people. Yeah. I don't really back sending people a massive list of supplements to get stuck into. If their food's right, most cases you'll cover the bases. Yeah. So I think people get caught up on that side.
I've got this thing too, but me personally is about sometimes you can get not addicted, but reliant on supplements as well. Like people are like, I've got to have this in order to maintain my calorie deficit or maintain my current a weight. Yeah. Like, would you recommend people use that or look for a way to supplement that, or just for a period of time? Like, say they're going for this transformation. So they're just in a transformation and then you're looking to knock it off later on, because you focus now on the 365, the whole year type of thing, or the lifestyle. It's not 365. It's beyond that. It's beyond, But I mean, what's first of all, ethos on it, and what do you help them do after the first transformation? What is the transition?
Yeah, so what will happen is when people start with us, we'll get all their basic levels up. So like I always recommend bloods. So I'm taking a blood test. I don't have a look through them. I have a professional that does that. They'll kind of then throw me some suggestions of what I think I should focus on from a vitamins. They'll prescribe the vitamins more or less. Like that's literally their department. I'll outsource that service. They'll kind of say, here, look, old mate's taking nothing. Let's get him on a multivitamin, some curcumin, fish oil, magnesium, bit of zinc, vitamin D. They're kind of your standard ones that are thrown around quite a lot. We'll throw them in. I think they're important initially on a transformation because we are in a bit of a deficit. So the immune system drops. People get sick in Dubai, especially like crazy. We're in the AC a lot. There's people from all over the world. Change the temps. We've got people coming in from every country every day, 1,000 times a day, really. So like I try to make sure the immune system's not compromised. And I think the other thing that we'll throw in is obviously utilizing protein, because like protein powders or bars sometimes, because people are busy. So it's kind of like, oh, I didn't do this, didn't do that. So I'm like, all right, how can we make it more convenient for you? So after that initial transformation, then I always, again, would be suggesting quarterly blood tests. Hopefully some of those levels are starting to balance out because the food's gotten better, less processed foods, less alcohol, more sleep. Yeah. Do we need to double down on all those vitamins again? Usually not. And then we can start to phase them out a little. And like, it's nothing worse than seeing someone who's like 20. And I've done it. Like you would have done it too. Like where you're just taking 50 different pills and you're 20 and you're like, I don't need to be doing this now. But it was just, we just didn't know what we needed. And I think there's the placebo. Yeah, massively. It's like, in the morning, if I didn't take my fish oil or if my fat absorption, like you literally got this line of pills. You know a thing called USANA? USANA. This is years ago. It was like one of these pharmaceutical companies that gives you exactly what you needed for your day. You could pretty much live off pills. This was like the Animal Stack. They had like a pack. It was like an Animal Stack had like a packet, and it was like everything in the one pack. It was like 50 pills, probably along the same lines. It would have been the same lines. There was multiple companies at the same time, and then it was like, so had a moment of probably 5 months of going through that, and then snapped out of it. Like in most cases, I've never really noticed that big of a difference when I've dropped off being in like this head of all these sups. And then I've stopped and I'm like, I'm actually fine. And I've done my bloods and everything's all right. I think there's a time and place. Protein's my favorite. Creatine's my favorite. Like those two, I think are an essential for most of us who are training men or women, to be honest. Other than that, I don't really push too much. And hydration here. Getting the electrolytes, especially here. So what about the key, like on there with women and supplements? Yeah. Because there's a lot of deficiencies for women in vitamins and minerals in their bodies, and then going through a transformation. Like one of the biggest, I suppose, changes for people in transformation comes from literally just changing the job and removing stress from their lifestyle. Correct. Like as soon as you do that, one of two things. One is they're not losing weight because there's still so much stress in the body that they can't do it. Then that's when you get the bloods and all that. Correct. The other side of it is once they do drop their stress, they change without even changing the diet sometimes. Yes, that's right. What about the females? Do you find with your female clients, how much of them are about like, oh, I've got to have this pill or that pill? Let's start with that because how addicted are they to nutrition? Because usually women are better with the nutrition. Yeah, our female clients are usually a lot more switched on with their nutrition. yeah, again, I find female clients come in with a lot more confusion around what they should be doing, as in they've heard so many different things. Whereas guys are kind of like, my mate told me to take this, I'm going to take it.
Literally, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And or like, whereas a female client will generally be like, I've heard this for this, and then I was told about this, and then I'm trying this, and I've done 6 weeks of that and 4 weeks of this, and nothing's working, or like, so we try to simplify it.
Yeah.
And initially, like, obviously the biggest thing with our female clients is understanding their menstrual cycle. That I think that's imperative to a good transformation, because we can understand and obviously be a bit more compassionate with the hormone changes throughout that 4 week period. And like, I always say to our female clients, like, you're going to have one good week a month where you feel optimal, where maybe your scale weight's a true representation of probably where you are, your body feels tight, your stomach feels good. Outside of that, we're kind of going to be battling some stormy weather. The conditions will be varying depending on the client, their age, and all that kind of stuff. So that's when then we'd look at supplementing different supplements in if they need. But again, I still try to say, look, let's just focus on your food. Let's hit your protein. Most females undereat on their protein anyway. That's a huge one. It's just trying to teach them that they need to be eating more protein. Again, I'm not like a protein junkie either, but it's just like, let's just hit the minimum requirement. Let's not go above and beyond. But then after that, it will be individualized.
What is your minimum requirement
for a female? Protein. So I usually try to prescribe. Like I try to prescribe my female clients to be having a minimum of 100 grams a day. But I think that can be a struggle for a lot. So sometimes we'll start at 75. We've had people obviously feel kind of a little bit of a negative reaction to having high amounts of protein too. Their bodies just can't process it. They're not really used to it. We have a lot of different ethnicities as well. So, their diets may consist of, let's look at
us. Plant-based or
let's look at our South Asian clients. So we work with a lot that are plant-based. So their protein are coming from other sources, which then we realize a lot of those sources are actually causing them to bloat and being completely inflamed. So it's trying to it's a bit of trial and error. So this is why in our first 14 day of our transformation, we do I would say it's a diet boot camp, but it's almost like an allergen deficient diet, if that makes sense. So basically we remove without doing intolerant tests or any of that stuff, I just go, let's remove the 8 most common inflammatory food groups, which is like your shellfish, nuts, gluten, dairy, alcohol, obviously. We get rid of soy, stuff like this. So it kind of sounds like there's nothing left, but more or less they're on a shake for brekkie, mid-morning some fruit and some eggs. Sometimes eggs can be in there as well, but I kind of keep them in. Lunch is protein veg salad, dinner's protein veg salad, bit of fruit in the afternoon. So it's like there's plenty of options still, but we just go, let's just remove all those little tricky sticky points. A lot of the time, people will drop a couple of kilos in the first week just from being less inflamed. Their stomach actually starts to fire. They realize like, oh shit, like, I'm not going to the bathroom so many times, or I'm actually going to the bathroom again. Something people don't realize. I've always had strange conversations. I always love when a client says to me, is it normal that I'm doing this, or I'm going more, or I'm going a bit less? And I'm like, like this is probably, considering where you were, this is actually, we're moving in the right direction. Something wasn't working. After that 14-day period, then we reintroduce. I'm not somebody that tells people not to have any of those food groups. My philosophy isn't really around that. It's like what works for you. So let's reintroduce some things. What did you miss in the last 2 weeks? And people always say to me, rice. They'll say milk in my coffee. And then what can happen for some people is like, I added milk in my coffee and I literally was in the bathroom for an hour. I'm like, all right, you make the call. Maybe that's not probably sitting well with you. Did you love your coffee enough? Do you want to keep it in there? Keep it in.
Totally.
Like it's on you now,
choice.
but you know how you feel without. So maybe we drop it to every second day, and maybe an Americano, then you have your cappuccino the second day. Like I'm not there to say them, no cappuccinos forever now. Like, cause I feel like that's where you'll lose people after the transformation window. Where they just can't sustain it. So it works well when we reintroduce. I think I've gone a bit off topic here, but we reintroduce we reintroduce the foods after 14 days to almost the point where people can kind of have everything again. I'm just there to educate them on the quantities.
Let's just say what has changed then, because it needs to be changed in order to be sustainable for long term.
It's the portions. That's where everyone's getting unstuck. Like if you look at most people, I always love the one, especially, and I'm half Lebanese, so I'll work with a lot of like obviously Arabic clients, and I'm like, but I had Lebanese, it was fine. I had tabbouleh and chicken talk and some hummus. I'm like, I'm like, so from which restaurant here had it here? I ordered it in. Usually it's saturated in oil. Most times. Literally dripping. Like the tabbouleh sometimes they send, I love when I get delivered. It's like nice, clean, fresh bowl of parsley and tomato, more or less. And then there's this this jar of olive oil, and I'm like, there's no way all of that should be in there. But most people will just crack the lid, pour it in. And you've got maybe 500 calories of olive oil in that.
Just in that one.
Yeah, so it's just educating.
They'll bring you another one later on if you wanted to.
Yeah, exactly. So it's just education. And I think it's also crazy that people have to get to 30 and then actually have someone tell them or pay someone to tell them that this is what's going into your body. It should be in the education system. I've said this on like different podcasts. I've said this anytime I really get to this topic. It's like it should be in the education system somewhere where we should be learning this. Put me out of a job, but I think we'd be we'd be a better society for it.
Yeah, 100%. What about women strength training? Like, where's your philosophies on strength training for women or the battle with women? I'm sure you strength train women, right?
Yes,
you
definitely.
pushed it on them to strength train.
time.
Okay, good. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm glad I have to kick you out on
No,
that.
no, that's fundamental.
So then, where's the battles for you with women to strength train?
Yeah, so you've got the major misconception around women obviously being quite concerned about gaining muscle. You know, some women will build muscle easier than others. 90% won't. And it will take conscious, continuous effort to really gain any sort of like muscular shape or physique. And so I'll often always kind of say to my female clients, like, you won't end up there accidentally.
Yeah.
Like, we'll get 5 kilos down, you'll gain a little bit of muscle, you'll see yourself get a little stronger. And then we can review things like how you're feeling.
Yeah.
Generally, they'll be a lot more happier with the changes that they'll see. Females like to use the word toned.
Yeah.
You'll hear that often. And what a lot of people don't realize is tone literally just means more muscle, less fat. And that's kind of the look that they're associating with. Yeah, they're associating toning with that look. And literally what we need to do is actually lift weights. You know, the benefits on hormones, the benefits on longevity, obviously fighting any sort of like medical conditions. The list goes on when it comes to
bone support,
Correct.
activity, society level, activity, blah, 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 blah.
You could literally go right on. Like, it's
going on
so
and on.
important. So for me, it's a must. And I try to really fight that stereotype. I love the one, I had a call with somebody the other day, and it was like, I always love especially in Dubai, you get the call where someone calls you to train them and then tells you how to train them. And I'm always like, all right, I'm just going to stop you there.
Yeah.
This is not how this works. But like, I love the one where it's like, my body wasn't designed to lift weights. It's like, my body's just not, it just doesn't lift weights. And I'm like, your body doesn't know anything about, it only knows what you're telling it and what your mind's telling it. Have you ever tried? No. Cool. But what do you want to see? I want to see more toning. I want to see my posture's bad, or I've got back pain. All right. Like, well, this is the answer. Do you want to do it or not? Let's give it a shot.
It's crazy that like how people want to do a transformation or they don't like, not necessarily don't accept what they are, but like, you look the way you look because of the way you live. As simple as that.
Yeah.
Like, because if you haven't lifted weights or it doesn't fit you, it's because you haven't done it.
Yes.
Or you haven't done it right. Or like that way, it
like,
blows my mind.
I'll have people say to me, like, they'll show me a picture, like, can I look like this? Like, I want to look like this, or this is my transformation goal. Can I look like this? My answer is always yes.
Yeah.
What are you prepared to do? Okay, you showed me Dwayne Johnson. All right. We need to train 4
you
a.m. every
6 foot
morning.
something?
You've got extreme amounts of good genetics. You've got a family history of good genetics. Maybe dabbling in a bit of the dark arts here and there, maybe not. But
Train for 30 years.
train for 30 years. What are you prepared to do to get there?
Yeah.
Okay, so can it be possible? Yes.
Yes.
There's a road though. And that's my job to then set that expectation
The
again and say,
expectations.
cool, let's drop it back a few rungs. But I think everyone has the potential to change themselves however they really want. It just comes down to like what's realistic, what will fit in with their lifestyle, their values.
How can we deal with expectations? Because that's the biggest thing. When you talk about, you got 14 days, what's the next stage after that? Or when you got to go into this lifestyle, away from the transformation and into lifestyle?
It's funny you say that because I think we had a bit of a learning curve this year at 365. We were off the back of without trying to plug us. We were off the back of
Plug away, bro. It's all good. I'm
We
going to plug you anyway,
We spoke
mate.
about this at the start. I don't want to be that guy, but it's a good personal
365, check it out.
It's a good personal experience. We came off the back of what we call our cover model challenge.
Yeah.
So basically the focus is body transformation. So it's like get in the best shape yet, get on the cover of a magazine. We're going to put you there. How does Chris Hemsworth look so good on the front of the magazine? Well, he's literally eaten fish and cucumbers for the last 7 days. We do that. So that people then, we book them a photo shoot, they take the shots, they look incredible. Well, then this expectation becomes real
maintain
because
that
it's like, well, then they know because they're like, hang on, so you're telling me all those years that I've looked at Chris Hemsworth in that movie and wanted to look like him, that he'd pumped up 20 reps before the set, had a tan, he didn't drink water for 48 hours, and he cut cucumber and chicken. He ate chicken and fish for days. Like, yeah, now you know. So it's actually, I felt like it's worked really well with our team for the bounce back because they don't feel so bad. They go, oh, okay, so I'll just add in a few more of my things. I'll have my water, whatever. They go back up a couple of percent. So it was hard initially for some to actually make them feel okay with that, that you can't maintain that cover model look all year round. But then it actually sets them up for a really positive experience with going, okay, now I know what I'm seeing out there in social media when you see trainers who have done one photo shoot, post the same photo every few days, and people think old mate's living shredded.
Few years, they get the same photo.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, how's he shredded all year round? I was like, no, he just did a lot of shots, and now he just keeps rolling them out. So people kind of, it gives them a really in-person experience of the misconceptions out there or the like misinformation. The second thing that I was kind of tying into is that what we realized is when we did the cover shoot, we had so much more intensity around one focus, which was drop. So we've come into this year we started with the strength phase because I wanted to push our cover model post Ramadan because Ramadan was earlier. So I felt like we just wanted to change the focus point. And we did one just before Christmas. So we needed to kind of do a deload, a refeed phase, a reverse diet phase, I should say. So a lot of people actually they felt a bit lost because they kind of only really got used to this like really intense, aggressive of transformation. So it was a great learning curve for us, and it was a great experience to go, actually, guys, we need to reset that expectation for everyone now that it's okay to be in this muscle building phase. You can eat more. We're going to get stronger. And now we're just about to finish that phase. Everyone's feeling really good. And we've got a lot more muscle tissue on the body. People have been enjoying iftars all through the month. Yeah. Now we'll start to go through this. So I try to show people that it's seasonal and that like, even though we're 365 days and I like that lifestyle approach, it's like we do break it up into phases. It has to. It just has to.
Literally.
Like you can't just coast on the same program with the same food all year. One, you won't maintain a shredded physique. You'll burn out and your stress will start to skyrocket. Yep. And on the flip side of that, you just keep eating and don't train, and you're going to end up in the same spot anyway. So
it's been a cycle for a lot of people too, right? They end up going back around. That's really interesting if you do the way you approach that way, because there's a lot of, what do you put this? The mentality or the psychological side of this as well with the transformations can be a bit of a roller coaster, up and down. Yeah, great one day, bad the next day. Yeah. Oh, I've lost weight, I put on weight, or I'm strength training, but I'm getting fatter. What's going on? Type of thing. There's always these continuous battles. They keep going on. And it's good you said about the Chris Hemsworth, because they did it, I think, I saw about a month ago. They had the Superman and Hugh Jackman with Wolverine.
Yes.
They're all going through the same things, and they had a bit more showing that this is what they do, preparing. Or some of them knew like 2 or 3 months in advance, preparing for that one shot, because they had to be a shirt off kind of shot.
I felt like Hugh Jackman's always been a good representation of being real, because he's always got himself in insane shape.
Yeah.
PEDs aside, whether he's jumped on anything or not, for me, I don't really judge that side of the world. It's your choice. But he was really quite good to answer the questions of the people, which were, how did you get in this shape? And he'd be like, look, it was literally this. I looked at like it for this amount of days, and then it was back to reality. I think it's also needs to be led from the top, and that comes back to us as trainers to be a little bit more real. I think trainers try to look like they're actually perfect. And that they're kind of these superhuman individuals. And I think as soon as you, as a trainer, show that you're just normal, we're
going to go a bit off topic here, because you're about to touch on that one I already hit on. Because in a lot of social media, people listening and watching this, the trainers will do like 3 reps of these big, incredible, whatever they are, lifts or movements and stuff like that to sell you. Or they'll, like you said, get that pump. They've just done a workout, and they'll put it on social media, and that's the only ones they show. Or they'll do their thing and they go have a cigarette and they're drinking alcohol straight afterwards as well. You know what I mean? So people are being sold. What are your feelings on that?
Yeah, it totally go against how I show myself on socials. And I think sometimes it's hard to really be real. Like you do have the insecurities of feeling like you need to show a certain expectation. But I think over the course of my career, the more I've just leveled myself as being just an average Joe, because ultimately I am. People,
we all are.
Our general population clients, so you would have this, they see you as Superman. They see you as somebody that, one, is kind of unattainable. And I mean, as nice as it is sometimes to feel that way and to go, oh, thanks guys, like I appreciate it. It isn't truth. And we do have the same insecurities and the same flaws and same issues.
Hard.
When you show people that, like one, your connection's huge. You know, they straight away the trust and the respect and
I have the trouble with coaching trainers on exactly that. Like you need to be real because you're dealing with real people.
Correct.
They want to get out of their space into this space,
Yes.
and they think it's unobtainable.
Yes.
But as soon as you bring out their real world stuff of yourself, whether it be mental or physical, oh, actually, it's attainable. That's
Yes.
all I have to do. Okay,
Yes.
now I know how to apply myself. Like,
Yeah, and the results then just skyrocket because they can see that you're a normal person and you can, look, there's times where I've had clients go, how you're barely sleeping, you train. I'm like, yeah, because now I'm in a phase. Like this phase now is like work's just happened to get busy and I'm doing a photo shoot.
Yeah.
Because, I need to get some promo material for you guys. Like, so yeah, I'm going to get lean.
They get you some friends.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait here.
Yeah, exactly. Like I need to get laid or whatever it might be. Like, whatever your purpose is.
Yeah.
There is a period where, yes, I will show intensity. And as long as you're showcasing that this is a period in time.
Yeah.
But then I'll fall back to just being kind of the average Joe. Like,
But we all go through those seasons.
yeah, like
We
even
all
if
go
I have
through.
a drink or like I'll post like, post when I'm eating on a Friday night or people just like are so like, how are you doing that? How are you like, there's this pressure. I can see why some people just some trainers feel like they just need to be perfect because sometimes you do get a bit of backlash, like from your audience. They're a bit like, you should be leading by example. I'm like, I agree, but I'm also human. And there's a point where my community.
I want to break that up because talk about transformation. Everyone goes on the six pack, the abs, the rip, the muscle, the bulge, whatever.
Yes.
And it's about, well, actually, the fakeness that's put out there, the obtainable, unobtainable, like they're going to see you eventually.
Yes.
And they're like, oh, why aren't you
Yeah.
big anymore? Why aren't you ripped and lean anymore?
Yeah.
And there's a lot of trainers out there that actually get caught out and then they're not in the industry for very long.
Yeah, heaps. Well, they just lose their integrity, don't they? Like that they're kind of not really practicing what they preach and they're kind of, selling people a bit of a lie, more or less. And I think, I still believe a trainer should be in some relative form of shape. Do we as trainers go through emotional struggles? Yes. Are there periods where our food will be shit and our training will be shit? Yeah, 100%. But I do think we have a responsibility to come back to at least some form of like,
Baseline.
There is a baseline.
Yeah.
Because I've seen and you would have seen this too. I've seen a client with a stomach, a trainer with a stomach twice the size of his client. I know the trainer. I know he's not really invested in the job. I know he's probably not experienced as he should be. Probably not the right place for him, to be fair. And give him benefit of the doubt. So I know it's not like a circumstance because sometimes circumstances can make it hard for us. We're humans too. But I think when you see someone who's just kind of lazy and not in the industry for the right reasons, that's where we kind of need to draw the line. So I think there is a lot of merit in us looking a certain way, there's always that happy medium. But I think if your trainer's not able to get into some pretty incredible condition, if that's what you're looking for, I don't know if they're going to be the trainer that will get you there. And I've had mates who are uni whizzes, sports science degrees, incredibly smart. I kind of didn't come through a heavily university background. Mine was very much applied on the floor, lots of certifications and different diplomas here and there, but I wasn't like a university bookworm.
No, neither was I. I wasn't bachelor's or anything like that.
Yeah, so a lot of my experiences come from the floor and like mentoring and applying all the knowledge into like actual real people.
Yeah.
And I think that's where you start to really see, the results kind of happen is when it's just through experiences.
Yeah, most of it. Let's go back to the transformation side of things because it's a stigma. It's still being sold out there with the abs and stuff like that. When it comes to muscle, what is a realistic expectation then? Muscle growth, fat loss.
Yeah. In 12 weeks.
Let's put 12 weeks time frame.
Yeah. So again, I think the numbers purely individual. We spoke about me not sitting on the fence today, so to try
That's
to be a little bit to not just go, it's all depends.
Pull out your
bro."
dong, mate.
Yeah. So look, I think in 10 weeks, if I look at the track record of what we've produced, I've had a large number of people drop 10 kilos minimum. Most people come to me. Most people come to a trainer and they have 10 kilos to go. Most people, like they'll walk in the door and there's 10 kilos there. For some, it'll put them in a I guess skinnier state than they probably thought. But initially, for that transformation photo, you actually have to be a lot leaner than you think to really like. If you want to see that before and after, if you want to see the line striations and the abs. So most people coming in, I think 10 kilos is a realistic expectation for your like general population person, what you could achieve in 12 weeks with obviously sacrifice and dedication and the right right guidance.
Yeah.
So 10 kilos, I think you can see from a muscle tissue gaining perspective. We know that, you know, if you're new to fitness, you will see some sort of tissue development.
Yep.
If you're conditioned in strength training, you may not actually build too much tissue in that time. Depends on the programming, but I think a lot of it is just muscle retention. Is like, can we savor as much of the tissue that you have, drop as much fat? This is a deficit phase.
Literally.
Then we'll have a look at how you look, and then usually the reverse diet is where the muscle's built. So this is good that you said that, because a lot of people expect to come in to their first transformation and look like the Hulk. And be ripped and massive. Let's talk about guys. Obviously, females.
This has been sold as well, right?
So, you know, maybe your trainers posted him looking shredded and jacked.
Yeah.
And it's like, this is my 12-week transformation. Well, your trainer's done about 15 transformations over the last 30 years. So every time he's done one, he's dropped down, built a bit of tissue, or he's just done a good cycle. But like, it's usually like, you know, let's keep the integrity up there. Like, I mean, we'll
don't
be
have to,
honest.
if you don't want to.
Yeah. Like, let's be honest. But like, it's usually going to be layering that transformation from year to year to year to year. So for a lot of people, I'm straight away like, look, you're not going to fill out your large t-shirt in this next 12 weeks. Are you going to fit your pants size 32? Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
100%. Yeah. Happy days. You can throw out your extra large t-shirt, but will you fill out the large and look like, you know, a chiseled Jared Butler? Probably not yet.
Yeah.
Like, you know, so there's an expectation there to set that. I think you have to be straight with that.
Well, it's crazy in my mind when people think about this stuff, because in the day, why is everyone so fixated on the aesthetics when they're actually doing it for the psychology of it all?
Correct.
You know,
Yeah, that's a good point.
Still years later, they didn't get in here to look for some reason. They just like pick up their woman, they get laid, or they go find themselves in a more of an alpha situation with a circle of friends, or that's on the sports field. They want to dominate. That's what they're actually doing it for. They're not actually doing it for the aesthetics. No. Where you noticing like it kicks in from, or where are they losing themselves in a way? Losing themselves from when I first came in here to my, I suppose, I don't say moral reason, but maybe it is their moral reason, I don't know. And then I get lost in this whole, oh man, I just want to get leaner and get some abs so that I can walk confidently with my shirt off or something like that. I don't know. Yeah,
I think it can be the culture that's they're in, that environment. Like, you know, because we're doing like small group stuff, when we did our cover model challenge, we had a lot of our guys all competing, or not competing, but they're all like participating in our last cover model shoot. And what I found is that when we put especially a group of guys together, it did very quickly turn very superficial. Like, and then we had the insecurities come in. I was like, oh, he's got abs and my abs aren't there. I'm like, not sure. Like, am I ready for this? And I'm like, but no, let's look at the bigger picture. You've reconnected with your daughter because now you feel better about yourself. You're going out every week and socializing. Your clothes fit better. You've got now a new authority at work because people are seeing you as a more energetic character. So it's like, when that environment is not really conducive, or like a bit testosterone filled. Not saying our environment was bad, but it's just when you get a group of guys together, it very quickly turns to add the ab show. Like, 100%. Who's got the abs? Like, it's like
who's got the shoulders? Who's got the chest?
Like you go into the change room and you don't even know half the blokes in there, and they'll go, "Oh mate, you're looking ripped," and you get that once, and then you go, "Oh shit!" Like, that's why that person spoke to me, is because I was leaner. You know, I think there's some solid stats. I don't know them, but there's some solid stats about women not really giving a shit about abs.
They don't.
Yeah, it's like
they don't care about muscles either.
Yeah, so it's
but guys are trying to get this muscle, shoulder, abs ripped, and
it's usually the other. It's usually I think I've seen a few videos on this, but it's usually the guys that are complimenting the guys on how they look.
Literally.
And you're kind of like, hey,
okay, way more compliments than males.
This is not what I had in mind, but you know, this is not like, or it's the opposite.
Oh, you'll do. Come on.
Yeah, exactly. It's like the opposite genders will usually, it's not really going the way you intended. But I think, to answer your question, I think the environment's key.
Yeah.
If the right environment's there, and our environment is very like lifestyle based, so we are looking at other metrics outside of the physical, and that kind of needs to be led from the front with your coach. You know, if they're not telling you need to have abs, like I hate seeing trainers lift up their shirt to show their client.
In the world ever.
It's like 6 a.m. Old mate Bob's there. He's 40 kilos overweight, just happy to fucking get to the gym, ready to do his press. And his trainer's got his shirt up. He's just like flexing his abs in the mirror. He's like, oh, you know. And he's just sitting there, and I'm watching this being like, he doesn't give a fuck about your abs. It has no relation to him at all. He's never seen that. He's not going to see that for at least another 20 weeks minimum, if not a year. Where's that, like, what type of message are you sending to that person in that moment? So yeah, we see this a lot. So I think to answer your question, environment is key. Environment, and that comes from the coach.
Because the other side of it too, when you talk about this with males, like they're thinking they need the muscles, but they need to be lean.
Yeah.
There are some, like, look, we're not saying that this all fits in the same shoe, but there is definitely the majority of women that are about the connection point.
Correct.
Like, they want, like, there is a woman, they want a leader or they want security and support. Yes, there is. On the flip side, you know, when you, I've had a couple of guys talk about this for the last couple of weeks, that they get to their point of lean, muscular space, and they feel like they couldn't pick up women anymore when they were fatter, you know, or they found it easier because they didn't think they could get them in the first place, and they were just like, oh, well, and then have a chat, and then like, oh, they ended up doing it, you know?
Yeah, that's right. There was no expectation. They didn't think they were going to pull, so it didn't matter, so they had a shot.
I like didn't work out any different, bro. What's
I like that. No, I agree, 100%.
You know what I mean? So, because women have that same thing, or even women when it comes to the strength side of things.
Yes.
And this is another one I'm hearing too. Like, women are like going, I need to be skinny. There's so many guys that don't like skinny women.
Yes,
especially guys around the fitness space. They like an athletic, so a woman that can just move or do something that someone's coordinated as well.
You know what I find the most attractive feature of a woman without going down this road is posture. It sounds stupid.
Confidence.
But like confidence, but even go back a rung, literally shoulders back. Like nothing for me, I find will catch my eye more than some, like a woman, even a bloke, like from the perspective of it shows an authoritative figure or a confident presence. Like your eye does attract, whether it's just noticing or obviously if in my case a female, you'll go, oh wow, she looks like, I can just, whether you'll comment further, I'm not going to go further than that. I'm saying my eyes have gone in that direction initially because I've just noticed a strong like posture, or a confident posture. And that comes from strength training. And literally. I think, you know, that's such a simple, and you can pick up really good postural improvements in 12 weeks. Like, you know, from a postural perspective, you can
look
really
silly different as well, right? When you do this.
Yeah, big time. And like, you know, even posture for guys, they'll sit like this. I'm like, oh, I've got my man boobs. I'm like, all right, pull your shoulders back. And they're like, oh, I'm like, a bit less. And I was like, yeah. He's like, well, let's focus on that. And already now your chest is a couple inches bigger and you look a couple inches taller. I was like, give me that money.
Hey, mate.
Yeah, exactly. So I think posture is important. And I think, tying back to what you said, I think like, you know, it's just having an awareness around that too.
There's an incorrect way to
the
scene.
I think people just expect, you know, people shouldn't be doing it for others. And a lot of the time they are, especially when it's in transformations. And I think what people don't realize is, and we try to tell people this, I try to tell people, when I've got my busy executives, etc.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you are working so hard, or you're doing all of these things, neglecting yourself. But at the moment, if you look back, who's really suffering?
Yeah.
And it is the people that they want to care for the most. Like ultimately, I'm like, you need to put yourself first to be able to actually then give back to the people that you care about. So,
and if you truly mean it, then do it.
Yes. Exactly. Yep. So it's like rock up, get out of bed, do it. And you know, they'll be thinking like, especially when I love it when like, you know, I've been with a client when his daughter comes over and it's like, oh, my dad looks like Superman now, or he looks so good. Like I was saying to you, on the flip side to that, when kids see their parents in this like good shape or this healthy lifestyle, I think it's a really positive place. And that's where people go, okay, that was worth it. Yeah. That was worth 12 weeks of dedication, you know.
And then want to continue it on after that as well. Right. That's the side of it as well. Yeah. I do want to touch on that part where you just brought up, because there is the mentality, psychology. I'm trying to think of it. As far as for a better way of life, we get to this point, okay, look, if you've got bigger shoulders, if you've got bigger muscles, if you're leaner, if you've gone to the photo shoot, you've done this part, it's the confidence, the self-esteem, the abilities to potentially free yourself from this mental prison of, I didn't go for that job, I didn't ask that woman out or something like that, or I didn't do the travel or the adventure that comes out of it. And it's easy enough to say, well, you need to do it, bro. You need to do it.
Yeah.
But it's like telling someone to stop smoking.
Correct.
You know what I mean? So it's, what is this? So someone's listening right now, what is your kind of your go-to personally for you, or that you would look to try and instill, how, like something more specific maybe, that how you're instilling this mindset change in somebody to go, hey mate, you literally need to take this seriously. Do you feel you have to go deep, or no? Like, I don't want to put words in your mouth, you know, either.
Yeah.
So it's like going, what's your what's your thing for getting this mindset change? What's the actual something applicable? Someone go like, mate, does it write it down? Is it affirmation? Is it just look in the mirror? Is it give us your real reason why?
Why? I think it starts with like first setting the tone, which for me, I always try to have that initial conversation with thinking that we should be as limitless as possible. So what that means is if generally somebody is completely out of shape, they're being limited in some way, somewhere in their life, that's then caused them to call me. Limited in the bedroom, limited picking their kids up, or running around the park with their kids, limited in feeling like they have an authoritative kind of personality in their workplace, or they're perhaps bullied, limited, ways of kind of advancing in their social groups around their peers or whatever it might be. So there's some sort of limitation. I always try to sell it on the point of going, well, what would it be like to just have no limitations? So you could just run the park, you take the stairs, you could hop on that flight to Bali, do a Muay Thai camp for 7 days. You could take your kids hiking. You could pick up any girl, or you'd be confident in yourself to go and have a chat to anyone in the bar. Like, how would you feel now? Like, and I try to get them to kind of envision that place.
Yeah, okay.
And I was in kind of like, it's like, as superficial it sounds, in 12 weeks, you can really start to notice a lot less limitations. And that's kind of where then we'll start to set expectations each week. And it's like, did you notice this week? Have you noticed this week?
Yeah.
And sometimes I won't even ask, and they'll come to me and say, bro, this week was the week that I stayed in the park for half an hour longer today.
Yeah.
Felt good. Like, actually my son I caught him today, like whatever it is. Like, so I like them to start to feel this limitless feeling. Because I think I like to think I feel it, because like what I would judge my limitations are probably going to be less than, I'm probably going to be more limitless than my client because of like my fitness and what, in whatever they would, in our level of perception of limitations, trying to not confuse myself here, I could do more than them initially when it comes, especially physicalities.
Yeah.
Or if we look aside from their careers and their workplace and their expertise, we're looking at just two people that have limitations of physicality or like their mindset, their strength perhaps around to handle challenging environments. A lot of that can come from doing a successful transformation. So it's can you show someone that there's limitations that are there for you to be unlocked if you go through this transformation? And I think when people go through transformation after transformation, they do start to feel like limitless. And there's nothing they can't really do because they've stuck to that diet. They've turned up to the gym every day at 6. They've said no to their mates when they've been out saying, hey, I'm on a bit of a plan at the moment. So then when these other things get thrown at them in life, they can see the benefit. And that's when then it becomes a lot easier to kind of, I don't need to say to them, do they need affirmations or this or that? They're getting real, first-hand experience.
Take accountability for themselves.
Yeah, they feel the accountability there. And I think that's what keeps them going. Because there's a point where I can't be in someone's ear forever.
Also, I mean, like, because there's also a development process, or there's a progressive progress as well. Like, at the first, it seems like you're spitting ideas out to them to trigger somewhere, and then you kind of backing off. Correct. Over the weeks, so they kind of take their control. They start
to take the reins. And that's the best part. And I think that's why I love 365 days, because I think we can cover most of life's circumstances in that period. Bad relationship, it's now affected my training, not turned up for 2 weeks. Cool, what can we do? Right, let's just taper back. You're going to go for a walk every night so you can mull over what's going on at home, but you're still getting your steps sorted. I'll see you in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Come back into the program when you're ready, because we have a bit of a revolving door where people jump out and jump back in. Yep. Like I like that. I always hated when people would have that awkward conversation with their trainer. I was like, I think it's time to, I don't know if it's still for me. Like, and when that kind of gets to me where I see someone kind of tap out a bit, I don't expect to hold on to them forever. I'm kind of like, that's all right, mate. No worries. This is a welcoming environment for you. When you feel you're ready, to come back. They always come back because I've left that door open, and they know like fitness is just kind of like all the other things in life. Like there would be points of
seasons.
There'll be seasons of really great consistency, and there'll be seasons where it isn't as consistent, but if it can at least be something and still present, then I've done my job. Like if their less consistent period is still a walk every day, when before it just was a bender, I'm happy. Job done. I'll see you in 6 weeks when you want to push again. So I kind of like, I think when you go with someone over that longer term journey, that's when the magic truly happens. That's when you unlock the doors, so yeah.
Well, we're at the other end of the spectrum. We're going like, okay, they're in a space to change their life. They've got their 365 or their 730 days, how we want to look at it, or they're in that space, and it's just about, do you feel that people need another goal, another level? Like once they've got to A and it's a year or two later, it's like, do they need something else, or is it about maintaining, or is it about?
Depends on the person. Like,
what did you feel then when you went? Like,
I'm an ambitious person in stages at different points. Like right now, I'm coasting with my fitness. I'm ambitious in other areas, i.e. my career at the moment. That's where my focus is. But my fitness at the moment is I'm not trying to run high rocks sub X amount. I'm not even entering that high rocks. Like, as in, not
do the sub 1 hour.
Yeah, like I might give it a shot next week. Give it a nudge.
But a spare ticket.
Yeah, can we just plug that in? I'll endorse your company.
Ben, you there, mate?
Yeah. But as in, literally, like for me, it's like at the moment, I'm just coasting. Simple as that. I'm just turning up for my training. It's keeping my headspace in check to help me then progress in where my ambition is at the moment is in my career. There's been periods last year where my ambition was a cover model challenge. So I was focused on a very dialed in target, and that's okay. So I think it kind of comes down to like where you are at different points. I think I've lost your question slightly. What was the question exactly? See, this is what happens, bro. I start talking.
So passionate though, bro.
Yeah, it was good. I just wanted that ticket. I couldn't stop thinking about that free ticket for the high rocks.
I'll reach out to those guys.
Yeah, what was it?
So, because like people get to the point of, hey, I've got there. I've achieved my aesthetic look.
Yeah, awesome.
My performance-wise, I can now. I'm a better footballer. I'm a better rugby player, whatever I am. And
yeah, I wanted to answer it because it was good. Because the reason I was kind of using myself as an example is I do have people that need a goal all the time. Like there are people who just cannot function. If they don't have a goal, they feel like they're a failure. I do try to tell them it's okay to have a period without, but even these people sometimes, and they're different characters, and there's different studies on types of characters and personalities and whatever. These
disc profile.
These type of people, they need something. And so one of my guys, his target literally last 6 months of last year, we had heavy physical and performance-based targets. Because of that, he got a few niggles here and there. So literally this last 3 months, I'm like, bro, your target now, because he needed a target. I was like, because I couldn't just say to him, bro, just take it easy, drop off, attend the sessions, and we'll review in 3 months when we go into our next cover. He needed something. So I said, all right, you're going to do one session with your physio weekly or with your sports therapist. Then you're going to have 3 days a week where you're doing your massage rehab. And our target is to be able to get you to run 3Ks without having any shin pain. Like, now that was kind of, I could have said to someone else, let's just taper back on things and just do your rehab and happy days. He needed to see in the diary, I'm going to attempt my 5K on this date because I've successfully then completed my 3 sessions of rehab a week with my 1 physio session a week. He needed that. If I didn't give it to him, he would have felt like he's not going anywhere. So I think you find the people that need it. And I've had clients with me, most of my crew now, thankfully, love you guys, have been with me for years and years and years. They've completed 365 days times 3, 4, 5. So it is challenging as a trainer sometimes to actually kind of go, all right, like, because I sit with them and go, all right, where's our focus at now? And it will sometimes dabble in performance. It'll come back to physicality. Sometimes it'll come back to just consistency. So it's a tricky one. I think it's individual.
Massively. I mean, it does become individual.
It'll
for
change
sure,
as life changes too.
Some people need the lighthouse.
Yes.
Point them in that direction, go there. See, I'm very much of like, I enjoy the journey. Like, I know it's the kind of cliche thing, but I enjoy doing that fitness in the morning because it lets me up. Like, I split everything to my day. If I don't have a good day, then I'm not going to have a good life because your life is made up of days, and it's only the whole weeks and month thing for me is, and there's only something recent, but it's just that I want to laugh. I want to do good fitness. I want to be progressive. I want to learn on a day.
Amazing.
That's my thing, right?
Yes.
And so when it comes to training, what I change is that I might be a little more strength oriented, like that's the season, or it might be. I went through the start of the year. I literally just did 54 days of running every day. That was just something different, like because I was like, oh, cool. And someone told me about a challenge, and I thought, oh, give it a go.
Give it a shot.
So, and then that's what I did.
How
right?
far were you doing daily?
So I did the whole 1K on the first day. 2K for 2 days, 3Ks for 3 days, 4Ks for 4 days, 5Ks for 5 days, 6Ks for 6, 7 for 7, 8 for 8, 9 for 9, 10 for 10.
Okay, nice.
So it finished on the 24th.
Jeez, 10 for 10 is decent. Like, you'll feel it, but you've got a background in it.
I've got a background.
You're fit.
Well, so I went through dark patches, and I was also from a point of I didn't save myself just for that. I ended up going for a couple of 21s, and I was supposed to do 7K. I ended up playing in a sports tournament where I ran into the 10K in the middle of it.
Yes.
I did some other big workout like I shouldn't have been doing, and then it like really put me on the back foot.
Yes.
So there's a couple of days I had to go through a recovery period. Oh, the Burge was on, so I did a 21K, and I was supposed to do like an 8K or something like that.
Yeah.
And so but yeah, I've got a background anyway.
Okay.
But it was more that I just wanted to prove I get my fitness back up, and I just wanted to go through it and get the experience of doing the challenge because someone else was doing the same thing, but from 5 days or 5Ks for 5 days up to 10.
Yes.
But they have breaks somewhere between.
Okay.
And like, this is what I always like to tell people as well. Like, when it comes to aesthetics or it comes to performance, you're never going to be the best as far as moment. And you're never going to be the worst. There's always going to be someone worse. There's always going to be someone better than you, in some other moments. So what you do, and that's why I come back to the journey, is like, look, I ran for whatever it was, 54 days, or 55 days, sorry. Enjoyed that, whatever. And I actually got to the end of this, and I was like, okay, yep. What's next? It was like, because I got to the point of, no, I'm going to do this. It was just a way of life. It was running each day just became a way of life type of thing. But again, what you're saying, based on the same thing, it's season. I understand. Some days I was stronger before, and now I'm fitter here, and I was stronger again, and it's fine. Yeah. One of the last things I really want to touch on is the peer pressure side when it comes to transformations. When people go through the whole, like you're saying a little bit earlier, about the alcohol or the going out with friends and stuff like that. Do you believe people need to change their friends group, or will their friends group change?
I think the friends group naturally does change, unfortunately, to some degree, or maybe they're friends for a certain time.
I think you've got to change your friends. I think you've got to get rid of them.
Yeah, I mean,
I know it's harsh, but
look, I don't want to come in and say that to them at the time, but I think it happens.
Yeah,
and like, yeah, you're right. Like, if you were to actually review, like, how can I be optimal with this next 12 weeks? Well, my 6 best mates are out every night. I probably need to ditch them. Yeah, that is probably the reality. Like you're saying, as simple as that.
Stop beating around the bush.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%. So I love that approach as well. I sometimes like people to experience it rather than they kind of probably hold it against me a little bit, or like
go learn for themselves.
Like sometimes they'll, it's like you don't want to be the reason that they look back and say, "Oh, it's because of you that I lost my mates." Like, you're not saying it like that. It's a bit dramatic, but I mean, like, if they start to realize, oh, Bob's really not really. He's not really giving me any good. I don't know who Bob is, but he's not. I know a few Bobs actually. It's not any of you guys. But a name pops in my head. They start to think, oh, you know what? Like, he's not really said well done. He's not really said, oh, good luck for your shoot tomorrow. He's kind of not really given me any sort of support. But then this guy that I met at the gym every day says, oh, mate, how you tracking? How you going? And then, why don't I go for him for a run at Kite Beach? And all of a sudden they're best mates. And then so you kind of just fall into that new social circle where hopefully you're not having negative peer pressure, because we know that is a really hard and difficult place to be. It's even harder if it's your missus or your husband,
family,
in whatever case, your family members, your parents. That's a really hard one. So like, I always love when I have a couple come in. I feel like that's the best. They're usually the best time we get we've got heaps of couples that train with us. Usually starts with one of them, and they usually tend to swing the other one in, and then the results have really become like foundational, and then almost the kid starts improve and the whole family kind of changes.
Massively.
I love that.
Yeah. I think it's kind of essential, to be honest.
Yes.
I think you've got to get your partner involved. There's no point you coming in here doing this and your wife or husband, whatever, sits back with this old lifestyle. And then
it doesn't usually last, and they'll either end up, relationship will be on the rocks, or they just won't train with me anymore. The results will kind of fizzle out. Yeah. So the peer pressure is super, super important. What I've always loved to see, and this goes for a lot of different fitness communities out there across Dubai, is like, you'll actually kind of start to become friends with your fitness circle. Yeah. So your best mates will actually just be, and this happened in my group, literally best friends, inseparable, because they met in my sessions. I don't even think they renew for me anymore. I literally, like, I think there's a point where they're just like, oh, I just want to keep training with my best mate. So like, they don't give a shit about me. Like, and I actually don't mind it. Like,
Jason,
I'm like, who? Like, who are you again? Like, I just came this morning to see my best mate. And I actually love that. Like, for me, it's like, I think that it keeps them people coming back. So if you've got that positive environment, and I think health and fitness needs that positivity.
I think there's a connection. Like, that's the whole point of finding a new way of life, to find new connections with people that are more like-minded, at a lot of interests. Yes. And I think that's where it comes down to. I think people are far too comfortable. They settle for mediocre. They settle for okay.
Yeah.
They settle for, yeah, it's fine. There's nothing broken.
Yes.
Yeah, well, there's nothing wrong with going for something better either.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like, this is where I think the trap really is for people. That's that comfort zone. And it's about pushing through that comfort zone. It is uncomfortable sometimes to be, like, to be honest, in this position we are. We are fit, we are healthy, we're athletic, but, you know, we've also got to create a lifestyle to get there. But then it takes hard work, it takes dedication to be able to get there and then to maintain it.
Yeah.
And I suppose the whole cliche, if it was easy, everyone would do it.
Correct.
So, you know, if you want to be, I don't say it is mediocre. If you want to be mediocre, that's your choice. If you're happy, whatever. I personally don't want to be around that space. I want to be encouraged to be aggressive, to move forward and up. And I think you've got to find the like-minded people in order to achieve that, and especially in order to maintain that. You know, because
there's a big correlation though between high performers in across all areas and fitness, right? You would say
massive. I do 100%.
Yeah.
Like, you get drawn. This energy is different. Like, the mentality is different, and people, like, you hear this one all the time. You talk about family and stuff. You hear the thing of, like, and I was literally talking about this maybe it's today or yesterday, and because of the culture of New Zealand, like, you'd go out to a social and there would be a dessert, there'd be chips, there might be lollies, there might be soft drinks, there might be the drink or something like that, and everyone's just have one, have one. Don't want to, you know, just and it's just not normal for them, and so that's why the whole, not that anyone's a bad person, it's just a different personality type. They want things for themselves. I want things for myself, type of thing. So it leads to a space of, look, I love the progression. I want to be around people that want to progress because the mindset's there, the interests are there as well. That's why I find the other things that you get into. It's like, for when it comes to transformation, that's what I think the real power is that it's this a kickstart to get you into a direction you really ultimately going to go. And that can lead to so many different things as far as your life and career, your partnerships, your relationships, and everything else like that. Your way of life.
Yes.
Yeah. Me personally, I'm just not a believer in mediocre as far as, like, I've got one chance to kind of live in the way, and I want to be the best person I can.
You can be.
You know, and I'll be me, and that's what I'm going to be. So anyway, kind of, but I see
that's an integral part to, like, a transformation though. You weren't always like that. There would have been some point where some change happened, right?
Oh, massively.
Yeah.
I mean, there's still learnings to continue.
Yes.
You know, there's always more levels to go up to, whether you think it from a business point of view or physical point of view, because there's always going to be someone the same age who's physically fitter. You know, that group gets smaller and smaller, so it's harder to find, but they're out there, you know. But I can 100% know there's someone my age around my same space and be like, well, actually, I want a bit more like that, you know, even though I am where I am. So it's, but I see, and that's what I kind of, I don't want to flip around on the back there, but the transformation side of things, I see it as super important. I see it's marketed in a different way now, and I don't like that, to be honest, but I do see it as the kickstart, or that some people need that. Okay, let's turn your world upside down.
Yeah.
Let's do this 14 days, 4 weeks, 8 weeks, 12 weeks, 24 weeks, or whatever it is. But it is very mindful of that. That's not the end goal. In fact, I'm in a place where I wouldn't want to train someone who's not looking
in that direction
past that. Yeah, literally. It's like going, and I was actually just talking before about this, is like, I have a circle that's like, look, this is my way, this is how I do it, this is what and if you're attracted to that, that's awesome. You know, if you're not, that's cool too.
Yeah.
But, you know, if I try and convince you, or I'm chasing you to do that, it just takes away my energy, and it takes the focus off the people that actually want that same thing as well. You know what I mean? So it's nothing against. It's just saying, like, well, this is who I am. If you like it, great. If you don't, that's cool too.
Yes.
Moving forward, bam. And then, because I know that there's people, and there's people need to be, because we don't understand people, everyone, you don't know what's going on in the background. You don't know how the hardships they're going through, or the struggles that they're having mentally, or anything like that. And the other probably bad thing is that people see this as bad, but you can't save everyone. You can't help everyone.
No.
So, you know, focus on, well, yourself first, and then those you can help.
Correct.
That's just the mindset I've got. It's just,
no, that makes so much sense.
You know what I mean? So,
correct.
But I love the whole sort of transformation. That's the kickstart. That's the rocket launch. That's the launch pad
that's
to
where
go.
Rock and roll, get things moving.
Like you were saying before, how many people have you seen change and have this come in and say thanks multiple times for multiple reasons?
I've loved seeing someone literally change careers to go into fitness. Like,
mate,
that one's always a good feeling. I've literally had one client start his I think he's working with lift decks, their course at the moment.
Yep.
But he's literally said to me, like, as soon as it's done, like, can I do a little intern with you and all this kind of stuff? And I'm like, yeah, that's awesome. You've done a transformation with me. You've dropped X amount of weight. You know, you've built a bit of a reputation in our community as somebody who's stuck it out and gone through the hard yards. You're a bit of a voice for people to ask questions to. And then why not? Like, now you've wanted to jump into the fitness space and then, you know, kind of take over from me more or less, or like, you know, continue that kind of trajectory. And I love seeing that. So I think then we've done something right. So that's always a really good, rewarding feeling. So there are positives. There are massive positives to it. I just think, you know, if you've not done a transformation yet, you do need to do one to some capacity at some stage. And then hopefully you can look back and say, that was the best thing I ever did.
Oh, I don't think there's a negative to it.
Yeah.
Like literally, even if they fail, I mean, even if they go into dark space, at least you learn something about yourself.
Correct.
Either you're not ready or you need to work harder for it.
Yeah.
It's going to take more than what you thought to get there.
Correct.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
So, right, I think we could go on all night.
Yeah, we could have a good chat. That was awesome.
But we're going to, for your thing, bro, just look down that camera there where people can get a hold of you.
Cool. So you can find us at the 365 www.the365physique.com. My profile is Jason Grimmer on Instagram, or the 365 Physique on Instagram as well. Throw us any questions. We'd obviously love to help.
Brilliant. Appreciate your time, man.
Cool.
Awesome,
bro. Cheers.
Thank you. Brilliant. Team, today we're going to talk about sports, and we're going to talk about fitness, and we're going to talk about the relationship between people when they get older. They seem to think that life just stops, and then you get other responsibilities, and then you don't do anything. You don't even stay active. You don't really be active with your kids, and your kids just can't do their own thing. So we're going to talk about the importance of why you should remain active, because active into life after 40, and that's when people go like, I'm 40, I give up. And it's absolute wrong mentality to have. Well, that's my belief anyway, and I think it's my guess belief as well, and that's what she deals with as well. So Grace Brown's coming to join us to talk about sports, talk about how to stay active into later years of life. I don't know what to say when you say later years.
I suppose a good way to say longevity as you get older.
Longevity.
Or something like that.
Totally, yeah, literally. And there's so many more benefits behind as well when you talk about sports. So let's get kind of into it. Just a quick, why is it important to remain in sports as you get older?
It's such a big topic.
So
I'll try and
broad
keep
to start
it.
with, right?
Yeah, that's quite a broad question. We'll try and keep it concise. Well, I think obviously there's physical benefits, there's mental benefits, there's community benefits, so social connections, and then there's longevity benefits. And obviously we'll dissect all of them.
We're going to
but
break that down, 100%.
That's the kind of simplest way I could explain how important sport can be, especially as you get older.
Massively. There's so much more about mental health. I'm going to touch around this to start off with the guest right in there. Because we talk about people that are sporting or they are active, they're always connecting with other people. Like, for example, let's take the basic example, a running group. So usually when I don't want to keep saying older person, but when you're above this 30, 35-year-old age, or you've had a family, sometimes everything starts to go like responsibilities go out, come in, priorities go to that. Yeah, exactly. And then so the next thing that people do is like, okay, I want to join a running club, and it gets them back into that side of things, and there's the social side. So what, in your experience, has it been when it comes to, okay, I'm going to join a running club? Is it more about the social, or is it more about the physical, or is it more about, what is it for you?
I would say, personally for me, it's all of the above, because I've been in sport from a very young age, and when I don't have sport, so I've had a big injury before, and where you physically can't do the sport that you want to do. And that is where my mental health definitely decreases. So the mental health side of it is that connections, the community, friendships, support network. And, you know, someone that has been sporting my whole life, that's where a lot of my social life came from. So you feel like you lose it a little bit when you don't have it. And I think what you're saying is when, especially in probably the 30 to 40 mark, depending on where you are with your life, etc., whether you have kids, you know, like you say, different priorities come up. And I think that's where people start to neglect themselves. And I'm not saying they shouldn't prioritize other things. I'm not saying that at all.
Leave your kids to
But it's also super important to look after yourself so you can actually be a better parent or a better adult for your future self. So I do think it's a compromise. I'm not saying you all have to give up everything and just go and play sport and do exercise and blah, blah, blah. I know it's not as practical as that. But especially if people have had a previous history of sport, I do find they lose that connection. And then the less fit you are or the less conditioned you are, the harder it is to get back.
Yeah, massively.
And I would say for women, in some ways it's harder because of as if they've had a baby, for example. And it can be a lot harder. You can lose a bit of confidence in your body, especially with all the changes that go on. And can be harder to come back to it. So
use it or lose it. There's an expression, isn't
that
it?
is exactly what I wrote in my notes earlier. It was like, the saying is so true. If you don't use it, you will lose it.
Massively.
And I think that's where I'm so passionate about like longevity in, in sport is and you don't have to do loads. I think people get in their heads, they have to do loads to be able to keep going. There's some really simple things people can do each week that will encourage them to maintain a more sporting life, if that makes sense.
Yeah, massively, totally.
And I think another thing I'll bring up here as well is like, have you ever heard of anyone over probably the age of 30, haven't played sports since they were maybe late teens, early 20s, maybe at university. They go out, play football, play touch rugby, play netball, haven't done anything, and within a week they pull their hamstring. So then or they strain their groin or something like that. We've all been there.
Hear the story all the time.
And this is where I'm so passionate about. It is so preventable. I'm not saying you can prevent all injuries because obviously you're at risk when you play sport, but those kind of injuries can be prevented if you had a little bit of conditioning and a bit of the right type of training. And it doesn't mean you have to smash yourself in the gym every day. Which is
the mentality that's put out there in the marketing world, isn't it? Like, let's go get a six pack. Let's go do some ridiculously long challenge and stuff like that. It's like, actually, it's about progress. I want to go back because what I'd love to, we all know there's an issue there as far as people stop after school. Like a lot of people do their school after they're 18, maybe they go into college or university, whatever you want to call it, and then there is that time and just exactly what you said, and they go like, I remember when I was 22, when I was 18 and I was doing this, and they think, bam, I'm going to go straight to it again, and they've gone into a job where they're behind a computer for however many 8 to 12 hours a day, type of thing. And then so I think that's where the prevention's better than cure. 100%. Definitely. So let's go back to there, because that's where I think the crux of this all is how to prevent yourself from getting stuck into this space of, okay, I've left school, I've got to focus on work, I've got to pay the bills, I've got to find a life that I want to live with, and or a family on a start type of thing. And the reality of, and you brought this up just a moment ago, was about that how if I'm fitter or healthier, I can serve my family better, or I can serve my children better because I'm more mobile. Like, okay, so what are the issues that people face? Why are we going into the space that we just let go and think?
I think a lot of it can come down to guilt and maybe societal pressures as well. I think a big thing in society, or has said, and I've done it myself, and I even do it now sometimes, where we automatically go to the things of like, oh, I'm 30 now, I'm too old to do that. Or I'm
massively.
too old to do that. And I've said it, definitely. Like,
oh, really?
Yeah, that without realizing. I don't mean it deep down, but it's like a norm to say that, though. How many people, as soon as you're 30 and someone strains their back or something, they says, oh, it's because I'm 30. And it's like, well, it isn't really. I'll come back to what you actually asked, but this just came into my head.
Got to get it out. Get it out.
No, because of the sedentariness. And it's often, people don't associate that from, like, say 22 when they get a job in an office for the next 8 years, and, they go more out drinking, or like other things come in place, maybe even if they've not had kids yet. So it's a series of sedentary lifestyle where they're just not even walking as much to
totally.
things.
Take the car,
they
something
just,
like that,
and in
elevator.
society, we blame age for those issues. And sometimes it can be, you know, it is a bit harder. I'm not saying it is easier as you get older. But I think in society, we automatically think like that. Does that make sense?
Massively. It's hugely.
And so
how
I
often do you hear
think-
like, I'm too old for this? Or
Yeah.
it's like, what are you talking
Yeah,
about?
exactly.
Okay. And there's I think there's, like, you just touched on that because it is around society, and you know it is about. I think people most people want to feel belonging to something,
Yes.
and so that when they find it away from college, university, you go into work, and it's that you work, you've had a hard day. And the English culture, New Zealand culture, a lot of Australian culture is like, oh, let's go to the pub, or let's
and
go
have a
drink,
drink, yeah.
let's relax, or you know, go for a smoke or something like that. So these things are out in the world, right? That
Yeah.
that put people into this space, or just too easy for them to go, oh yeah, okay, let's just do that.
And it's easier, like you say, it's easier than changing, getting your gym kit on or getting your football boots on and going down to play football.
Literally.
And then once, like anything, it's a habit. So when you start that habit at say 22, 23 or whenever it is, and then you meet someone and then you have that social and everything, not everything, and I don't want to generalize too much, but
Put it all into one
in the
bucket.
UK, I personally found that everything is associated to alcohol.
Yeah.
Like going to the pub and stuff like that. And I'm not saying it's all like that because it isn't, but it's the culture, like you say in Australia, New Zealand, and a lot of those Western worlds is it's association for them to relax their brain. Whereas sport,
Social, super.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sport does exactly the same, but in obviously a healthier way. And I really find, and I think there's often a negativity around competitiveness, but I think that really helps your mental health as well, having that competition, even if
Hugely.
you're not a competitive person.
Yeah.
Like myself, but but I don't know
No
if you've ever
fighting, no
heard of. I think it's Dr. Stephen Peters that he wrote the book, The Chimp Paradox.
Okay. Wow.
He was the sports psychologist for. Do you remember a few years back when the British cycling, like Sky British Cycling, and they dominated in the
Absolute dominated.
So he was their sports psychologist, and they looked at like the. Have you heard of Ronnie O'Sullivan, the snooker player?
I've heard of
him. Yeah, he's also his psycho. A lot of sports people. Anyway, he's written a book about. It's all psychology, everything, and I'm probably going to butcher some of the things I'm about to say, but he talks about you have a chimp brain, so it's that one where you can't actually control it, but you need to feed it, and it can be. So that's where sport comes in. And can be a real release for that chimp to not overtake. You know when things happen in
the
sport
moment and
or
go.
you have really reactive response, I would recommend it. I think you'll find it fascinating.
yeah, I already
It's
do.
called-
Like, just talking
and
about
I'm
it.
totally butchering what I'm trying to explain here. But I think that's where sport and people aren't looking after their chimp. And it's hard. You can't stop your chimp. It's like there's two parts of the brain. He says the computer brain, what you learn, and then I can't remember the other part. Anyway, it's three parts to it. And then you've got your chimp brain, blah, blah, blah. And I know we touched on this, but people with that have addiction, they've definitely got a big chimp that kind of overrides their decision making.
Yeah, massively.
Anyway, so he's like, you can't control the chimp, but you can manage it and look after it.
Yeah.
And that will help you like be successful. Like the negative things that come into your brain, it's like that's the chimp like chatting in your ear saying
Massively.
you can't do it or whatever.
Yeah. That's
And
huge.
so I think I know I really butchered everything, but anyway, maybe we'll just say to everyone, go and read that book or listen to that book.
Let Grace
Dr.
Nobel.
Stephen Peters.
Let Grace Nobel. There's a massive part of this because on the other side of it, when you go through life, and I think when people get to this age of 30, 40, and they're like going, oh my gosh, I'm too old, which is the absolute most ridiculous thing because everyone's like, oh, you only live till 70. Those days are gone. Like people are living over 100 and more often, and there's a lot of the generation now will live over 100. So there's much longer life, and you just, I see on social media, and people always go like, oh, this 80-year-old did this, and it's like supposed to be a
it's
surprise
unbelievable.
or supposed to be, but like I don't see it as a surprise. I'm like, that should be normal. Like
Because they've not stopped.
they've not stopped. They keep
Yeah.
doing. They do 100-meter sprints, or they do something
Love
else,
it.
or they do skydiving and stuff. And I'll be doing that when I'm 90, 100. Like that's my
Yeah.
mentality. Is like, why would I
100%.
not be doing this? There's no reason. And age is just it's a whole cliche, but it's just a number. But there is a majority of the world that do think like this, and I'm glad we're touching on this because that's the first. Before you can fix anything, you've got to understand the problem or the issue or the
yeah.
mindset in this case of what people are going through.
Yeah.
Sport obviously helps when it comes to the social. We just talked kind of very
Yeah.
briefly about alcohol compared to sports. I don't know the chemical side of it, but the social side of it, at least, people go out after sports in New Zealand because they want to socialize, obviously, they're tired, blah, blah,
it's quite
whatever.
common.
But like these days, people are now going to morning running clubs or they're joining groups and going on treks and they're going on adventures or they're going on courses and things like that for the same thing, to find social interaction with people, to get away from their work or life. How like what are the, I suppose, the main benefits mentally as far as I'm going to join this group to stay active? Like what would it be from, okay, I'm enjoying the connection. Is it, do you think people are doing this to find new friends?
Well, I
or
think
just to
we go back to
get
like,
away from?
I think going back to pre our modern era is, or even like 50, 60 years ago, community was such a big part of society.
Mm-hmm.
And people want to feel that they belong. They got a sense of belonging.
Yeah.
And this digital world has like made us more connected, but less connected.
No, yeah.
So like going through COVID, that kind of made us more
wake up call.
Yeah, hugely. And I think that's why one of the reasons why there's been a big shift to finding community in different areas like health and fitness activities more than just the pub, because people want real human interaction. And I think when we talk about alcohol is often, and I've definitely used alcohol for this, where it makes you think you feel more confident.
Yeah.
You don't care as much, your inhibitions go, etc. That because we don't want to sit here and talk to someone in a deep, connected way when we're sober.
Yeah,
and
totally.
people find it hard.
Yeah.
So people often associate alcohol to that. And I'm not saying they're wrong. Like, I agree, it does make you think, but you don't actually end up having actually deep and meaningful conversations when you're drunk.
Oh, some people try to, but yeah.
You try to have deep and meaningfuls, but you just repeat yourself 100 times.
Always into crying.
Yeah. But I think by doing things like getting up at 5 a.m. for a run club, there's a purpose around that. And I think people that are moving into that way I think it's partly education. We understand more, or the younger people are learning more now.
Not so accessible, like you're just saying, like
through
YouTube,
social
Google,
media,
ChatGPT,
but all the negative things of social media and stuff like that. I've seen a massive shift in my 17 years as a coach. Like I started my business in 2008, 2009. There wasn't social media like it is. Well, there was, I think Facebook had just been invented, but it wasn't used the way it is now.
Oh, massively, yeah.
And no one did weight training then when I started, like zero women, especially. So I do think social media and the internet age has really elevated the education. There's still more to be done because there's a lot of crap that gets thrown out there. But I think that's helped. And I think that's partly why younger people on the whole are drinking less than maybe our generation did in our early 20s, late teens, blah, blah, blah. So I think there's more education around that, but people still want to feel that sense of community and belonging. And I think it really comes down to that belonging.
Yeah, totally.
Especially in a connected but disconnected world, if that makes sense.
Education's 100% out there, but then it's also like that sheep factor. Like, oh, more people are doing it. So, and then FOMO's kicking in because I'm missing out.
There's some positives and negatives around it, isn't it?
Massively.
Like the FOMO culture, is mad how that's really grown. And sometimes it's overcomplicated things for a lot of people, thinking that they need to have all these shiny things and stuff in their life. But I think most of the reason why anyone wants, I know a big part of any of the people that I play sport with is we like the community. We all like sport. We love it. And that's why we like hanging out with each other, because we like playing that sport, talking about how it is, or watching the pros together, and talking about it. So it's like I suppose like an old form of that was the church, older form, or even like depends where you are in the world. But
if you looked at it too, like if you were at work, you're doing a 9 to 5, and then you went out and drank, you know, you'd go out and drink, and your individuals would be less, but you'd also be finding people that you had the same interests or common interests with. I think that's where sports now is becoming more and more. It's becoming more and more common to join a running club, swimming club, sports club, because you don't need the alcohol, because you're going to talk about interests anyway, because if it's like-minded to start with, and then like interests, you have the same interests as these people. So if it's tag, you talk about tag all the time. With touch rugby, you talk about touch rugby. Or it's netball, you know, that's what you talk about, and
100%.
you have the same, not just the sport itself, but also away from the sport. Usually, you'll find yourself
chatting about it,
chatting about that, or something else related to it. Like runners like certain things, like the way that like the shoes. They like to talk about shoes or brands. What's your favorite brand? Like, and that's when discussions come up, and that's where I think the belong or the draw to someone like. People have to feel connected with people, right? They say like people want to talk one-to-one.
I think that's just an innate thing that people want, and that's what is so great about sport. And then I suppose if you're non-sporty, you'd find maybe what you are good at. You're gonna be drawn to that particular thing, aren't you?
Yeah. Well, it could be not, and the sport, like you just said earlier, was not just about doing it's not about playing touch rugby or playing a sport. It could be an activity in the park.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean?
I think so. Yeah,
you take the kids down there, you meet other people with kids, and they like playing with a hoop, or they like pushing a ball around, or rolling on the grass type of thing. And you find people with common interests.
Exactly. It's like when people have kids, you end up spending time with other people that have kids.
And,
and it's because you can understand, and all you talk about is babies and kids from experience, and that's fine.
I've got zero experience there.
Well, hanging out with friends with kids—that's what you end up talking about. But that's not a bad thing. But that's what's going through in your life. So you find your community, and I think that's what. And you have different. You might have different communities in different stages of life. But I really think sport can be one you can have for life. You know, wherever I go in the world. And lived, I always ended up in a rugby club or a running club or something like that. Yeah, I started my career in fitness in Australia, and I lived in Coolangatta, and I was actually with a load of Kiwis, the barbars in on the Gold Coast, rugby, and and that's how I met people and made friends, because I'm so far away from home, and stuff like that, and I came here straight into touch rugby because I knew that's where
more people,
exactly,
more Aussies, more Kiwis, more British,
a load of Brits, a load of Irish, all the expats. That have similar sports, that I'm surrounded with.
But against the interests. And that's, okay, so this
we kind of digress, but
we have very, very much.
I thought we would.
Let's go back as far as sports is a benefit to physical being, or physical movement. Like, this is where you're focusing on to keep people active.
Yeah.
I think sports or fitness or just movement?
I'm going to say everything, but sport is my biggest passion, and I love training, but I would actually, the more I've got older, I actually love training because of what it allows me to do. See what you just said?
As you got older.
As I got older.
See, that mentality for me is like, you know what I mean?
But I don't mean it in a negative
way. Totally. Yeah. But by simply, and that's what I'm saying, that's why I kind of wanted to fish a little bit, because that's just the natural mindset of that. I'm older. I'm 44, and I literally feel 24, 25.
Yeah, I just turned 40, like we said. So yeah.
It's a bit, but that's the thing. I think this is where especially if you're a viewer, a listener, it's not negative talk, but if you say something enough, you start to believe it.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm 40, and people got the stigma around 40 is that you're old, is that?
Yeah.
I was.
We're not even at midlife. Maybe.
We're not even exactly, but we're not. We're not at midlife. And I remember when I was 20, I was going like, man, my uncle's 40. Man, he's old.
So old. Yeah, same.
You know what I mean? And you still have this thing now. So anyway, how do you remove that stigma? I think I want to go down that line just quickly.
I think it is by doing the things that kind of anti-age you as such, and sport can do that. Certain types of training can do that. And what you want in your probably 20s, 30s and 40s is to really focus on is keeping your athleticism as much as possible.
Yeah.
So the reason why I was saying about getting older is because I was like seeing people around me giving that excuse. And I was like, well, I'm older than you. I'm 40 in a few months. And I have
all
no,
the time I hear this.
well, this was back last year I was saying that. And I was just like, why are we like stopping ourselves from actually doing the things that we really enjoy? I love playing sport. I want to keep playing it. So that's where I got my passion. And I wanted to like share that. And I believe the reason why I'm still able to do what I'm doing, I'm still sprinting around like a lunatic, not holding back. I'm still pretty athletic.
You play with the boys too.
Yeah,
you throw yourself in.
And it's because I've trained myself to do that. I haven't limited myself with my training, and I can only go from experience. And I massive advocate for strength training. And a lot of people give me the excuse, oh, but it's boring. And I say, yeah, it probably is. But what it allows me personally to do is if I keep strong, I'm able to run around a pitch with 20-year-olds playing rugby at a good level. And touch rugby. Like I went to the World Cup in 23 and there was 4 boys that were 18 and I was 38, old enough to be their mother.
Yeah.
But because I was still fit, strong, fast.
Literally.
And so I was just fed up of people giving the excuse that they couldn't do things. And yeah, it's not easy. I have to train and I need to recover a bit harder now, which is fine. But I was saying about like getting older, I don't enjoy the training as much, but I understand why it's important.
You don't enjoy the training?
I do enjoy it because I like the way it makes me feel. But if you actually break it down to doing the exercises, I was like, yeah, I can see why people find it a bit boring, because people used to always give me that excuse. But I always had the goal of, I want to keep playing sport. I want to make the GB team. I want to blah, blah, blah. So I have to put in the work to do that. So, and not everyone is like that. And that's fine. And that's fine.
That's what
so that's what, as a coach, that was my job, is like, how do I get this person that hasn't trained, but they want to keep playing sport, or they want to make that nationals team, but they don't go to the gym, or they don't do that. So how do I get in their brains to change their mindset around how that can improve their performance and get faster, fitter, more athletic in their 40s, and so on and so on. If I'm not playing sport in my 70s, I must have been hit by a bus or something. And I think I'll come back to the mindset. Like, I don't know what your parents were like, and I don't want to dog my parents.
Active.
Yeah, well, that's great. But a lot of parents, like my parents are in their 70s, or my mum's nearly 70 and stuff like that. And it's not that they're not active, but they don't have that same mentality. And they always give the excuse they're too old. And I'm like, it's never too late to start. You can improve your strength, your stability, everything as you get older. And there's so much science coming out now, the importance of especially strength training for longevity. It keeps you young. Definitely. How many people have you heard in their 60s and 70s, especially women, that fall over and break something?
Oh, massively. My mum's done that.
Yeah, so is my mum.
Talked about and I was like, well, we should go to the gym. And she's like, but and this, like you just asked, she was super, super active, and then just one day kind of stopped.
Yeah,
it's like.
So apparently, there's a study come out recently where they tested a load of amateur runners, like sprinters. I think it was like 100-meter runners. I think it was just a male population. I can't remember. Anyway, what was really cool about it, they isn't a book. It was a study. Again, really good backup here. I'll find the studies. Basically, what they found is they tested, because they have like age groups in all sports nowadays. You can have age groups all the way up to 90.
Yep.
And they studied sprinters that trained and then didn't train all the way up to 90s in each of the age categories. And you can apparently, if you train right, so train speed, train plyometrics, strength, and do the sport, you can maintain your speed, or you only have like a 1 or 2% drop off every decade after 30, which is not very much, till the age of 70, whereas it's more of a decline from the age of 70, where it's a 5, or this is talking about pure sprinting or speed. So that is huge.
Yeah, massively.
Like 1 or 2% over a decade is nothing. So if people actually
But
look
they're not
after
using-
themselves
yeah.
and train properly, and I'm not saying go and do 100 hit classes because that's not going to improve your speed or whatever. You can keep competing at a good level. We're seeing more and more athletes like that are in their early 40s still competing at the best level.
Pro levels, yeah.
Yeah. And it's because of the strength and conditioning over the last 20, 25 years and the science behind it.
And they
so
eat
like
better as well. They
people
look
start
after
believing
themselves.
this stuff now, guys, because like people they don't get it. Like there's a lot of science behind all these things now. And I think that's probably also that's helpful that there has been a shift, especially for women in terms of strength training in the last 10 years. Or 5 to 10 years, definitely compared to when I started, which is great.
It's the evolution, though, isn't it? It's like anything. Like something you try and get something started, it's like the snowball effect. Oh, it's such a grind to get the ball rolling, but once the ball rolls, it rolls, and that's where it's kind of we're in the moment where there is a lot more education and a lot more talking points behind strength training and importance and why it's so good for you. And I was having conversations about people like about how it stimulates the brain as well, keeps your brain function up. And there's like
100%.
I know
What's the
people that
next
actually,
thing?
yeah, literally. I'm gonna speak with someone about this as well because she literally only strength trains for the brain.
Yeah. So the muscle mind connection is huge. So when I coach someone, especially in person, I'm, like how many times do we see people just do things really quickly?
Yeah.
And so you're not really connecting with what you're actually doing. And that's huge for your cognitive development as you get older, coordination. Hence why
Massively.
sport is so good because it challenges your cognitive like reactions and stuff like that. Again, will help you have less chances of getting Alzheimer's and brain deterioration, dementia and all that type of stuff. So that's why I love sport as well because it challenges that side of things as well. And like you say, with the muscle brain connection with strength training, like the amount of women I've trained in their 50s and 60s that have gone through the roof, going back to sports they never thought they would. And they're so much less likely to fall partly because they're stronger, their balance has improved, their core stability has improved, blah, blah, blah. But it's also that coordination, which helps, with the brain. So like literally strength training is the master regulator for everything. So don't neglect it, people.
100%, totally agree with you. It's funny because like it's easy to say. It's like saying don't smoke, but but how? Why? And like how do I do this? And that's something we need to dive into here because that is the thing of like, but yeah, I know I should play sport. I know I should strength train. How?
Yeah. So I think that comes down to nutrition. It's the same kind of idea of we all know what we should be eating. We should be eating good.
Stop putting it in your mouth. Stop drinking that too much.
Easier said than done. So where it comes down to the mental side a bit more.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, I want to hear this because I've got another thought.
And then I'll tell you how as well.
Okay.
I think depends where you are in the world. I think there's sometimes a bit of stigma on getting help.
Oh, massively.
When it comes to not just like obviously mental help, but
seen as a weakness,
or
as not
even
cool.
hiring, say, myself as a coach or other people as a coach to help you. And when people say, I think people assume they should know. It's like with nutrition, we know that we should eat more vegetables and eat better quality foods, blah, blah, blah. We know we should do that, but why don't we do it? Because the reward of it isn't that easy sometimes. Sometimes it requires a bit of work. And we innately will go to whatever our master kind of habits are. So that's why you hear a lot of people talking about habits and building those habits to help you change like long term.
Yeah.
I think another issue that's come from the fitness industry is the quick fix thing. Strength training isn't a quick
6-week
fix.
program.
Yeah. I mean, there is a place for it. I think it is definitely a place for it because it can kickstart people into better habits, but it's not sustainable. So it's like diet, trying to quit smoking, trying to lower alcohol you drink and improve your fitness, anything. It requires a bit more time than 6 weeks or whatever. But you can do a lot of good stuff in a short time. It's just changing the mindset of longevity, I think is the hard thing. And getting the help. Like there's no shame in getting a PT for a few months or a coach just to help you understand and build confidence. A lot of people I've trained in the last 20 years even is they kind of know they need to go and strength train, but they don't know what to do, but too scared to ask for help because they're a bit nervous because they don't know. And it's not your fault you don't know. When were you taught about lifting in a gym? Never. Like,
that's the whole point, though. It's because you don't know. It's because you don't. That's why you don't do it, because you don't know.
Yeah.
So you do need to go get help because you don't know. So just go and ask for help.
Yeah, and it doesn't mean you have to have like a PT and coach forever.
Totally.
It just means like I find like to think, and everyone that I've worked with, especially that had that mindset or didn't know what to do, it's literally changed their life because they feel confident. And there's loads of science around when women lift weights, how much their confidence improves.
Massively.
They feel good. They feel more strong in themselves as well. And they can feel it physically, not just, they feel it mentally, not just physically.
100%.
And I feel like we're going everywhere here. This is my fault, my brain.
Well, let me bring it back to another point then, because
Sorry, but I think people get what we're saying.
probably not. It's all right. But when it comes to that as well, because you've hit it nail on the head, it's a kickstart. You get help, it's a kickstart, because it is about longevity. So the 6-week, 12-week, 90-day program, 1 year training is still a kickstart to continue on to get you back into a routine, a rhythm, or an environment that's going to allow you to continue doing this for a long time. For me, it's about environment. It's not like literally, if you go to sports clubs, okay, it's the environments, the people that have the same interests, the same people that have the same beliefs, and usually the same kind of characteristics. Great. So you sit in that environment. As soon as you remove yourself from that environment, you go back into this new environment of, it could be worse habits, or it's on my own, or just something that's bad for, well, I'm going to say bad in quotes because it's subjective to your beliefs as far as what's good and what's bad for you. But anyway, coming back to it, as far as environment is huge for me, if it's going to be, and sports
100%.
provides, though, a positive environment to allow you to remain active. How good is it on a weekly, once or twice a week, to go and play your favorite sport, to meet with your favorite people, mentally get that charge, right? So when it comes to that side of it, the break from going from into something new is the hardest thing for people.
Yeah.
It's the fear of, I don't know, or I'm going to look stupid.
Yeah. That is hard. How do you solve that? Is that what you kind of mean? Okay. Ooh.
Well, that was going to be my actual question. Yeah.
It is
because
tricky.
that's the issue, right? It's literally, everyone goes like, I know I need to stop smoking. I know that. How?
Yeah, I think that is actually a really hard question, because if you've got that, I think it's having that, it's like if people aren't open to it, they're never going to go for it. So it is getting yourself out of your comfort zone to take those first steps. And I think it's just to remember everyone was a beginner at some stage. It doesn't matter. That most sportiest person you've ever met, or that super fit person, that friend of yours that you know, they were a beginner at some stage.
Had to be.
Yeah, everyone is.
Didn't know how to walk.
And
so.
I think that's a good way to think about it, is like, and try, it's easy to say, try not to compare yourself. I mean, with this comparison world. But well, I think that's the only way really, is to remember that everyone's a beginner. And on the whole, okay, there is a few dickheads out there. Not all, not many, but there are a few. But on the whole, people are welcoming and in a sport environment. So even if you are a beginner, I've seen in so many, and a lot of the sports teams have a social side as well. It's not like just the elite side in that team or something.
Yeah.
So like, look out for that. If you're a bit more nervous, they tend to be a little bit more welcoming than trying to get into maybe an elite team straight away. Because that, unless you, well, if you felt confident enough to do that, you'd be fine anyway. But if you don't feel confident, I think the main thing is ask for help, whatever it is. I don't know how else you would fix that.
Here's a thought then.
You tell me.
The thing being is that people need to fix stuff. Well, if you think about it from, you now walk in your everyday life all the time. At one point in your life, you didn't know how to walk.
Yeah, that's true.
You had to practice, you had to fall down, you weren't very good at it, you got better at it. Even now you got your job. At one point, you didn't know how to do your job at all. You're a beginner. And how did you learn? You made mistakes and you got better, and you've just done it over time.
Yeah.
And that's the same as anything. So when people have this mentality of, I'm going to look stupid, well, you've done it already. You've done it 100 times already from everything else you're now good at.
Yeah.
So this is just another thing, a process of, you obviously, you can be better at something. You know you can get good at it because you've already done with 100 or 1,000 other things in your life. And I think that's where people have this. That's for me, that's what helps the mentality of comparison of, go back to you. You've
Yeah.
actually gone through this process so many times already.
yeah.
So when you tell me you're scared to ask, well, actually, you've already asked people for other things before, and you look how good are you at it?
Yeah.
This is just another time of it. So to break it that way.
Yeah, it is exactly that. And it's the same, like, and then as soon as you stack that momentum
Massively.
of going or starting a new movement, the longer you do it, obviously the better you get.
Really get it.
It's the process of life. It's
Yeah.
like strength training. The more you try to do chin-ups, eventually you will get there. It might take a bloody long time sometimes.
Totally.
But you will get there if you keep working at it.
Yeah.
And that's, I think, another thing we can touch on here is the consistency.
Mm-hmm.
Once you've crossed that beginner barrier as such, and it does require a lot of consistent, hard, sometimes very boring work to get
Mm-hmm.
to that bit where you see it's all bright and shiny and good at that sport or good at that movement, blah, blah, blah. And some people are a bit quicker and some people are a bit slower, and that's okay.
So with consistency, persistency, discipline,
Yeah.
which is which, and what is more
Okay.
important, or is there?
I'm
is
going to
there a difference for
say,
you?
as in my experience as a coach, I just think consistency is key. Just in everything in life, it's not even just in sport, exercise. It's in if you want to be successful in anything. Not that we're talking about success here, but
Well, success is different levels.
yeah, it's different. Depends on the person. You've got to be
Successfully
consistent.
past level 1, great.
Yeah.
There's 1,000 more levels.
Yeah,
Keep going.
exactly. So I do think I'm going to say consistency.
Yeah. Okay.
I think because we said the word discipline, I think they go hand in hand. If you're consistency, you build discipline. And I want to touch on, because you said discipline, motivation, because people wait for motivation to come and they're like, I'm not motivated. And I'm just going to say, you'll never achieve anything if you wait for motivation, because it's fickle and it's very rare. So I wanted to say my favorite quote, discipline over motivation every time, because that will help build those habits of consistency. It's bloody easy when you're motivated. It's so easy. But how often are you motivated? Not all the time. If we relied on motivation, we get nothing done.
So I'm going to throw a spanner in the works here.
Yeah.
Then how do you become consistent?
Ride the wave of motivation when it comes.
Because then consistency only happens when you do things regularly.
Yeah.
In order to do things regularly,
You have to be disciplined.
yeah. You know what I mean? So it's a hard one, because I think for me, discipline's one way to put it, but emotionless is another one. Because you have to take emotions out.
Well,
in order to-
motivation is an emotion,
Yeah.
I would say. And I'm
highs
like,
and lows, everyone's got
yeah,
it.
exactly.
Good days, bad
But
days.
like when you have the motivation, bloody ride that wave. I always like to use that. So some people come to me, they go, I want to get fit. They're motivated. They want to get going.
'Cause
A month
there's some
later,
reason,
they
right?
lose their motivation.
Yeah.
So I, as a coach, have to get that person right. They're motivated right now. We've got to build these habits ASAP. We've got to get that consistency in, because their motivation's going to dip in a couple of weeks. So, and that's why I bring that up, because without building the habits, and it's hard to be consistent, and you're not going to be perfect as well. I think as well.
Well, why
what's
would
my
you
other
be?
thing?
You're learning a new skill.
Exactly. And so it's like, what's the word? Over. I can't. It'll come back to me. Anyway, so it's like, you know, when people do something and they wait and they want to do something, but they keep waiting because they're waiting for the perfect time or the perfect thing. It's the same with motivation. I always think you've just got to start. It doesn't matter if it's not perfect. So it's like going back to that beginner feeling. It's like, just start. The only way you get, well, no one reaches perfection, but the only way you get better is by starting and then being consistent. I don't know if that's gone a bit of a long-winded way round, but I think
Well,
you get the
motivation comes
concept.
from success.
Yeah.
I'm motivated because success at the end of the road is one thing. So, like, for example, a lot of people, that's very common, they want to go and do a running. So they want to do a 5K or a 10K. So they're motivated because they don't,
They don't do the work, they're going to struggle.
Exactly, massively. So that's a negative motivation, but that's a net motivation. And the other side is a positive motivation where you got to see someone else doing it and you're like, going, I want to be like that. And so you're inspired to be like this person, right? And that's where motivation goes up and down for me. And I used to be a motivation person as well. I used to be like, wow, actually, more like a dog chasing a ball, but that's what it was like. And then I've just literally in the last year or so completely switched on. It's the success for someone and anything. This goes, never mind sport, never mind fitness, but it comes across anything. If you just do it for the sake of just keep doing it, because if you keep doing it, you'll get better. Yeah. And you take emotion out of it. I've found that it's just made a massive difference. I've just, huge. I just got to keep doing it. I don't think about it. The highs are great. The lows are just as good. Well, the lows are just because,
no one regrets a workout.
No.
And
ever.
It's like, and the ones when you don't feel like it or you don't feel good in, they're the most important ones. Because when you feel good, that's easy, isn't it?
Oh, massively.
And
it's the rainy days that suck.
Exactly. And so it's like, I think that's what we need to teach people more, is that understanding that it isn't just a nice straight arrow to success. It is a bit bumpy. And it's same with weight loss. It's the same with building strength. It's not a straight line curve. And I think that is a big, huge thing that people need to realize. And this coincide with longevity. If you are consistent, like outside of probably COVID, well, I still train 3 times a week, but I've probably done some form of strength training for 20 years every week for 20 years. Yep. And now I find it a bit boring to go to the gym, but I still go because it's just pure habit.
Okay, it's interesting.
But it's because I know the result of it. My whole goal is like, I want to be strong. Like I like feeling strong. I want to like prove you can keep doing stuff. And I want to keep playing sport. And if I don't do that gym session, that might stop me from doing it.
I've got the same mentality. Like I don't train.
And I know people don't have that mentality, but that's what I'm trying to teach.
But it's a hard one. But again, that's where it comes back to environment. If you hang around like-minded people, you'll start doing it. You start acting. You start having the same characteristics. You start doing you get up. You're like, and it's funny because like I think the other side of it too with sports, and that's what has a big impact on people, is that the environment is great, but because you're around people, it becomes a norm to wake up at 5 o'clock, for example, and go for a workout. Because it's the normal to go at 6 o'clock in the evening and go to play the football or the tag or whatever you're going to play, right? So when it comes to that side of things, this is why it's so important to be part of a sporting
sport. It helps give that kind of framework
massively,
to be consistent.
Massively.
So
and other people are playing the sport and like, I want to get better, so you end up going to the gym, or you end up eating healthier,
100%.
or you end up just doing, they're into meditation, they're doing it, and that's the massive part of this whole conversation, is that that's what sports does. It gets you into a space and environment that becomes a normality to eat well, do well, be more active, get out,
elevate yourself,
and that's the starting point. So just even if you go along and just watch to begin with, because you like tennis or you like squash or ping pong or whatever it is you like, eventually you're going to want to pick up the bat. Eventually you're going to want to stand
give it a go.
Literally, it's impossible not to, because other people are doing it. Like that's the thing. Okay, so
we have covered a lot.
We've covered a lot. I want to go into the obviously mental side of this is huge. Like nothing happens without a choice. So you need to make the choice first of all to, it's not even be brave. In fact, let's go back to just quickly on this. Everyone breaks it down. They go like they want to do a 3-week, 6-week. They got a 12-month training plan to do the event. For me, that's what actually is the biggest sticking point for most people, because they have an end goal in mind, and then when they get to the end goal, change.
Yeah. So I'm glad you mentioned that, because it's like when people are training for the Olympics, they focus their whole life for that one 10 seconds, that one tiny moment. And then there's a massive kind of depression post. And it's the same with...
lost.
Yeah, lost of their identity, blah, blah, blah. Hence, I love what you're saying, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, so it's the same when people, right, I'm going to do the marathon. I'm going to do the London Marathon. So for 4 months, their whole life is evolved around this. So everything, that's their number one goal. So it comes down to priorities. Obviously, when you've achieved that goal of completing like, let's just use the London Marathon because it's coming up as that goal, you kind of feel a bit like, oh, I've done it now. What do I do now? And then your other priorities come back in. So I think that's where it's difficult for people. And that's one of the things I'm quite passionate about, is trying to explain the importance of longevity, and how just because you've achieved that one thing, like doing a marathon or doing a triathlon or doing high rocks or whatever it is, you need to keep doing something. And I'm not saying you need to carry on running 5 times a week or however much you were doing it for that thing. You need to work out a way where you can maintain something in your life. For longevity, if you are someone that wants to keep fit and stuff, and not do that yo-yo of getting really fit, losing it all, getting it really fit, losing it all, which is a bit like the dieting yo-yo life. And so it's trying to create that a bit more steady flow in your life, so that when you are 60 and 70, you can still do a London Marathon, or you can still do tennis or whatever sport you are into. So yes, I love them for a focus, but people need to start thinking outside of that just one goal or one thing they do that year, because they're like, oh, I need to get fit, so I'm going to do a triathlon or whatever. So,
but the funny thing is,
I'm not against it because it gets people started, and
that's because the kickstart
gets people kickstarted, motivated. So it's just a little bit more complex than just saying you need to do this after or whatever, because people do have a low after a big achievement or a big thing. It's a real thing. I had that with a lot of my athletes that went to the last World Cup. They were like, oh, I don't feel like training anymore, because they worked so hard to get in that squad to go to the World Cup for touch or tag or whatever, and then they don't have that anymore, and they're like, oh, it's not as fun now to go training and stuff like that. And this is where you got to get back in that environment, whether it might not be the elite setup anymore, but get back into your club or your running team or whatever sport it is, like you say, because then you're around people that are motivated at different times of years for different things, and it elevates you to be fitter again, healthier, or gives you a bit of purpose. But I do also feel like people need to change the mindset of just the one thing. Don't just do a sport just for that end goal. Do it for all the physiological things, your bone health, your less likely of getting cardiovascular disease, all these other things, is start to think about like the health side of it, not just the pinnacle of your particular sport.
That's
or
actually
tournament. Does that
totally
make sense?
100%. Because like for me, that's the actual problem with people. I'm not saying I'm better than anyone. By the way.
No.
But I'm saying the problem with people when they go and do these programs over a certain amount of time is that I'm going to reach the top of the mountain, and that's the only goal, to get to the top of the mountain. And once they get to the top of the mountain, oh, it looks beautiful, and then, well, they got to climb back down. They have to go somewhere else. Whereas the mentality, when people say train 6 days a week, 5 days a week, I don't like that either. Like for me, it's a daily task. It's not even a task. It's just a way of life. And that every day I'm going to the gym. Every day I'm being active. And I may not do the same things at the gym, and it may not be go to the gym itself, but I'll do some type of strength training.
Yeah.
So it
comes in lots of forms.
It comes in massive amount of forms. So there's an issue there that I think that people don't realize, is that it's great to have direction's good.
Yeah.
Goals are not so good, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think they have a place in both. I think you need a bit of both. I don't think you need to always have big goals. I often say after, especially for the sports people that I work with, after they've had a big, like say the pinnacle, a World Cup or a big event, a big tournament that they've been aiming for, etc., is try something different that isn't to do with that sport after, just to try out something new, challenge yourself in a different way. And then sometimes you need a little break from it. So your training regimen might change. So you might not do as much strength training, or you might not do as much sprint training, blah, blah, blah. But you just try different things and like kind of get your enthusiasm for sport in general. So I often will suggest that, because I do think people need mental breaks from it as well, if that makes sense. And I know I'm talking about, say, elite sport, but it applies in whether you're an everyday athlete, just wanting to complete a 5K or whatever, and you've done that and then you want to find something else. And I'm not saying, obviously we talk about consistency is key, but enjoyment is important as well.
Massive.
So, and yes, I'm a big advocate for
Otherwise,
like
what's the
strength
point?
training and stuff like that. But if you've, I think sometimes with strength training, people don't try it without proper strength training. I'm talking without giving it a go. But I think definitely mix it up a little bit, try something new just to kind of keep you not motivated, I don't want to use that word, keep you kind of inspired to be healthy, move, blah blah, just try different things. Yeah, I'm big on that as well.
There's a big thing here because the purpose of why you do it as well.
The
Like-
why's a big one.
I think it's the only one, to be honest.
It
Because
is.
like for me, my why is because when the moment comes, I want to be involved.
Yes.
That's it. Like, why do I train? Why do I lift? Why do I stretch? Why do I do? Because I want to be involved. I don't mean just for sport, but I want to be able to go for a walk, go for a trek, walk
Yeah.
upstairs, walk somewhere, and if someone's in trouble or someone's in danger, I want to be able to help. I want to be
yeah.
there to be able to have the ability to help. Like it's just
100%.
like you can't help someone if you can't help yourself. So
100% massive on this. So I think that can apply to like the different age groups as we get to the next age
we
group.
get wiser, more experienced.
But like, having grandchildren, you want to be able to, if you have grandchildren, you want to be fit and being able to run around with your grandchildren, for example, or your kids, keep up with your kids or whatever. I mean, not everyone has them and blah, blah, blah. But
throw a ball, catch a ball.
yeah,
pass,
I
kick,
think
walk.
it's so important. And like, even you don't have to play sport to throw a ball around. How good is that for your coordination and brain, even at 70, even if you're
Literally.
not playing the sport?
Actually, I suggest people to juggle. Just
Oh gosh,
the one
yeah,
ball,
brilliant.
2 ball, 3
Yeah.
ball. Just juggle anything.
Yeah, definitely. I think, I mean, I could talk about this all day, but yeah, I think you're so right. It's not just about the sport. It's like being capable. I think that's a big word, and having the ability to do things, especially as we are an aging population, and to be healthy as well as we do it. Like there's the amount of preventative things sport and exercise does, it's just mind-blowing now, and it's been always kind of known, but it's getting a little bit more of a voice, thankfully.
Yeah.
But it just needs to get to people more so that they can change their kind of why a bit more.
Massively.
Is like, I think that's it. I think that's what keeps me training, is that's my why. It's like, I want to be that person. I want to be able to run up the stairs if I need to, or whatever. It can be as
Massively.
simple as that.
Walk, yeah, totally.
Walk.
And there's so much things in life to be able to go. Anyway, we get digressing. Somewhere else.
We
I wanna
love
go-
digressing, I've decided.
I'm going to come back. I'm going to bring us back.
Bring us back. Okay.
So the physical side of things, because when it comes to sport, there's main 3 injuries are my knees, my hips, my back. Oh my gosh. And especially in men. Oh man, it happens. Last night, it is everyone. But the thing is, it's easy for us to sit here and say, yeah, because you don't use it. Yes, because you haven't done the gym session, because you haven't done whatever, haven't been active stretching. Men don't want to stretch, women don't want to lift. It's hilarious. It just cracks me up. And yet, it's like saying, I want to be a doctor, but I don't want to study. I don't want to practice. I want to be on a marathon and just make it simpler, but I don't want to run. It's like, well, then your expectations and
You need to come down a bit.
or the realization and expectations need to change here somewhere, because I think that's the biggest thing is people always seem to wait till it's too late, and it's easy for us to sit here because we're both active. We were into that. It's already
Agreed.
the mindset, right?
Yeah.
But it's the person that's listening to this going like, well, actually, I don't feel the same way. So why am I going to do this? We've touched on the environment. You need to do the environment. When it comes to physical things like the knees, the hips, the back,
Yeah.
what are we doing? What can we be doing to prevent?
Okay, so in terms of prevention and stuff, like if you're someone that's played a lot of sport in the years, there is going to be wear and tear. So sometimes there is a physiological thing that's happened and it is going to be a bit harder, but you do need to maybe work with a physio, blah, 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 and doctors to kind of get you back, blah, blah, blah. But
You like blah, 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 don't you?
I do. Sorry. Anyway, so in terms of prevention, it's a funny word because there's a lot of things in sport where you can't really prevent because you can't control your environment. But if you are someone that hasn't done something for a while, I would say keep it really simple. You don't have to do loads. You don't have to suddenly go to the gym 3-4 times a week. You don't have to go to yoga 5 times a week. You just need, it can be as simple as 3 or 4 moves and increasing your general movement. So if you're someone that suffers with back pain, but you're sat at your desk for 60 hours a week, I would suggest first thing you can do is just start walking a little bit more. So it might mean, if that makes sense,
Massively.
or within
To me, it does.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people are like this. They get stuck at their desk for 8 to 10, 12 hours, and I really believe you can stand up from your desk occasionally, surely, in an office. Obviously, I haven't worked in an office since I was 20, so it was ages ago. But surely you are able to stand up occasionally. And I would say something as simple as standing up or even getting a standing desk. A lot of my clients that were CEOs, really busy people in meetings all the time, blah, blah, blah. I suggested, why don't you do a walking meeting, or can you do it on the phone and go for a walk while they do it? Something as simple as walking can improve your longevity, your back pain, your hip pain, your knee pain, because you're getting blood flow to the area and you're moving. Then I would stack onto that. Well, I love habit stacking. I don't know if you've ever heard that.
Yeah.
Okay,
Every
great.
day, literally every day.
Excellent. So pick something that you do every day. That an example is you probably, hopefully brush your teeth every day.
Yes,
Why don't you, while you're brushing your teeth, do a calf stretch or something very simple, or mobility, or sit in the squat or something like that, where it's, I'm not saying these are the exact movements you do, but, or you go and make your coffee in those 3 minutes while the kettle is boiling. What could you do? Could you sit in a squat for 30 seconds? Some people can't, but things like that.
People think it's weird though, don't they?
Yeah, but things like that make such a difference to your longevity and preventing and pain and stiffness, etc. And there's so many little exercises you could do in a day without having to go to the gym ever, or go to a yoga class, or.
But it's habit stacking, exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, it all comes down to habits.
So it's funny you said that about, like, so I'll give you a very good example. Like, and this just comes as a habit for me, is that when I'm brushing my teeth, I'll sometimes change hands and brush with the other teeth just to get coordination. Literally. And I was talking to Heva. She came here last week and we were talking about this to keep the brain connected to the body. And it's like little things that you can do. And she was talking about a figure 8 with the thumb and doing like this. And I was like, oh, well, and so brushing teeth, going back to that, it was like, yeah, change hands. So the coordination is just as, well, it would say just as active on the left as on my right. I'm right-hand dominator. And then the other thing I'll do is I'll also, instead of, because we always lean on one foot more than the other, so I'll lean on the other foot as well. So I'll catch myself when I'm brushing my teeth. I always think when I brush my teeth, I'll balance purposely on my left, so that it's not always going right.
That's exactly it. And that's what I mean. I don't think that it's just remembering to do this when you're not conditioned to think about it. That's the hard part, I would say, for people.
It's unconscious for me now.
Yeah, exactly. But like something, if you've got like bad ankles or you sprained ankles, which I work with a lot of people that have ankle injuries, and coming back from that, is simply just balancing on one foot makes a huge difference. And it requires very little effort. I always go for, start off with the most easy thing you can do, the low-hanging fruit.
Yeah.
That is where the place to start, and then build from there. I think sometimes we oversubscribe and just do too much too soon.
That's the issue.
That is the issue, because people think I'm all or nothing. That's it. I can't do anything unless I'm all in, and then after 2 weeks they're done.
I'll tell you what, right here, I'm stretching my hip as we talk. I'm rotating my ankle as we talk because to keep it mobile, to keep stretched. Like, it's just a little habit.
It's brilliant. I love it. And I think that's the place to start. If you are someone that's struggling with back pain or knee pain or something like hip pain, is think of the simple things you can move, and movement is
hip pain and back pain. I've had it, and so this is why exactly what I did. I played sport last night, and this is why I'm doing this right now, to keep myself mobile.
Exactly,
like,
love it.
Well, no, you've mentioned it because you've mentioned it though. That I don't, because of the habit.
In you,
totally. But that's the thing with other people, is that I didn't used to always do this.
No, it wasn't always.
I used to freaking hate stretching.
Yeah. I mean, you don't have to stretch to get more mobile.
No.
Like people often, in terms of injury prevention as well, stretching is not that beneficial. Mobility is important. So I think you are less likely to get injured, but I think it's something like 69% if you strength train. And it's only a 4% reduction if you stretch is for injury prevention. So again,
Mobilize around the joint.
yeah, mobilizing. So strength training mobilizes you.
Jump into that because most people won't understand what is mobilizing.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Mobility is just like the range of movement in a joint. And that's where a lot of people get issues is because of not moving through those joint movement. And stretchings can move you through planes of motion, but you need a bit of load to help improve the mobility.
I think the biggest difference has been for most people is that people, when they go to stretch, they try and get to the length end of the muscle and they try and go further. And like this becomes painful again. That's why people don't
do
want.
it.
Yeah.
And it's a bit boring
But
sometimes.
it can be. I mean, literally everything you'll see me do, I'll just be like, I'll be sitting there, I'll be stretching out for some reason, like it's unconsciously. But that's just a stupid habit. That's for me personally, because actually it's because I don't want to ever slow down. I want to be able to wake up, move, and take advantage of an opportunity if it's available. When it comes to back pain, knee pain, hip pain, we actually didn't go into that.
No, we didn't. But I was just thinking of like the most simplest things you can do to help improve it. So to prevent it is movement, general movement. If you want to seriously prevent it, you need to do some form of strength work. So it can be a range of different things, but highly recommend a form of strength training. Working on your core, and that doesn't mean doing ab circuits. Core is your whole trunk. So people get a bit confused thinking core is like doing a load of sit-ups. No, it's about working that whole torso because it's that connection from the upper to the lower body. So building deep core strength. So things like a lot of people like doing is things like Pilates, which are really good to get those deep inner muscles. And that definitely helps that whole hip, lower back area. And then if you do have back pain or if you feel like you might be prone to it or hip issues, a form of a mobility routine would be recommended. And it can be simple movements like cat-cow, bird dog, really simple movements. I know you probably don't know what those mean.
I personally do. But
I know you do. And they're
listeners
very
do
simple exercises you can do at home on your bed. You don't even have to leave your bed. Obviously, I'd encourage to. But yeah, so there is like, obviously strength training movement is the key to prevent a lot of these issues that you will get. Same with knee pain. It's like you actually need to build the muscles around the knee, hence why. And it doesn't mean you have to go and lift heavy weights. You can use machines, you can do body weight stuff. There's millions of ways you can strengthen the muscles around the joints, and that will really help prevent those injuries. And then there's
you touched
also
on it before with the squat. Just squat.
sit
down,
in the
stand
squat,
up.
yeah, things like that is a really nice, simple one. And then to go a little bit further is I would encourage, especially for the lower limbs and hips, is single leg type work. And again, you don't have to go to a gym. You can use a step at home, do a step up, split squat, balance on one leg. All those kind of things will help prevent those.
It's funny because I always say
potential
just step back into a lunge, like you would at home, like if you're in an office, wherever you are. Like everyone says squat, which is fair enough.
Yeah,
but
single leg I would highly recommend
yeah,
if you
literally.
want to get back to sport as well, because
I'm just living.
or just living. Yeah, it's for everyone. It doesn't just for the people that want to play sport.
Literally,
It's actually just for everything. Everything we said is for everyone.
Yeah, it can be applied anywhere. What about the back pain?
Back pain. Okay, so it's quite common, comes up. A lot of back pain can be wear and tear, and that can be unfortunate, and some people are more prone to it. So you hear a lot of people getting slip discs. Lower back tends to have a lot more wear and tear. I'm not sure the reasonings behind it. So yes, you can prevent it, but some people are going to have genetically more wear and tear in their lower back than others, or the way they position. So that can come down to posture, what's their history, etc., in terms of sport and movement.
Mine comes down to gravity.
Gravity, yeah.
Because of the shift of gravity, we
Yes,
balance.
that's what that was what I was meaning of like posture and balancing. A lot of men that I know have got a lot of bulging discs. I don't know if it's history of impact sports can have a negative effect, but not always. So things like rugby, maybe poor tackling technique, things like that.
It's funny because like you've brought this one up, because I'm hearing more and more the reason it happens with men is because they have this part of the ego actually, is they lift their chest up, and when they lift their chest up, they tend to push their hips forward, and so they've got this actual bend in their body from head down to the heel, and so this movement forward again puts the spine
in the wrong kind of position.
They start to flex.
Too flexed or
extended, and they go like oopsies, and then that's when the pressure happens on the disc.
And then sometimes a bit of ego in the gym.
Oh, that happens
not mentioning any names. But yeah, I think as well, like naturally women, the only physiological advantage women have over men is our mobility and flexibility. So, and I think partly, I'm not saying women don't have back issues, because they definitely do. But I think there's that our hormones are different to men as well. And especially around this area hormonally, and like the way the pelvis is and stuff like that, which is good and bad for women as well, because a lot of women during pregnancy get back pain partly because of the extra weight and blah blah blah. But
then that's a simple thing. Like when it comes to a woman in pregnancy,
position, the
and a lot
center
of
of
men
gravity.
have that because they put the weight on through their stomach.
Yeah, that's true.
But
it's the same thing. Yeah,
that
in
is
some ways.
literally the actual.
So. Yeah, preventative is staying lean and fit and strong, having more muscle mass just generally. And men, you naturally have more muscle mass than women. And it's still hard for men. Yeah, you still need to go use it. It all comes down to movement. And it basically just comes down to movement for prevention. Like I said, movement is medicine.
Do you have like 3 key exercises that you would always...
For back pain? Or just...
general?
Oh, that's so hard to narrow down. Oh.
All right, make it 30.
I'll be here all day. I'm going to say I would lean towards more posterior chain exercises. So that means your back, glutes, hamstrings, if we're narrowing it down. Only because we naturally, without even thinking, we use a lot more of our anterior body, like walking, going upstairs is more anterior, like so the front, your quads. So that's why your quads tend to be stronger than your hamstrings. So generally people's posterior chain is naturally a bit weaker if you're someone that doesn't do anything, because you use the front of your body more. So I would narrow it down to maybe posterior chain exercises would be really beneficial for most people and help prevent a lot of back pain. And then I'm going to say a form of core work would be really essential. That's my number 2, where that can help strengthen those deeper muscles. I'm thinking of as longevity, like for people in longevity.
I do a 3-minute plank every day.
Yeah. And then, so core, posterior chain, and then working on building mobility through the joints. So that can be through your spine by doing something like a cat-cow, doing something through your hips, and then doing something with your ankles, because the more mobile your ankles are, so you could do like calf stretch off a step. That's how I would break it down to those kind of 3 areas rather than 3 exercises. For longevity.
Everyone always wants more.
So for longevity, if that's the basic things you can do, I would strengthen those areas.
It's funny, actually, I probably should have got just to movement, because there's a lot more when it comes to longevity in sports. It's not just, it is about your sleep, it is about your breathing, it's about your nutrition.
No,
we haven't.
I don't know if we've got time.
No, we don't.
That's another day.
That's another day, 100% for sure. I suppose what I'd kind of like to leave it on is that the environment, like, what have you seen from people that you train with, like, and it could be mental, physical, other kind of spiritual benefit and emotions that you see. What are you seeing from people that you work with that have gone from a place of, okay, well, it wasn't part of their life, now it is part of their life?
I think one of my favorite, can I say what my favorite things are?
Of course you can.
I love it when I see the confidence go up and then it transfers to everything from their work on the pitch and stuff. And like how confident, because they're stronger, they're fitter, they move better. And then weirdly, they get better at their sport because they're fitter and stronger and able to hold themselves. So that's one of my favorite things I love to see. And that breeds into that mentality, the confidence. So I could say confidence. And then my other favorite thing is like turning people from that never went to the gym or never did anything to support their sport to it being their norm. That's their norm. Like they go, well, even if it's without me, they're going twice a week or 3 times a week or doing something to support their sports performance. I think those are the 2 big things that just makes me love what I do, basically.
I think that's the best one ever. That's
yeah, it's so cool.
But that's the thing. People don't realize how much of an impact it has on life. Like,
confidence. It's so cool to see the confidence go up in people and then see it and then see them perform better. And then they realize it's because of those kind of simple changes they made in their life. And
literally,
like just getting strong. It's mad. It's cool. Very cool.
awesome way to finish this, I think.
Yeah.
Look down that camera there and then just let people know where they can get a hold of you, because you guys got comments, questions, I'm sure. So get a hold of it.
So my Instagram handle is @GraceBrownFitness. So if you have any questions about getting fitter, faster, stronger for sport, drop me a message. I think that's the best way. My website is gracebrownfitness.com. But yeah, happy to answer any questions around longevity, fitness, strength, where to get started, how to improve your sports performance. Come and say hello. I'd love to hear from you.
Brilliant.
Brilliant. Thanks. That was awesome.
That was good, huh? Yeah. We're going to leave it at that. So, guys, it just literally is that last part that Grace talked about with confidence is the biggest thing you'll get out of this, like literally, and the changes that you have. So, I hope that. Yeah.
Awesome.
Get a hold, reach out. And to the next episode, let us know what you would like us to talk about, or like kind of the guests you'd like us to bring on, and so we can talk with them and get information for you to live better, have a career, or simply improve your health.
Brilliant.
Fitness and health is so important for males over 35.
In my opinion, I would say it doesn't matter age.
Mm-hmm.
You need to be active, because our body is designed to be active, not be sitting all day. And basically many countries, especially this country, though the government pushing it a lot to keep the people active compared to the other countries, but it's like people mostly prioritize their work rather than being active. And a lot of time, in my cases, I'm meeting the people. A lot of times, when I'm kind of people know I'm going out. Okay, they want, oh, it's very cool, we want to come with you, but that never happen. You know, it's just like there is more excuses than putting the action on the goal. You know,
Literally.
So I would say moving, it doesn't link to the age. You have to be active the whole time. But when you age, your body needed more, because then we come back to that healthy lifestyle. Movements is like I wouldn't say 50 or 70% of being healthy, but your body designed to move different direction, doing different things, throw, kick, jump, and all these kind of the things that we're never gonna do it in a normal daily kind of the routine. That mostly we do just gonna sit, stand up. That's it. There is no rotation. It just come to my mind. And many people, when they age, they start to feeling the pain on the knee, pain on the back. I don't know, the neck. It start to kind of the give him the alarm. That's okay. You didn't do much with us. And then now is the time for you to move, which is sometimes getting late. You know, sometimes you kind of doing this lifestyle for long enough, 20, 30 years, and then you want to fix this in a 3-month time. It's impossible, you know.
Obviously, we're going to preach to the choir to each other, because we have both got the mindset for it. What do you think it is for people that don't have that mindset? Why do they not find it important? Is it because there's other priorities, family?
I would say that's the first thing. That's kind of the first barrier is like, okay, I want to work. I have to work because I have to pay bills. You know, my family need to be kind of supported. Or I would say most of the men's that's taking responsibility of the supporting the family, and then they prioritize the work over than the being
Their own health.
moving and
Yeah.
healthy. You know, there is one thing I would say, even sometimes the families can do the things together rather than just a kind of the me as a kind of the mans of the family do want to do the things alone.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
you can take the family out and do the things with your family. And I've seen many people doing it, and it's very good. It's good for relationship. It's for good for a kid, and it's good for the kind of the having a good connection with your family members too. You know what I mean?
It's one of those things because quite often you hear like people in high powered jobs, they go in and leave their jobs because they run down the stress, anxious.
Yeah.
They got zero pleasure in life or pleasure from life, and so they go get a job that's lower paying, gives them more time to spend with family, do their own thing, spend with their partners, whatever they want to do. So it's like this continuous cycle we see with so many people that go through money, 40 years old. Oh man, what happened to my life? Where's the enjoyment? Leave my job, go do something that's easier or lower pain that gives them more freedom to do something else.
Yeah.
How does someone break away from the cycle? Or because it's easy for us to sit here and say, oh yeah, look after your health.
Yeah, but I would say basically I wouldn't go for a low paid job. I would say in my case, I would say, okay, I'm working, let's say 10 hours a day, 12 hours a day. And then I keep some hours a day for myself and some days only for myself. You know? If you do such a things and then you still keep that mindset, that's okay, I need to have income, but I need to have a fun with my life too. A lot of people telling me, why not traveling? I said, I'm trying to have a fun with my life rather than just work for 6 months and then think about, okay, one week or 2 weeks I'm gonna go for a relaxing, you know what I mean? And then they go to the relaxing, they eat, they drink, there is nothing to do, you know what I mean? That's all they do. And then they come back, they trap on that circle, they go 6 months full into the work, 1 week, 2 weeks, 1 month to the holiday, and just trap on that circle over and over.
Circle, same. So then, look, we're in our 40s. We've got this mindset though to get out. What's your mindset? Like, what are you thinking? Like, obviously you're saying you're not going to do the 6 months and the 1 week. So, and I know you're active all the time, bro. That's why I wanted to come and speak with you, because you are an active person. Like, you're out there all the time. So what is it for you? Like, what is your drive to make sure you get out and get active?
Well, I would say in my case, I like to get out of the cities. Why? Because it doesn't matter what city in the world you are, but the city is keeping you in a box.
Yeah.
It's just a mindset. It is, people working, and then the day they have an off day, they sleep until 11, 12. They wake up, half a day is gone already.
Yeah.
And then what they do, they're going for a brunch.
Yeah.
There is nothing else to do, If you become a little active, maybe you go to the beach, lie down for a tanning, or, there is many kind of the surfing club around Dubai. Maybe you go for a paddle or something.
Yeah.
Which is not many people doing such a things. Well, I would say personally, on my case, I would like to be outside of the city, in the nature. In Dubai, we have a different nature than other countries, like green, kind of the mountain
trees
or wood
and
or
parks
trees,
and lakes
but still, you can get out. There is many options in I would say past 4 or 5 years open across the country. You can just get out and spend one night in a tent or in a they have a kind of the vans or those things. They build a lot of things in across Dubai. Or UAE, you can just get out and just spend one night outside.
It's quite quick and easy to get there too.
Absolutely.
Right? Yeah.
1 hour drive, you are there, You don't have to even pay for a hotel,
Exactly. That's free.
Most of them are free. You don't have to spend money on it.
Camp
You just
done.
go out, sit beside the fire.
Yeah.
You have no
or
idea.
learn to make a fire if you don't know how to make a fire, or learn to pitch a tent if you've never pitched a tent before. Like, there's other experiences you can learn as you go.
Absolutely.
What are the benefits for you then?
To get out?
Yeah.
Well, it's just relaxing your mind, relaxing your body. Beside, I don't know, we're talking about being active, but it's kind of the changing your mindset of being rush all the time to being calm. it's like you going out and you're resetting your brain and resetting your
You're
body.
going mountain biking as well, though, bro. When you say calm.
It look like for me, it's like that's my therapy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Or
I'm a venture kite surfing.
Yeah,
I want to surf, kite surf,
I
run.
do scuba diving on the weekend. I do skydiving on the weekend. I do mountain biking on the weekend. And sometimes I go hiking. Not many. My knees are not very good with the hiking, but I go.
Easy to skydive, right?
So yeah, I just keep myself doing the different things rather than being a box in the city, just thinking about the work and income. So that's kind of the things that people have to start thinking about it. Okay, even it can be in a daily basis. Like I just go for a walk outside.
Let me ask you on that then, because when you go away from work and you do something different, when you say calm, it's more of a break away from what you're doing
Absolutely.
every day, right? So that's what the calmness is for you, right? Yeah.
Away from that stress that works or that condition that you are in that gives you that you are in a stress to kind of the run for the client, do your job. I don't know, deal with your boss, deal with your people underneath you, or just all these kind of the things that you're compressing you in one corner that you want to get free and just do the things you wanted to do, regardless of any stress around it.
It's really common because a lot of people also talk about, I'm doing something that I love, but there's still stresses involved. I mean, there's still like the mental stress of organization, having to provide or deadlines or to give an outcome. Like there's still a lot of brain power thinking and and there's lots of science out there that shows that if you just take a break, sharpen the axe by doing something different, you come back stronger.
Absolutely,
right? So,
absolutely.
What's your favorite type of training?
You mean in the gym or outside?
Let's go gym first.
Well, I would say normally I do.
Because you got guns, Mo.
Well, I do different things. We've been together through this process. That's where we were in a gym and just doing the kind of the very basic movement. Then we jump into the kind of the functional movement in the kind of the many competition. And then we back to the same box again because sometimes we don't have a time through the week to do those kind of the things. Again, I don't want to bring excuses, but it just, let's say we have a limited time and we prioritize the different things rather than we doing what really ourselves and body wanted. But as far as we are keeping it active, that's perfect, So been through this journey to do the different things, different competition, stage, running around with the kind of the weight on your back, and then so I would say my favorite type of the training is just do something.
Do something.
It doesn't matter how it's 15 minutes or 1.5 hours. It doesn't matter how much time it is or what type of the exercise I do at the moment. Just want to do something.
Well, then I've got to ask you because you are muscular guy, right? And so strength training is definitely a part of your training.
Absolutely.
Right. How important is strength for men over 40?
I cannot stress how important the strength training is. And I don't want to say you have to do bench press. I don't want to say you have to do leg press or very isolated movement. As far as you do something, your body will get stronger. It's just movements that your body need to build that muscle, to build that strength,
So what would you tell me? So what would you tell me? What reasons would you give me to strength train? So I go, you look good, but I mean, I don't know.
To do a strength training.
Yeah, like what would you say to me to convince me to strength train?
Well, if you cannot get up if you cannot get up, lie down and stand up without having pain, then definitely you need some strength training. Because why? Because that the alarm your body giving you that, okay, I don't have enough support on my skeleton or around my joint. That's okay. There is a pain. You have to deal with it. So if you have a pain, you cannot move free pain. That's mean your body needs some strength. I wouldn't go to tell you, okay, you have to do a squat for 120 kg to get stronger, but you do based on your ability, based on your kind of the condition that you have, But your muscles designed to do many things, but with daily lifestyle that we have, that's not happening. Okay, so this is your responsibility to make that body as functional as it's supposed to be. And when you age, so you don't have those problems
So you can still function.
yeah, but because what's going to happen, as we know, when you age, you lose the muscles, you lose that strength on your bone or joint, or or the ligament and tendon. They going kind of the downhill. Okay,
Yeah.
So we can prevent this with kind of the strength training. I wouldn't again call it strength training, but any kind of the movements. It can be a suspension training. It can be a movement
Some type
with
of
the
resistance.
yeah,
Strengthen the muscle.
resistance. It can be your body weight resistance. You just do body weight squat, a push up or pull up, or this kind of the stuff. And that's kind of the preventing that period of the time that you're gonna age and you're gonna lose those strength or longevity.
I mean, from my side, I'm extremely grateful that I have a mindset of and I understand the importance of fitness, because I only train to keep moving, to keep active, because I want to get involved with mountain biking, climbing, running, sports, lifting, and more importantly, what you first said, I just want to be able to move. Like, I want to be able to stand up, sit down without going like, I mean, sometimes I have that, but but the main thing being is being able to simply move, being able to walk up some stairs, have that energy as well to go and do something.
Yeah.
Obviously, when you don't have the strength, or you don't have the cardiovascular capacity, then you kind of sit at home sometimes and you're like, well, maybe I could do that later or catch up later. But it just makes you lazy. I think just you lose out on a lot in life. You don't have the inspiration to go traveling or see the world or catch up with friends, even locally. So it's quite a
quite challenging, especially with the time hours that we have.
Yeah, exactly. It's hard to juggle. Then, where do you prioritize for you personally between exercise, nutrition, well-being, and relaxation? How much do you prioritize each? Do you prioritize more fitness first, more relaxation, more nutrition?
I would say you don't need to be relaxed. Be honest. In my case, like I don't sleep that much. I don't take off that much. Just sitting and watching TVs. That's not what I call it relaxation. For me, my body can take it. I go through it. You know what I mean? It's just I'm listening to my body, and I advise everybody to do the same thing. If your body need break, it will tell you. Okay, some people are thinking about the break, but the body doesn't need a break. So it work other way. If your body need a break, it will tell your brain, not the other way around.
What about for the people that do have that, because they push too much and then they overtrain?
Well, we don't have much people like that, but your body can take it. You have no idea how your body can be adapted to the different environment and different condition. I was having the conversation with one of my friends, actually, maybe last week. I was thinking, we are the same people and same human, same structure that living in a desert. And the people who living in a icy place 24/7, they are the same structure, It's just a body adaptation period. You have to spend some time in that environment or that intensity or that condition, and your body will adapt. It won't adapt in 1 week. You have to keep push through it. And then your mindset, your body, and everything structure will change through the time. It's same as we are changed to be sitting all the time in the chair and do the things seated. Well, back in the day, like I remember when I was a kid, I can't remember I was sitting. I was running all day, my parents supposed to
play.
pull me, put me down.
Hook. Yeah, it's true though. And that's the big, I think there needs to be more examples like that. Like being able to go on the bike, go for a walk, get on the boat, go for a swim. Like these things are the reason you spend that 10 to 15 minutes. Spend the first, just think 5 minutes, go to the gym or resistance a few times in the week. Like, okay, I do it daily, but because I just want to make sure that I'm maintained and I want to be the best that I possibly can so that I can be involved with anything that happens, right? So if I want to go for a half marathon or a marathon, I could do it tomorrow. I don't have to worry about it because I just regularly train. But it's the understanding of just how it's so hard because it's so easy for me to sit and go like, it's just life is so much better. Life is you will have a better way of life if you just beat through the first part of prioritize a bit more health. It doesn't have to be the 1 hour, the 45 minutes. It can be the 5, 10, 15 minutes to start off with. I mean, literally, it does my head in a lot, but I mean, there's a big psychology behind that. What are some of the things with your patients, but the people you train, What are some of the biggest barriers that they face?
Let me put it this way for you. A lot of people thinking they have to put some time, be in a particular place, wearing a particular clothes to do something.
Sure.
Yeah. So again, it comes back to the mindset. You know, you can do anything in your bedroom, literally. You know, you don't have to go somewhere and spend, if you don't have a time to drive, to go to the gym or go to the beach or go to the running track,
Literally.
just do something at home.
Yeah.
You know, remember COVID?
Everyone was training.
Everyone
at
was
home.
at home and everyone was training. Why? First thing, because they had time.
Yeah.
Second of all, they couldn't go anywhere.
Yeah.
You know, they get bored, so they start training.
Well, you had to do something physical too to keep your brain stimulated.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're going crazy. Everyone's
Absolutely.
Like, what am I doing? What am I
Yeah.
doing? Yeah,
So I would say, in my case, I would say, first of all, you don't need to be in a particular place to do something. You know, just get out of the home, just run or walk around your home, around your building. You know,
stand
set
up,
a
do
time,
something.
yeah.
Don't sit down and watch the TV.
And but wait, I want to just point one thing that is
Please,
very,
my bro,
very, very
please.
regular right now. I'm seeing a lot.
Yeah.
I want to just compare it back in the day and now. We have everything and we can do anything we want with the touch of the button. Now, versus before, you have to move. You have to do something to do something. Make sense?
Yes,
And then now, everything, you once send the email, boom. I'm sitting here, I can do everything here right now. People working at home behind the desk and they are there for 10 hours,
Yeah.
12 hours.
Quick call, quick connection.
Yeah.
Groceries, banking, especially in Dubai, UAE, right?
You don't have
Everything.
to, literally, you can leave in your chair. You have to just stand up for a bathroom and shower. That's it, if you want it.
Give it another year, maybe not.
Yeah.
Push your button, I'm done. But like that is the thing about like everyone wants more convenience or make things easier and stuff like that. But then it's
again comes back to, if you remember this code is say how bad you want it. How bad you want to live healthy. How bad you know.
But so many people are missing out the understanding of the reason why. They go like, oh, I'm happy as I am. I got my money.
Yes,
I'm still got my family. I've still got my like.
You know, I would say this is, I heard, I saw and experienced it a lot. People start to recognizing how important is that, okay, until they start feeling, oh, it's gonna go. It's gonna go. We take everything as a granted.
Yeah.
Now we are healthy, we don't have a pain, no problem. So we just keep doing the same thing we're doing, you know, until it's hit them.
Oh,
wait
the
a minute.
wake up, yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean? The wake up call. We don't have to wait until that wake up call. You know what I mean?
But I have to say, I did go through that at one point because this is about 5 years ago now, maybe 4. And I just like was after competing, and I just I got burnt out doing fitness. And for about a year and a half, I mean, I was still doing some kind of walks, I was still doing a bit of cycling, but I wasn't going to the gym. I wasn't pushing myself hard, and I put on a lot of weight. I was like, I think I'm nearly close to 100 kilos. I've never been over 85. You're like that much, right? I was like, my goodness, what happened? And I remember seeing a photo, and then this wasn't related, but I had like my appendix burst, and I went to the hospital, and I was like, nah, I'm not.
That's what I want.
That was my wake up call again. Just get me out of this rut. And so like. My mindset now is I'll never change because it's like I enjoy the process of it. It's the enjoyment of the journey. Like I want to be mentally, like for me, I understand. I want to be. It helps fight depression, helps fight anxiety, it helps lower stress. You know, never mind the physical benefits. There's those mental benefits massively. Like for me, I have to wake up in the morning. I have to go to a workout just to start, and it's like 5-10 minutes. Sometimes I'm out there actually 10 minutes. And I just do squat, pull up, leg press, or something else like that, or it's just sometimes some curls or something like that. Shoulders, like just literally something, but just the complete change of mindset from groggy to yo, let's go.
Well, I would say best strategy I would kind of suggest to anyone. I would say you wake up 15, 20 minutes, half an hour earlier. That's the best thing you can do, and spend that time to do something. Again, you don't have to be somewhere. Do it at home. Do it around your home, wherever you want to be. Yeah. That's the best thing to do it. You know, because when you go through the day, Okay, you go through so much stress at work or time limitation and all these kind of the barriers or excuses. By evening time, you're so tired. Sometime or most of the time, let's say, you won't prioritize your health anymore. When you are early morning, you're waking up, you get it out of your way, and then that's the strategy you can take. And again, you have to do it at least a month, 2 months. Then this become your habit. This become part of your mindset. The first part is challenging for everyone. It's like you want to create,
Change, right? Change.
You want to create
difficult.
something new. It's gonna be a little challenging, but again, it comes back how bad you want it, how bad you live. You want to live when you are 60, when you are 70, to don't walk with the stick. Somebody.
That's my why. Like, I don't want to be 80 and having to rely on anything else,
Absolutely.
or anyone else.
Absolutely.
I want to be running, jumping, playing 80 plus, 100, literally.
So if you can't picture it, where you want to see yourself in 10 years time. If you don't want to be
I'm
on
only at 60 years time. When I'm 100, I still want to be moving around, doing my stuff.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So if you don't want to be there, you have to pay the price now. You're investing. Like you're investing for the 10 years time
100%.
to don't be there.
Yeah.
And that's the best thing you can do. I would suggest, and this is the best strategy. I mean, I could suggest to anyone.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter, regardless of the gender or age or these things. Do it early morning. That's
so
it.
what's your go-to then? What is it that you need to do, that you go to yourself, okay, I'll do this. It gets me in the mood, or it gets me doing something? I know
Look, these things are like a chain, like a mental health, depression, anxiety, health, looking good, thinking good, and all these kind of the things. It change. It's like a chain and connected together and impacting each other. If you look good, you feel good.
Totally, but like, let's say I'm not in that mindset that you're in, and you're saying do something, but I'm like, yeah, I don't know. What would you tell me to do?
I would say, as I just said, that you just wake up early morning. I don't know what's your early morning. Some people, when I'm saying, okay, I'm seeing you early morning, and I'm asking, what is your early morning? Is 9, is 10, is 6? Okay, my early morning is 5:30. So 5:36 is the morning time for me. So if I want to do something, if I want to create the habit, okay, I try to sleep a little earlier. Don't invest my time on the TVs and spend the time doing nothing. Sleep a little earlier if you can. Again, early morning, 15 minutes earlier waking up, it's not gonna kill you. Again, you have to have that picture in your head where you're seeing yourself there. You're like, okay, I'm telling you have to put certain amount of the money on the side every month. And for example, and in 10 years time, you will have this much money or invest. You know?
Totally. Yeah.
Probably to put that money on the side, you have to cut some expenses, It's the same thing. You have to cut from some time that you put it for yourself. And again, it comes back to you directly with the kind of the 10 times or 20 times interest,
See, like for me, I'm saying to someone, if you do 20 minutes of exercise a day, if you put it together, that's 2 hours of exercise a week.
Yeah.
If you can just start with that.
Absolutely.
But like, if you're depressed, my first thing is just walk outside, because the change from the indoor environment to the outdoor environment gives you a different perspective.
Absolutely.
And usually there's things happening outside. There's cars moving, there's people moving, the wind might be blowing. There's like your brain starts to wake up because it starts to see things. So for me, like I would say, well, one of two things. One, wake up, go over cold shower. That's what I do when I'm like just not in the right space. I hate it. I don't want to do it, but I know it completely change the
Changes
space I'm
your
in.
mood, yeah.
Something like clean something up. Clean up a space, your bag, the bed, your clothes. It's like clean something, because then it's something else getting done. And again, you're stimulating the muscles, stimulating the body, stimulating the brain. And then it's like, there's not even talking about exercise. This is just stimulation first to get to a point of, okay, just go to the gym. Never mind to plan a workout. Like for me, my workout is 8 exercises, 8 reps. Go, done.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have to be the heaviest. Doesn't have to be like anything. And it can literally be 8 exercises. I have a routine. I literally have a squat and pull up. I have a bench press and a deadlift. I have a bicep and a tricep. And I have an abs and a shoulder. Like, I just go there. And I just say, cool. It was the legs, back, done. You know what I mean? So
I did everything.
Yeah, literally. So I've done a full body. I've got my rep count, and I do 4 sets usually. So I've got a go-to. And so that's what I always say to someone, this is a go-to. So if this doesn't happen, go here. if you're not sleeping, like you were saying before, put your phone somewhere else. Put it in the bathroom, or like somewhere away from you,
outside
outside
your
of reach.
bedroom,
Yeah. I know people that turn it off at like 9 o'clock. They turn their phone off and they won't turn it back on until half an hour after they've woken up. So and it's hard for a lot of people to do that. That's a very hard one. What are some more things that you do that you'd be like, okay, do you have go-tos? Other go-tos?
Not really, be honest.
No, you're just natural, mate.
Yeah, I'm just doing the things on a routine,
Yeah.
because I'm doing it for a very long time.
Yeah.
And for me, it's like I'm doing it naturally.
Yeah.
Rather than I want to create something new.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So for me, it's like I don't think, okay, what I do is something the other people are supposed to do, or it's difficult for them to do. Just I'm doing it for long enough to become part of my routine and become part of my mindset. So again, you're asking me, I'm having to go, maybe I don't think about it, but it is. You know?
No, totally. What are some of the things you find do your clients really push back against?
Well, I would say first things that they are pushing back is just eating healthy.
Yeah.
Eating healthy.
Yeah.
That's
do you
it.
think it's because of their own choice, or the peer pressure, or the environment they're in as far as work, or mixture of both?
Mixture of all of it, you know.
Okay.
Especially when you are in a family, you know, the family cooks, you want to eat. You know, some kind of the, I would say, traditional food for different countries have a lot of oil and fat on it enveloped, you know. So it's not very healthy to have it every day or every meals, but many countries or people having it. Second, skipping the meals is very, very common in here.
Yeah.
You know, not many people having
Starvation.
breakfast. Yeah, you know. And then
Black
many,
coffee.
and this is a very wrong mindset that people want to lose weight, they stop eating.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Well, see, this is funny because after all the information that's out online, all the trainers, all the coaches, and I'm sure some of them say it wrong anyway, but they've got this whole thing where they're like, yeah, starve yourself. Like weight loss. Sorry, it's weight loss. It's still called weight loss.
Yeah.
But people
But
don't
you
want
lost
weight
everything,
loss. They
you
want
know?
fat loss.
Yeah.
They don't want weight loss. They don't want to lose muscle or get skinny or lose. They don't try and lose skin or anything else.
But recently, we are as a kind of the generation. We are not lack of information. You can find
100%,
information.
exactly.
You want to train? There is tons of the free things you can get to know how to train. You want to eat healthy? No problem. You can find all the information you need. They're calculating basic everything for you.
Free.
Now, especially like a past couple of years, AI is there. You type
The workout,
what you
the
are,
food.
what you want. It literally give you the training plan. It will give you the eating plan. It will give you all the things you need to. So we're not lack of information. We are lack of courage to do it.
Yeah.
You know, that's it. It's like it comes back to one piece. It's like, you reach to the point that you start, look, like this finger is probably not using it most often, you know, but as far as it start to being painful, you cannot bend it anymore. Then you realize, oh, fuck, this is something I need, you know.
Yeah, literally.
As again, we take everything as a granted.
Yeah.
You know, we are healthy, no problem. We have to start that heat. You know, my dad was smoking for 40 years. He got heart attack. In one day, literally in one day, he stopped smoking.
It's well, it's understandable, but it's still crazy in my mind that people still have to get something like that before they stop and change.
Exactly.
So let's go there, because like nutrition is. What are some basic things that you eat?
Well, again, eating healthy is not very difficult or expensive, you know.
To you, but because you're a habit now.
Yeah. So,
But
look,
to
for
someone else, to
example,
someone who's
in the
changing.
morning, I would say I would have eggs. I love it.
Yeah.
I can have it every day. You know.
Easy go to.
Yeah,
I had
easy
eggs
go
this
to,
morning.
and you can have it very easy. You don't have to prepare something.
Yeah.
Or such a kind of the taking the time from you. Or if you even you don't have that much time, no problem. Bowl of the yogurt, just have it with the kind of the berries and some stuff on it, some nuts. You know,
Yeah.
easy. Look at you. Just have to be there and do it. That's it.
Prep, have it there.
Yeah.
My go to is boiled eggs, cherry tomatoes, small cucumbers, and sometimes blueberries.
Yeah, but many, again, in my experience, okay, and what I see out there in the kind of the society, not many people having breakfast. I don't know why.
Because I think it's just the information that's out there at the moment. hey guys, fasting, intermittent fasting, intermittent
Yes,
fasting,
yes.
fasting, intermittent fasting. Da, 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 da. And it's a repeat cycle over and over again.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. I think there's definitely health benefits for you to do fasting 100%. But then I think it is also driving people into a scared mindset about food, where I think that gives an unhealthy mindset, because it's like, well, look, learn, like, instead of trying to cut things out, how about I just learn, like, for example, how to learn how to make tastier, healthier foods, or first of all, how to make healthier foods that you enjoy, and then look to try and make them tastier. Like, you learn how to walk. You didn't learn how to walk straight off the bat. You had to crawl, roll, fall, and get there. But that's what I think a lot of people don't want to do. I think the majority of the world is literally too lazy to put the efforts in.
I wouldn't call it is lazy. It's just that they don't prioritize it. That's it. They think it's not important.
But then isn't that lazy because they won't include it in their day?
Well, again,
I mean-
but look, they do many things, but they don't do that particular things that they need. You know, it's not being lazy. Maybe it's being lazy on that particular kind of the part, but I wouldn't call them they are lazy to do it. They don't want to do it. That's it. It's like a kid, you know. But they don't want. If I tell you don't touch this, you will touch it.
Yeah, totally. I do see the thing that's like, well, I'm definitely going to keep people lazy. I say, you're still lazy. Just because of the fact of people that they prioritize. Priority is a choice. It's
Yes,
what tasks do I
absolutely.
need to do? Like, what do you think's more important? And then it's people that think other things are more important. So yeah, from that point of view, the word is not lazy, because that's a different.
Well,
thing.
I would say in my kind of the say, this is the message. Okay, first thing you have to start to do is start eating right things in a right time, in a right amount. It's not very difficult. Trust me. It's not. Again, I'm doing it, and it's habit for me.
Yeah.
If maybe I'm not thinking this is very difficult, but for many people it is. You know, just start eating right. Okay, start in the right portion. Okay, and start in the right time. So that's the first thing you can do. It's not gonna take any effort. You don't have to put any time on it. You know,
No.
you just have to. You don't have to plan anything. You just have to be there, which is you're doing it already. Just be more conscious of what you eat. You know, how much you eat, and if you have to do a little tweak and pocket here, right and left, to make sure that's what your body needs. Okay, that's not a big deal. You can do it.
Do you have some kind of identifiers so that people are listening to this podcast right now, that they can understand what you mean by what's right or what's wrong?
Well, basically, I was watching a video the other day. Said everything comes from the pocket, and there is a kind of the colorful things to make sure you're eating it. That's not the good things to eat.
From the pocket.
Yeah, from the boxes. You know.
Oh, yeah.
When everything is kind of the being advertised to you in a very colorful, and you know, it's like selling something to you. It comes from the boxes with so many ingredients that your body needs. There's chemical stuff on it. That's not for you. You know. When I go shopping, okay, I'll go first to the fruit section, you know, and fresh stuff. Okay, I don't go to the kind of the section that it have boxes or cans or this kind of thing. I don't buy the things from that part. Buy from this area. Oh no, this
Fruit,
is your shop.
meats,
This is the first thing
nuts.
you can do. You know, fruits, nuts, fresh meat. You know. And you can't find it at any supermarket. This is your shopping list anyway. You're doing it, but instead of going to the boxes, take the things fresh, okay? And we both know how much of food industry right now, especially on the cities, is not correct. You know, it's so
Well, again,
busted.
they're trying to sell. They're trying to make money. It's a business.
Exactly.
It's a business. But then, okay, so this is a good question, because there's so many. Trending up is health. Like, everyone should be healthy. Everyone get healthy. Everyone eat better. Like, everyone says the same common general things: eat better, exercise more, take time out to yourself. But still, as much as people know, they still don't do the right things. So when it comes to, example, nutrition, and it goes to, okay, I'm going to the supermarket, people still don't understand how bad processed foods are for you, because it's normalized.
Trust me, they know.
You reckon?
I just told you, we don't lack of
Do
information.
you know?
We
Do you
are
know?
not lack of information. We all know how chips is bad. We all know how much the physio drinks are bad for us.
Do we understand
But give
it
us a
then?
pleasure, isn't it?
Well, yes and no. I mean,
Yeah, look, for example, if you want to have a kind of a gathering with your friend, you put the chopped fruit on the table, or you put the chips and stuff on the table. You know, it's very different things. You know, but which one is more healthy? And we all know which one is more healthier.
yes, that's only because, like, obviously, hands up, I've been in that situation many times. I went to a barbecue the other day, and they had lollies and chips on the table, and I was like, no.
Yeah.
Just because, again, habit, lifestyle choices. But see, for me, I've still got someone goes to me, oh, no days off, huh? I was like, of course there's no days off. It's not like I stop breathing for a day, or I've got, fat's going to rest, or exercise is going to rest, my heart's going to rest. So it's like, okay, well, yeah, I'm still making these choices because it's been normalized to go and have these sweet foods and stuff like that. But then I just think it takes a period of time to normalize
Absolutely.
not having those things, not having alcohol, not having not smoking or anything like that, or just not having or having. Sorry,
I would say limited. Many people cannot stop it.
But they can. This is what I don't like, because literally people can, they choose not to.
No, the thing is, I would say if you're smoking, if you're drinking, if you're having a bad habit, eating habit, you're not going to stop in one day. And I wouldn't say anyone stop
Correct.
from today
Yes.
and do something different.
Yeah.
I would say, okay. One thing I would say all the time with my client when they're starting with me, I said, take a picture from your food. I don't suggest them to enter them on the app, get the calorie you want, it's challenging. No, you don't want to do it, that's fine. But start taking a picture from what you eat. And you know what they're giving with that little strategy, they will be more conscious of, wait a minute,
massively.
this is my day, what I'm eating today. Okay.
Yeah.
And they giving that alarm with that picture to themselves.
Massive.
Okay, this is not healthy.
If you don't want to take the photo, it's not good for you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
I use the
that's the
same
first
trick.
thing I do. I said, take a picture, send it to me, because I want to see what you eat. I want to monitor your diet.
And how many people don't send you a photo?
Well, most of them they do. And when they don't, I just send you a message. Where is my picture today?
Yeah.
But you didn't eat anything.
You know what's happened, right? It's like,
Yeah.
they
So
go like,
the first thing you can do is just for yourself. You can take a picture from what you eat. That can you give you idea, because the thing is we may don't more kind of the more conscious of what we eat. We just want to eat something and run, But we take a picture from it at the end of the day 1, day 2, day 3, 1 week, 1 month, and then we come with this idea. Okay, so what I'm doing to myself, you
you're
kind
trying
of
to
the
teach the
questioning
trainer.
yourself, right?
Yeah.
We want to push our client, we want to push the people that live healthy, but we have to give him something that they can think of it. I would say this is the first stage you can do. Take a picture from your eating habit. Many people, they're wearing the watches right now. They all have a trackers of the activity. Okay, you don't have to do anything literally, but end of the day, just see how much steps did you do.
Yeah.
Okay, see, especially this Apple Watch or any watches, they have a target goal you can set on. You can set that in a very, very kind of the reasonable number that you may want to do.
Yeah.
And then by end of the day, day 1, day 2, you can track the things. Can say, okay, did I hit the target? You don't have to hit the target every day. That's absolutely fine for the beginning. But try to do it at least 3 days in a week. Not a big deal, right? 2 days in a week. Start with 1 day a week. 1 day is doable, right? 1 day in 7 days, you do it.
Yeah.
Again, I would say 1 day in 7 days, in 6 days yours, do whatever you want. But 1 day, just be more conscious of what you do. Do it for 2-3 weeks, and then start doing it 2 weeks, 2 days.
Slow. Build,
one
slow
step at a time.
changes.
It's like a baby want to walk. You're not gonna ask a baby to run.
Yeah.
You're just gonna grab the hands. They say, tati, you're gonna walk. But 1 day a week, that's a good start. 1 day a week, you can train 20 minutes. 1 day a week, you can eat healthy. You can start even 1 meal a day.
Yeah.
The little
Don't change everything. Just change.
Yeah, exactly.
one
It's just a
piece.
small little tweak.
Yeah.
Do 3 meals a week.
Yeah.
Only 3 meals a week. Eat healthy.
But that's the thing. People get turned off by things like this because they try and make a big change. Like
Yeah, that's what it is. You know, a lot of people coming to me and said, we want to lose weight. Okay, I have to stop eating from tomorrow.
Yeah.
You know, put me in a meal plan. Come on. We cannot change your habit in a one day. Again, I would say best strategy for everyone want to start doing something different. Okay. Set a very, very, very small goal on the beginning. Again, I said 2 meals a week, eat healthy. Okay. 20 minutes a week, do something. That can be a start. Do it for a week or two. And again, it comes back to your daily routine. You can do that 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And then see how we increase it a little bit, dabble it.
So where's the point that it changes to a habit for you? I mean, obviously it varies, but like, you know, what's the minimum you think most people need to do something for in order to create that habit?
Well, as I said, the sky is the limit. You can do as much as you want.
Let's put a mark on there.
I would say, it's like when you want to take off the plane, okay? You start the engine, okay? You make them a little warmer, and then you start to kind of the cruising through the landing pattern, and then you kind of the engaging those engine to take off, you know? You don't have to think about that there right now. Don't think about where you want to go. Just think about what you can do at the moment.
Funny, because I'm complete opposite. I'm like, put 10 years in your mind and start by just walking out the door.
For us, it's easy to say it, you know, because
no, but I mean, like we say small, right? So people lack direction. People lack understanding. The actionable task. Like if you say to someone, "Get fit," people have no idea what that means. So if I say, "I want you to take 10 steps today," great. Take 11 the next day, 12 the next day, 13 the next day.
So
right?
you telling me the people gonna kind of getting off when they think about that. So what I'm thinking about, this is my approach. I would say, don't think about that right now. Okay, forget about it. Forget about where you want to go. Forget about how hard it's gonna get.
Yeah.
Because for you standing here right now, okay, walking a 10 kilometer is gonna be fucking nightmare, right?
Yeah.
But how about 500 meter today? You know, but eventually you will get there. But I don't want you to think about it right now. You know, we have a different mindset that the normal people going to the office, like kind of the 8 to 5 people in hours time. You know,
So
very
funny.
different mindset.
Yeah,
So what think? Okay, just think about it. You have to have, let's say, 500 steps today.
Yeah.
You know, just think about what you can do at the moment. Don't think about how hard it's gonna get. And eventually, after a month or two, when you kind of checking all those numbers and the boxes you ticked, and you say, okay, how far I came. Again, don't think about how far you want to go. Think about what I did. You evaluate your action based on where you were and where you are now.
Do you find it works both ways, where people look and they go like, "Oh wow, I've come a long way," or "Man, haven't changed at all"?
You can't, again, it's perspective. You know, you can't think about it in a both way. But how about we think in just a positive way? Don't think about, okay, I haven't done anything yet.
Well, let's say
I
someone.
haven't done anything. But how about, I did something, you know?
Oh, people always look at someone else and go like, "They went further, they did more."
Yeah.
But you know, the ones that get to a point of 3 months down the track and they've only lost 1 kilo of weight, their goal was body weight.
Again, in my experience, I wouldn't focus on so much the weight loss. I would focus on, you were lifting, for example, 4 kg for a shoulder press.
Yeah.
You were having the difficult time to do 20 squat, you know, or walking a treadmill for 5 minutes. No, these things is like whatever. Give me 10 kg, I do shoulder press. I didn't lose weight, you know, but that's fine. I'm feeling better.
Yeah.
You know, so over time, something will change. It doesn't particularly means that you have to lose weight. You may even gain weight. That's absolutely fine. For the beginning, we have to prioritize what is necessary for you to do at the moment. Losing weight, it may not gonna be a good approach for your fitness in the journey. Making you more active, doing something, make you stronger, that can be a first prioritized kind of the goal for you.
Yeah, 100%. Well, what about you? Like, have you ever had a goal of losing weight? Like, let's say when it comes to what you do now, have you ever thought about weight?
Be honest, the only times I thought about the weight, it was when I was, it's not a weight. It was, I was thinking about my body fat percentage when I was doing the stage competition. Rather than this, I just oh, I look good.
Tick.
I don't look bad. Okay, maybe I'm a little fatty here and there, but that's okay.
Yeah.
I'm still be able to do the things that I want to do. I look good because look, at the end of the day, this is our presentation as a trainer. You know, you can't look fat and train people. You
Well, some
don't. You
people
can't
look
look
like-
bad.
Yeah.
And
I'm
I
with
know
you, but yeah.
many people when they saying some one person training the other person said, "Is he a trainer?"
Yeah.
And I said, yes, I said, he needs a trainer himself too. You know, so this is a presentation that you have. You have to look good. You have to look, I don't want to say you have to look ripped to be able to work as a trainer, but you have to look good, feel good, give that kind of the motivation and energy that you have. It's not like just changing the weight for the client. You know what I mean? You should be there. You should be present. You should be somebody who they look at and they say, okay, I wanna be not 100%. I want to be half of this person.
Not true. What do you think? Most people that come into the gym, what do you think they think when they first come into the gym? Is it movement? Is it aesthetics?
Well,
is
like,
it for peer approval?
No, I would say people know what is good, that's good for them. You know, some people they don't want to do the things at home or they home gym. You know, they want to get out of that environment. You know, do something for themselves on their own time, on their time and terms. You know, so I want to be there. Everybody training, that's motivate me. You know, I'm in the gym. You know, that's one thing, and they know it's good for them. You know, they know this is where they want to be. But this is a very, very good step to do. But again, it comes back to, okay, you take the first step. Now what you need is a consistency. You made a decision, you buy the membership, and now you need to be consistent. And there is where it come again. It's coming down, hit and miss, you know. They come for a week or two or a month or three, and then they, for some reason, they will reduce to one, then, you know, it's slowly stop. Consistency is something that bring you where you want to go.
What do you think people are missing then? Why are so many people unfit? Why are so many people not worried about their fitness, in your opinion?
Well, to be honest, it just, again, when I compare the kind of the region, that the country that we are in, we compare to the other countries, we have a very active nation, you know, with all the forces that the government putting in this kind of the direction to keep the people healthy, make them move, you know, a lot of things are free in here. You don't have to pay, you just have to show up. And then we have that 30 by 30 challenge every year, you know, and beside that, we have many, many, many different places that you can go and be active. And none of them are paid. You have to be, everything is free.
Yeah, cycle tracks,
rather
running
than you think about the Europe, how many things you can find and it's free for people to move, or the government doing something for the people that they have to, you know, participate and, you know, charge the environment in a positive manner to make them move, you know. We have a very active nation, but on the side, we have a very, very kind of the work-dominated nation as well, you know. So versus many, many countries have a more free time. We don't have free time, but we have a lot of opportunity.
Yeah, massively.
You know, so it comes back to first thing I said, half an hour a day, wake up early morning, you know, do something. We don't have a unhealthy country here. The only thing is we are lack of doing enough. You know?
Is it interesting when you say like the lack of doing enough? Because it's like,
I mean, doing enough is not activity. Doing enough in terms of being healthy. Doing enough in kind of the perspective of eating healthy. Doing enough for your health.
like I agree with you, and I see a different level of doing enough compared to a lot of other people. I know so many people that I think are they're very overweight or they're very unfit, but they feel like because they've done something this week, they feel better, and that's them. They're happy at that.
That's perfect. You know,
crazy.
it's just, again, it's many cases that is not about losing something. It's about feeling better, you know. But when you feel better, you will do more, you know. And again, slowly with consistency, you will get where you want to be. You will look how you want to look. But again, comes back to consistency. Again, building that habit is going to take time. You have to start with the slow, doable goals.
Yeah.
Until that habit build. I would promise you after 6 months' time, That's mindset gonna change. But again, I don't want to think about 6 months time and all the effort I want to put, or I'm suggesting the people to don't think about where you want to be in 6 months time. Think about, okay, how you can close today with the good habit, feel good on the end of the day. Just think about today, okay? Then tomorrow, do the same thing, do one meal, good meal, instead of skipping the meal. Again, so do you want to skip? That's fine. You want to have 2 meals? That's absolutely fine. Have one a good meal, okay? I don't know, wake up today early morning. You don't have to wake up every day early morning. Just do it once, See how do you feel, After a time, again, building that habit is going to take time. It's like you want to imagine this. A train will go straight for 200 kilometers per hour, right? You want to bend the road. You cannot just do this. It's going to go out of the rail, right? You have to just slowly change the direction.
First I heard it like that, but yeah, I totally.
Yeah, you have to change the direction slowly because you cannot stop this train. You cannot bend the road. You cannot say, okay, from tomorrow you have to do something else.
That's what everyone wants though, right?
Yeah.
They want the
slow step. I would say
they want the
small
quick
goal.
U-turn.
Everybody has a watch. Again, I said that goals can be varied. Can
or
be
a smartphone.
Can
as
be
well.
what you can do. Okay. For example, monitor yourself in a day. See, okay, I did 500 steps for the past week every day. Now I want to do 600. Not every day again. Once a week. Set the small goals, and that the small goals is like an add up. After a week, month, or sometime, it's gonna add up.
Totally,
it's gonna make you feel better. It's gonna change the habit, the slow direction to the direction that you want to go to live healthy. It's gonna take time in the first stage, but when it's like you want to start the car, you push the car until it reaches a certain speed, and then it's gonna go by himself.
There's a lot of things around technology, so much. Everyone talks about data and tracking. Like, do you think what's the main purpose for you for tracking like these data and these analytics from these watches? Like, is it, so for example being, I've got friends that simply just want to see their run or their cycle, or that they've got the ticks on the box. So a lot of people that I know use technology for gamification, which is a game for them, just so they can keep a streak or do so many days in a row. But what's missing is the understanding at this stage still, in my opinion anyway. There's not enough translation from what they're seeing on the phone or they're seeing on their watch to actually understanding what it means.
Look, I would say, there is many functions that we never use.
So many, yeah.
Okay, it's same as a phone. There is so much function that we even know that we don't know what are those. We never come across with those options and things. Do we ever gonna use them? Probably not.
What do you use yours for?
Well, look, back in the day, when these things comes new to me, okay, when I got a sponsorship sometime, and I start to using them, I want to cycle, I want to ride, I want to swim or whatever, I start to, let me first start this, I've seen the people, they want to start training, wait, oh, let me start this.
Get my GPS, get my run.
So on the beginning, I was so kind of excited to see this number, to see, I did 20 kilometer cycling today. Perfect. That's first time I hit this number. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then technology is good, but you don't have to understand it, all of it. I would say, okay, personally, all you need to know is just how many steps did you do today? Okay, which is, it shows. You don't have to press any button. How much calorie you burn is, again, this is the next, maybe a step. Next step. You don't have to even think about that right now. How much calorie I burn? Okay, how many hours did I train? That 3 things you need to know all about the watches, You don't have to do any other functions. First thing you step is, how many steps did I take today? Okay? And then when you get a little bit more want to take it to the next stage, you say, okay, how much calorie I burned today? And then the next stage was, okay, I set my goal to do 20 minutes of activity. Did I do it? Or not? That's the only things you have to know about the watch. Otherwise, all of them are the same. They will function the same way. They will give you all the same numbers. And it's good things to have. It's like kind of this, because we as a human, we need to see something. You know what I mean?
It's like proof of.
Yeah. Absolutely. But recently, I don't track my workout with the watch. I don't track my food. See how much you eat. Luckily, I have a meal plan. But I know if I skip one meal, I know how to compensate that meal. If I kind of the double eat one meal, I know how to compensate it. But it become for me like okay, I know what's happening. I know how to balance it. But for many people, it's not. They have to be able to virtually. They can't understand how much they eat. You don't have to weight everything.
People think this is a small size. It's like,
yeah.
What about when people are doing things wrong? Like, obviously, we've established very much so strength training, exercise is good for the body, good for the brain, good to stay active, especially as you get older. We're talking about little tricks to get yourself into the right space to do the training or to eat better. What about when it does go wrong? What are the tricks that you do maybe personally when you do go off track, or you have done, or when your clients has done something wrong and they spend a whole week just binge eating or just having bad foods? Do you go just go backwards, or just go like
no? So first of all, it says, do you realize it? Do you understand that's what you have done in the past week or past day or so? It was wrong things to do. The first of all is a quote that's again, it said, in order to solve a problem, you have to recognize there is a problem.
Yeah, totally.
So if you recognize that's bad, okay, you don't have to kill yourself. You cannot change what happened.
Mm-hmm.
But now try to do it right. You don't have to go backward. You don't have to compensate anything. Okay, no problem. You had fun. You had a good time. Perfect. No problem. Just continue doing the right things from today.
What about around people, so that, we kind of brought this up before, around people like your family or like your spouse, your partner, maybe it's just friends, they're having, like, they're not the other ones going out, or the other ones that are different, like they've got a different lifestyle from you. They make different choices from you. How do you change that? How do you recommend, or what tips and advice do you give to people that go through that?
If I understand your question right, it looked like you asking me how you can family change from what they do to something better.
Yeah, like say my family, I'm in a position where I'm just mentally to go like, I don't want it. Like they go like, we're gonna have some pavlova or some dessert and something else, and I've got a sweet tooth as well, but I'll still because I know what I want. Like, no, I don't want it. Like, someone offers me lollies or drink, and no, I don't want it. Like, I'm quite comfortable to say
no,
right? But there's a lot of people in there that don't know how to say no, especially to family or to because they got the wife or the husband and kids. So because the wife and the kids, or the husband and kids are having this food, then I have to eat this as well. Where I'm in a position where I just say like, no, I'll make something different. No,
I would say, for me, best approach to such a situation is that if you think something is not good for you, don't have it around you. Don't. I'm not saying don't cook the meal in a right or wrong way. Don't buy it and bring it home.
Yeah, but what if the family eats it?
Well, again, what you bring in home, you're gonna eat it.
By the way, I totally agree with you. But like, it's easy to say that. Don't buy the macaroni for the kids. Don't buy this for the sweets and treats. But then sometimes parents are like, but they're young.
Again, it's not particularly because they're young they have to eat bad. You know what I mean? And we all know this is not good for them in future as well.
But parents still do it.
Still do it. They how many people you see they taking a kid to the McDonald's or Subway? How many people they having the treat? Okay, we're gonna go KFC today, rather than they're going to the healthy like a Saibal maybe. So I know the people doing it is not. Again, I don't want to say it's right or wrong decision to do or not, but again, start with the smaller steps. First thing, having limited kind of the sweet or chips or bad things at home. Again, I'm not saying don't have it, but have it limited. And you can say, okay, just one a day. I don't know. You can set some limits, some kind of put them on a right order. Again, I don't want to say what is right or wrong order. If you think you have a kind of the 1 box of chips today, and that's too much, tomorrow start doing it half a chips. You know what I mean? Smaller steps toward the healthy life. Don't think, okay, one day I'm going to stop eating chips. Don't think about that. But right now, say, for example, if you have 500 grams of the chips, which is, I don't know, maybe it's a box. I don't eat chips. But if today you have a 1 box of the chips, or chocolate or cookie, try to reduce it. And I'm not saying don't eat it, try to reduce it, and it's possible.
See, now we're talking about all this. I've also got this thing about, I just think people have the wrong focus, because what they focus on is what they do. So for me, it's like, don't focus on limiting like junk food. Focus on good food. Just if you focus on finding good food, you'll find it. Like,
yes,
you know what I mean?
The thing is, as you said, we're not looking at that direction. But what we want to do is we just want to start to slowly change that direction from here to here, from the bad and the junk food and all these kind of the things come from the boxes and the cans. We want to focus to the different direction. But because this is part of our life at the moment, changing the direction that quick, it may not be possible. That's why I would say limit the bad things, start thinking about the good things, have one meal a day or 1 meal or 2 meals a week. See how this tastes, how you feel after eating the good food, Again, we are living in a country, I was in Europe, I couldn't find food, proper food. I cannot order food. I have to go to the finest smaller restaurant. Trust me, I was searching in a city center for a good steak for 2 hours.
Oh, wow.
But here, you can just go any corner. You can find a good food.
You can order it.
You can order it.
Yeah.
We, as I said, we're living in a kind of the country that everything is accessible. So if you're eating bad, if you're living bad, it's a choice.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you are a good person or bad person, or you're making a good choices or bad choices, but you have to see where you are going with the lifestyle you have in 5 years' time, in 10 years' time, where you see yourself when you are 60, 70, 80, and then when you start to realizing, okay, it may not gonna give me any good feeling, it not might taking me any good place, you start thinking about, okay, so I want to change something. But again, we don't want to push anyone as my career, as kind of the fitness coach. I don't push anyone to change everything from today to tomorrow. I would say start with a slow step. As I said, the first place is take a picture from your meal. That can be a good start. You can analyze what you eat, and then with that realization that you understand, okay, these things are maybe not good for me, and we all know, we don't, as I said, we are not lack of information.
Yeah.
We all know KFC is bad. We all know chips is not good. We all know not doing the activity is not good. We know all these things. It just comes back to how much kind of the courage we have, or how much prioritize we can do on our life to do the good things. Smaller steps is always a good approach.
It's so funny because I'm very different, where I'm like, look, everyone's got their choice. And if you choose to eat that stuff, that's your choice, and that's what you want to do, you do that. But if someone comes to me and says, I want to lose weight and get fit, I'm like, well, cut it out. I'm like, you make changes. Don't come to me saying you want to do something and not do something.
I tell you why. Because
I'm just different. I mean, that's just me, right?
That's what I want to say.
Yeah.
You have a different mindset.
No, when I come to someone else as well, when I'm coaching somebody else, I will not take them on if they don't go, here we go. If you're coming to me because you're committing, if you're serious about it, great. If you're not, understand, no problem. That's good too. Like, I'm not going to force anybody to do anything. Like, it's just going, great. I have a lifestyle. I have an environment that I will protect because this is my belief. And if you are encouraged by my belief, great. But if you're not, cool, it's just separate. But again, I'm also going to protect my world as well. Like, I don't want someone coming into my space going, oh yeah, but just come have some chips, or just come have a drink, just come have a soda. No, that's not my choice, right? And so with people, when it comes to, people go like, oh no, take your time. And this is all good because it works for some people. Like, what works for some people, I'm all for them. Me personally would be like going like, well, you could take longer to get there, but if you want to live better for longer, the sooner you get there, the better you'll feel. So if you're going to make a choice, this isn't a short-term choice. This is a long-term choice. That's why I say, when I say to my when I was saying, it's not a 6 week, 6 month, 1 year. It's, you think 10 years down the track. You want to be doing this in 10 years time. Why are you doing this 10 years time? So you can play with your kids, so you can go play active, so you can play sports, so you can move, so you can get off the bed without being sore back or sore knees. Because it's the same thing, I think, right? And if people are going to train with me, then that's the mentality I have. And that's the way I see life. Like, it's a choice. Every day, yes, you're going to work on choices, but as fast as you work on those choices, or you understand what you've the choice you've made. Understand the choice you've made. If you're making the choice to keep eating badly and repeatedly keep eating badly, then you're just not, you don't want it that bad, and you don't understand your why. So that's why I always go, it's 10 years down the track, because you say you want this, great. Then start making choices, making better choices. Step outside, take the one step, take the 2 steps. If you don't take those steps, well, then you need to fix some other fix. You need to look back at your why. It's not about, I can give you all the tricks in the world, but if you don't understand your why, then you're never going to go there. You're never going to want there. You know, I want to be better looking. I want a better partner. I want to be more successful. I want to be more productive. I want to be something. That's what I want. So it's like, cool. If you really want it, then this is what you're going to do for it. Like, because I think you've got to be committed. Some people have got to be committed to change. And there's just too many people that say they want it because of a fad or because they saw a friend do it. You know what I mean? And it's just a different way from where I go.
Look, you are absolutely right. There is nothing wrong. It's just a different approach.
Totally, massively. That's it.
So
that's
the thing is, we are talking about we're not talking about the athlete. You know, athlete, they know the cost. They know the time they have to put.
I think that's for the same with the beginner.
Now, I would say we're talking about the people, okay, the society that they don't move. We want to give them.
I'm the same.
Look, so again, here is the one thing. Here is the one thing I do. You always do as a trainer. We do one day of meeting. We meet a new client, okay, as a friend, as whatever it is, okay. We meet, we talk. How are you doing? How can I help you as a trainer? You know, come to me to seek for help. You're like you're going to a doctor or physiotherapist. So first thing you do, get information. You know, and all this information comes back to knowing the person in front of you. Okay. And then you see, okay, how he talk, how is his lifestyle, how is his work. All this information will give you the tools that, okay, now how I can deal with this situation. You know, some people absolutely ready to do what you're asking them to do. You know, they're ready to start dieting from tomorrow, training 1 hour or 2 hours a day, no problem, because they know how much they have to pay for that 10 years time, how much they have to invest, and they're ready to do it. Okay, they're encouraged right now. They are. I don't think some of them are though. They are fired. You know, they're good to go. But some people are not there yet.
I think most people aren't there yet. To be honest,
that's what I'm saying. So when they are not there, then you have to kind of, you know, there is so many loose screws. You have to start with the you have to prioritize which one you're gonna tight first. You know what I mean? What is the steps you're gonna take? You know, they are not ready. They may give up in a week. They pay membership. They're not gonna come in the next 2 months. You know, we know that. So first, kind of the interview that I do personally, I realize all these kind of the loose screws, and now I'm gonna, okay, how I can approach. You know, some people are, again, in your strategy mindset, go for it. We're doing it.
Not necessarily go for it. It's just if you want to change, whether you're an athlete or whether you're the very first time you've ever done any activity, then the first thing needs to be, it's a choice. For me, it's a choice. If you're saying you want to lose weight, cool. Then for me, it's like, what's the one little thing you're going to work on?
Absolutely.
You know, and it's just, and I suppose you look when you talk about loose screws, but like people do what they want if they really want to, and if they want guidance. So I also look at it from a thing of, yeah, if you want to, then you'll start to do one thing, and then you'll just start to do another thing, and you start to do another thing. For me, if you don't do the first thing, well, we're not going to worry about it. Take a step back, really why you want to do this, and then we go from there. Or maybe, in fact, probably
we saying the same thing.
No, because I wouldn't take on people. I don't take on people just because they want to be trained. Like I would never take on someone that's like going, look, great, awesome, but I'm not going to. For me, I'm very different. I'm like, this is my world, and I'm welcoming you in here if you want to, and because this is what I am. But I also know that for me, environment and people you're around make a massive difference. So when you're ready to be around, like, because people will say, and they don't mean it badly. I know they don't mean it badly, but they'll be like, oh, I can't believe you went for a 5K run. I can't believe you went for a 5K walk or 10K walk. We did 12,000 steps. How could you do that? Where'd you find the time? And they don't mean to be negative, but the mindset is different, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
And so it's like, well, this is the world I live in, right? This is my world. And if you like that world and you want to become it, then this is the mindset that's here. So it is, you don't have to pick up the lollies off the ground. It is a choice to go for the walk. It is a choice to do a small 5 minutes of resistance training, right? So it's come in and I'll teach you my way if you want to learn that way.
Absolutely.
Does that make
right.
mean?
No,
If you have something else like you want to do, I'm like, if that doesn't fit within this space, then I'm like, cool, maybe I can recommend you somewhere else to someone else and that be better suited. Because I also understand that I can't help everybody. So it's got to be like,
Absolutely, yeah.
I look at it like I'm here as come in, and if you want to be part of this world, great, awesome. If you don't, that's cool too. Like just good, right? But when you come to this world, this is how it is. Like it's this way. If that makes sense. So it's just a very, especially because like now I'm 44 and I'm like going, yeah, I want to be active. I want to run. I want to lift weights. I want to go and do hiking. And people come and go, like, oh, I'm so tired. I'm so lazy. Why do I have to go this? Nah.
No, don't come close to me.
This is literally, no one's forcing you. You know what I mean? Like if saying like, oh yeah, you're like if someone's because again, I think there's a lot of people out there that don't mean to be like that, and they're trying to break away from it. And I think everyone needs, like you said, needs their own time to get there. But yeah, I'm very protective. I'm protective of my this is my space. Like don't pull me down because I got my own things to go. We've all got our own things to do. I'll give you the much love and guidance if you're wanting to really take it. If you're not, then that's cool too. Let me help you somewhere else, like show someone else that can protect. And you know, it might just be something that they need a female because it's female, or they need someone who's not as fit because it's too much of a jump from where it was to where it is. Always going to be an open door, but you know, if it's
Totally understand.
If you're going to bring the bad stuff in. Sound like a cranky old man, don't I? I love to play, because like I get this all the time. It's like, you know, why do you do this? Why do you? Because I love it. I love this. And I think you just got to protect your space too. I think it's a lot of trainers, and something I learned over the years. A lot of trainers, like you were saying earlier, just go for the money. Oh, I need to make money. And it just mentally drains them. And they're trying to do like 20, 40 hours in a week, 60 hours in a week. And then they have no time to themselves. And like, they're just literally, they got some good money, but then they're working all the time. No social life, no partner, no anything outside of just going and just working and a break. And it mentally pulls them down. So if we're supposed to encourage people to live better, then we've got to stand by that ourselves. That's just I suppose that protective side of it. That's why I don't train anymore.
But again, be a little kind of have a different approach to such a situation. But I would say
you're a much better gentleman than I am.
Soft. So again, it comes back to me. Many times I had a more passion about this back in the day. You know, I would say I put more effort to encourage people to do more things or to join me to the things I do. Okay, like making groups and, you know, posting on a group, say, okay, this is the activity gonna happen and stuff. What's happening?
No, I just
but again, when we go through all these kind of the things over the years, you know, you say, okay, I'm drained. They're not gonna do it. You know,
totally. That's what I mean, and that's what happens. Yeah.
So again, personally, I reduced that energy that I'm trying to pull the people to do what I do. And they are, it's not because I want them to do it, it's because they are showing interest. And I like to have people and show them that's how interesting life can get when you do the things that you like.
Well, that's why I love following you in your social media, because you are out there. You're either jumping out of planes, you're riding on mountains, or you're doing some kind of training or exercise, stuff like that. You're out and about.
Yeah.
You know, and that energy is that's the attraction, the draw to
Yeah. So again, back in the day, I used to pull people.
Yeah.
But now the door is open.
Yeah.
I don't pull anyone. But if you want to join, the door is open.
Yeah.
Most welcome. But it comes back to the work. I don't refuse the people, not because I want the money. I don't work that much. Like I remember years back, I used to do 14 hours a day of work. It's just like starting from very early morning, finish at like 10, 11 p.m. Now I don't do much work, but I try to put my passion in my work. Again, I don't have much income on my work, but I try to kind of have a quality of myself to present, to show the people what a trainer can do. You know,
100%.
You know, to show it's not just me being there for you. It's just me try over the time to make you understand what is good for you, okay, to change your mindset.
Yeah.
You know, it's okay if it's not working the way we want it or as fast as we want it, but it's still you're showing up. Very good things, you know. You try to do something for your health, and that's over a time will have a good income or impact in yourself, in your family, and in the future. You know, again, be doing the same thing, but we have a little different approach in here. Nothing wrong or right with it, you know. So it's just a different approach, you know. For me, it comes back to when something is changed on the people that I know, and it make me happy. It's like a firing me more. You know what I mean? If someone, I'm getting these messages right and left sometime, you know, say, I did this. I am here today because you taught me something 2 years before, you know, or I'm happy that I started with you and this is my journey.
Yeah.
You know, that's kind of look, that's.
But that's the thing, right? And that is the thing with people. Like, this is change. Like, too many people think, oh, I'll do this for a short term and then I go back to my old ways. But that's the understanding from the start for me, is that your life will never be the same again unless you want to keep going backwards.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that's the whole, and that change means different personality,
absolutely,
different characteristics, different mindset, different habits. That's
again, it's not going to happen over time.
100%.
And we are like that person, okay, trusted to come to change. This is again always the many people messaging you, they want to do something, but who gonna show up?
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
So the decision making is good. But the next stage to show up, to come see you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh, totally, 100%, man.
So
100%.
every of these stages, okay, take courage.
Yeah.
You know, they know they're not living a good, healthy life. No, they want to change. Okay, that's the first thing. Make a decision. Second, show up.
Go up there.
And then after that, start doing a small little step toward.
Literally a little step. Yeah.
Little step.
It.
You know. Again, stage by stage. I have a person who approached me probably, I would say, 4 months ago. I want to start doing a training with you. I said, okay, no problem. Come see me. We're gonna talk. We see how we can help each other. Okay. Never show up. Okay. But I know a person who messaged me yesterday and he showed me today. You know what I mean? That's the stage. You know, stage one, make a decision.
Yeah.
And before you making all decision, you have to recognize where I am is not where I want to be.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
No, it's not about, again, it comes back, we don't lack of information. We all know what's good, what's bad.
Yeah.
Or we can create a good plan, diet, nutrition, lifestyle for ourselves in literally 20 seconds. We know all these things. Information is out there.
Yeah.
But okay, who want to do it?
Yeah. Who wants it? Who needs the support, right?
Yeah.
That's the other thing.
Is a quote of the movie said, I always know, it was like this. I come across in my life with the wrong decision and a right decision. And every single time I knew which one is the right. But I never take the right step. Why? Because it was so damn hard.
Yeah, literally. As they're going through the war field that is go through the nice pretty stream or the rice fields. No, I'm totally with you. And that's what I love. I love talking fitness. I love just the ideas and the thoughts, and that's because people are different, and that's what makes things beautiful. People are unique. You got to fit different people for different things. You know, that's what just it is.
Yeah.
So it's awesome, man.
Look at that. For example, we know each other for how much? 14 years?
Years,
maybe more or less.
2010, 2011.
Yeah, imagine the first time we met in the competition.
Yeah.
Remember?
Way back.
Back in the day.
Maybe it was 2011.
I think it was the first generation that we did the Dubai Fitness Challenge, which is the
was it 2012
2 years later it's become a CrossFit game. Remember that?
Yeah. It was 2012 thing. 2012. Yeah,
I can't remember the date, but it was the first time that they did this in this region. You remember?
Totally.
We did it year 1, year 2, year 3.
Yeah.
We bore all together. We were doing all these things together.
Going there.
Yeah, and imagine our lifestyle since then till today.
Yeah.
In my opinion, okay, we went backward. We're not as active as we're supposed to be since then. For many reasons. For many reasons, you know, but work, moving around with the things, you know.
Yeah.
breakups.
Yeah.
You know, we've been through a lot.
Difference of opinion.
Yeah, actually. You know, the thing is, in my opinion, we were more active back then than today. Think about it. Again, it
Possibly, definitely not as focused on fitness. Good point, actually. I'm 50-50 because I still do a lot of activity. I don't do as much intense training.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Me too, the same thing. But again, comes back to we had a very, very strong mindset on that time. Nothing fucking can stop us.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We take everything comes in the way.
Yeah.
But these days become softer a little bit. Maybe it's age.
Maybe a little bit.
You know, maybe it's injuries. Maybe it's lack of.
Just life sometimes.
Yeah, don't excuse it. You know?
No, I'll still go
No,
to the gym.
look, I would say, in my opinion, is okay for me because you did to me. We did many things in a different direction. Okay, for me, if somebody tell me, okay, why are you not doing a competition? I said, I've done it already.
Yeah.
You know, it's just we change our mindset. We done all these things, okay, and we were happy with the outcome. We were happy with that environment, making friends, being that society, you know, socializing with the other people. And then now we tick all boxes, you know. Now what we want right now is just having a healthy life.
Yeah.
You know, we not particularly have to compete to show ourselves,
Exactly,
okay, we can do it because we've done it already. We know we can.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, totally. Agreed. I agreed, my man. I totally agreed. I really enjoyed just chatting fitness with you, bro. It's been awesome. Just like again, those thoughts and opinions. It's great to always discover, learn, reminisce, and just show see your passion as well. Like it comes out. It's awesome. Like the energy goes like it's more. Especially when you get like good little debates because of slight differences or slight different pathways to ultimately the same result for a lot of people, right? So it's an awesome thing. So what I want to do first of all is look down that camera there, and then tell them your Instagram or where they get a hold of you. And
okay, my Instagram is Diego Diago Haddadi. That's my Instagram. He has it. You can follow him. Follow me.
I'll tag him in the post too.
Yeah, so that's my Instagram. I have all the detail how you can approach me on the same page, email, phone number, and WhatsApp, and everything is on the same page. Feel free to follow me and just kind of join me in the journey that I have. I'll be happy to share my passion with you, all of you. Much love for everybody.
Yeah, bro.
And it's absolutely a pleasure to be here and talk to my very, very old friend and amazing friend.
Very, very old friend. That could be very, very old.
Test. 1 2 sound.
Omar's on the mic again.
That would have been perfect. That's the intro right there.
Don't cut that out. Oh, I love it. I'm going to start this on off by saying we've had so many good conversations in the last 30 minutes already. I'm sorry, guys, we didn't record those ones for you, but we're going to keep we keep throwing out spitting those golden nuggets. Just for people that just give it from the reference, the reason I brought Omar on is because we just bounce so good when it comes to ideas, thoughts, opinions, and I wish I recorded. Oh my gosh.
Just a great host, man.
We're both hosts and mimosas, mate. That's how we do it. We're gonna start this one off for people around the thought of sports. I mean, it's such a social place to be when you're in a sports team, whether it's a running club or anything like that. It helps you mentally, it helps you physically. We're going to dive into, obviously, being males, because you can be anything these days. I'm going to talk about mental health too and the challenges that men go through too from the sporting aspect. And that's where I want to start with you, my man. I want to start with you on those lines of you can either share personally or anything on sports and men's mentality. When you think about that or the own experiences you've gone through, do you have an experience you want to share? Do you have a thought on men's health? And I suppose what's on the expectations and the realizations of how men are affected when they play sports?
That's good. Wow, start off with a great question, right?
Boom.
No, I think it's a good point. I think the first thing that starts off is identifying why you're doing what you're doing, how you're doing it, and then the accountability factor, right? When you're actually in silence, when you're actually not around people. If you're able to be at peace with that, the other things start to go in. Nowadays, people are worried about what's on the outside and then focus on the inside the least.
I'm sorry.
Shall we just stop now? No, but that's. I think that's what you learn the hard way. Again, try not to sound like a dinosaur. When you're going through the phases, right? You start
Back in
thinking
my day.
Yeah. You start thinking you're invincible, right?
Yeah.
It's part of that no fear culture, which is a beautiful thing, which we don't want to distort either. As an athlete, you start to think of, God, I could do anything. I could face anyone. I could match anyone. I could be as quick, as strong, anything. And then you start to get maybe the right or the wrong people surrounding you, which feed that. Now that's to your detriment, but also to your success. The problem is the moment that you stop feeling that or stop doing that and stop understanding that the outside noise is not as important as the inside noise.
Massively. Here's a good thing. Now you just said this. This is what's going to happen between us, by the way. We're just going to trigger each other off together. Here's a thought. Here's a question. Okay. Because my thought was being that, you get involved in sports teams, the social aspect, and then as a male, because you want to be the best or the alpha amongst your players, or you see the alpha who's best in your team, whatever sport this is, the competitive nature comes out and you go that way and you find yourself, like you just said, in two spaces. One is, oh man, I'm just going to kind of people please in a way, so you're just going to do what they do. And I'm saying this as a Kiwi from New Zealand culture, was like it was the norm to go out and play hard, and then it was to go and social hard, and you'd end up drinking. And a lot of Kiwi male men just follow because the rubber arm, they're like, oh yeah, that's the cool thing to do, right? And so, but a lot of them get into the space where they are so talented, they could have gone on to higher honors easily, whether it be regional or international. But then they've gone to the social pressure in these sporting environments, and they've ended up just turning to drugs, become an alcoholic, overweight, have families because they got too many people pregnant. That's literally what happened in the New Zealand culture. It happens too often. And so peer pressure when it comes to sport, what's your kind of thought on that? Like, how do people get away from the peer pressure or the as a male? Because you're seen as weak to talk. You're seen as weak to be not going out drinking. In New Zealand that's what it was. If you didn't have a drink, or if you didn't scull your first can or something like that, you're like, people would just berate you, they just bring you down. Then you're like, oh, okay, yeah. But then you go home, you're the one having the massive hangover later on.
Yeah.
Do you see the culture changing, let's put it globally, or potentially from even the UAE or UK or whatever? Do you see that culture changing, or do you see how can it change? Or
I think it's continuously evolving. So working in Europe, working in the Middle East, working in Africa, for me, it gives me an idea that everyone is trying to navigate around what is right versus what is wrong in men's mental health. Because the stigma of we no longer talk about it can now, to the new generation, seem like we're talking too much about it. Because for them, that's normal.
Yeah, literally.
Right? So it's understanding, probably doing more listening, because sometimes people then jump in and say, yeah, but this happened as well, and that happened as well, and not really understanding what triggers that. Because triggers are a real thing, but so are glimmers. And when you're actually finding something that triggers you, normally it's associated with a negative thing. But glimmers is normally something that's associated with a positive thing. So when you actually get something that sparks you off and you go, actually, you know what? When I was younger, I was feeling this certain way. And rather than being drugged, this one person sort of almost just navigated me towards what I should be doing and then let me go my own way. Like, for example, I'll take it back to you. For example, you won one of the Fittest Man Championship, right?
It always comes back to that.
Hey, listen, right? And I won't let you guys forget it either. I saw this guy win, right? When you won, the day before, how were you feeling? And the day after, how were you feeling?
Oh, I love this. So the days before, I was like, oh, I think I can do pretty well. And
what's pretty well? Top 3?
Top 3.
Okay.
I was thinking, oh, there's even potentially a chance that I could win this.
Okay.
Like, only because, like, I don't want to sound cocky, but I mean, I had the, how do you call it? I don't even know about
you
belief.
had it.
I just had it. I just knew that and it was just, to be very honest, I didn't train as much as I you see people doing training routines and stuff like that. It was just a way of life for me, and I just knew that my way of life and who I was and what I've done in my life puts me in a very good position to be competitive in most things or anything. Yeah. And so when it came to the competition before the days leading up, I was like, I just had this confidence of like, I know based on this workouts here that my engine is huge, massive. Like I just knew that, and so I wasn't like I'm gonna beat you. Like there was no arrogance about it, but like I just knew within myself.
But you beat them.
But I beat them. I beat them quite well. I beat them quite well.
I'll say it for him. I got no problem saying it for him. This is why we work, people. I just have to finish off his sentence. Right, okay.
I don't want to say it, but okay,
yeah.
I was pretty confident. And then like afterwards, it was funny because like during the event I had to step away from the event because I went out there, I don't back down when it comes to the competition. I was like, I'll give 100%, I'll die on the floor type of thing, right? And then when I put my time in and stuff like that, I still hadn't believed it yet until a couple more heats had gone. And when the realization started to sink in, I actually had to remove myself from the competition area. And I actually, because I was at the mall, and I went upstairs just to have time to myself and to kind of try and let it sink in. And I got quite emotional. I got to the point I was like, I was teary because I was like, shit, this is actually going to happen. I mean, and there was 100,000 dirham prize money as well, you know. It was like, geez. So as much confidence as I had going into it, I didn't have that belief that it was actually going to happen until there was like another heat, and then you can always identify someone who's going to push you or come close. And like after this kind of heat had happened and no one was getting close, and I was like, far out, this is actually going to happen, type of thing, right? And so it happened. Obviously, I was elated and stuff like that. And people kept asking me, I know, what did you do to get to this point? And I was like, I didn't do anything different. Like, I just did my normal training. And then what happened afterwards was I still didn't have the confidence, and to be very honest about it, I didn't have that confidence or belief, I don't know which one you think about it, that I was still that good. For me, it was just another day. It was just another competition. I just happened to be good at this particular competition. And it was not, there was still no ego afterwards, but I definitely had I've had complex my entire life where I've seen people be very good at something. I was being very good at something, and people only recognized me for that goodness. They didn't know me as a person. And so when this competition happened and everyone was like, oh man, you're amazing, hey champ, like that, I didn't like it. Like,
okay, why?
Didn't like the attention because of, oh, you only like me, or you only
because I'm successful.
Because I'm successful, yeah. You know, I'm still the same person I was before I won the competition. You know, and yeah, it was just something I still struggle to deal with now, to be honest. And I was always in New Zealand, and this comes back to New Zealand culture. I was talking briefly before, is that I was so good at stuff just naturally, and so people were always like, "Oh, you're a show off. Oh, yeah, here we go again. Grant does this. Grant can do that. Grant," and I was just like, oh, what? So I had this thing of like, well, let me dumb myself down then to be accepted by society.
Right.
You know, and that's what I'd have. And
so you'd play it down.
Always. I still do today.
Right.
Literally, people even now, like I'm 44 and I still do things like naturally, and they're like, oh, how do you do that? And it's like, I just do not. Like, this is just my lifestyle is who I am. It's not because it just comes to me. It's because I do things on a daily basis that keep me this healthy, this fit, this active. And I've always done that. Yeah. You know, but people don't stop to get to know me. You know what I mean? And that's what I feel is a massive void in my life, to be very honest. Yeah. And that's where the competition, the same thing happened. Right. From the mental health point of view, it was just like, I'd be depressed. I'd be just like, yeah, but you only like me because I won some competition and it's because some status and stuff like that. Yeah. I had to deal with. Yeah. And people wanted to know me. Oh, you know, it's like going, but
where were you before?
Yeah, where were you? You know, you didn't pick up the phone then, type of thing. And I understand that it's part of life too, that, you know, these things happen and that puts you in front of people. And, you know, there's another side of it too that I had to really, really put time into learning, was to not, what do you call it? I had to show appreciation. Like someone said, oh, you're awesome at it. I had to learn to go, say thank you. Or I appreciate you saying that. You know, because otherwise I just blow it off and move on. Right. And that was a big thing that I still, to be honest, I still have to work with, honestly, when people compliment me on something like that. Right. And so it was really funny when we do talk about the mental health side of things in competition. Like there's being that good, there's issues there.
Yeah.
Not just being I'm not good enough.
Yes,
but
yes.
I'm too good type of thing. Does that make sense?
It makes perfect sense, because the reason why I asked you that specifically is because I've seen who you are, and regardless of whatever success you've had, you've still been that person, and that's probably why I got closer to you. Had it been maybe if you were arrogant or you were the other person, then I wouldn't relate to you.
Yeah.
In that respect. So then therefore I'll be like, he's in his own kind of bubble, and his own class level is a bit of a big word, but like he's in his own class, right? So I'm not there. So I can't mix it with him. I can't talk to him. I can't understand him. But I think because you weren't, so that's where the practice comes on the mental health side. And that's where mental fitness comes in, because the things you have to deal with as a practice with your mental health. So
massively.
it comes in where physically, we said this on my show a couple of times, like physically, like if you want to get physically fitter, you go to the gym, but then if you want to get mentally fitter, where do you go? And that space is really between your ears, where you are still. Like how we started this conversation when I said, you kind of have to come to the harsh reality of who you are and why you're doing what you're doing. One of the amazing people I've had a chance to speak to and learn from, and he's got 2 books out, is Brian Keane. You heard of him?
Sounds familiar.
The Fitness Mindset. And he's brilliant, because he said something where he was like, Omar, for all your life, you've been looked at as a jack of all trades, as we spoke about off air, right? But he's like, when he realized what his why was, he realized he had to remove the ladder off that wall and put it on this wall.
Okay, yeah.
Because then he had to start climbing the ladder again.
Yeah.
Whilst when he was teaching as a PE teacher, he was earning good money, he was at school and everything, but he wasn't really, he wasn't feeling like he was adding value. So then he switched to fitness and then moved up that ladder, and then that became his wall. So I think when people start to realize what their why is and whether they're climbing up the right wall, is when
it makes a massive difference.
Yes, is when your mental health starts to get stable, because you're kind of moving in the, sometimes you don't know how far you can go, but you're moving in the direction you want to go to.
Yeah, massively. When it came to, I'm going to flip this back around on you. Because you went down the pathway to become a professional sportsman.
Yeah.
And then it was injury, right? That's to prevent you from going there.
Yeah.
And this is going to happen for a lot of people, especially youth trying to be, because now it's professional sports representation is far more accessible for people now. It doesn't have to be international anymore. You know, there's a lot of regional university-based, like people who have been paid, even here in the UAE at low levels in different sports, are getting paid to play sport now. So like you can start to not necessarily make a wealthy lifestyle, but have supplements for your lifestyle.
Correct.
Because you get paid. So what was the journey with you when you're going through that? When you went through the injury, the mental, how do you deal with it, or how have you ever got through it as well? By the way,
probably not. Probably not, because but for me, establishing that it happened very young, so I didn't go through playing for pro clubs and traveling the world and fly. I went through that as a coach. I didn't go through that as a player, but I faced the harsh reality that teenager's gonna feel when you are not going to make it as a pro. Not because someone told me, because I looked at the standard and thought, all right, how can you still impact and influence a team without being a player? And then that's where my first coaching badge was at 19, where normally, until you're in your mid-20s, you'll probably think I can still make it as a pro. Again, not going back to the dinosaur days, but the realistic times are you don't have social media, you don't have the links, you don't have people that are going to be coming down to spot you. If someone wants to, no one's going to message you on your mobile and say, where are you at? Okay, I'm coming to watch you play. It's not going to be like that. It's very different. It's old school. It's, you are up against some of the best ballers in the UK. And so I understand and I empathize with athletes, but I also understand it's a different time. There's that, we've almost got that sense of entitlement now that overrules the sense of doing things and being present and being part of a team, which is irreplaceable. When you're in the changing rooms, when you're with your teammates, when you're traveling on away games, when you sometimes have to go through the crappy pitches and surfaces and weather to be able to experience something like a brotherhood. And I know your culture, which is actually why I really loved your culture before I met you. One of my best friends, who's Zion. I don't know if I told you about him. He played for Samoa.
Okay, yeah.
And I met him when he was playing pro rugby in England. And we had something very much in common in terms of like the mindset of an athlete, but the transition of a coach. And when I saw how rugby players were doing the conditioning side, I was like, wow, this is a different level. And then when he saw the footballing side, he thought, is this what you guys are doing? I said, yes. Then we met in the middle through boxing, where that was kind of like a mid-passion where it was like, okay, we can both excel in this. Let's help train each other. And we went from that. So
that's where those muscles are coming from, right? I was like, dang.
It's also Ramadan. So just kind of absorbing the different nationalities and different cultures and understanding, I think more than anything, that all athletes are people first. And like you said, when you won your championship, they skipped the people part.
Yeah, massively.
And they started looking at, you know, Grant, the athlete, the fittest man, the competition. And then because you had to dumb it down before and you had to kind of be like, nah, listen, it's all right. I just, you know, that's what I do. It almost, in today's world, right, it takes the shine away because the shine is the first thing that attracts people's attention to it.
Totally.
Right?
The chicken and the egg kind of thing going on. Yeah, literally.
And the first thing they will look at is, okay, like we talked about this again off air, like the likes or the
Should
follows.
hit record.
Yeah. The likes or the follows or the views, rather than, wow, how did he get here? What did he have to do? What's he like when the cameras are not around? How is he with his closest people?
Yeah.
You know,
Massively.
is he? I saw something a couple of days. I won't mention the organization, but I saw something a couple of days ago, and it was all about giving to charity, right? But there's so many cameras around.
Yeah. I've seen this for the TikToks and people going like, why don't you do that without the camera around? Why are you doing this? Because you're not getting in front of your...
And I have to remind myself, because I always stay more on the half full rather than half empty. I have to remind myself that at least they're doing something for charity.
Well, it brings awareness.
Yes.
If
But I also have to remind myself, when you're giving to someone or when you're doing something for someone, do you need the cameras there? Do you need people to see you giving? If I give to someone now, or if, for example, I did something nice today and I put it in my 24-hour, 3-a-day gratitude journal, right? It makes one of those. But then I have another 24 hours to do something else. I don't have to record every day I do something good.
Well, see, that's I would say that's where the balance is. If you've done it before the cameras are rolling or you do it after the cameras are rolling, cool. I think that's where the difference been with people. And that's obviously it's hard to get away from the highlight reels of social media. But I used to be the other side, go like, oh, Bill, just doing it for popularity. But actually, and that's why I like podcasts type of thing, because then you get to see deeper the actual reality of this person. Where with the short 90-second clips, the highlight reels, that everyone thinks that's everyone's life is not true.
Right.
So I do think you do need to put the cameras on every now and again.
Right.
And I think the difference needs to be, it should be, in my opinion, this is my opinion.
Yeah.
It just needs to be in a raw format, not edited.
Correct.
If it's done on live, if it's done on live things here to help bring awareness to these people and the issue that's going on, I think that's where it's great. That's where it's a benefit. You know what I mean? But if it's just done as an edited clip of the highlights of, I gave this person money or I did these things, then that's where I have this 50-50 of like, I don't pay as much attention, put it that way. I want to see it. I do want to see it. Like, to be honest, I do want to see someone do it, but then I also want to hear that I've done more and more and more.
Yeah.
Behind the scenes, without the cameras having to be there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And you it's like anything. If you hear it from a second person, well, you like, if I say you do something, great. But then if I hear someone else say, oh yeah, I did this as well, and he did it again and doing it multiple times, then there's like, well, there's just love and respect from what you're doing. So that it takes away the he's not doing this for popularity because he hasn't recorded everything.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
But still, there's an essential side that you do need the camera there to. It's a proof that you've actually done it as well. You actually, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I like the idea of the awareness. I like the idea of raising awareness on something that is worth something. I'm just at this stage, probably in my life, I'd say, and actually I spend more time indoors than outdoors, even though I'm in the media. Then when you tell someone, yeah, actually, no, I just like to chill or do this or do that. Like, really? Yeah, but you're everywhere.
You're so active. You're so talkative.
You're doing all this stuff, right? And then you're thinking, no, not really.
Need a timeout.
Yeah, but the stuff that I'm not doing, I'm actually trying to work on myself. Because you always say put your mask on first on the plane if something goes wrong. But if you have your family, your kids, you're always worried about them, right?
Yeah.
And then I think at some point you just have to kind of say, you know what? Like when we talked about again, we should have been recording. When I stopped going live on Instagram, when I do my show on radio.
Yeah.
To put it in context, I was doing it for years, and I had people that couldn't necessarily listen to the local radio here, but they would watch us on Instagram when I'm doing my show, which is talking about health and fitness, etc. And then when I stopped going on, got a couple of messages, "Are you okay?" And that for me, for my mental health, where I was like, I can't fake it. I can't just put on the camera and pretend like everything's all right. And I was going through a very dark time, and so I don't want people to see the darkness because I would rather bring light. And because of that, I stopped going on live, and then I'd get a couple of messages saying, "No live today," or "You're not coming on today," or "What did you talk about today on the show?" And they're regulars, right? And it might not be millions, but there are people that go, man, all right, can you at least send me the audio? Because I would like to listen to it on my drive back, for example.
Yeah.
And there's a 4-hour difference between us and the UK. So if they were watching from the UK, it was that. If it was India, if it was Saudi, if it was Egypt, if it was Denver, Colorado, which is what like a couple people from there would say, you know, we wake up early for this. And you're not live.
Yeah.
So then there's like a responsibility.
They feel lost or something like that.
Yeah, like and it's
you
such
feel
a
lost.
nice
What about
thing.
me?
Yeah, but that's such a nice thing to hear that someone actually cares enough to message you that.
It's surprising too, like
Yeah.
you're like, oh man, because people actually do want the best for you.
Yeah.
Because there's usually some connection they've made a relation with you.
They build it.
Yeah, massively.
Yeah.
So then, what I'd love to understand from your perspective then is because you've just kind of nearly hit it on the head here, where you've gone like you didn't want them to see your darkness.
Yeah.
Where I've had it, but now I'm completely opposite. Like I want to tell you my darkness, even though I know people go they shy. If it's on social media and they shy away from it, there's one that people will they'll be like, "Oh, I feel sorry for you." Okay, you know, and they kind of like if it's a likes or an engagement point of view, then that kind of triggers people to respond. But there's also like if I talk about like, yeah, yesterday I felt really depressed for a moment, but for me, I've learned to deal with it from a point of trigger of I know how to go for a walk outside, go do some exercise, listen to some music, do something productive. And it just snaps away, but it still happens on a, not going to say daily basis, but like there's those moments come in, but I know how to deal with them. So then for you, when he was live and you didn't want to show it, do you still struggle with that now? How do you deal with that differently? Or, you know, would you want to go live again and then just, you had a fucking bad day? Feel like shit.
Well, I could say that on radio, right?
You can't say it on radio, but I mean, just
no, I get you.
Yeah.
No, I still struggle with it now. To be honest, I'm not gonna lie. I still struggle with it now. I had a month of exams for my license, and I was a completely different person because I was struggling to evaluate myself in the correct way. And very similar to what you said earlier, if I'm on a course with 23 other coaches and they're speaking well of me and saying, God, he's good, or the way he deals with players, or the way he navigates, or how he simplifies things, etc. And then you've got 3 or 4 assessors who are the ones who ultimately have the final say. We had to do the presentation the day before, which would be presenting what our training session will look like in 3 different phases. The next morning at 6:30 a.m., we would have to do the training session we've presented in front of the 23 coaches with 24 athletes who some don't speak your language. And then you get marked on that. And then in the afternoon, you then have your evaluation in front of all the coaches with footage of your session. So that kind of pressure at this stage brings you back to school, uni, all those days as an adult who is practicing how to navigate their mental health because they're in a different stage of their life. Having the empathy, having the mindfulness, but also the harsh reality. If you're good, they're going to tell you you're good. And if you're not, they're going to tell you you're not. And they're always going to tell you anyway how much you can improve.
Yeah,
How
massively.
you accept that and how you navigate is another thing. So for me in that month, seeing people that are maybe 10, 15 years older than me shaking was something. But then the other thing is, how will I be scored? How will I be assessed? Whilst your people or the people that you've worked with, like the teams I've coached, they'll tell you, most of them will tell you what type of coach I am.
Yeah.
And now you have to prove it again. Then you've put it forward. And for that month now, you have to wait for your results where you don't necessarily feel good because you don't know what's going to happen. And as coaches, we like to forecast, predict, and evaluate what is going to happen at every phase of play.
Yeah, literally.
So that for me was the challenge. And that's why I probably wasn't the most sociable person to be around, or the person that normally comes into a room and brings that energy into the room and is known for his energy, whereas now I'm not stepping into that room.
It's so interesting from a point of view, expectations we put on ourselves to be successful, or the expectations on the aspirations we have to want to do something, and then how that changes our mindset so much. Because like it's easy to say don't worry, but then when you want something so much, like you want this license, so, and this is your chance to do it this is the pathway you need to take.
Yeah.
So it's funny, like you put the expectations on yourself and you pile this pressure on yourself, but then it's fact to know that if you just don't, people who succeed do really well when they don't care about something because they're able to think clearer, they're able to be clearer because they're not worried about it. Like the outcome's just the outcome. And we're trying to, in some ways, I know you've been assessed and there's a criterion, but they are going to tell you this is what you're going to improve. And they're going to give their level of this is a pass or this is a fail type of thing, you know what I mean? And you're just going through, you've dealt with, or you're dealing and dealt with that at that point. What would be advice that you'd give to people? Like, because on the sports field, exactly the same thing happens. As a coach going through this examination, these things happen. Doing your driver's license tests, like that's the same thing. Getting, I want to be able to drive legally here, and pressure comes on. I mean, what's some advice that you give to people, or ways you've dealt with?
It's always easier to give the advice, right?
Oh, massively, totally.
So then
I never listen to myself.
Yeah. Something that a coach said to me once. He said, "How would you speak to yourself?" And then he said, "How would you speak to someone else?"
Totally.
Yeah. And then that kind of stuck with me a bit because I thought, yeah, you're right. The way I speak to myself is different. But then you're not a hypocrite. It's just the way you deal with things. But I think the level of trust is super important normally when you're coaching. And at the same time, the accountability factor is so important so you can't divert the things that you need to learn onto things you can't control. And for me, it was, I'm not able to control this, and I'm used to controlling outcomes and influencing things in a good way. And that's the scary part. But then you also said something really interesting is when you don't really care or you're not really fussed about too much, it's clear. So based on what you just said now, my answer would be to clear that pathway and not to have any distractions or shadows on that pathway, because you're going to have someone looking at you, chasing you, in front of you, behind you at all times.
Totally.
But when you said that word clear, I think, how can we clear that so we can only control what we can? And that's what I struggled with. So even now, when you got all these other coaches saying, you've nailed this, and you haven't, it's almost like, again, relating to what you said earlier about, I don't want people to really look at me. I kind of want to blend through. And funny enough, I had never said this on a podcast, but when I did, there was 4 blocks on our A license, and I'm doing it in the UAE with the Asian Federation, right? And on the first block, I didn't tell them I could speak Arabic.
Okay, yeah.
And the reason being is because I wanted to disassociate myself with anything that's going to get in the way. And so even though I understand Arabic, I may not be as fluent as I am in English because English is my first language. But what I also didn't want is I didn't want to misunderstand anything they said.
Okay, yeah.
So in the first block, when each coach had to get up and introduce themselves, I introduced myself in English. And it's weird because you see me, I look more Arab than an Arab. so
You're so well groomed for it.
Yeah, yeah. So some people just looked at that and thought, that is weird. His name is Omar Al-Duri. He looks Arab and he's speaking in English.
You're right, mate. Yeah,
Yeah, exactly. And then, so that was the first block
Yeah.
of exams. The second block of exams, when people were talking and I could tell they were making an effort to talk to me, I would respond in English, even if they were talking in Arabic.
Okay, yeah.
Because I acknowledged the fact they're doing that. And some of the coaches said to each other, which I was told recently, we like him, man, but we don't know if he's going to understand us.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they said, we like the way he thinks, we like the way he delivers.
Yeah.
And they didn't know about radio. So they're like, he's got this way of talking.
You should get into radio. I'll consider it. Yeah, thanks.
You know what I mean? And I was thinking, because when I presented, again, this never happened before. No one ever mentioned that before. It's only now they're mentioning it. But that's maybe because I've gotten kind of used to it. But at the time, I never got spoken about my voice or the way I present or anything. So when now people are saying it, it's funny because then later on, when you have these conversations with them, they say, this is what we thought of you. This is what came out. This is our first impression. And it's nice to mix it up and match it with them. Because then by the third block, I was translating for them to the athletes we were dealing with in the morning.
Oh, well, there you go.
Who speak French, African, but some of them understand Arabic and some of them understand English. So one of the coaches who doesn't speak English would say, could you come with me, please? And he'd speak in Arabic and I have to relay that information in English. Now, the first block compared to the third block is where my role changed, but also I understood that I wanted to keep that low profile. I didn't want to be the person that knows it all or be like, oh, this guy coming from UEFA, God, he thinks he's the shit. I wanted to be like, no, I'm just here to learn and I'm going to take as much as I can. And what happened is some of the assessors would say, he doesn't talk much, that one on the English guy. You know, he doesn't talk that much. But then when I ask a question or I answer a question, I'm not answering it to show people that I know. I'm answering it to see if I'm right. And that's the difference.
The internal side of it,
Yes.
more than anything else. It's weird how we deal with things, and you know, it's not just about being on the sports field or on the playing field. It's what we're doing outside of other things as well. It's because like when you were talking about that stuff thing, I was like, I perform best when I don't care, and I got to a bit of a point that happens so regularly, and this is what I do. People go like, "Oh, Grant, he doesn't even warm up. He isn't prepared. He's so lazy. I'm chilled out before it happens." But that's because I literally, my routine for me is I don't care. What's the difference going to make if I start worrying about this? I can't change anything that's going to happen here, so I'm going to go out and I'm just going to. I have this mentality of I'm going to go hard, but I don't care. Like literally, that's how, and then that's where I've always performed best in anything. Never mind athletics or anything like that. Even when it came to speaking and presenting, I remember the very first time I presented with Les Mills on the class. It was in Auckland. There's like a couple of 100 people in the class, and I made it out to be, this is my shot opportunity, and of course I blew it. As far as like, just got nervous, forgot what I was doing.
You blew it.
Well, I didn't. I blew it in the fact that first time was like I just forgot what I was doing.
Oh, okay.
I didn't, like it was like
Yeah.
and then that was a good lesson for me from the point of view that afterwards was like, why I've done this 100 times beforehand. Why all of a sudden did I make it out to be something that it was just another session in class? And from that moment though, I learned just to go like, well, who cares? Doesn't matter. I'm not going to change it. Let's go.
Yeah.
And so that was my mentality for everything else, and that's what made me do better at whatever I was doing, whatever I'm doing. It's podcasts and stuff like that. I have the same kind of mentality. Like the conversations that come out is just because like, this is just how I think. This is my thoughts. Is not anything else. So if I'm going to go play a sport, it's like this is what I know, and I'm just gonna do. Like this is all, I can't change anything, right? And so it helps me deal and perform so much better in anything mentally or physically. What I want to go down with you with here is that, like you said, we're the hardest critics on ourselves, but we're also the hardest person to teach ourselves. Where are you finding the spaces that you have to teach or learn or be open to learning from yourself? Like, because I think that's a key for a lot of people, especially with males, that we keep a lot of things to ourselves.
Yeah.
We don't want to share. We don't share things with other people because, one, we don't want to burden someone else.
Yeah.
Two, we think if we do this, maybe I'll get massively judged or whatever else. There's different reasons we don't share. What is it? What are you learning? Because you wrote Reset the book as well. So there's dealing with mentality as well, the health mentality. So what is it that you've learned from there? What are you learning or trying to learn to teach yourself and how to deal with stuff?
It's a good question. I think I haven't told anyone this either, but I'm actually working on the audio version of Reset now.
Oh, awesome.
And the difference is when you mention learning, since 2019 when it was published till now, there's been a lot of learnings. And so when I
part
read
two,
a lot,
part two.
no, but actually I was influenced by Goggins' Audible.
Okay.
So when he had his audio version, he summarized each chapter since he had published the book. So now what I'm working on is putting together my learnings with each chapter, whether it's the mental side, which has probably been the most popular domino in the book, to the recovery, to the physical, to the environment, to the training. But I also realized that I don't know where I read this, but I have this thing where it's 3 letters. It's GAS. So it's gratitude, appreciation, and self-reflection. And I think you start to reach a point where you start to think of, okay, what am I grateful for from this experience or this learning? Sometimes it takes longer to understand that because it reveals its own time. When you go through something at the time, you think it's the worst thing ever. And then eventually you think, actually, it's a blessing in disguise. So that's G. The A, the appreciation, is more along the lines of, I still have these things. And I still have this knack of having good people around, for example, to jump on a call, to have a conversation, to do things. And I may have not always had that. So what has that kind of taught me in that respect, where you can have a lot of people around you, but have no noise.
Yeah.
And you can have one person around you, but have all the noise in the world. And I think that's the appreciation part. And then the S from the 3, self-reflection, is more along the lines of just reflecting on yourself so you don't get complacent about certain things, whether it's appreciating things, whether it's being grateful for things, or even whether it's just appreciating the moment. I think understanding, like, okay, how could I have done this better? Where did I go wrong in this? Did I not anticipate the situation properly? And being reflected on something that it's coming out of your eyes, not no one else's eyes, because it's easier from people's eyes to tell you what you need to do.
Yeah.
But they're not feeling what you're feeling.
100%.
And so those 3 things in terms of GAS, is how I see things.
So what have you learned then? When you're applying gas to yourself and you're thinking in the last, probably 6 years is a long time.
Yeah.
But what is it that you're going on a daily basis? What's something lately you've learned or you're still trying to learn and apply to yourself?
It's not to live in your past. It's not to let your past dictate your future and affect your present, because then it takes over everything.
So can I ask, what did you learn from the experience when you went through you put the pressure on yourself from the test, from the license? How would you, now you go through, let's say you had to do that again.
Yeah.
What would you do differently?
I think I wouldn't do much differently from the first part of how I did it, but the way I handled the month of Ramadan actually now, where not knowing the results, then thinking to myself, you'll be fine. And then realizing that I'm not in the past section and I'm not in the failed section, but I have one thing I need to retest, even though I've passed 2 out of 3. All those things, I beat myself up so badly over it, right? So my learning of it was to be able to trust the process, not to let it affect me spiritually, because I'm quietly spiritual. I don't really preach about spirituality and religion and stuff, but then to myself I am. And so I think maybe the last part where I did beat myself up for a couple of weeks where I wasn't a good person to be around, where normally I'd like to think that I am a good person to be around and that I have a responsibility to do so, where you bring a certain light into any room. I probably would have dealt with that differently.
Can I ask what you think? What would be one of the two things you'd...
In what sense, sir?
What would be the one or two things you would do differently? Because like for me, I'll give you a quick example, is that when I get into a position that I'm not like, a learning for me would be to step away and isolate myself. That's kind of my first response. Just take time for yourself. But the reality is that when you need help, sometimes you need to be around people because the idea gets sparked, the conversation comes up, or just it breaks you out of... Because when you get stuck with yourself in isolation, you start going down this massive rabbit hole of just going, oh, blah, 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 and it's just...
Get ready for the world's greatest adventure. The FFP World Tour 2026. A year-long journey to 36 destinations packed with fitness, sports, wellness, and unforgettable adventures. Each destination will be under the spotlight. 10 days of activations, events, challenges, and your chance to connect with like-minded people. The tour is led by the Chief Adventure Officer, who will travel the world for 12 months, discovering, exploring, and sharing the best experiences along the way. The CAO will be joined by 100 ambassadors throughout the world to connect with the people and inspire their city. Want to get involved? Simply register as a user or a member on our website or tag FFP Travels when posting content of the places you visit and the people you meet. It's that easy. This is more than just a tour. This is the world's greatest adventure. No, I haven't. There we go. That's been better. How it goes? Welcome back into FFP. We're doing lives 24/7. It's all about raising awareness about what we're doing locally and globally. And literally, the cool thing about it, we started going live about 3 days ago. Did about 12 hours in the last 2 days, which has been awesome. Put the word out, reaching out to professionals and public and just asking them to jump on and share their expertise, their knowledge, and their stories. And right now, it's no different. It's coming from anywhere in the world. I'm in Cairns, Australia, and I can see in the background of my stream devices, she's got such a better background than me, and I'm like going, I want to steal that. So I'm going to bring her straight in because I'm already jealous. I'm like, what in the world is going on? Karen.
Hello.
That is such a cool
I thought you had a map. I'd have a map.
Oh, man. I was like, damn. You could have done a worse one.
We've even got little souvenirs from where we've been.
Oh man, that is super cool. Okay, you've just given me a creative idea. I'm like, how am I going to top that one? Anyway,
it does have little pins on it as well, so you can put wee pins in it.
Oh, can you give us a close up of some of the places you've been?
Let's see.
Like you've taken souvenirs, so the things just off to my...
Yeah, so we've got little bits and bobs. Then we've got like little pictures.
That is so cool. Loving it.
So yeah, we still need to add some stuff from our latest trips to Thailand and stuff. But yeah, you can put little pins in it, so you've got different coloured pins as well. So I've got some pins up there, and then we've got some pins where me and Barry have been together, basically. So
that is so cool.
Yeah.
Okay, let's start with there. Because we talked about we'll talk about some fitness related stuff, but just for the moment, when you come up with that, why did you create that idea to
put this on the wall?
We kind of just saw it, and then obviously for me, like travel is huge. So seeing so many different places and just experiencing different cultures, obviously different fitness and sport and adventure, like is just unique everywhere else. So we started, my pins kind of took over the board a bit more, and now we're trying to get Barry up to speed with my pins, basically.
Everything's a competition, huh? Everything's a competition.
Yeah, he wasn't too happy at how many I had.
What was the like? Did you design it yourself? As far as like, because the countries are broken down, the different colors, the brown, the beige.
No, you can actually buy them. So you can buy it. So you can have one too, Grant.
You know what I need to do? I need to create an FFP one so people can order them and go like, "Hey, look at this! This is where actually we're gonna do one where we'll have the digital app where we do the same thing, except it'll be on your FFP app, and what it basically be like all the places you've been to the gym, you've been like hiking or cycling or running, or just like it's all tracking the activities you've done in different cities and stuff like that. So you get more understanding of where you're at. So that's awesome. I love it off the bat. So cool. Envy, a little bit envy. I'll be honest.
There's so many more to see though. So much more.
Man. Well, it's a bit of a thing because the whole how many countries are there? 163, 197, 200 something. It's like I'm sure there'll be a few debates about that one. That's all right. Talking about it, let's jump into it because we can see what you do. Obviously, you love to travel. Let people know what you do.
So I've actually got a few different things that I basically do. So I run a gym called Hustle, which is up here in Scotland. So it's a boutique style gym. So it's not quite as large membership base as you would in some of the other gyms. But our whole focus there is about the community, bringing people together, a place where everyone feels that they actually want to come for like connecting with people as well, not just from the fitness side. And then we started running some community activities, so that's for our members, but also for people that are not a member of the gym. Again, just to bring more people together. So we've done a few walks. We did some challenging walks. So we walked from our location to Edinburgh, which is about 23 miles, and then we've done our latest one, which was out to Glasgow. Yeah. Wow. So about the same as what we would get here for the Kilt Walk. I don't know if you've heard of that one. So that's about the same. And then we decided to up the challenge this year, and we did one to Glasgow, which was 40 miles. So that was a nice little challenge for everybody.
What? I'm going to ask a quick
so
question.
I think that
Why
took
do you miles?
13 hours. It's just a UK thing, I think. We're miles. Yeah. I still work in kilometres because of Dubai time, so but here it's miles when we're travelling.
Okay. Yep, fair enough.
It's the same like pounds and kilos. I'm kilos, but everyone here is pounds and stones and
So why can't we just all get along? Okay. I love the whole the thought and then the pushing that with like in person, even though you have a facility, the personal touch. I mean, everyone, as far as like even the big gyms, and it does kind of make me have a little bit of a laugh. It's trying to be volume but personalized, but it's like, well, you're not really. One of the big stats that came out was just how much people are trending towards personalized services, and whether that means in group fitness or in a facility that they're looking for that personalized touch. You know, who are you from a person-to-person point of view, and especially when the economy is probably tougher in today's day and age, and a lot of people can't afford or have the disposable income to have that personalized training, but they have enough to be able to go involved with groups or in a space and facility. What is it that you guys focus on when it comes to that bit more personalized side of things?
I mean, the size definitely makes it easier because we're not kind of large scale like some of the commercial gyms. But we've tried to kind of put as much in there as possible. So we do have a studio side where we run our group fitness classes. We've got memberships that people will just come in and use the gym. But the people that are there, and because they see each other, and it's not so big, you kind of do see more people, and it's just really installing that, like, making sure that everyone's there to support one another, the attitude that they have towards each other. So just laying some foundations as they come in, but now that they're there, as people come in, it's easier because they kind of just slot into the way everyone else is working now. So people, they look forward to coming to the gym. Yeah, definitely. Like we did a climb up Tinto Hill, and so we do some stuff that's not quite as challenging as well.
Is that from a give people a focus point of view, or is it just a fun point of view, or like from the community engagement, I suppose, side of things?
A bit of both. One, to bring more people together. So I do obviously have the gym, and then I still actually teach at a few other clubs just because I like to network in other places. So these events are a good time for me to bring people from everywhere. So all the clubs that I teach in, even just people that follow me on Facebook or that are in the local area that obviously can get to us to join the events. Everyone's welcome. It's not a paid event or anything like that. We don't charge for it. It's just, let's all get together with like-minded people. Let's just all get moving, and obviously get people active. And especially if they maybe fancy going up Tinto Hill or up a Monroe, but they don't actually want to do it themselves, or they don't have friends in their circle that are interested in anything like that, then this allows them the opportunity to join us, basically, and get involved. Because not everyone has those fitness friends. And it is hard, you know, so we're trying to be the fitness friends for everybody.
Yeah, and that's why you guys fit perfectly in with FFP. Like, yes, the motto, the values, I love it. It's so good. Because, like, that's one of the things we're going to talk about, and that's the thing as far as moving, getting people moving. And from your perspective, I mean, you've been a trainer, a teacher, a coach for so long. You still compete. You've just done a fitness. Do you call it a fitness competition, or you call it bodybuilding competition? What do you call it?
I always call it a figure competition, but it would come under bodybuilding, yeah.
Okay. You just done that. So, how does that play on your ethos or your side of things too, when you instill or when you encourage people to move? Because obviously you got your favorites, right?
Yeah, like I actually had a conversation with somebody yesterday. They reached out when I was asking if anyone was doing the London Marathon next year or they had tried to apply. And she came back and she said, I found running, and this is, so hard. She applied, I think, for 6 different marathons that she really wants to do, and she just can't get in without actually raising quite a lot of money. Which is definitely a shame because she's so eager to do them. But she found running, and that's her thing. And this is what I try and install in most people. Just because I love lifting weights and I love HIIT training and I love challenging myself and pushing myself to the maximum, I've been doing it for 25 odd years. So it's not going to be what you want to do. Like right off the bat, if you've not been moving and you've not been training and you're just getting into it, that's not going to be your goal. And you might not like lifting weights, you might not like doing HIIT training, but let's get you doing something that you like. Like, I'm not a dancer. I look at people that dance and think, wow, that's amazing, but I just can't dance. I can aerobic dance, and that's about it. But if dancing's your thing, go do it. If running's your thing, go do it. Let's find what is your thing. If it's sports, if it's individual, if it's adventure, if it's just getting out in nature. Like, I've got my stepdad who's 82 now, and he's climbed all the Monroes in Scotland. He just loves going out in nature, and he thinks it's the best thing ever. For me, I like it in the summer days.
I love him already.
Yeah, and nothing stops him. He's 82, and he still goes out on his bike and falls off his bike, and that's where, like, I aspire to be. So when I'm 82, I want to be the same. I want to be out doing what I love doing. Yeah, everyone's why is different. Everyone's what is different. But there is so much stuff that we can do now in fitness and health that there must be something that we can get you involved in.
100%. Guys, if you have comments, questions, put them in the comments section, whether you're watching the live or the replay. This is what this channel's been set up to do, to help everyone connect faster and better. So if you have questions, thoughts, opinions, chuck them in the comment section and let's connect and talk about it. I want to ask on that side of things, because it is hard. I suppose one of the hardest things for people to do is when they come out of, I don't want to say sedentary lifestyle, but like, let's say inactive or slightly inactive, or maybe let's make it better. A level of activity. Everyone's at different levels. Some zeros, some ones, twos, threes, 4, 5, 6, blah blah. And it's obviously whatever level you go from, and then 2 is also about making a change. There must be something that you, or a habit, a value, an ethos, a training that you give on people or pass on to people, say, hey, this is how you can make that change to that next level, like to increase that activity or to even maintain when as you get older, like, you know, young, active out there, and it's like sometimes that can be taken away from you. What's the kind of tricks and tips do you instill or pass on?
I mean, for me, it's a daily thing. So if you want to make the change, that's the first step. Like you have to want to make the change. We can't force people. We can try and encourage them, and we can, like, I've been trying for years to try and get my mum into the gym, but I'm still trying. But
me too.
I've got her out walking. She's got a dog, so she's walking with a dog, and it's progress for her. For the guys that come in and see me, obviously in the gym, or if we pass, then I'm like, let's get daily activities, let's get daily checklists, let's get things that you can check off, because we know that it's not going to be a habit. We know that you're not going to enjoy it probably from the get-go, especially when you're coming from that place of maybe not feeling super fit or even fit at all, or even healthy. It's getting started, and once we keep doing that on a daily basis, then they start to go, actually, I do feel better. I do feel more energetic. I am sleeping better. Oh, I actually do feel a bit lighter on my feet. And it is a momentum. And if you don't get those daily things ticked off, and again, it doesn't have to be crazy stuff every day if you're just getting started. It could just be, sometimes it's a mindset thing. It could just take 10 minutes out of the day just to gather your thoughts and kind of get out the rat race before you go back in. Otherwise, it could be an activity. It could be eating a little bit healthier this day. So each day we're just building on it. So eventually it becomes a habit, and it's something that we can hopefully enjoy doing. Because normally when you do get into it and you feel the benefits of it and you feel what's happening, you do get this kind of addiction to it, and you want a little bit more of it. But yeah, it's getting people to that point. And not letting them stray off track.
Yeah. Do you find that with people that have resistance, you know, because it's such a common thing. I'd like to change, or I'd like to have muscles, lose fat, get fit, tone up, whatever. You know, there's that sentence, and then there's they've been around for a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, not really putting in an effort or a change. You know, you talk about the small actions, habit stacking on top of that. What do you find with people? Like, I think it's pretty good to help other people understand, like, they're not probably the only ones that go through it. You said at the start of this part, you got to want to change in order to start that journey. What happens when someone is a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month down the track, and they haven't really made that progression?
I mean, if they're putting the effort in, then the progression obviously should come. Obviously, then we have to reevaluate it and go, your levels are now changing. So that means what you're capable of and what you're able to do is going to also change. So then the expectation is going to rise. But if they've kind of started straying away from the track, that's where I try and come in, especially if there's people that's working with myself individually. It's been that accountability. And we're trying to even just do it through social media. So when I'm posting up about me being in the gym or me training, it's not really about me. It's a little reminder to those people that are trying to do it that, yeah, I might be here. I didn't really feel like doing it today, but I'm still here. It's later than I planned today. I would have preferred to do it earlier this morning, but I'm getting it done. And hopefully these little things that we're putting through social media is
Something you said, like you talked about the kind of the same thing that's instilled on other people, like your habit stacking, but it's the consistency of continuous messaging in your case. Like it's continuously making sure that little bit on social media, a little bit of that word that like, it's funny because even though I'm asking you about, I suppose I'm nearly asking you about a golden nugget, where just like in fitness, there is no golden nugget. It's literally, it is habit stacking or consistently doing things daily. It's interesting. What's the kind of the biggest thing then that you think somebody has to go through, those small little things? I mean, it's like anything specific you see has been most effective in your career?
You mean from what's the one thing that they can do that will get them there?
Now, the one thing that people have been like doing consistent with, what you've seen, like, so for example, for me, the one thing I know consistently has been working for somebody is when I change their environment, get them to go into a different space, because then they are surrounded by other people, and like they've been kind of bombarded with these new thoughts, mindset, ideas, environments. And so one of the biggest things I'll get someone to do without even necessarily to prescribe exercise is change your environment. Like, here's a new environment. Try this.
Yeah, definitely.
Meet someone different with a different mindset, because I'm very much about, if you're in that space, that's what your world becomes, and then that's what you adapt to normally. So that, I mean, that's for me. I'm always going to focus on, that's when I've changed someone's environment. That's when the most consistency that I've seen from a person to then better themselves and create.
I talk to the guys in the gym, and it's about your circle. So who's in your circle? Yeah. If your circle is, let's go to the pub, let's go get a takeaway, you tend to fall into that circle. So let's look at who's in your circle. Doesn't mean we need to pick them completely out of the circle, but we need to see who's in that circle a wee bit more. And it kind of comes back to the gym and the people that we're putting in there. So they're all in that same headspace. So we're all pushing. And just daily, like we have a group chat, so daily I'll be putting in there different bits and pieces. Or like yesterday, they were all saying the workout was really hard, and it was, my reply was basically more, this is a lesson of trying to push and go that little bit further, because they can, and I know they can, especially the group that we had in yesterday. And I said, this will then translate over into life as well, because when we challenge ourselves through fitness, we kind of build up this resilience and this determination, and it does transfer into life. And I've seen people who've completely transformed their like home life and the way they deal with home life and some stresses that come up, just by able to push themselves a little bit more in the gym and that determination. So a lot of it's mindset and installing those little beliefs, because everyone's always going to tell themselves they can't do this, or I'm not fit enough to do this, and that's normal feelings. And I think when they look at, obviously, people that have been in the industry for a while and doing things that they just can't even dream of doing, then they start to think, well, what's the point? Like, I'm not fit enough, and I'm like, no, well, we were there at the very start. And everyone's there when they begin.
It's a great point you bring up, because it's literally that, to create change, it's got to be some, I feel there's got to be some point of, I'll say believability, but that's not even a word. Realistic. It's like be able to achieve it, right? Because there is, and that's what cracks me up about a lot of people that, everyone thinks that, everyone wants the six pack or the slim gyms or whatever. When reality is, some people just want to be able to move or just be a little bit less, and they want people to relate to when it comes. That's what encourages them to change. Like, you don't change unless you yourself believe you can achieve it. Right. So it's about, do you see the small steps? Do you see the big step? And if you don't see the big step, it's very unlikely you're going to think, okay, I believe this is going to work. So, to push through the hard times, especially because change has barriers, change will have a stress impact on us mentally, physically, and so it's about it's changing. Okay, where's the line drawn from you when it comes to, I suppose, the tough guy, the nurturer to the authoritarian, the military? No, you got the yeah, we're right. Come on, let's go. Hurry up, get your bum out of there. Let's go, kind of thing. Is there a line to be drawn?
We could probably ask a few clients about that one.
Now, I've seen you do a few foot down, boom.
It is a hard balance because when people are first coming in, obviously we can't be that tough person and that hard on them because they are just getting started, and we have to understand that the options have to be there, the levels have to be there. But when we know that somebody can push harder and we know that they've got more in them, it's trying to make them aware of, well, let's look at your heart rate. What's your heart rate saying? Because your mind is saying one thing, but what's your heart rate saying? And then that kind of lets them realize, actually, my heart rate's not that high, especially maybe from when they began. So sometimes it's about showing them the realistic side themselves as well, because we can say a lot of stuff, but until they actually see it and believe it from themselves, then it's the same with like progress pictures. Oh, I'm not getting anywhere. And then we actually look at progress pictures and we say, actually, look at the difference from this to this. And they put progress pictures up and they probably don't look at them because they just don't want to see them. But when we actually showcase them side by side, they go, wow, actually, I've came, or we relate back to when you first came, you couldn't do a push-up on your toes. Now you can do 10, or now you can do this. And so it's trying to remember those little things in their journey as well, so they can, because it's so easy to forget how far they've came. So it's making sure that we can relate back.
And it's like, goes back to the whole point of like tracking. That's why every good trainer always comes back to track. Because, everyone does spend a lot of time, and I love this analogy. This was a Steve Harvey analogy, or what do you want to call it, and metaphor. And his was like, we spend so much time sometimes looking forward, we forget to look back. And then he put it to like driving in the car. You look out the windscreen, you're driving forward, that's the vision, go forward. Yeah, but it's always good to have a look in the rear vision mirror, that little bit about, there's the past, how far you've come. And I was like, that one always sticks with me. It's and tracking. It doesn't, for me, it doesn't matter how long you've been doing it. I feel like tracking will help everyone understand where they're at, what they're doing, how far they are going or have come from. What's some of the tips that you've used for tracking in the past then?
So obviously any coaching clients, we have tracking apps that they'll use and they'll record weekly for me. Even the guys that are in the gym, I'm still telling them to take their pictures and keep tracking. Obviously food's a massive one from the get-go, because most people are not aware of what they're eating or how that even looks. They just think that they're eating healthy, but when we actually look at it on paper and break it down, we can see big flaws in there. So food tracking is huge. And then just getting them to actually, progress pictures is obviously a good one because we know how much like scale weight can play with people's heads. Scales can go up, but you're looking so much better. And so we do track scales, but I don't always feel it's the best one, especially with people getting started, because it can be so disheartening that they're not seeing a big massive change on the scales, but I physically can see, like I can see the change. Yeah. And again, it's trying to be careful that obviously we don't throw them into that side as well. We don't want them to be obsessed with scale weight and things like this. We want them to be accountable for what they're putting in their body, what they're actually doing activity-wise, but then we go back to that feeling as well. So how are you feeling? And some of my check-in sheets, they're not just about like what have we done fitness-wise, like what's been a plus, what's been a big win in your family life or your personal life, or have you achieved anything that you wanted in work? Or so it's trying to get them to have the whole picture, not just because I think fitness just translates so much into our daily life as well. And if we're fit and we're mentally healthier and the outlook is good, then the bigger picture gets good as well.
Yeah, massively. What do you take from your personal side of it then? Do you take everything from your personal side as far as like what you do and just embody or impart that onto your clients, or you take a very different approach, like more like I don't want to say customized. It's not it.
Like what I do
Like for me,
personally compared to my clients.
yeah, I mean, like I've got a, to be honest, I used to be kind of like, I'm going to help them do their thing. And you know what? I got to a point where I was like, you know what? This is me. I do me, and this is how I do it. If you like that, great. If you don't,
Yep.
oh well, there's probably someone else that's better for you. To be honest, because I was like, I enjoy this. I enjoy me, and like it's like this, yeah.
Yeah.
Or are you a bit more open-minded, I suppose?
Again, it's that preference in training, isn't it? So, like for instance, my partner's not kind of in the bodybuilding side, and it would be more martial arts than the sports side, and so that's completely fine. That's his thing. Whereas when people come in, I said it is getting them to find what works for them, and it's all about their journey. Like right now, some of my clients are seeing me go through, obviously getting ready for bodybuilding shows, and they're like, "But you're doing that. Should we be doing that?" And I'm like, "Not necessarily, because one, I'm at that final stages, and we know obviously when we get to the final stages of stepping on stage, we are a bit more obsessive. We're a bit more over the top, but it has to be that way because we need to get that condition to be on stage. But it's not going to be, it's not going to be something that I'm going to do for the rest of my life. I'm not going to train as intense or be eating the macros that I'm eating at the minute for the rest of my life. This is temporary.
That's a really good point you bring up on that, because like how important is it to share the real world, especially with the day and age of social media where everything's about highlights, the best of, the leanest, the strongest, the muscliest, whatever, you know, when actually reality is for people is that's not like I listened to one before, it was like the Chris Hemsworth kind of look and feel, or you know, and Hugh Jackman stuff was Wolverine. It's like, yeah, but he only looked like that after, well, he did this massive cut and then he did freaking weights and everything. Like he was preparing to go onto a stage in the first place before he did. I mean, I remember hearing that story, and he went through, I think it was 7 weeks or 8 weeks. You know, but
it was insane.
It's more like a photo shoot than anything else. So it's like, how important for you? It's like, or was it that you make sure that you do to keep that maybe groundedness or reality check?
Again, it comes back to goals, and not everyone wants to step on stage. There's a lot of people out there that obviously don't want to have as much muscle as I have. And again, that's completely fine, because it's all about how do you want to look, how do you want to feel, and what do you want to do. And that's one of the first things that I'll always ask clients, like, what is your goal? Like, what is your vision? Even if you've got a picture of somebody that you admire, like, send it to me, because that gives me a better insight to what's in your head. Just because we're training together doesn't mean I'm going to try and morph you into a mini me, you know. It's it's not the mission. But again, obviously, the length of time that I've been training is, I'll get some clients that'll be like, oh, I wish I could have this or that. And again, it's coming back to, well, it's consistently working on it, it's consistently progress. And I mean, I didn't get to the size I am now without doing the 25 years of work, you know. I remember being in school trying to lift the full stack of the leg press, and that kind of side was just always in me. It was just that determination to lift as much as I could, and beat all the boys basically.
Fair enough. Let's look away from that when it comes to the people and the clients, and let's look at then, because you had this experience, you've got this experience with the trainers. So, you know, now being what you've been through and you go through, what advice do you give to someone who's considering coming into the space as a trainer, as a coach, as a teacher? Or, starting there.
Yeah, so I actually do run a company called Advanced Fitness Academy, which is level 2 and level 3 personal training. So I kept that on board. So the time that I did it in Dubai, I've basically set it up here in the UK. And purely just to try and get as much knowledge and help new trainers into the field as possible, because we are seeing a lot of people come through, and I see a lot of people in different gyms, and the level and the standard, we need to just keep pushing. And it's one thing that I take from like my time in Dubai. Like Dubai was very progressive, so you were always exposed to a new course, or there was always something new to learn, there was always something to develop, and I loved that progress. And I think it's really, really important as a coach, even if it's something that you're not interested in. Like I did a white collar boxing. I'm not interested in doing it again, but because I've done it and I've got the experience on it, I can now understand what people that are doing that go through. So I think living the life and being able to step into the uncomfortable or stuff that you maybe don't want to do allows you to understand your clients a bit more. But then it really comes down to just learning. Times are changing and things are changing constantly, and we need to make sure that we're staying on top of it.
What would you advise someone did first to make sure, or to give them a better understanding of, is this right for them?
I mean, one, they have to be physically active in training themselves. It has to be not just a career, like I'm going to become a personal trainer. I don't think a personal trainer or a coach role is really a job that you just do. I think it's something that you do need to feel passionate about and passionate about helping other people progress and develop and being able to widen your tools in that area. Because it's not just a job for being a job's sake. It's you're placing a lot of trust. Like people are placing a lot of trust in you and their bodies in your hands, basically.
Let me ask you this on this other side, and this one might feel a bit like, I haven't asked that one. The whole case of, and this is very, very common from the UK actually, that it's more common with British women. For some reason, they go through this whole, they lost 10 kilos, 20 kilos, and then all of a sudden the world's best trainer or something like that. Or they're just literally still, it's quite a common trend. I mean, with social media, you can understand it. And you talk about being passionate. Well, that's great. And also their own, don't get me wrong. But what do you feel there's a...
Right now, there's a big emphasis, especially obviously because I do the competitions and stuff like this. There's a huge area right now where I won my competition, so now I'm this coach. And it's like, well, actually, do you have the qualifications to become this coach? Because a lot of people are claiming that there are, but they've not actually done any qualifications or education on it. And just because you manage physically to do it, it doesn't necessarily put you as the best coach, because that's not, like, our physique or our achievements is not what makes us good coaches. It's how do we communicate with our clients? What knowledge do we have to implement with our clients? Do we keep our clients safe? Do we know how to progress our clients? It's nothing about us. It doesn't really matter what we've achieved if we can't help other people achieve it. But it is huge at the minute that people are stepping on, and social media is obviously massive compared to years ago. And if you're good at social media, you could be dominating the market, and you're not actually the best coach out there, or you don't have the tools right now to become the best coach or be the best coach for people.
Yeah, I mean, look,
but social media has changed the game.
I mean, how many intelligent, and I do, I mean, not to say others are dumb, but how many intelligent people, they've got so much knowledge and wisdom, are actually pushed to the side because they cannot, I suppose, portray their message in that fun, entertaining, or sexy way that social media kind of, because it's like, do better. And there's a massive thing too, like it's what blows my mind about it is more the side of that, 10 years ago, not many people, or partly anyone knew what a protein was or a carbohydrate was. Now everybody knows, they talk about everything from chemical makeup to freaking joint analysis and stuff like that. So
it's massively different now.
It's massively different, and it's well, there's a staggering stat about only less than 5% of people that go through courses make it, and the majority of those are people that actually got the popularity or the absolute wisdom or the experience behind them, because it is such a tough market. Whereas it's kind of portrayed as get your PT thing and away you go. And that's why it's like I'm asking you about the side for trainers, like the reality of it for them.
Yeah,
where it stands and where it would be. Is it like when you say,
I mean,
go.
Yeah, I mean it is hard, and not like I always kind of envisioned it as I want to set it up as a big business and not just be a personal trainer. So that's why obviously I went down the gym side and setting up these sites. But not everyone wants to have their own gym, and that's when again you're in a slightly different bracket, you know, because if you're just in a gym with lots of other trainers, then what makes you different to those other trainers? And right now, obviously, social media will tell you to find your niche and what is your client niche, and that's where it's going to push you. And it's hard because I like training with lots of different people. So having one niche is quite hard because I like to train my older ladies that are just trying to move better and live better in their older years, and then I like to train people that are completely new to it and see that passion develop, and then I like to take people through photo shoots and into competitions, and they all have their different meanings, and they're all yeah, very nice to watch and experience.
What? Because when it comes to the niche, or it comes to jack of all trades, you know, where's a starting point for most people that you'd say, you go start here?
Yeah.
Because most people are failing when it comes to training or teaching and you know, being successful, but there's such a low rate of success when it comes to
for them, if they've obviously came out of a particular sport or area themselves, I think it's a wee bit different. Obviously, you yourself as well, your sports, you did group fitness, obviously there was gym, there was multi-dimension there, and a lot of trainers that are obviously coming through, they don't want that multi-dimension. They are a gym trainer, or they want to get people ready for a stage, or they might be, if they're slightly older themselves, you find a lot of these will move into, I'm going to help the older population stay active and move, and so that's where the niche might come in. But I think back when we started training, it was, let's do a bit of this, let's do a bit of that, and we did have this kind of multi-dimension, which is a wee bit different. But if you're not into training group classes, you're not going to train. There's no point moving into group classes if that's not something that's going to inspire you, or it's not something that you're passionate about.
It's funny because, like, what are your thoughts on this? When I looked at it from a point of view that, you know, I've been a jack of all trades, which in some ways has been great, in some options of it does open up opportunities. And, you know, if you are like, you're doing training and stuff like that, like, training's good, prescription is good, but it literally is about who you know. And so networks matter, like social networks, personal networks, in-person networks, they matter, whether you're in sports clubs or, you know, group fitness. If you get into fitness, it introduces you to so many more people, which is great. Now, the other side of that is that I feel that with people, they've got to be very good at what they do, or especially they want to survive, not just think now, but later on as well. You got to be better. I mean, literally, because I was saying before, 10 years ago, people were very foreign to a push-up or a squat. Now everyone's going to tell you about Q angles and friggin' Quadroslam or the other, you know. So it's very, very different, and you need to be better, and to stand out and to make a successful business is you have to be better than somebody else, because at the end of the day, people see you doing you and they're attracted to that. So be very good at whatever that is. That disagree? Cool.
Yeah, definitely. You are the brand, basically, so
you
have to look after your brand.
Yeah. It's massive. I think where are you? I mean, again, social media, but where are you on the point of when it comes to brand, of being open and real? Because I've got one side of me is like, I think people need to be real and personal for the long term, but for the short term, the highlighted sells quicker.
Yeah, like, obviously research has shown that people buy into people and they want to see you, they want to see the real you, and if you want engagement on social media, then being real is what's going to keep social media going. You know, you can only keep up a show if it's not really you for so long. So you have to, and people want to see, like, they want to see the struggles, they want to see the highlights, and some people only obviously show the highlights on their social media, so it's making people aware that actually I'm having a bad day, and we don't need to be using it as a ranting page, because nobody wants you to be just ranting away, but making them aware that you are going through life and you're experiencing stuff just as they are, and it makes you more relatable to those people, you know, because otherwise they just see you as definitely by people.
And it comes down to, and I'll get more specific on it. For me, it's people buy people's trust. Like,
I trust that what you said and what you do, and the more proof you have behind it, the more trust there is behind it. So the more reason there is for someone to go, yeah, okay, that's why they put their money down, because they've proven time and time again that they've done it. So when you get very good at it and you consistently show it, then yeah, it has that. I do want to ask, I kind of want to go in a little bit of a different. You touched on it, and with the competitive side of things, like.
Yeah.
Competition is great for like focus, to give yourself direction to go. And I've always used it for clients saying, like, hey, like I'm not too sure my purpose. You know, whether it be a wedding or whether it be a sporting event or whether it be just kids or family. You know, like putting reasons behind something is what people need.
Yeah.
But now there's a bigger trend, I suppose. People want to remain active later into life. How are you seeing a big trend that direction? And if so, what is the kind of trend of what's asked for from clients?
You mean the older clients that are they're looking just for?
Ones?
Yeah,
just
for.
I've literally got 20, 25-year-olds ask me like, you know, when I want to be like, I hate to say this, but I want to be like you when I'm older. And I'm like,
yeah. Well, at that age now, Grant.
Just.
What do you mean when you're older?
You go, I'm going to just have a little cry to myself.
Again, that's just looking after the things when we're younger. So if we're doing the right things when we're younger, then it should consistently keep moving. So if you're obviously getting some weight training in there and you're getting cardiovascular in there, you're looking after your diet and making it a lifestyle, then there's no reason why it shouldn't be there later on. You know, yeah, things do obviously happen that are out of our control, but as long as we do all we can that's in our capability, then we should be like, we have people coming at the gym and I'll make them get down on the floor and get back up and get down on the floor and get back up, and they're like, why are we up and down all the time? And I was like, you'll thank me later when you have grandkids, and it's kind of use it or lose it. So I'm not just here to think, right, what's the physical goal, but I'm thinking, what's the mobility, what's the movement, and how are we keeping you supple and agile for your later years as well.
It's funny because it literally is that simple, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah. Just use it or lose it.
What do you think is the most important thing now when it comes to people in fitness, activity, wellness?
The most important thing.
In your mind, yeah.
It's a hard one because you want them to do it for them. And so many people are self-sabotaging or not putting themselves forward and first. And it's a hard one to bite because we always say you look after yourself first and then you can also look after other people. And sometimes that does mean a sacrifice, or it does mean that you're going to say no to somebody else. And people find that quite hard. So it's trying to get them to put this faith in themselves that you're doing this for you, and it's obviously for your future and for your health moving forward, but also because we want you to experience all those wonderful things in life that when you do have kids or grandkids, or you can go travel the world, or you can experience new things, or whatever it might be. I want you to be physically active for it. So you have to be able to put yourself first and be a little bit selfish. Not all the time, but you have to be a little bit selfish to and I've been there myself. I've said yes to a million different things, and I should have said no to put myself first. But it's the biggest lesson probably is say no to some stuff that's just not good for you.
I love that.
Yeah, it's a hard one. It's probably the biggest battle of all times.
Yeah, no, good point. I mean, literally, it is that point of no's have bigger impact on your life than yeses. I mean, because a lot of people are drawn to go and follow the herd or just join the trend. Not that it's like it will lead to new experiences, but I definitely find that with people that's literally like, yeah, actually think about it like this. If you want to make an impact, or if you want to make an impact, whether it be on yourself or others, there's times you got to make a choice. Like, who's the impact? Who's this impact for? Is it serving me or is it serving somebody else? And I'm definitely someone that's like, there's no wrong in having that bit of selfishness to be able to, because once you have a better space or you're at a better space, person, however you want to put it,
Yeah.
you can then usually serve others better as well. So
Yeah, definitely.
that's a bit of a thing. Yeah, interesting. When I ask alongside of the world's opening up, people can connect more. Obviously, we're just online as it is. Variety of spice of life or a creature of habit? Which way do you lean?
I like variety.
Variety.
But there's some stuff that has to be creature of habit, and that's obviously the fundamentals that keep us on our daily basis and stuff like this. So we get movement and there's those. But yeah, variety is the spice of life. And there's so much out there, though. There's so much to do. There's so much to see. There's so much to experience. And I think with every experience and with everything that you do, you just grow as a person, and it allows you to pass it on. So, yeah, creature of habit is good, but I think it confines us.
Good point. I'm usually, obviously, I mean, I'm FFP, so I'm very much about open to any and everything, pushing it out there.
Yes.
Okay, so I want to ask you one more question on that side of things, because now we're talking about these different friends and people in our lives. Pick four people. One's your strength person. One's that strength. One's that cardio. One's that flexibility. And one's that no thanks. We've all got these people in our lives, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think you've gone through some, to be fair.
So the rock's always going to be my mother. She's just I'm getting some looks from my partner at the minute. But yeah, she's just kind-hearted. She would help anyone. Like her spirit, she could talk to anyone. She loves adventure. She loves she's just a great person all around. And she'll always do anything to bring somebody up, or she's just that special person.
Man.
Who else did we have?
So who's your strength person? Who's your cardiovascular person? Like, who's the person you know that always does cardio? The endurance runner. The one who's like, who's the endurance? Do you have an endurance bunny friend?
Yes. So I have one client who runs every morning, so 7 miles every morning, and he's the one that when it comes to class, he's happy to do more cardio. He will happily add more in for the other members. Yeah. So if you're his partner, you're not too happy.
Who's the one that always lifting then? Is it?
Well, that would be me. But
you can be yourself. It's fine, because like the lifter, like there's always the lifter. There's the endurance bunny. There's the flexible. I don't know what you call them. Snake.
Yeah.
I suppose. Who's your
I'm the lifter, but there is another member who's probably one of our members called Mark. He's another lifter in the gym.
What's the lift?
Our flexibility person. That would be a girl called Robin. So she's a yoga and a tattoo artist. So she was always stretching and mobilizing. So that's who that comes to mind for that one. And
you got a no thanks friend, like the no thanks friend, the one that doesn't want to go to the gym, doesn't want to do the exercise. You know.
Well, that would still be my mother. No thanks.
Literally, yeah. Before. Yeah. Although she's doing it, she's walking the dog, so she's got some.
She's walking the dog. She did send me some stats this morning. She was out on a walk in, she was in London with us when we were out and about, so we were also looking at steps and bits and pieces. So she sent me her morning walk. So she covered 3,420, I think, steps on her morning walk with the dog. So I'm like, okay, so you do that twice a day, and then we'll be getting close to our target for the day. So she is slowly getting better. So it's a good step forward.
Last thing, what's the one question you would ask someone in order to help them consider their health and fitness? What's the one question you'd say to someone to help them consider
or think about better their health and fitness, or to instill wisdom, or do you have a question you'd have to ask someone?
Probably more, where do you see yourself when you're 70?
Ooh, yeah. It's an age one. I like it.
So it kind of puts a little bit of perspective in, like 70, I think it's not too young, it's not too old, especially nowadays. So like 70, I still see 70 should be a very active age. And
I see 100 has been active.
so yeah. Yeah, well, they say that now they believe the person that will become 200 or 300's alive.
Japanese have 100,000 people that are over the age of 100, so.
Yeah, scary thought. How time is moving, but yeah, I would get them to look forward, because obviously when we get to that age, it's a lot harder to change, or sometimes the mission is a lot bigger. Whereas if obviously they're at a younger age now, it's good to look forward and go, right, what can I do now to help the 70-year-old me, or the 100-year-old me, maybe by that point.
What can I do to help the 100-year-old me? I like that one. That's a good one. That's a good question. That's a good one too. Awesome. We're gonna end.
I always look back to my stepdad. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and him climbing hills and.
Ah, yeah.
No, he'll normally be shouting down the hill, going, "I thought you were fit." I'm like, I'm just not as mountain fit as you.
Yeah, you tell them.
Yeah.
Awesome. Where can people find you? We'll finish on that, but where can people find you? I mean, you got.
So I am on social media. Yeah, you can get YouTube and all sorts of stuff, but basically post most of it on social media. So Karen_Gunning.
Cool. And then you got Hustle, and there's a gym, and then you got photos.
We've got Hustle, we've got the education, we've got YouTube, we've got bits and bobs.
All in the links there. Awesome, Karen. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for joining. And
thanks for having me.
We'll keep bringing you on, and we'll. It'd be awesome actually. Maybe we one of you as one of your gym members on there, and kind of discuss the story that basically what you took them through, what they, the two sides of the story, the trainer's story.
Yeah, definitely.
And then the client story. It'd be quite a very cool piece as well. But awesome. Keep doing what you're doing.
I'll pre-warn them.
You have like a little knife or a pistol. Answer it. Tell them how amazing I am.
Definitely.
No, awesome, Karen. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Cam.
Thank you. All right. Get ready for the world's greatest adventure. The FFP World Tour 2026. A year-long journey to 36 destinations packed with fitness, sports, wellness, and unforgettable adventures. Each destination will be under the spotlight. 10 days of activations, events, challenges, and your chance to connect with like-minded people. The tour is led by the Chief Adventure Officer, who will travel the world for 12 months, discovering, exploring, and sharing the best experiences along the way. The CAO will be joined by 100 ambassadors throughout the world to connect with the people and inspire their city. Want to get involved? Simply register as a user or a member on our website, or tag FFP Travels when posting content of the places you visit and the people you meet. It's that easy. This is more than just a tour. This is the world's greatest adventure.
It's only now they're mentioning it. That's maybe because I've gotten kind of used to it. But at the time, I never got spoken about my voice or the way I present or anything. So when now people are saying it, it's funny because then later on, when you have these conversations with them, they say, this is what we thought of you. This is what came out. This is our first impression. And it's nice to mix it up and match it with them. Because then by the third block, I was translating for them to the athletes we were dealing with in the morning.
Oh, well, there you go.
Who speak French, African, but some of them understand Arabic. And some of them understand English. So one of the coaches who doesn't speak English would say, could you come with me, please? And he'd speak in Arabic, and I have to relay that information in English. Now, the first block compared to the third block is where my role changed, but also I understood that I wanted to keep that low profile. I didn't want to be the person that knows it all, or be like, oh, this guy coming from UEFA, God, he thinks he's the shit. I wanted to be like, no, I'm just here to learn, and I'm going to take as much as I can. And what happened is some of the assessors would say, he doesn't talk much, that one and the English guy. You know, he doesn't talk that much. But then when I ask a question or I answer a question, I'm not answering it to show people that I know. I'm answering it to see if I'm right. And that's the difference.
The internal side of it,
Yes.
more than anything else. It's weird how we deal with things, and you know, it's not just about being on the sports field or on the playing field. It's what we're doing outside of other things as well. It's because like when you were talking about that stuff thing, I was like, I perform best when I don't care, and I got to a bit of a point that happens so regularly, and this is what I do. People go like, "Oh, Grant, he doesn't even warm up. He isn't prepared. He's so lazy. I'm chilled out before it happens." But that's because I literally, my routine for me is I don't care. What's the difference going to make if I start worrying about this? I can't change anything that's going to happen here, so I'm going to go out and I'm just going to. I have this mentality that I'm going to go hard, but I don't care. Like literally, that's how. And then that's where I've always performed best in anything. Never mind athletics or anything like that. Even when it came to speaking and presenting, I remember the very first time I presented with Les Mills on the class. It was in Auckland, and there's like a couple of 100 people in the class, and I made it out to be, this is my shot opportunity, and of course I blew it. As far as like, just got nervous, forgot what I was doing.
You blew it.
Well, I didn't. I blew it in the fact that first time I was like, I just forgot what I was doing.
Oh, okay.
It was like,
yeah,
and then that was a good lesson for me from the point of view that afterwards I was like, why I've done this 100 times before, and why did I make it out to be something that it was just another session in class? And from that moment though, I learned just to go like, well, who cares? Doesn't matter. I'm not going to change it. Let's go.
Yeah.
And so that was my mentality for everything else, and that's what made me do better at whatever I was doing, whatever I'm doing. It's podcasts and stuff like that. I have the same kind of mentality. Like the conversations that come out is just because like, this is just how I think. This is my thoughts. Is not anything else. So if I'm going to go play a sport, it's like, this is what I know, and I'm just going to do like this. Is all, I can't change anything, right? Yeah. And so it helps me deal and perform so much better in anything mentally or physically. What I want to go down with you with here is that, like you said, we're the hardest critics on ourselves, but we're also the hardest person to teach ourselves. Where are you finding the spaces that you have to teach or learn or be open to learning from yourself? Like, because I think that's a key for a lot of people, especially with males, that we keep a lot of things to ourselves. Yeah, we don't want to share. We don't share things out with people because, one, we don't want to burden someone else. Yeah. Two, we think if we do this, maybe you'll get massively judged or whatever else. You know, there's different reasons we don't share. What is it? What are you learning? Because you wrote Reset the book as well. So like, there's dealing with mentality as well, the health mentality. So what is it that you've learned from there? What are you learning or trying to learn to teach yourself and how to deal with stuff?
It's a good question. I think I haven't told anyone this either, but I'm actually working on the audio version of Reset now.
Oh, awesome.
And the difference is when you mention learning, since 2019 when it was published till now, there's been a lot of learnings. And so when I read a lot... No. No, but actually I was influenced by Goggins' Audible.
Okay.
So when he had his audio version, he summarized each chapter since he had published the book. So now what I'm working on is putting together my learnings with each chapter, whether it's the mental side, which has probably been the most popular domino in the book, to the recovery, to the physical, to the environment, to the training. But I also realized that I don't know where I read this, but I have this thing where it's 3 letters. It's GAS. So it's gratitude, appreciation, and self-reflection. And I think you start to reach a point where you start to think of, okay, what am I grateful for from this experience or this learning? Sometimes it takes longer to understand that because it reveals its own time. When you go through something at the time, you think it's the worst thing ever. And then eventually you think, actually, it's a blessing in disguise. So that's G. The A, the appreciation is more along the lines of, I still have these things. And I still have this knack of having good people around, for example, to jump on a call, to have a conversation, to do things. And I may have not always had that. So what has that kind of taught me in that respect, where you can have a lot of people around you, but have no noise.
Yeah.
And you can have one person around you, but have all the noise in the world. And I think that's the appreciation part. And then the S from the 3, self-reflection, is more along the lines of just reflecting on yourself so you don't get complacent about certain things, whether it's appreciating things, whether it's being grateful for things, or even whether it's just appreciating the moment. I think understanding, like, okay, how could I have done this better? Where did I go wrong in this? Did I not anticipate the situation properly? And being reflected on something that it's coming out of your eyes, not no one else's eyes, because it's easier from people's eyes to tell you what you need to do.
Yeah.
But they're not feeling what you're feeling.
100%.
And so those 3 things in terms of GAS, GAS is how I see things.
So what have you learned then? When you're applying gas to yourself and you're thinking, in the last, probably 6 years is a long time.
Yeah.
But what is it that you're going on a daily basis? What's something lately you've learned or you're still trying to learn and apply to yourself?
Is not to live in your past. Is not to let your past dictate your future and affect your present, because then it takes over everything.
So can I ask, what did you learn from the experience when you went through you put the pressure on yourself from the test, from the license? How would you, now you go through, let's say you had to do that again.
Yeah.
What would you do differently?
I think I wouldn't do much differently from the first part of how I did it, but the way I handled the month of Ramadan actually now, where not knowing the results, then thinking to myself, you'll be fine. And then realizing that I'm not in the past section and I'm not in the failed section, but I have one thing I need to retest, even though I've passed 2 out of 3. All those things, I beat myself up so badly over it, right? So my learning of it was to be able to trust the process, not to let it affect me spiritually, because I'm quietly spiritual. I don't really preach about spirituality and religion and stuff, but then to myself I am. And so I think maybe the last part where I did beat myself up for a couple of weeks, where I wasn't a good person to be around, where normally I'd like to think that I am a good person to be around and that I have a responsibility to do so, where you bring a certain light into any room. I probably would have dealt with that differently.
Can I ask what you think? What would be one of the 2 things you'd...
In what sense, sir?
What would be the 1 or 2 things you would do differently? Because like for me, I'll give you a quick example, is that when I get into a position that I'm not like, a learning for me would be to step away and isolate myself. That's kind of my first response. Just take time for yourself. But the reality is that when you need help, sometimes you need to be around people because the idea gets sparked, the conversation comes up, or just it breaks you out of. Because when you get stuck with yourself in isolation, you start going down this massive rabbit hole of just going, blah, 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 and it's just these wild thoughts that come into your mind that have no reality behind them whatsoever. And it's not until you actually talk and openly about this with somebody, and that's the way I, like literally now I'm going like, I just want to go find someone and just tell them. It doesn't matter how dark or how wrong or whatever it is, because usually 9 times out of 10, it's like, okay, they've dealt with this, or they know someone, or they can relate, or they can just give some kind of thoughts about themselves. And then you go like, oh, shit, actually, okay, I'll try that. And it snaps you into a different space to learn from it. So when it comes to, I've put pressure on myself before. All the time I've done that. I know that doesn't work for me. I've always gone into isolation when that happens. I wish I'd done this better. I wish I'd done better. But living in the past, like you said, doesn't help. So literally now it's about, I just express what I felt in that time was to somebody else. That's how I deal with it now. And I just learn from it and go like, cool, next time it comes across, I'm going to do this better. So when it comes to, I used to be nervous talking in front of a camera. And it wasn't until I talked to other people that had the same experience. I was like, going, oh, yeah, well, you experienced it too, so doesn't matter anymore. You know what I mean? Oh, it's people, and because people like now in the space, people always talk about they get shy in front of a camera. It's like, yeah, but the more people you talk to,
What camera?
Yeah, well, literally. the more people they talk to, they literally everyone goes through exactly the same, and there's still people that are famous that still get nervous before they get talking. And so the more that I go and talk with people about this stuff, the fear just disappears, and it keeps dissipating all the time. So for me, I had to learn to just quickly. The faster I do this, the faster I go talk to someone and just tell them exactly how it made me feel in a moment, the faster I get rid of it. And that's the learning I get. That's how quickly I get a learning.
See, I think you said it perfectly. I think speaking to someone and then not attaching the fact that if you speak to that someone, that you're failing them by not achieving the result they expected of you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And your closest people are normally the ones that are your biggest supporters. So when I reached out to, let's say, my cousin, and I told him, yeah, I've got to retest one of my modules. He's like, didn't you pass your practice? I was like, yeah, no, I passed the practical. Isn't that the main thing? I was like, yeah, it is. But they still made me retest. So there's surely, and they didn't put me in the failed block, but they didn't put me in the pass block either. So I'm kind of in the middle, which I hate.
The gray zone.
Yeah, the gray zone. And then when I spoke to someone else last week, Derek, who's one of my best friends in the UK, he said something to me that then, again, relating to boxing, really, really resonated with me. He said, I've seen you go through some things that we probably thought you wouldn't bounce back from.
Mm-hmm.
And you got up. This is just a body shot. You feel it. It's got you good, but you're not out.
100%, yeah.
And as soon as he said that, I was outside the barbershop, I remember. And I was speaking to him in the UK. And he's like, listen, he said, I've seen you. I've seen you coach national teams. I've seen you coach people. I've seen you change people's lives. And this is nothing, man. Like, even when you, at your lowest point, and I saw you then, I'll be honest with you, I didn't know if you'd get back from that.
Wow.
And he's like, and you did.
Mm-hmm.
This is nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And
That's
it's only
awesome.
when he said that, I was like, and I wasn't even going to speak to him, because what he said to me is, why didn't you tell me sooner?
Oh, man, that's a big one for a lot of people to say that. Why didn't you tell me earlier?
Right. And it was weeks, right? It was 2 weeks. Actually, what's so ironic is I got off the phone with him the first time, and then I checked, someone messaged me on Instagram and said, did you get it? And then I checked my email. It was one of the coaches, and he thought I was a certainty. Otherwise, you were not going to message another coach and say, did you pass? Because if he says no, it kind of dumbs the moment down. Did you get it? And then I was like, no, I didn't. And then I refreshed my email, and I got the email, and it said, you've passed your practical, you've passed your general, but you've got to retest your theory. And theory was subjective because it was showing you 5 clips on the TV, on the screen, and you had to design 5 sessions in an hour. And the clips were like 10, 15 seconds each. So you had to be really sharp. So it's subjective. So, and the fact I didn't pass that, that was the last time I spoke to Derek. 2 weeks later, he's then gone, I haven't heard from you. Is everything all right? I was like, I'll be honest with you. No, not really. And the fact I could say that to him openly, he's like, why? What happened? I told him. And then he was like, okay. And then he said what he said. And then I realized, I was like, he's right. And I probably would have said the same thing if he was in my shoes. But saying it to myself
doesn't hit the same, does it? But that's where the support system comes in.
Yeah.
Like, that's something I had to learn, and that's why it's got me to the space I'm now, is because I've learned to just find good male mates that are just, but like, I'll just blurt it out. Like, and the second learning for me was to do it as fast as possible. Like, as soon as if I feel down, there's a reason. Identify it and just go tell someone. And my mates after time were like, what's wrong with this guy? You know, but that fear beforehand is completely gone, because like, I know that's how and the sooner I deal with it, the better. Like they say, the latest one I've heard from was this guy, Alex Hamosi, who was talking about, like, if you don't, like, the only way, if you get taught something and you don't apply it, you're dumb. And I was like, yeah, I don't want to be dumb. So I'll take something and I'll be like, the faster I learn, the better. So, and the only way I learn is if I apply it. So when I heard, when I found out and I identified that, yes, I feel depressed, cool. Tell someone for what reason you feel, just to get it out there, and it goes. It literally just disappears. So the fast throw, I can't go into isolation. I've just got to go and call, message, say it. And sometimes times when I don't find people, I'll put it on social media just so it's off.
Yeah.
It's out there.
Yeah.
And then now it's
I've seen
it's
that.
open.
I've seen you do that. That's great.
Yeah, just because it's reality and people go through it, and you're never alone in any emotion. We're not the first ones to feel what we've gone through. We're not the last ones we're going to go through it either. There's going to be other people that do it, and it just there's a massive relief about it. I think so. Having a support system of other males to just let it out, or just to get very comfortable with letting it out, is I think the learning I've had to take from it, and then it's been applied into a lot of different spaces and places as well. So when you talk about gas as well, that Jed, that's like, I don't have an acronym for it, but I mean, I know definitely that's something that also is some second part of it I have to go back to. When I get to the point of I'm feeling depressed, but well, actually, I have a roof on my head. I got nice clothes on my back. I've got a business that works. I don't have because that's what I think most of us get pulled down is these expectations of but I should be here. Hold on, stop. Okay, just have a look in the rear vision mirror for a moment and just realize how long that road is you got to where you are now, and look where you're actually standing now. And it takes I think a moment to snap into that. That's crazy. The learning stuff had to just openly go I've got to step outside, or I've just got to go and do a workout. Doesn't matter. I also feel because it's in the moments you feel bad is where the hardest things to deal with, right? You're feeling depressed. I don't want to talk to anybody. I don't want to go do the workout. I don't want to go and step outside. I want to be alone. Leave me alone, type of thing. Which people face, and I just felt the faster I quickly go fuck it, let's go and just go, and then it just changes, instantly changes. It's the first it's the mindset of be grateful, and then that gives me that. That show.
Push,
otherwise you're stuck in the you just said then that you're stuck in that moment of you don't tell anybody about it. It's why didn't I tell them sooner? Why did I wait the 2 weeks?
And you approach things differently. So for example, for me, I've always been the type of person that's active and doing boxing, strength training, football, this, that. And then when this stuff happened, it's funny because I stopped doing the boxing, which is a de-stress. I stopped playing football because we weren't organizing. I'm the one who's in charge of organizing it, but we weren't putting the people together. And then I just stuck to strength training, which was slower, more focused, more technique, more weight for sure, just to try and lift something. And then it was strange because then the other things that I was doing, I stopped doing, and I neglected those things. But then, and no one would know. Going into radio, they'd see me as normal. Mixing it with, I had some of the athletes. It's so true though. I had some of the athletes that I was coaching that I didn't know before my license message me on Instagram. Hey coach, how are you doing? And you're not coming in this week because every month for 7 days we had exams for 4 months. So with that, just feeling that kind of no one can guess it, and yet at the same time, it was just a week ago when I had that conversation with Derek, and then. When he said, this is just a body shot. I've seen you
what a great analogy.
It was great. It wins you a little bit because it does affect you, but not to the point where you can't get up and finish off the fight.
Massively.
I think that's the thing,
We're human, right?
Yes.
And it is that journey. I know it's that cliche, it's the journey, but it is a journey. Fall in love with the journey, and then in the journey, there's ups and downs.
Yes.
It's literally in anything we do.
Yeah.
Any kind of learning. I think one of the other things too is I learned, and I've totally digressed on what we're talking about, but as far as mental health and men, it's to get through that space, like you said, I had something yesterday, and you're talking about recently for you as well. You had this conversation only a week ago with Derek, and man, it's this is the same thing that I think first thing I've got to do is accept it. Well, I have already accepted. This will happen again and happen again and happen again and happen again. I remember, and the learning I've taken from it is that I used to think, I'm going to fix myself and this will never happen again. I'll never feel bad again. I'm always going to be happy. But that's not the reality of it.
Correct.
It's because you do and will go through this again in some way, and it's how quickly you identify it and change it and how you adapt to it. It's really interesting because I want to go on the side of, I do want to bring this back to sports because you got this whole thing of sports. Well, you're a sportsman, you love sports, and you've just touched on the importance of you stepped away and then you went down. It probably pushed you, I'm assuming here, that further into the darkness when you stepped away from those things, and it just kind of shows the importance of actually prioritizing these things actually assist you to deal with it. Like if you had just kept your sports organizing, if you kept going with the boxing and stuff like that, you actually would have dealt. Do you feel like you would have dealt with it better?
Probably, yeah. In hindsight, when you look at it, you think, I would have definitely managed things a lot better. It was also the fact of seeing people, because the responsibility I have for my communities, wherever I am, is to play a certain role. And when I feel, when I'm having that conversation with myself that I cannot fulfill that role, is when I kind of then step back a little bit and say, all right, tomorrow I'll be back. I'm going to do what I need to do, because I feel the responsibility for others rather than myself. So I think like, stepping into the boxing gym and you say hello to everyone and everyone knows, okay, that's his bag. You know, that's where he's going to be at. He's going to be hitting the shit out of that
Everyone's
bag.
got their space.
Yeah, you know. And then when you're playing football, they expect you to perform a certain way. So every single thing in general has its role. And when now looking back at it, obviously thinking that I can do those things and I can manage those things in a way where I don't feel like I'm letting anyone down. I'm still doing my 50% plus, and just it's not at 70% plus. You know what I mean? That's the difference.
How would you? Okay, so there's you dealing with it, and there's others dealing with it, because we keep going about like we don't listen to each other. How can you do those two things? Where you go, this is how I would suggest others to do with it, but this is how I'm actually dealing with it. Because there should be like, it should be the same, right?
Correct.
It should be
correct,
but it's not. Like, let's be honest with each other.
Yeah.
Like, I don't. The advice I give myself, I'm learning to get better at whatever advice I'd give yourself. I'll try and do it myself first.
Yeah.
Man, it's tough.
It is.
It is.
It is. But also because you're experienced, and because we've experienced certain things, we can then know how others can deal with it, because we see the same platform, the same pattern that we've gone through. And almost like when you say, you know, when we're growing up and our parents say, don't do that, you're going to get hurt. And then you do it and you get hurt. And they go,
how did that happen?
Yeah, exactly. And then when we become those people, right? You see something and for example, you face that situation and you go, yeah, that's probably gonna end a certain way, and it does. I face that with my wife a lot, because my wife's now playing pro.
Right? She's also actually, you know, different story. But I'm gonna bring her on to talk about this. She's
playing pro at the moment. So we're in her stage of her career. She goes, "What do you think of this situation?" And rather than me telling her what the situation is going to be like, I will tell her about all the tools that she might face when she has to experience those things. And then when she does, she goes, "Did you know that was going to happen?" And as a coach, normally, like I said, you forecast, you plan, etc. So I go, yeah. And if I don't, I'll be like, nah, no chance. I didn't see that one coming. But because I've been through that, whether you've been burnt, whether you've been supported, whether you've been lifted, whether you've been dropped, all these things, I've been like, yeah, I can kind of see how that person's thinking. Whilst before, you'd be like, there's no way that person's going to think like that or do that. Now it's like, no, actually, I can see the direction that person's looking at, and I can see what's going to happen. And this is how it's going to play out.
Yeah.
But you don't tell them that because you don't want to influence their
journey,
right?
Yeah.
And that's where, like, I think facing that, now that I'm coaching and she's an athlete, I think having that is where I understand what it takes, but I also understand how important it is for them to make the mistake.
Massively.
You know
like,
what I mean?
some people won't. It's easy to say something.
Yeah.
Theoretically and practically can two different things. And if you say, and that's right. That must be one of the hardest things. Well, I personally think it's one of the hardest things as a coach to identify where you just got to let them learn for themselves.
100%.
Like, I'm not going to tell you because I'm not going to say something because it will influence you. Like, you know, when you give a question and you say, like, this is what I feel, well, then it influences someone's answer, you know?
Yes.
So,
you know what's super interesting is, like, she went through something recently, which I went through 2015, and I had an opportunity where I just finished a major competition, and we did really well. We finished third in the major competition, and then we hadn't got rewarded for that. And then they were talking about the next major competition, which is the biggest stage on the planet, right, in terms of football. And we hadn't gotten rewarded for this major competition and we have to step into this major competition, which is an opportunity of a lifetime. And if you say no, you probably will never have the opportunity to go to that competition again. And yet at the same time, you haven't been rewarded for this one yet. So do you take that step and say, you know what, I'll do it and risk maybe not getting paid?
Yeah.
Or do you take it and go, I'm going to leave it up to you guys and everything. Now, when my wife faced it, when it was happening early on, I went, don't do it. She's like, why? I said, I can see where this is going and I care about you and I want what's best for you. Please make sure the ABC are sorted first.
Yeah.
Because if they're not in place, later on, we, not you, are going to suffer. And I say that because I've been through it. And I've been through it.
Yeah.
And then at the end, now when we're recording, we kind of know what's happened. And it was what we said 4 or 5 steps ago.
Yeah, literally.
And if I hadn't gone through that, then I wouldn't understand it or even how to deal with it now. Rather than panicking, look, we knew this was going to happen. So why are we surprised? Do you know what I mean? So yeah. So
I expected it. So yeah. See, ta-da. Why are you still complaining? It's like what we like to do. I mean, hello. But that's I do want to the relationship here of the expectations and the outcomes and how we deal with things is what puts us into a bad state of mind a lot of times, right? It's because we're like going, I expected to do better.
Yeah.
I expected to be faster or heavier, stronger, no more, blah, 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 and it goes all that side of things. That it puts us into the space, sadness, depression, anxiety, stress, whatever you want to, space you want to go down with it. I'm just finding this so hard. There is so much conversations like this. Everyone has this every single day. Yeah. And yet, I want to say we're so dumb sometimes because we don't learn from it. I'm including myself in this, everyone. I'm not just saying you're dumb. But, we do. And that's why I think I'm asking you about more and more of like how exactly you deal with things, because what you say to yourself and what you hear from others is a different reaction to this all, and it makes a massive difference. I'm trying to think of how do you break the cycle for youth? Like, we've given the advice, or we've heard the advice. The generation come down to us, and I know my grandmother would have told the same thing to my mum, and my mum's now told me. And if I have kids, or whoever I pass on to as far as the information, there seems to be the repeat cycle. You've gone through this. You need to make your own mistakes. Yeah, well, why is every generation making the same mistakes? And do you see a change in this happening? Do
you know what it is? I think the thing is when we're grown up, we're provided with the answers, even though it's obvious, right? We're provided with the answers. But I think in dealing with youth nowadays, you have to ask them the questions for them to say the answers out loud. So then they can actually hear themselves saying it, where this is what's going to happen, rather than saying, by the way, you are going to trip on this cord and fall on your face, right? The question is, how many cords are there and what could happen if you're not careful about those cords? This is the most basic way, right? And then they'll be like, well, I mean, I could trip up on there. Okay. And if you tripped up on there, where would your face end up? Okay. Well, I could probably hit my head on the edge of the bed. Okay. All right. And how would that make you feel? Well, I'll probably feel in pain, might chip a tooth. Okay. Okay. So now they've gone into detail. Now, consciously, as they get up, there's a cord there. If I'm not worried about that cord, I'm going to hit that. And if I'm not hit that, I'm going to chip this. So it's almost like rather than providing them with the answers, you actually provide them with the questions for them to say the answers. And I think dealing with...
To generate more awareness.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then
understanding.
Like working with... When I was in London, I worked with a high school. So year 7, year 8, year 9, year 10 seniors. Then I went to Culture College, just seniors. Then I went to work with under 20 Ghana men's team, right? Then I got to work with UAE women's under 15 and under 17 national team. So we've gone from men to women, boys to girls. Then I worked with adults. Youngest was 22, oldest was 44 in an amateur men's football team. The correlation that they all have in common was asking them the right questions rather than telling them what to do. Because telling them what to do can trigger something on how they were brought up, who was their supporters, who was their circle of trust, who was the people giving them the advice, even if they weren't people they trusted.
Yeah.
All these things. So then providing the questions for them to answer it gives them the pride to say, actually, no, I answered that. You just asked me the question. Except as a coach, no, I asked you the right question.
Literally to trigger that,
Yes.
to help you think about it.
And that's how I deal with that scenario.
Because that's something like, again, it's been repeated a million times over. Like people don't want to be told what to do.
Correct.
So that's the rebellious side of things. Or
Yeah.
that people take information differently as well. So,
Yes.
you know, if you are someone who takes it from different words that are said or different ways that it's said and expressed and stuff like that, then that's the thing as a coach. Then again, on the mental side of it, when it comes down to, because now this is the space you want to go further with too, as the coaching side of things as well. So you're dealing with these emotions of players that either have a massive ego or don't have the confidence in themselves to do it. Where's your advice, or what's your advice for someone that is from that player perspective that wants to get better, whether it be on a sports field, whether it be in a fitness facility, in a gym? What's the advice that you give them now after seeing the way people deal with stuff, that you say, okay, this is how you can improve faster, or like if you want to improve faster, you need, like usually like the example of the cable, was about understanding.
Yes.
So like how are you, or what advice would you give to people to be open to understanding, to open to learning, to open to development? Do you have any advice for people to like be better students? I suppose that's what I'm trying to say.
That's the question. So the brain coach himself, who I spoke to, Jim Quick, said, we all know what to do, but we don't always do what we know.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Always a pen and paper.
The light bulb went off in the back of my head, and I thought, brilliant.
Yeah.
And I'll say it again. We all know what to do.
Write that
but we
one
don't
down.
Always do what we know.
Jeez.
Yeah, exactly. And I had exactly the same reaction, because when he told me, I thought, oh, he's so right. And then now how do I implement that in my coaching? When you start to remove the distractions, when you start to focus on being better at what you're doing, when you start to remove the layers of things that you don't necessarily need, which we all end up experiencing as we get wiser, not older, but wiser. These are all the things that I feel how to learn better and to be a better student of the game, whichever game you follow in life,
The
not
infinite
just,
game,
not just in sport.
Yeah.
Because effectively, that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to be better at what we love, so that we don't feel like it's a chore.
Yeah.
And then when you start to be better at it, you then start to feel more confident. When you start to feel more confident, you have more assurance in how you deliver. When you start to deliver better, then people can absorb the information better, because they know you've invested in yourself rather than investing in what everyone else thinks. And I think that's my way of coaching it to people, where we start to kind of write things down, where I say, and again, it's asking the right questions and making them be a better learner, is what is it that you want to do, and why do you want to do that? Is it something that you like the way people respond or feel or are impacted? Or is it something that you like to entertain people, where you like to make people laugh, or you like to educate them, for example, or you have your own way of delivering a message? Because you can have all the knowledge in the world, but not have the delivery. So
And that's what makes a massive difference.
Yeah. So the more you learn, like I said before when we were talking, the more you realize how much you don't know, whilst other people feel like they know more than they've learned. And that's the danger, right?
Yeah.
But that's not my concern, nor should it be anyone's. That's up to them. That's their why. They might be even that we spoke about the ladder being on the wrong wall. It might be on the wrong wall. Then they realize later on, that's not what I want to do. And then they switch it and they start to climb. And then they start to realize, God, I want to be here. I want to be chatting to Grant. I want to learn from him. I want to understand why he does things. And even then, when we were talking, all of a sudden, we were both going, yeah. Like when you were speaking, I was saying that. And when I was speaking, you were saying that. And it was just, that's what it should be about.
Yeah.
But it reaches a certain level for us to have the awareness of understanding, I could learn a lot from this guy. This guy, it's not even about the age. It's more about the fact that he went through ABCD. He shared this with me. I could relate to that. And I could probably deal with this next time better because he's mentioned that.
Oh my!
And that's a
it's
summary
true, but
of
that's
everything.
exactly it.
Yeah.
I feel like I feel like people are missing out. You have like your acronym GAS to help people just kind of realize what they're doing, where they're at. But then is there another thing that you use? I mean, I know for some people this works when they just think, okay, it's a gratitude, appreciation, the self-awareness. I've got to do that. But then, because when it comes to that, when you talk about that learning, I think people just take too long to accept, I should do things better or differently to develop themselves, to learn. Like this, it's really easy for us to sit here and say this.
Yeah.
Right? But until we've applied it, we're going to go in that same circle. We're going to make those same mistakes. Is there something that you've used and you've learned from people how to apply faster?
Yeah, it's embracing discomfort. It's embracing the challenge, which puts you in a very vulnerable situation. Because being in a vulnerable situation is out of control because you don't know what's going to happen next.
You've never experienced before. You've never been there. Of course,
exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. But being able to embrace that and being able to understand that it's part of what you're doing is something that all of us, irrespective of how much experience we've had or where we've been or what accolades we've achieved, is understanding that emotion, that feeling that we are now encountering as being vulnerable, as the discomfort, as someone telling you you're wrong, right, is something we need in order to say, well, I mean, if you like what Derek said, this is just a body shot. Why? Because when the worst part happened in my life and I was facing all those things, no one would have guessed it. It wasn't in the book.
Yeah.
It's probably more like a movie scene. And yet you're thinking to yourself, no one would have thought that this person sitting in front of me now had gone through all those things and been accused of A, B, C, D and still got out of it.
Yeah.
And now you're worried about an exam. And you're worried about a result. Whilst you probably feel in this specific moment it's the worst thing ever. But then embracing that
wall, the bubbles that come around you, just like,
yeah,
oh, this is it. This is my world.
just embracing that discomfort and that vulnerability and thinking, why has this happened to me?
Is there something you've done to identify or to embrace the discomfort? Is there something is there a daily practice? I mean, maybe there is, maybe there isn't. Anything for you particularly that maybe that space? Like I've like for me it was like go and tell someone. Like I took the emotion out of it, then that's why I put on, if I can't find it, I'll put on social media.
Yeah.
Just and that, not for someone to see and read or whatever, but just to
relate.
get off my chest. I just want to get out there into the world.
Yeah.
And because I obviously deal with it, so the way I deal with this to make that discomfort, 9 billion people in the world. I'm one of 9 billion. When you put it into a scope, and sometimes if you look, I'll put it into like words on a page. There's only a few thousand. Like you have to pull out the vision to understand how big the word 9,000 is.
Yeah.
Oh, 9 billion. Sorry, 9 people, right? So how small this little matter will be. So if people jump on social media and if 100,000 people see your social media thing, that's still no one compared to everyone in the world. No one actually will see it. But people have the stigma about, if I put on social media, everybody's going to judge me. Nobody's seen anything. It doesn't matter if you've got 100,000 followers. That's no one. Like who's judging?
Who's judging
you, or does it matter? There's still another 8,900,000,000 people in the world, so the majority of people won't see you or won't be affected or won't judge you. And we just put down to our little bubbles of but these 4 people saw my post and they judged me, they didn't like it, type of thing.
It's true. You're right. You're right.
Like, you got 500 people interactions on your social media and only two people liked it. Is like going, oh no.
But actually,
the world's judging me.
Relating what you
well, doesn't give a damn.
Related to what you just said now is especially like if we compare it to training, the moment we stop worrying about what the workout looks like, and more importantly what it feels like, is the moment our body will appreciate us more. This is the same thing with people. The moment we worry less about what they think we might look like and focus more on how we feel, is the way we'll project better body language, better conversation, better understanding, better awareness.
Literally
everything holistically will fall into place because we're not concerned of the uncontrollables.
This has turned into more this is more of a mindset discussion that has been about the sports side of things, but I mean there's still massive value here. And literally I've just looked at the time, it's actually we've sadly got to stop.
Yeah. Part 2. Comment in the box if you want another session.
What are you doing about 100 episodes? That's what I mean. So it's always so good, bro, to bounce with you and just to
thank you
knock
for
these
having me,
ideas. It's just awesome. And then we didn't get into about your book of Reset too much, but it's available. I've seen you've got a massive amount of links. We're going to put the links down below as well
thank you. I
for
appreciate
Reset.
that.
People go into the 5 dominoes and to go through that because it's the more awareness, the more people can just get involved with something.
Yeah.
Anything. We read, listen, talk, just do.
Yes.
You know what I mean? It helps. I think that's the comfort we just kind of tapped in. You've just got to get comfortable being uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And the more you do something with a variety, then the more comfortable you can get. So, but keep doing your doing, brother.
Thank you, man. Thank you for having me, man. I appreciate you, man.
No worries. We're going to talk about the opportunities for